Kai Renhe was so angry that he turned red in the face. He lost control over his emotions and blew up. A freaking bank robbery? What did he think Shanghai was, the backdrop to a Hong Kong movie? If Xiao Luo was really at a bank robbery by some unlikely chance, then there would have been police officers on hand to deal with the situation. What was an entrepreneur doing getting himself involved? Suddenly, Kai Renhe was reminded about the threat that Genie Tong posed, and he wisely chose to suppress his anger. Let's not waste any more time. Let's talk about that Genie Tong of yours, Kai Renhe said. Yes, what about my Genie Tong? Asked Xiao Luo. He frowned as the cogs started to turn in his head. What about your Genie Tong? Well, you're about to monopolize the drug market, that's what. Kai Renhe started getting angry again, as he felt that Xiao Luo was just playing dumb. President Shen and I came here today to discuss the issue of the market share with you. Shanghai's drug market has always been shared equally between my company, Renhe Medicines, and President Shen's Huayao Corporation. Genie Tong is not playing by the rules. Not only have you disrupted this market, but you've also encroached into the market share that traditionally belonged to us. Is this not? Xiao Luo interrupted Kai Renhe with a flick of his hand and said, this is a free market, always has been, always will be. Anyone can enter, anyone can leave. Don't you think you're demeaning yourself when you say something like that, President Kai? Spit it out, old Kai. Tell us exactly what it is that you want. Stop beating around the bush, Zhang Dashan pitched in. Kai Renhe quickly realized that he had a favor to ask of Xiao Luo and assumed a friendlier demeanor. I came here to discuss how we can split the market share so that the three of us stand to benefit the most, he opined. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, if you're here to discuss how we can split the market share, then there's no reason to have any further discussions with you, old Kai. The market share is not something that can be settled by a discussion. The customers are the ones with the power to decide. Besides, Genie Tong sells traditional Chinese medicine, while Renhe Medicines primarily supplies Western medicine. There's simply no basis for us to be discussing any sharing. He turned to Shen Qingyan and added, and this goes for Huayao Corporation as well. Was he rejecting the offer to work with Huayao Corporation and Renhe Medicines? The people from the three giant corporations turned pale. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly felt very uncomfortable. It doesn't bode well for the young to be this aggressive, President Xiao, Kai Renhe said. He was unhappy with Xiao Luo's response and had a stern look on his face. I'll admit that Genie Tong has a tremendous influence, but Renhe Medicines and Huayao Corporation aren't pushovers, you know. Genie Tong is a mere hatchling compared to our companies. If we went to war with you, your company will be crushed before you know it, he retorted. Xiao Luo glared at Kai Renhe coldly. Then, time will tell just who will have the last laugh. See them out, he said, turning to Li Ziming. He anticipated that the talk would not go smoothly, but he wasn't prepared to receive any threats. Xiao Luo was not about to entertain the man for another second. I'll see you out, President Kai, Li Ziming said. She had a stern look on her face as she raised her hand to gesture him toward the door. You'll pay for this. Kai Renhe huffed, his indignance rising to new heights as he left with his secretary. He was an extremely successful man, and it has been quite some time since he had last suffered such ignominy. His anger blinded him so much that he lost the faculty of reason. After Kai Renhe and his people left, the conference room plunged into an awkward hush. It was Shen Qingyan who first broke the silence. She looked at Xiao Luo blankly and said, the gladiators wore drums, huh? I heard from your sister that you planned all of this from the start. So, did you? Was it your plan to chip at the market share that I have with Kai Renhe's company? This won't end as long as either one of us is still standing, am I right? You've only got it half right, Xiao Luo said. Half? Shen Qingyan responded with a frown. Xiao Luo nodded and replied, before Huayao Corporation and Renha Medicines came at Luo Workshop, I had no intention of ever picking a fight to pick with your companies, and my only goal at that time was to manage Luo Workshop properly. So, Genie Tong's appearance was nothing more than a natural response to a situation that you both created. Shen Qingyan stood abruptly and lost control of her emotions. That's a load of rubbish. Why would you work at my company if you hadn't planned to enter the drug market, she hissed. You're saying I was checking out the market in advance? Xiao Luo asked. Weren't you? Shen Qingyan laughed coldly and said, Oh, Xiao Luo. Why didn't I realize you were such a shrewd person? No, I think scheming is a better word. You're like a venomous snake, I don't know when you'll lose control and strike at me. I can't believe I treated you like my friend. Why does it feel like you went too far? Zhang Dashan stole a glance at Xiao Luo. Things did not feel right, and this was not going as he had planned. I won't repeat myself. You can either choose to believe me or don't, Xiao Luo responded. How nice. I've misjudged you, Xiao Luo. Shen Qingyan shouted at him. Li, let's go, Li. Li. She called out several times, but Suli did not respond. She turned around and saw Suli sitting there silently, openly staring at Xiao Luo in shock. Her skin was pale as snow, and her eyes glimmered like the stars in the night sky. She had an elegant nose that accentuated the beauty of her face. Her lips were pressed together, and her exquisite beauty was intoxicating. Nobody knew why, but they all fell silent as they looked into her eyes. They could not tell whether she was elated or in despair. It seemed like the mood in the conference room was solely determined by her. Xiao Luo knew that it was time for him to speak to her in private. Clear the room. Zhang Dashan was the first to respond to Xiao Luo's order. Ahem. You all heard old Xiao, let's go. Must be menopause or something. President Shen, let's wait outside, he said. Li Ziming and Luo Qi were quick to react as well. They helped Zhang Dashan to clear the room, leaving Suli and Xiao Luo alone. You two have a good talk, said Shen Qingyan. She was still furious and glared at Xiao Luo before leaving. Chai Jiying stood rooted at her spot, unable to regain her senses. It felt like she was in a dream, and a surreal one at that. In her eyes, Xiao Luo has always been an insignificant loach. How did he suddenly become the mysterious chairman of Luo Workshop? It was too big of a twist to this plot. As she made her way out of the conference room, she gazed at Xiao Luo the entire time. She even wondered if the Xiao Luo standing in front of her was fake. Bang! The conference room door slammed shut, leaving only Xiao Luo and Suli alone in the spacious room. There were no words exchanged, and the room was in pin-drop silence. Xiao Luo sat at the head of the table, while Suli sat somewhere on his right. There was about a 3-meter distance between them. After a few minutes of silence, Xiao Luo stood up and poured her a glass of water. He put the glass in front of her, then took to his seat again. Why did you never tell me that you were the boss of Luo Workshop? Suli asked. When she finally spoke, she did so with no expression on her face. I didn't know how to bring it up. Especially after finding out that you were the boss of Sumer and what you thought of Luo Workshop. In any case, I'm well aware of the contrast between Luo Workshop and Sumer, and I didn't think it would bother you when you found out, Xiao Luo said. He laughed hesitantly and explained, all this time, I've been working hard to bring Luo Workshop up to standard so I could talk to you on equal footing. So, you think you're on equal footing now? Suli interrupted him, glancing at him coldly. Am I not, said Xiao Luo, with a frown. Suli shifted her gaze away from him and said, Sumer is only one of my many assets, and I can easily give it up whenever I wanted to. I'm not particularly concerned whether I work with Luo Workshop or not. Is that so? Then why have you come here, asked Xiao Luo, a trace of humor underlining his tone. I was just a little curious about the identity of the boss of Luo workshop, she replied. Suli looked at Xiao Luo, and she was neither trying to be condescending nor expressing her admiration. At the same time, I wanted to see if my guess was right, and evidently I was. You are, indeed, the boss of Luo workshop, she said. Xiao Luo raised a brow, feeling a little strange about what she had said. I take it that this means you had already known about my identity for some time now, he asked in surprise. Of course. I remember asking you once why Zhang Dashan never helped you to secure a job in Luo workshop. From that moment on, I had already suspected that you might be the boss of Luo workshop, she replied. Suli was very composed, at least much more than Shen Qingyan and Cai Jiying had been. Good friendship is often founded upon equality. Zhang Dashan oversees Luo workshop, and you're such good friends with him. So there is no way that you could be unemployed and just idling your time away. Besides, you've also been unusually busy these days, precisely when Genie Tong had been making waves in Shanghai. This was no coincidence, was it? All of these clues gave me enough reason to suspect your Luo workshop's boss, she said. Xiao Luo felt as if he was standing in front of this woman stripped of everything, and she saw through it all. Calm and composed and in control of everything, this was the feeling she had always given him. It was too off-putting to someone as chauvinistic as Xiao Luo. In that instance, he felt a fire slowly burning within him. Xiao Luo laughed wryly and said, I've always hated this, you know? Your holier-than-thou attitude and the way you act as if you know everything. Suli looked at him with a frown without saying anything, as she waited for him to finish speaking his piece. You asked me why I never told you that I was the boss of Luo workshop, right? I can give you an honest answer now. It's because of this attitude of yours, your arrogance, and the way you look down your nose at everything. I won't flaunt this little bit of success in front of you like a dog looking for its owner's validation. You might be the nation's goddess, a mega superstar. But as far as I'm concerned, you are first and foremost my woman, my legally recognized wife. I don't care how lofty your achievements are, but you will play the part of a gentle, caring woman. So stop it with this arrogant attitude of yours, he ranted. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and the louder his voice grew. And the more repressed the anger, the more violent the inevitable outburst would turn out to be. Suli was shocked. The man had acknowledged her as his wife, which was the only consolation that came from this entire situation. But what he said about her attitude had touched a nerve. She immediately rebutted in a chilling tone. Who are you to tell me to change, Xiao Luo? We signed a contract when we got married. Don't you dare forget it. To be clear, this is a contractual relationship, and I can dissolve it as and when I wish, she snapped. It was clear that she did not mean what she said. Contractual relationship? Enough with this **T, he shouted. Xiao Luo was genuinely furious this time. He gritted his teeth and slammed his palm down heavily on the conference room table. There was a resounding bang as the blow sent with splinters flying in every direction, leaving a giant hole at the part of the table closest to Xiao Luo. Suli was so shocked that she raised a hand to cover her mouth, looking in disbelief at Xiao Luo as he advanced toward her, step by step. There was a savage edge to his expression, with fury written all over his face. We've had our moments in the time we were together, wouldn't you say? You bought me watches, clothes, and a diamond ring for our wedding, so I refuse to believe that you see our relationship as nothing more than a contract. If that is truly the case, then I don't think I can stop myself from killing you, he growled. Kill me? Suli turned pale. What are you saying? She said in a shaky voice. She could sense danger coming from the man. Xiao Luo chuckled wryly as he bent at the waist and brought his face close to hers. Because you've given me the wrong impression, I've always thought you liked me. You were playing games with me, and I hate being played, especially by a woman, he hissed, almost in a whisper. There was absolutely no way he would treat her with respect, not with the overwhelming anger he now felt. He held her flawless chin in his hand and tilted her head up. Suli was horrified, for she had never seen this side of Xiao Luo before. He was like a bloodthirsty beast, and a terrifying aura was emanating from him. Suli could feel his heavy breathing on her face and sensed his savage instincts. Xiao Luo showed no pity as he roughly lifted her face up and stared at her. "You listen to me, Suli. I like you," he said. "Does he like me?" Suli's slender frame was shaking as her face flushed red to her ears. Xiao Luo let go of her chin and laughed bitterly. "But I don't like that cold and arrogant attitude you have. I don't like the fact that you never concede to anything. And what I dislike, even more, is the fact that you always use that contract to define our relationship. If our relationship is nothing more than just a contract, then why did you stay till midnight chatting with me when I was overseas? I don't think that was pity on your part. If you like me too, then just say it. Is it that difficult for you to put aside your pride?" he said. His voice was so loud that it reverberated across the conference room. Suli was truly frightened by the state that Xiao Luo was in. Her eyes turned red, and unshed tears threatened to fall at any second. "We'll speak after you've calmed down," she said. After that, she turned and headed toward the door. She wanted to get away as quickly as possible from this beast that was on the verge of turning vicious. She barely took a few steps forward before a firm hand snatched her wrist with such a strong tug that she could not resist. Before she could pull away, she found herself in Xiao Luo's embrace. He had his arms wrapped tightly around her waist. Her waist was unusually soft. She leaned backward, but the man's face was so close to hers. She could feel his warm, heavy breathing on her face. The two of them were very close together. A look of fear and helplessness was on Suli's face, while Xiao Luo looked cold and uncompromising. "You're trying to leave me? It's too late for that. You lost the chance to run away from me the moment you so recklessly used a marriage certificate to keep us bound together. You'll have to pay for your willfulness. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Let go of me, Xiao Luo. Let go," she cried. Suli was getting so anxious that she began to hyperventilate. The vibrations coming from this man was becoming increasingly alarming, and it was as if she would be swallowed up by him any second now. "Let go of you? Why should I? Just because you're a mega superstar?" Xiao Luo could not help laughing devilishly. "I hate to break it to you, but as far as I'm concerned, you're just a woman. An exquisite, beautiful woman." He said that and then dropped his head to kiss her on her soft ruby-red lips. To Suli, she was just his wife in name, somebody he could look at from afar but not touch. And he had had enough of that. His anger was clouding his mind, and he was not as rational as he should be. He decided to let himself go this one time. This woman had to be put in her place. Quiver. Suli's body was shaking slightly, and her eyes were opened wide in shock. She had no other thoughts running through her head, except one: how dare this man force a kiss on her like this? She couldn't believe it. Was it a dream? Suli couldn't believe this was happening. MMFF. Suli was caught by surprise, and her eyes turned red in panic. The kiss had happened so suddenly. She did not have time to prevent it. The passion and virility she sensed from Xiao Luo practically overwhelmed her. She instinctively tried to push Xiao Luo away, but the man's arms held firm as they wrapped around her waist. There was no way she could break free of them. Suli panicked and did the only thing possible: she bit down violently with her teeth. The tongue was the weakest part of the human body. No matter how far Xiao Luo's strength surpassed that of an ordinary human, the pain from that bite would have been unimaginable. Suli biting his tongue was far worse than if he had accidentally bit his tongue while eating. He moved his mouth away from hers, but did not release his grip on her. "You bit me?" he said. A frown formed on Xiao Luo's face. Suli saw blood between the 2 rows of his teeth and traces of it on his lips. Then she realized that she had bitten his tongue so hard that he was bleeding. A strong wave of guilt washed over her, and she shifted her gaze. "I'm sorry, she whispered as she fumbled for words. Xiao Luo mocked her. "Don't worry, there's no need for me to call the police. Your apology is good enough." He had one arm wrapped tightly around her waist, and with his free hand, he lifted her chin up in a provocative way. There was a devilish smile on his face. What was this **RD saying? Was he mad? Suli started breathing more rapidly. Her heart raced as panic set in. At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Zhang Dashan walked in without knocking and said, "Hey, old Xiao, are you done talking?" His voice started to trail off as he realized that he had caught the couple in a compromising position. He ogled for a moment with his mouth wide open before glancing away. "I didn't see anything, nothing at all." "Please continue," he said. After he spoke, he walked out and quickly closed the door behind him. He moved in a hurry as if he was escaping from something and running quicker than a spooked rabbit. Shen Qingyan, Cai Jiying, and the rest of the group waiting outside the room immediately rushed up to him when they saw him run out. "How's the talk going?" Cai Jiying asked. Zhang Dashan chuckled softly and said, "It looks like it's going well, seems like a crucial moment. So, let's not disturb them. Come on, let me bring you around the park. There are several sports facilities there. We've got a tennis court, swimming pool, and gym. I guarantee you won't be bored there." He then rounded up the people and ushered them out. On his way out, he gave strict instructions to the staff stationed at the conference room not to enter the room until Xiao Luo and Suli came out. If they did, they would be fired instantly. Zhang Dashan brought Shen Qingyan and Cai Jiying to the park for a walk. He behaved like an employee showing his bosses around the factory. He was pointing all over the place, clearly attempting to impress his visitors. "If you look over there, you'll see the open-air swimming pool that we have in the park. How's that? It's huge, isn't it? That end is quite deep and great for diving. And over here is our tennis court. The people you see who are locked in the intense rally are our workers currently on their break. What a fierce match, it sure looks fun. Look here at our gym, especially the balcony with the floor-to-ceiling windows. Don't you think the interior design is amazing? We have all the equipment you could possibly need right here in this gym. Would you like to try them out, President Shen?" he said. Wherever they went as they toured around the factory, Zhang Dashan made sure to keep them engaged, like a tour guide. However, Shen Qingyan and Cai Jiying were barely listening to him. "I have no interest in the facilities here in Luo Workshop. I just want to know whether Genie Tong will rise to become a big threat to Huayao Corporation, so there's no point in you doing all this," Shen Qingyan said in a particularly harsh tone. "Genie Tong will undoubtedly keep encroaching into the market and take up Huayao Corporation's share of the consumer base, so I would think that it does pose a severe threat to your organization. But I have a way that will help Huayao Corporation mitigate its risks," said Zhang Dashan, speaking like an expert. Shen Qingyan's interest was instantly piqued, and she asked, "What's that?" Zhang Dashan cleared his throat dramatically and explained, "As you very well know, Goddess Su and Old Xiao are husband and wife. So, it will come as no surprise that Summer and Luo Workshop would eventually merge, sharing the pastry market between themselves as equals. Now, just think. If both of us were to find ourselves in a similar relationship, we could merge Genie Tong and Huayao Corporation. So you see." "Enough." Shen Qingyan threw that one word right back at him before he could finish. "Huh? Zhang Dashan was embarrassed. Well, I'm just putting it out there, so there's no need to get all riled up, he said. He thought to himself, I'm doomed. She's not interested in me, and this plan will never work. Shen Qingyan refused to pay any more attention to Zhang Dashan and stormed off. Going after someone that is so obviously out of your league, how shameless can you get, said Cai Jiying, mocking him. Zhang Dashan retorted, listen up, menopause. I'm going to make sure I get President Shen because of what you just said. And when that happens, I'm sure the sound of you slapping yourself will be nothing short of a symphony. You idiot. Who are you calling menopause? Cai Jiying was so enraged that she could not contain herself. She found the moniker he gave her incredibly insulting. There you go, your response befits the description perfectly, he quipped. Zhang Dashan raised a brow with an indifferent expression on his face, and then he chased after Shen Qingyan like the philanderer he was. Slow down, President Shen, wait for me, he called after her. You shameless idiot. Do you think Miss Shen is someone who would respond to your affections? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Cai Jiying sneered as if putting a curse on the man. Close by, Li Ziming and Luo Qi could not help but shake their heads as they witnessed the awkward exchange of insults. They were no stranger to Zhang Dashan's temper and personality, but they had no complaints about his capabilities at work. Xiao Luo had handed Luo Workshop over to him to manage, and he had done an excellent job. He was an exceptional and competent leader. They were wary of Zhang Dashan because they were aware that he indulged in a debauched lifestyle. He was not the kind of man you would want to date or marry. Suddenly, Li Ziming's phone rang. She looked at it, and it was Xiao Luo calling. She quickly took the call. President Xiao, she answered. Get me a new female employee's uniform, the same type and size you would wear, Xiao Luo requested. A new uniform? What was going on? Was this for Suli? Xiao Luo and Suli, had they been? Li Ziming allowed her mind to wander, and her face flushed when she came up with a possible scenario. She found it unbelievable. She was startled and shocked, but quickly came back to her senses. She nodded as she replied, yes, I will get it for you immediately. Thanks, Xiao Luo said and cut the call. Luo Qi saw Li Ziming standing in shock with the phone in her hand, so she probed curiously and asked, what's wrong, Ziming? Li Ziming blinked and snapped back to reality. With a laugh, she said, it's nothing. With an issue like this, the fewer who knew, the better. You help President Zhang handle them, Luo Qi. There's something I have to see to, Li Ziming said. Sure, don't worry. President Zhang and I will be able to handle it. You do what you have to, Luo Qi said with a giggle. Li Ziming nodded in acknowledgement and walked away quickly. In the conference room, Su Li's eyelids felt heavy as her chest heaved in exhaustion. She laid in Xiao Luo's arms, fully satisfied. The conference room table had been turned into a makeshift bed, and there was the heady scent of love lingering in the air. Suddenly, she snapped back to her senses. Her eyes were no longer glassy and unfocused. She took a look around the room before she realized with a start, what had she done with this man? When she recalled the image of her calling Xiao Luo her husband and using a slew of honey-dripping words, even her dimples turned red. She cursed herself for bringing shame to her ancestors in such an embarrassing way. She could not believe that she had done it with Xiao Luo right there. But despite it all, Suli did not think this was a terrible thing. If not for this, she and Xiao Luo would probably never have gotten closer. Besides, Xiao Luo was no random stranger, he was her husband. Suli consoled herself that there was nothing wrong with doing this with her husband. Then she remembered that this had all happened in the VIP conference room in Luo Workshop. And she was so mortified that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. I've already asked Department Headley to get you a clean set of clothes. It'll probably take her about 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, why don't you lie with me and replay that fierce battle we just had, Xiao Luo said, as he held her in his arms. After all, this woman was now thoroughly his, and he seemed to have become a lot calmer. Even the crass small talk seemed to tumble out of his mouth a lot easier. Suli gave his waist a firm pinch and said, "You're so shameless." "Does it matter if I'm shameless? All that matters is that I have you. Besides, Luo workshop will have summer sooner or later as well," Xiao Luo said, pushing her limits even further. "Luo workshop cannot match up to summer in terms of assets. You're just being greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant whole," Suli said with a huff. "If I am, then I'm a python that can swallow a prey that is many, many times larger than myself. So, there's no problem there," Xiao Luo said, becoming increasingly emboldened. "You're so shameless." "I am, and what about it?" "So shameless." "You're too shameless." I can accept the criticism of my darling wife any day," he muttered. The words fell off him like water off a duck's back, and a smile crept onto his face. Suli's face was flushed red. In the end, she lost the will to argue and just came to terms with the situation. Whether it was her or Summer, they were at the utter mercy of this man. She decided to let the man say what he wanted. And, just as well, for she could finally wash her hands off this. She laid on Xiao Luo's chest and suddenly lifted her head slightly and asked, "You must be laughing at me in your head, huh?" "Laughing at you? Why would I laugh at you?" asked Xiao Luo, unable to understand her train of thought. "For being a. Suli just could not bring herself to say the word. Even she had thought that she had behaved like a slut earlier. How did this man not notice? He must be keeping quiet on purpose, and he was probably laughing at her. She could not understand why she had lost control of herself, moaning as she did. Xiao Luo kissed her forehead and then patted her head in consolation. "Don't overthink it. I'm not laughing at you at all," he replied. Suli was stunned, and then she smacked his hand away. She chided him, "Don't pat my head. It's a gesture of affection." "Why are you so repulsed by it?" Xiao Luo asked. He could not help but find this funny. Suli glared at him. "What do you mean affection?" "That's what you do to your pet dog," she said. Xiao Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, you win," he said. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the conference room. "Department Headley is a little early. We'll continue this at home, darling," Xiao Luo said, stroking Suli on her arm. All men were glib-tongued sweet talkers when they were with their women. It came to them instinctively and was not something they had to learn. Suli rolled her eyes at him. This was not Suli's first time. But it had been too long, and she had not expected Xiao Luo to make his move. After she changed into the uniform that Li Ziming had handed her, she found some discomfort when she tried to walk. Seeing her plight, Xiao Luo went over to help, but Suli pushed him away. She did not want anyone other than Li Ziming to know what had happened between them in that conference room. She lifted her hand to brush away some loose hair. The gesture was just a simple movement, but it made her look incomparably beautiful and gentle. "Let us go through with the collaboration according to the terms we discussed earlier. I will have someone discuss the specifics with you and draw up a contract based on that," Suli said to Xiao Luo before she stepped into the car. Xiao Luo almost burst out laughing. He thought, how could this woman have such an adorable side to her? In a steady tone of voice, he said, "Sure." He knew that Suli did not want anyone to catch on to what had transpired moments ago. Ahem. Li Ziming suddenly choked and started coughing violently. When she noticed that Xiao Luo and Suli were looking at her, she hurriedly waved her hand in apology. "I'm sorry, She could have spent the next few hours explaining, but there was no real reason for her coughing fit. Instead, she settled the matter with an awkward smile. What could she say? That she was impressed by the show they were putting on? Did you guys come to an agreement? Zhang Dashan asked Xiao Luo after Su Li and Shen Qingyan had left. Xiao Luo nodded and said, Summer will be a brand under Luo Workshop in the future. D***Mn, old Xiao, you really went all out, huh? Zhang Dashan smacked his chest, reacting in surprise. Come on, out with it. How did you get your wife to come on board? Not by getting her off, I hope, he said. Of course, Zhang Dashan was joking. Although it did cross his mind that they might have done it in broad daylight after he caught them in a compromising position in the conference room. However, it remained speculation, and he did not believe that Xiao Luo would put Su Li in her place in such a manner. As he would always say, this was not how his buddy would do things. Li Ziming, who was not too far ahead from them, almost tripped over herself. Xiao Luo looked awkwardly at Zhang Dashan and responded in a harsh voice, You want to get your *SS kicked again? Zhang Dashan retreated back a few steps and covered his large bottom with his palms. He could picture Xiao Luo sending him flying through the air with a kick, and he said, God d***mnu, Xiao Luo. You kick my *SS again like that, and we won't be friends anymore. Xiao Luo could not be bothered with him. He just wanted to return home. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Ji Seeing. Seeing. Mr. Xiao Luo, Bureau Chief Gu, is looking for you, Ji Seeing said. Her gentle voice came over the phone clearly. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows and asked, What's wrong? It seemed like there was another mission. Xiao Luo would have to put off his plan to bridge matters between Su Li and him yet again. Drug lady is in trouble, Ji Seeing said, somewhat hesitantly. Fu Yiren was in trouble? Why was she in trouble? Didn't she just head to Japan to warn the Asuk clan not to stir trouble in Hua Nation? Xiao Luo did not care much about this woman. But she was a fellow NSA agent, and he did not wish her to come to any harm. I'll be right there, Xiao Luo said before he ended the call. In the car, Su Li leaned back in her seat. Her eyes shut as she tried to get some rest. Images of what happened with Xiao Luo in the conference room kept floating up in her mind. That made her grow increasingly embarrassed now that she has completely calmed down. What she would not give to reverse time and stop all of that from even happening. But then she thought about it a little more. How could she have stopped Xiao Luo when the man had flown off the handle? A boorish man who knew nothing about romance. Why did you get changed, Li? Shen Qingyan, who was sitting beside her, could not help asking. Yeah, Li, where did you get those clothes? It looks like what the ladies at Luo Workshop wear. Chai Jing remarked, equally curious and puzzled about this. Su Li's face was burning. She scrambled for an excuse. I accidentally spilled some tea on myself when I was discussing business with Xiao Luo, so he gave me a new set of clothes to change into, she explained. So that was what happened. Shen Qingyan nodded and lost interest in this topic. After all, no matter how creative she was, she would never think otherwise. That was a conference room they were in, and the upper management of Luo Workshop frequently had meetings there. Xiao Luo and Su Li were the most conservative people she knew, so there was no way they would do something so risque there, of all places. Shen Qingyan put the matter to rest and chose to change the topic instead. How did the discussion go? How will Summer be working with Luo Workshop, specifically, she asked. All of Summer's operations will be handed over to him from now on, Su Li replied. What? Shen Qingyan and Chai Jing were stunned. What kind of cooperation was that? It was a blatant takeover of Summer. Chai Jing could not understand why Su Li would agree to such terms. Li, you're. He is my husband. Since he has ambitions and a plan for Summer, I should do my best to support him. Su Li looked out into the distance as she answered, and her words prevented Chai Jing from speaking further. I've grown sick of all the disputes and struggles in the entertainment industry, and I'll retire once he has accomplished his goals. I'll stay by his side and be a good wife, raising his children for him, she added. Chai Jing was shocked. Shen Qingyan could not believe the words that came out of her best friend's mouth. Jesus, what am I hearing here? Are you really saying that, Li? Why does it feel like you've suddenly changed? Su Li looked at her with a smile. Maybe women change a little when they meet a man they love. She openly admitted how she felt, no longer hiding her feelings. All right then. I had wanted to talk to you about how we should handle that vast * road. But it seems like I only have that old man, Kai Renhe, on my side now. Genie Tong poses too big a threat to me. It is like a knife hanging right above my head, ready to drop and take my life at any moment, Shen Qingyan said. Genie Tong's advantage is clear, and the only route Huayao Corporation can take is to evolve and pioneer a new market. Otherwise, there will come a day where it will lose to Genie Tong, Su Li said, and in her assessment, she accurately pinpointed the problem. Shen Qingyan glanced at Su Li and replied, I know that much. Genie Tong can treat a lot more illnesses than Western medicine can. On top of that, they spend less money than we do treating the exact same ailments. As far as I know, they're currently making the preparations for a new branch. When they open more branches in Shanghai or around the whole country, it will be the end of Western medicine. Huayao Corporation's profit depends on Western medicine. So, if Genie Tong forces us into a corner, my company will not survive for long. Traditional Chinese medicine is powerful but not omnipotent. There are a lot of areas in this field only accessible to Western medicine, so this road won't lead to a dead end. But even if I don't die, I would be more dead than alive. I will need to focus on the foreign market now. Even if the company becomes nothing more than an empty shell here, it can continue developing if I can establish footholds in the overseas market, she continued as she spoke her thoughts aloud. But I won't give up on the domestic market just like this. I intend to go head-to-head with Genie Tong, Shen Qingyan said. While Su Li and Shen Qingyan were in discussion, the radio in the car broadcasted a piece of news. 3 or so hours ago, there had been a violent bank robbery along Huijin Road that involved 20 to 30 hostages. The robbers, armed with guns, had been at a standoff with the police. Then, for some unknown reason, the police found the robbers all knocked to the ground and unconscious when they barged into the bank. When interrogated, the panicking hostages told the police that someone had charged in and had moved very quickly. He was so fast that no one could get a good look at his face, and the robbers claimed that he was the one to knock them out. Is there going to be a superhero who maintains world peace here in Hua Nation, too? It is unbelievable, announced the overjoyed radio DJ as his excited voice filtered through the car. Su Li, Shen Qingyan, and Chai Jing were all stunned as they listened to the news. They immediately recalled the reason that Xiao Luo had given to explain his late arrival for the meeting. It can't be, was he really at the bank robbery? Disbelief colored Shen Qingyan's face. It was, without a doubt, Xiao Luo who had knocked the robbers unconscious. It certainly wasn't a mere coincidence that he was there. Is he that good a fighter? Chai Jing asked in shock. After Su Li recovered from her shock, she smiled to herself. A twist of fate had resulted in getting her stuck with Xiao Luo. As she pondered the series of events that brought them together, she began to realize that their accidental union was quite a beautiful one. Before she met Xiao Luo, she had planned to stay single for the rest of her life, because of the aversion to men that she had developed after witnessing her sister's plight. The space was resplendent with black marble flooring, ceramic tiles that shine like mirrors, a dazzling diamond chandelier, a pure black wooden table, and intricately carved bookshelves. This was the office of the Gu Zhanghua in the NSA headquarters, elegant, minimalist, clean, and tidy. At that moment, Gu Zhanghua, who had a head of white hair, was sitting in his chair with worry and concern written all over his face. The vice bureau chief, Dongfang Shouyu, was standing by his side with his two hands behind his back, and he said to Xiao Luo, "It's been close to half a month since we've lost contact with Drug Lady. It is unprecedented. Her last coordinates point to an area near Tokyo Tower." "Is it the Asu clan?" Xiao Luo asked. "We can't confirm that." Dongfang Shouyu frowned and said, "According to the information that we have, the Asus shouldn't have been able to get the better of her. We called you here today to send you to Re Nation to conduct a proper investigation and bring Drug Lady back. If it's possible, please also look into another matter. We keep losing contact with the students from our country who are studying there." Xiao Luo nodded as he listened. It was the internet era, and reports of students with whom they had lost contact had been appearing on the media from time to time. At first, everyone thought that it was because they had the misfortune of being targeted by perverts over there. But after some time, it was not just the girls, but boy students as well, who had gone missing. Even travelers from the Hua Nation, who had gone to Re Nation on tours, were not spared. Overnight, Re Nation had become terrifying to the Hua Nation people. "You'll have a new identity once you get to Re Nation. Night Sparrow will hand over to you both your new passport and the file shortly. You leave tonight, no delays," Dongfang Shouyu said. "So quickly?" Xiao Luo frowned imperceptibly. It was a little hurried. He would barely have any time to deal with how he and Suli had gotten closer before he had to go. "We've gone too long without contact from Drug Lady. There can be no more delay," Dongfang Shouyu explained. "All right, then," Xiao Luo acknowledged. Suddenly, Gu Zhonghua, who had been silent the entire time, stood up. With a solemn look on his face, he said, "The situation in Re Nation is a little complicated, so you'll have to be careful on this mission, Mia. I'll be waiting for your return." Xiao Luo nodded and then immediately left the office. After the door to the office shut, Dongfang Shouyu turned to look at Gu Zhonghua. "Is there something on your mind?" he asked. Gu Zhonghua looked at Dongfang Shouyu worriedly. "I can't help but think this mission will be one fraught with danger for Mia. It just feels to me he'll have a slim chance of making it back this time," he said. "He managed to come and go freely from a battlefield like Libya." "Do you think Re Nation will be even more dangerous than that?" replied Dongfang Shouyu, who did not seem to agree. Gu Zhonghua heaved a long sigh. "I guess I am just overthinking, then. Mr. Xiao Luo, here's your passport and identification card. Here is your bank card. There's enough money in your account for you to spend in Re Nation, and the PIN is 61s. Ji Xiying, dressed elegantly, was in the waiting room handing over all the items she had prepared to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo took a look at his new identity, Xuanhuan, a police officer from Jingqing. "To facilitate your investigation in Re Nation, your new identity is a Hua Nation police officer sent to oversee the missing Hua citizens' investigations in Re Nation. Dongjing police officers will be there to welcome you when you reach Dongjing Airport." Ji Xiying explained, and then gently hugged Xiao Luo. "Contact me immediately if anything happens, and you have to keep an eye out for danger. I will be in Shanghai waiting for you to return," she added. "Got it." Xiao Luo nodded. When Xiao Luo caught a waft of Ji Xiying's faint fragrance when she hugged him, he felt uneasy. Both Suli or Ji Xiying had found a way into his heart, and there was no way he could give up either of them. He had returned the jade bangle to Ji Xiying some time ago, and she wore it on her wrist as if it were a priceless treasure. He returned to Crescent Bay at 8 in the evening. He packed his luggage and then headed out to Suli's apartment. He rang the doorbell. Auntie Li opened the door and a smile formed on her face. "It's you, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Luo nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a smile. As soon as the door opened, he saw Suli reclining elegantly on the sofa with a book in her hand. Her hair was pulled high up into a ponytail and revealed her snowy white delicate neck. Just the sight of her like this was enough for him to lose himself in her beauty. Who was this if not Suli? Xiao Luo walked over and sat beside her. Suli, on the other hand, was so nervous that she was about to stop breathing. Her heart was racing, and her face was burning. Her relationship with Xiao Luo was not the same as it was before. The memory of what happened in the Luo workshop conference room that day was something she did not think she could forget for as long as she lived. "Why are you back to being so cold and aloof?" Xiao Luo said, frowning as he tried to make conversation. Suli instantly looked up at him, and she suddenly overcame her remorse. "I've always been like that." "You can leave if you don't like it," she snapped. Xiao Luo had no wish of provoking her and changed the subject. He looked around the apartment and asked, "Where's Xiaobei?" "I don't know where Sukani took her to play, but she wore herself out in the morning and fell asleep pretty early." As Suli responded, she was pondering if she should set up a new bedroom. If all went well, then she would be sleeping with her man in time to come. The more she thought about it, the more her face burned, and she wondered what was wrong with her. Why did she keep thinking of sleeping with this man? "I see," Xiao Luo said, nodding in acknowledgement. He then immediately cut to the chase. "Oh, by the way, I have to make a trip to Nation in a bit," he told her. Suli reacted with surprise and wondered why Xiao Luo kept such unusual schedules. "Why are you going there? And why so suddenly?" "You have your passport with everything else sorted out already?" she asked. Not long ago, they had planned to travel to the Maldives together, but suddenly Xiao Luo decided to go by himself. And now, out of the blue, he's telling me he has to go to Nation at such an odd hour. There was no prior mention of the trip at all. There was something fishy about this, she thought. Xiao Luo gently held her hand and smiled. "I can't give you an honest answer yet, but I will tell you everything one day," he said, expressing his thoughts aloud and shaking his head. NSA agents could not divulge any of their missions to civilians, and Suli was, of course, no exception. Suli looked at him and allowed him to hold her hand. "Will you just answer 2 questions for me?" "If I can," Xiao Luo said and nodded solemnly. "Will you be doing anything illegal on your trip this time?" Suli asked as a frown formed on her face. Xiao Luo thought about the question briefly and then said, "I don't know if it'll be legal in Nation, but it will be legal here in Nation." "My second question, you said you went to the Maldives the other time. Was that true?" Suli probed. "No, I didn't." "But I didn't lie about leaving the country," Xiao Luo replied. He answered truthfully but was evasive about the details. "That's all I wanted to know." Suli pulled her hand away from Xiao Luo's grip and stood up to get herself a glass of orange juice. She stuck a straw in and started to sip from it. "You don't have anything else that you want to say to me?" Xiao Luo felt that Suli had still not been put in her place yet. Although she had changed a little, it was not enough. She was still as cold as ice to him. "I don't," she replied. Suli continued to sip her orange juice, then picked up her book, sat on the sofa opposite Xiao Luo, and turned her attention back to reading her book. Xiao Luo felt a little despondent, but not too much. It was Suli that he was addressing, after all. She was one of a kind, and he had come to expect prudishness from her. "All right, then I'll head out. Tell Xiaobei I'll be back with a gift for her when she wakes up," Xiao Luo said as he was about to take his leave. Suli did not raise her head, and she seemed more interested in her book. Xiao Luo heaved a long sigh, stood up, and started to walk out of the apartment. Just as he opened the door and was about to step out, Suli's voice drifted over from behind him. "Let's go to the Maldives together when you come back," she called out to him. Xiao Luo smiled. He turned back to look at her and said, "Okay. And remember to keep checking your phone." I will text you frequently. You have to respond quickly, Suli said in a tone that was a little demanding. She raised her head to look at him, and the expression on her face was a bit aloof. Xiao Luo's heart warmed. He smiled and nodded firmly. I will, he responded. After he stepped out, Xiao Luo immediately called Zhang Dashan to notify him that he would be traveling. Xiao Luo told him that he would have to manage Luo Workshop and Genie Tong for a while longer. Tang Ren and Xiao Rui did not have enough experience to manage the business yet, and they would learn the ropes much quicker under Zhang Dashan's guidance. Zhang Dashan simply could not understand this man. Are you serious? Why are you suddenly going on vacation? I'm still waiting for you to play matchmaker for me, he said. They're this thing trending on the internet these days, let your feet go where your heart wants, Xiao Luo reposted. What a load of **t. Right, where are you going? Zhang Dashan asked. Re-Nation, Xiao Luo responded. Look at you, man. You're certainly going places. Mind if I ask why you're going there? I suppose you're aware that there's something very masculine about their culture? Can you be a little more serious? Xiao Luo's face darkened. Zhang Dashan responded, much more presentably this time. Who said I wasn't? Haven't you heard? Do you know why there is a pillow-like cushion behind their women's kimono? Let me tell you, it's there by design, so that their men can, do it any time they want. It provides support, you know what I'm saying? Why do you think they have last names which often end with words that mean by the well, or foot of the mountain, and by the river? Isn't it obvious these were names to commemorate their deeds at those locations? Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. Honestly, don't be an idiot, he said. Look at you. You still don't believe me. Go search it up on the internet for yourself then, and see if I'm telling the truth. Zhang Dashan laid on his thick northeastern accent and said, Hey, old Xiao, Re-Nation is known for their films. If you happen to meet women like Hitano Yui, Ozawa Maria, Amami Tsubasa, Tachibana Risa, or Nishino Sho, don't forget to get me their autographs. I'm their diehard fan, and they were the reason why my hormones were in a mess when I was in college. What's the deal with you? It seems to me that the only things Japanese you remember are these women's names? Xiao Luo said, speaking in a northeastern accent as well. Don't you know? I'm a veteran when it comes to this, and I have to live up to my reputation, Zhang Dashan said proudly. Alright, I've heard enough. I'm hanging up. Xiao Luo cut the call without hesitation. This man was disgusting. If he let the conversation go on, his impression of Re-Nation would only worsen further. But then again, his impression of Re-Nation was never great, to begin with. It had initially been because of their invasion of Hua Nation. He had once watched a documentary on Unit 731 that the Re-Nation had sent to Hua Nation. Here, they set up a base to conduct experiments on humans, and people were experimented on like lab rats. The experiments were cruel and inhumane beyond belief, and those captured by the Re-Nation troops were sent to places that were not unlike the 18 levels of hell. It was this old clip that had imprinted itself upon Xiao Luo so firmly he could not shake the images from his head. Back then, he gritted his teeth as he watched, and he wanted nothing more than to kill those Re-Nation troops. Although the two nations were on good terms now, he was not the only one who bore hatred towards the Re-Nation people. The hatred was something most Hua Nation people still harbored. After he left Crescent Bay, Ji Xiying drove Xiao Luo to the airport to begin his journey to the Re-Nation. After more than 3 hours on the plane, Xiao Luo finally arrived in Dongjing, Re-Nation. Xiao Luo looked at his watch, and it was 11 at night. Dongjing was an hour ahead of Hua Nation, so it was already midnight when the plane made its approach to the airport. But, Dongjing, being a city that never sleeps, looked like a monster with a glowing body, quietly lying across this vast sprawling land. Looking down at the city by night, lights shimmered and blinked with the same brilliance as the Milky Way. It is breathtakingly beautiful, and this was what Xiao Luo saw from his window seat. But he was influenced by Jean Dachin's words, and he could not stop thinking about the sleaze that was a part of the city's glamour. He did not know why, but he still felt lingering discomfort from the effect of using the I Ching Jing to regulate his body. After sitting on the plane for a little over 3 hours, Xiao Luo still had not recovered. Excessive saliva was continually forming in his mouth, and he spat it all out into a piece of tissue when he disembarked, then proceeded to search for a bin to dispose of it. As soon as he stepped out of the passageway, he saw a bin. He walked over to throw the tissue into it. But a light breeze blew, and the tissue fell on the ground beside the bin instead. Just look at him. Hua Nation people are so uncultured. Look at how he tossed the rubbish outside of the bin. It's uncivilized, a voice spoke. It was a Western man and his wife, both with prominent noses, who had been on the same flight as Xiao Luo. As soon as they saw this, the husband immediately criticized Xiao Luo's actions. Xiao Luo had intended to pick up the tissue paper and dispose of it properly in the bin, but he immediately thought otherwise when he heard what the man said. Xiao Luo felt the urge to react, but held himself back as he was now overseas. He was aware that his words and actions would reflect on Hua Nation and did not want to give his country a bad name. The cogs in his head turned, and Xiao Luo decided to offer a riposte in Japanese. King idiot, he spewed. He said it with a perfect Dongjing accent. The Western couple was stunned, and then realization dawned on them. He's not from Hua Nation. He's from Ri Nation. And as they were in Ri Nation, so it was only natural that they refrained from criticizing the locals if they could help it. They left hurriedly, but their impression of the Ri Nation people changed considerably. Xiao Luo heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little impressed by his wit. When Xiao Luo walked into the arrival hall, he saw a young Ri Nation man holding a board with the name Xuanhuan written on it. He was holding it high above his head. Xiao Luo was almost right in front of the man, but the young man still kept looking around, not recognizing Xiao Luo. Was the man blind? Xiao Luo felt a little down in the dumps. He walked right up and cleared his throat before saying in Japanese, "Hi, I'm Xuanhuan." The young man finally shifted his gaze and took a good look at Xiao Luo. He said excitedly, "Hello, Xuanhuan. I am Kimura Aquino, and I'm a police officer. I'm here to welcome you. Pleased to meet you." He bowed as he introduced himself to Xiao Luo, the expression on his face conveying a degree of respect and politeness. Xiao Luo frowned and said, "I thought Miyazaki Ranjin was the one who was supposed to fetch me." It was what Ji Xing had told him before he left for Ri Nation. The Hua Nation police officers had been in contact with their counterparts in Dongjing and had been informed that a police sergeant would meet him, and that man was supposed to be Miyazaki Ranjin. Kimura Aquino had an apologetic look on his face. The police sergeant suddenly had an upset tummy, he explained. "Ooh," Xiao Luo responded, dragging out the vowel sound. "Mr. Xuanhuan, I am to wait in the car park for him after I have welcomed you." "Let us head over right now," Kimura Aquino said. "Sure." Xiao Luo nodded. "Let me help you with your luggage, Mr. Xuanhuan." "That's all right, thank you. I don't have a lot on me. I'll carry it myself." "You must be thirsty, Mr. Xuanhuan. Let me buy you a bottle of water." "I'm not thirsty." "You are too kind." Kimura Aquino was so hospitable and obliging that Xiao Luo did not know how to react. The airport car park was right outside the main concourse. Kimura Aquino had driven a black sedan to pick Xiao Luo up. He explained that it was the car assigned to Miyazaki Ranjin. It looked ordinary on the outside, but underneath the hood, it had been modified and could accelerate from 0 to 100 in under 8 seconds. It was a great car to be driving in any pursuit. How's the progress on the case of the missing Hua nationals here? Are there any leads? Xiao Luo was in no mood for small talk and cut to the chase. Kimura Aquino nodded stiffly. Yes. Our surveillance team has linked an unregistered SUV without number plates to the abduction of all the 5 missing Hua nationals. We will solve the case the moment we can find that car, he replied. Have you found the car? Xiao Luo probed. Kimura Aquino shook his head. No, but don't worry, Mr. Xuanhuan. The Dongjing police are leaving no stones unturned in finding the vehicle, and I believe we will make progress within the week. A week? It will be too late by the time you find anything. Those people might have already come to harm by then, Xiao Luo said. What, you don't trust the Dongjing police? A harsh voice rang out from behind him. Xiao Luo turned his head to look behind. Walking toward him was a sloppy-looking man in his late 40s, with tanned skin and a cigarette pinched between his fingers. Before the man could even get close, Xiao Luo could already detect the overpowering stench of stale cigarettes. Kimura Aquino immediately introduced the man. Mr. Xuanhuan, this is Sergeant Ranjin. Sergeant Ranjin, this is Mr. Xuanhuan from Hua Nation. Hello, Mr. Xiao, welcome to Dongjing. Miyazaki Ranjin extended a hand to Xiao Luo with a smile on his face. Xiao Luo eyed that hand of his, stained yellow from cigarette smoke, and then his 2 rows of tobacco-stained teeth when he flashed his smile. He was a chain smoker. But out of respect, he reached out to shake the man's hand. Hello. Miyazaki Ranjin addressed him as Mr. Xiao, and it was the proper way the Ri Nation people would address strangers. It was an honorific, and they only used this manner of address on people with an appropriate status. Get in the car. There's someplace I have to bring you. Miyazaki Ranjin said nothing else as he walked over to open the door. Compared to Kimura Aquino, his attitude towards Xiao Luo was a lot colder. Xiao Luo kept silent. When Kimura Aquino opened the door to the passenger seat, he sat down without hesitation. Mr. Xiao, it is written in your file that you're a sergeant first class, so your rank is on par with mine. I've toiled for several decades before I made this rank, but you managed to rise to yours at such a young age, which is extremely rare. It would be an understatement to call you a genius police officer. It is no wonder why you are here to represent the Hua Nation police to supervise and guide us for these missing person cases. Miyazaki Ranjin spoke with the cigarette between his teeth as he drove, and his tone made it difficult for Xiao Luo to read the man. It discomforted Xiao Luo. The way Miyazaki Ranjin spoke was more unsettling than the pungent smell of cigarettes coming off the man. After this case of the missing Hua nationals is closed, I can finally announce my retirement and start afresh, Miyazaki Ranjin said, showing little regard to the limit of propriety. Observing Miyazaki Ranjin's lax, devil-may-care attitude, Xiao Luo could not help but question if the Dongjing police were giving this case any priority at all. About 40 minutes later, they pulled up in front of an apartment building. Its surrounding was elegant and the architecture was impressive. Miyazaki Ranjin certainly did not fit in such an upmarket area. On the contrary, what he wore and how he acted made him appear like someone who came from a dark and gloomy slum. Here we are then, Mr. Xiao. The bureau has arranged pretty decent accommodations for you. This is where you'll be staying while you're here working on the case. Miyazaki Ranjin took a look inside. There were 2 rooms, a living area, and the interior design was pretty decent. He tossed a phone onto the table and said, "This is your phone. I've saved my contact number in it, as well as Aquino's. You can contact either of us if you need to." He took a glance at his watch and added, "But no matter what, don't call me after midnight. I'm a light sleeper and will have a hard time getting back to sleep. I'll be furious if you wake me up at that time, really furious." Xiao Luo laughed, but said nothing. Do you have any other questions? If not, then I'll take my leave first. We'll be meeting the chief tomorrow, Miyazaki Ranjin said. He turned to leave before he even finished speaking. Send me the details for the 5 cases, Xiao Luo said. He made his request in a cold voice. This man, 2 to almost 3 decades older, was starting to irk him. Miyazaki Ranjin stopped in his track and turned around. Now? Yes, now, Xiao Luo said and nodded solemnly. As expected of an elite police officer from the Hua Nation, you're very serious about your work. You speak Japanese very well too. I would have thought that you were from Ri Nation if I didn't know better. Miyazaki Ranjin finished his cigarette and tossed it to the ground, extinguishing it with a turn of his heel. Then he lit another. He took a deep drag and blew the smoke out with evident pleasure. I'll leave it to you, Aquino. Send Mr. Xiao a copy of the files immediately. After speaking, he opened the door and left without looking back. Yes, Sergeant Ranjin. Kimura Aquino answered respectfully even as the door shut. The impression that Xiao Luo has of this Miyazaki Ranjin could not get any worse. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Xuanhuan. Sergeant Ranjin is just a little eccentric, but he used to be the best police officer in our department. The Yamaguchi-gumi were rampant a decade ago, and they were taken down completely by him and the division he led. But then the Yamaguchi-gumi took their revenge, and they killed his wife and daughter while they were home in the suburbs, Kimura Aquino explained. It would be a detrimental blow to anyone. He's been like this ever since the death of his wife and daughter. He smoked and drank daily and became the worst performing sergeant in the department. He has gone a decade without a single promotion, and I'm the only officer under him now, he added. Is that so? The hostility that Xiao Luo felt toward Miyazaki Ranjin lessened after he learned about the tragedy. He felt a little more sympathetic toward the man now. It was only human nature to be devastated by the loss of loved ones. Kimura Aquino nodded firmly. Oh, right, there are 4 divisions in your station, right? Do they all have the same duties? Xiao Luo asked as he changed the topic. Yes, we do have 4 divisions. But each division focuses on a different field. The first division is primarily responsible for major homicides. The second division focuses on intellectual crimes such as corruption, rigged elections, scams, and fraud. The third division focuses on theft, and the fourth division, which is our division, focuses on controlling gangs and hooligans, Kimura Aquino answered. The fourth division comprises only just you and Miyazaki Ranjin? Is that enough to deal with the gangs? Xiao Luo found it unbelievable. This young man, who looked like a newbie who had just graduated from the police academy, and he was paired with an old chain smoker who smoked cigarettes like it was air, how could the two of them deter gang activities? Kimura Aquino said, there are no more gangs in Dongjing these days. That's too presumptuous, don't you think? There is a right if there is a wrong. Right cannot exist without wrong. These two go hand in hand, so I can't accept it when you say Dongjing does not have any more powerful groups in the underworld, Xiao Luo responded. Kimura Aquino smiled but looked a little strained. Mr. Xuanhuan is right, but we don't have a lot of gangs these days. And even if we do, they scatter as soon as they see Sergeant Miyazaki Ranjin. Sergeant Ranjin might not have a great reputation in the department, but he's the scariest person known to the gangsters. He's their nemesis. I see. Send me the details of the 5 cases. Xiao Luo was growing impatient. The Dongjing police had handed the missing person case to an old police officer who had become sloppy, a person who was about to retire. It seemed that they had adopted a blatantly nonchalant attitude toward this case. They probably thought it would be great if they managed to solve it, but it would not be much of a setback if they could not. They did not seem to care much about the Hua nationals who had gone missing. As a representative of the Hua Nation Police, he would take issue with this matter tomorrow. Of course, aside from that, he could not act in a way that would cause too much disruption. His primary mission this time was to locate Lady Poison. The other missing persons were secondary. Sure, Mr. Xuanhuan. Kimura Aquino nodded. Kimura Aquino handed a copy of the files over to Xiao Luo, and then he took his leave. Xiao Luo seemed to have memorized the contents of the file after taking just one look at it. There were 5 missing people in total, 3 females and 2 males, and they had all been abducted in a black SUV with no car license plate in the dead of night. He hacked into the Dongjing police security system to access the surveillance clip of Lady Poison Fu Yiren when she was at Tokyo Tower. It was midnight when it happened. Fu Yiren had gone to Tokyo Tower alone and was looking up at the structure. Not long afterward, some people suddenly appeared. They wore tightly fitted black hoods over their heads, with only their eyes and noses visible. They rushed toward Fu Yiren. Before she could retaliate in any way, she was knocked out and carried away over that person's shoulder. All sorts of questions ran through Xiao Luo's mind after he saw the clip. Fu Yiren was not incompetent in any way. So why was it that she was so effortlessly subdued without making any effort to retaliate? Besides, her entire body was hypertoxic, and the ordinary person could hardly touch her at all. Why was it that the person on the screen did not seem the least affected by the toxins? He was desperate to find clues, and he immediately retrieved footage from the security cameras in the vicinity. He froze when he saw the person with the hood carry Fu Yiren into a vehicle. A black SUV with no car license plate. The 5 Hua nationals who had been abducted had also been taken in the same vehicle. Xiao Luo carefully compared the 2 black SUVs and concluded that it was one and the same. The wheels, model, and scratch marks at the front of the car were all a match. There was no doubt about it, this was the same SUV. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows. The 5 Hua nationals were one thing, but Fu Yiren was not in the same classification as them. Why had she been targeted? Was this the Asu family's doing? But no expert in the Asu family would have been capable of subduing Fu Yiren this easily. So, what kind of person was this? Was he from another clan? If it was another family clan, then why did they go after the civilians? Was this a kidnapping that targeted Hua nationals? He had too many questions, but he found no leads, no matter how hard he tried. Although he had many questions and no answers, the 2 cases seemed to be related to some degree. It was very likely that he would be able to track the suspect down. He would be able to crack the case if only he could find the black SUV without car number plates and ascertain its owner. But first of all, he would have to make contact with the Asu family to get a feel of the situation. After all, they were the primary lead right now. On the second day, Miyazaki Ranjin got into the department at almost 9 a.m. He was wearing a gray sweater with the same jacket that he wore the night before, and he looked like a country bumpkin. Besides the pungent smoke from his cigarette, there was also an unpleasant smell emanating from his clothes. He was wearing unwashed clothes, and the odor was overpowering. Miyazaki Ranjin frowned when he saw that Xiao Luo was in casual clothes. "We're about to meet the police department captain, Mr. Xiao. Are you not going to change into your uniform?" he said. Xiao Luo frowned and replied, "Why would I have to?" He was not a real police officer. So, he was not in the habit of wearing a uniform. "So that you look formal," Miyazaki Ranjin replied. "Then why aren't you wearing yours?" Xiao Luo asked the man. Miyazaki Ranjin was about to say that as he was close to retirement, the people in the police department would ignore him anyway. He did not think it'd matter if he wore his uniform or not. However, he chose to keep his mouth shut. He slowly puffed out a thick column of smoke, and something akin to admiration gleamed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Luo. He patted the man's shoulder and chuckled but said nothing else. The police department building was situated close to an intersection. It was a 20-plus floor tall building, and there were about a dozen police cruisers parked neatly in the yard outside of it. This is Dongjing, after all, the capital city and the largest city of Nation. And the police department building was impressive and befitting of its status. Xiao Luo followed Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Akino into the building, where they took the lift up to the 15th floor. They walked through another long, well-lit corridor before they reached the captain's office. Knock, knock. Kimura Akino cautiously tapped on the door, as if he was afraid that knocking it too loudly would be discourteous. That's not how you knock on a door, Akino. You're knocking it too gently, and it won't get the captain's attention. It also makes it clear that you're not confident and that you're not one to call the shots. Miyazaki Ranjin chided like the veteran he was. Move aside, I'll do it. He shoved Kimura Akino aside and knocked firmly on the door, so hard it seemed it'd bring the door down. CHCK for EUS tirais on no/v/l/ben, C0M. Xiao Luo was a little shocked, but then a slight smile crept on his face. Miyazaki Ranjin was an elite police officer, no doubt about that, he thought. He could tell a lot about someone's personality just by the way a person knocked on a door. This level of observation was a result of experience acquired through the years. His sturdy door knock said a lot about Miyazaki Ranjin's personality. It was clear that such a man was used to taking responsibility and had a high confidence level. If it was a series of short and quick raps, it indicated that he was tense or nervous and indicated his level of anxiety. If there was a rhythm to the knock, it inspired a sense of steadiness, reflecting on his down-to-earth personality. If the knock was listless, it suggested he had a lot on his mind and was seeking advice on something he could not figure out on his own. If the door knock was slow and measured, it meant the person was vain. Come in. An authoritative and steady voice boomed from the room. Miyazaki Ranjin pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Luo and Kimura Akino followed right behind him into the room. A man about as old as Miyazaki Ranjin, who was sitting behind the desk. He was wearing a pair of round-framed glasses. He had a salt and pepper shade of hair, but looked rather spirited in his demeanor. He was a little on the lean side of average. He donned the light blue police uniform, and the 5 stars on his epaulette told them his rank, the chief of police. Besides the chief, there was a female police officer in the room as well. She had a bob-cut hairstyle, and her hair was dyed in a light brown color, with see-through bangs covering her forehead. She had a neat and tidy appearance. Her facial features were well-defined, making her look classy, and her appearance was easy on the eye. Mr. Ranjin, why aren't you? You're from the Asu family? Xiao Luo was very direct with his question, and it was his intention to build his investigation, starting with Asu Shuyao. He was sure he'd be able to establish any links between his case and the Asu family. That is correct. So, it seems that Mr. Xuanhuan has heard of the Asu family? Asu Shuyao said. Well, it's one of the most influential clans in Nation. Of course, I have heard of you. Then, you have probably heard mostly negative things about us, she said. Asu Shuyao smiled, but there was no emotion in her eyes. She continued from where she left off and said, such as the divine mission of the Asu family as decreed by His Majesty, the Emperor Hirohito, to imperialize the Hua nation. To this day, we strive to complete this holy mission. Imperialize? So you guys call the invasion of Hua nation as imperialization? Xiao Luo sneered. When he recalled the horrors of the conflict, his eyes turned cold, and his blood was starting to boil. Isn't that so? Asu Shuyao chuckled and said, about some 80 years ago, the Hua nation was technologically behind many countries but chose to be self-indulgent, wallowing in its past glory of 5,000 years. On the other hand, the nation had already entered the Second Industrial Revolution and was on the cusp of entering the electric era. We were far more competent than your people in terms of the economy, politics, cultural developments, military, technology, and even productivity. With our industrialization success, we ventured into your land, intending to bring progress and prosperity to your people. We wanted to wake you up from your self-absorbed dream and make an empire where the Hua and the Ri could prosper together. Isn't this what imperialization is to be? When Su Shuyao touched on the invasion of Hua Nation, everyone in the office looked uncomfortable. It was a very sensitive subject, especially to a citizen of Hua Nation. Xiao Luo didn't take too kindly to her statement and replied, "You robbed my people of their land and took their lives through violent force. Violence and blood, are these the effects of your imperialization? Your actions were brutal and inhumane, and you actually think that you can cover up all your sins with just one simple term, imperialization?" Cough, cough. Xiao Luo's words had made Chief Tanaka Hiroshi very uncomfortable, and he coughed as he felt the full weight of guilt hanging over him. It was the same for Kimura Aquino, for his forefathers had committed heinous war crimes in Hua Nation and indisputable facts. What was Su Shuyao thinking when she spewed those words? But Miyazaki Ranjin did not react and showed no change in emotion. He casually lit a cigarette and smoked in the corner. Progress does not come without a price. If the country can become stronger, is shedding a little blood so wrong? Su Shuyao argued. Shedding a little blood? When Xiao Luo saw the evil that resided in this beautiful woman, he couldn't help comparing her to a bumbling idiot who kept annoying him. On December 13, 1937, after Jinling City had been captured, the army of Ri Nation began massacring its civilians in the city and took to looting the city like it was a competition. More than 300,000 lives were lost, but yet, you consider 300,000 lives merely a little bloodshed? I would like to know what you considered a genocide? Nonsense, that is but a made-up accusation. When the Ri Nation army sailed across the ocean to Hua Nation to bring peace and progress, we did not expect that your army to ambush us. This was the root cause of the war, and there was no such massacre that you speak about. Our nation is a signatory of the Geneva Convention and treated the prisoners of war with respect and even provided them with lodging and food. At Ri Nation, even the prisoners of war were well treated. How can you accuse us of slaughtering innocent civilians who had nothing to do with the war? Hence, all these were nonsense fabricated by Hua Nation to tarnish the name of Ri Nation. Su Shuyao screamed. Xiao Luo could not help clenching his fist, for Su Shuyao must have been the first woman he'd ever wished to kill. And they barely even knew each other. Miyazaki Ranjin took a deep breath and said, "The massacre of Jinling City happened, and there is sufficient proof, both from eyewitness accounts and photographic evidence. Regardless of what you say in your attempt to disclaim the genocide, it happened. It is an unforgivable crime that our country had committed toward the Hua Nation." Xiao Luo was caught a little off guard as he did not expect that a citizen of Ri Nation would take his side, which instantly improved his impression of Miyazaki significantly. Su Shuyao glared furiously at Miyazaki Ranjin as she clenched her teeth, evidently offended by his statement. "Is that clear to you? I believe I don't have to argue anymore." Xiao Luo mocked her coldly and then said, "Now let's talk about the imperialization. I will tell you what it means. The Hua Nation's cultural and historical roots have regarded virtue and etiquette as its primary tools of state building. We have treated people with respect and have never resorted to violence to convince others. We simply do not bully others just because they are weaker. Thousands of years ago, your country had already been learning from our culture, which was far superior and progressive. We were better than you in every aspect, but did we ever invade your country? Did we sail across the ocean to invade your lands because of our progress, culture, and power? Did we burn your land and rob your people of their lives? No, right? We promoted learning and civilization. We opened our doors wide to anyone who sought knowledge. We did not mind that foreigners come to mimic our culture and success. It is only because of us that a barbaric place like Nation could develop its own language, heritage, and propriety. It is only because of us that you guys can finally become a little bit more human-like. This is the true imperialization. Xiao Luo's stirring words cut deep into everyone's soul like a solemn judgment. Su Shuyao could not come up with a rebuttal, and she could only stare at Xiao Luo bitterly like a mute. Even the indifferent and nonchalant Miyazaki Ranjin changed his expression. He looked amused as he stared at Su Shuyao and remarked, "Serves you right." Su Shuyao reeled from his words. She had tried to insult a citizen of Nation with pseudo-history, and it backfired in the most humiliating way. "Riwi, what did you say? I dare you, repeat it." Su Shuyao was infuriated that she could not get her way with Xiao Luo, so she instead directed her rage toward Miyazaki Ranjin. But Miyazaki Ranjin did not even bother to look at her as he smoked away in the corner. Su Shuyao's threat failed to affect him, which made her feel even worse. "Alright, why don't both of you just cut it? Our forefathers' wrongdoings are in the past, and our countries have now established diplomatic ties. The relationship between our two countries is indeed improving, and we should adhere to the adage, 'Let bygones be bygones,'" Tanaka Hiroshi said, breaking into a smile to try to ease the tension. "I am fully supportive of the director's words, but I just cannot make sense about somebody here. As police, one should possess a stronger ideological awareness, but this person's head is only filled with dangerous ideologies," Miyazaki Ranjin said. "Miyazaki, if you think that life is too easy for you now in your old age, I can easily make it harder for you." Su Shuyao spat. She was spiteful and reacted to his words with a threat. Xiao Luo stared at her coldly and said, "Mr. Miyazaki is indeed too old for such things, but if he is not feeling it, I will gladly take you in his place." "Fine, I have long wanted to have a taste of Nation's kung fu. Xiaohankuan is a first-class superintendent, so you must be skillful," Su Shuyao hissed. "I won't disappoint you," Xiao Luo replied, smiling confidently. The atmosphere inside the chief's room was a powder keg about to explode as Su Shuyao and Xiao Luo began posturing for a fight. Bang! Tanaka Hiroshi slammed his palm on the desk angrily and roared, "Su Shuyao, stop messing around. Where are your manners? Xiao-san is our esteemed guest who is here on official business, so I do not care to hear about the Su family's views on the Nation. You will do well to remember that you're a member of the police force. Our very duty is to ensure the security of our society, and you'd be wise to stop creating an international conflict between our nations." "Noted, sir. My apologies." Su Shuyao straightened her back and saluted him. Tanaka Hinoshi smiled at Xiao Luo and said, "Xiao-san, please don't take what she said to heart. The conflict is all in the past. Whether we're from Nation or Nation, it is a part of our history that we should learn from. Let us focus on our cultural similarities that form the basis of diplomatic relations that have long existed between our two countries." Xiao Luo nodded to acknowledge the chief and did not speak further. "Hey, Riwi-kun, can you show Xiao-san around? I am expecting an important call." "Yes." Miyazaki Ranjin grunted. After leaving the police chief's office, they headed to the criminal investigation department. There, they saw many people making confessions and writing statements. "Officer, I did not steal. I have been wrongly accused." They heard a desperate voice coming from an ordinary-looking man pleading his innocence to a police officer writing down the statement. It was easy to tell that this man was not Japanese from his choppy use of the language. Based on his facial features and dressing, there was a good chance that he was a citizen of Nation. Seeing that, Su Shuyao approached them with a smirk and took the place of that police officer who was writing the statement. She took a glance at the report and asked, "You're from Nation?" "Yes, ma'am, I am from Nation, and I am on vacation here. I did not steal anything, so please let me go." My wife and child are still wandering in that supermarket. They would be frightened if they found me missing. I beg you. The man pleaded with urgency, keen to get back to the supermarket for his wife and child. Cut the crap. Xiao stood up abruptly, slammed onto the desk, and stared angrily at the man. If you did not steal, then why is that color pencil in your pocket? Are you implying that it had gone into your pocket on its own? I don't know how it happened. I really don't know. The man shook his head repeatedly. Don't travel here as a tourist if you can't afford it. Stay in your own country and away from Renation. If you are here on vacation, then don't commit such petty crimes. Xiao continued to mock him viciously. It seems like greed and pettiness are deeply ingrained into the very core of Huanation people like you. Isn't it humiliating being caught stealing a mere color pen? What would your ancestors think of you, she said. While she was berating the man, she kept staring at Xiao Luo tauntingly. It was evident that she was directing her words at him. Xiao Luo remained expressionless, but deep within his heart, hatred and anger were beginning to smolder. This woman's vile character was too much for him to tolerate. Had they been outside of the police building, he would have killed her without a second thought. When the man heard the insult, the pride within him awakened, and he was furious. In a harsh tone, he replied, I did not steal anything, and you cannot insult me as you like. And neither can you demean my motherland, I insist, you must apologize to me. Apologize? That's never going to happen, haha. Xiao laughed as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. In my eyes, every single person of Huanation is just a lower class of animal destined to be enslaved by us. Go back to where you come from, Chinaman. You are not welcome here. Xiao's scathing insult finally got to Xiao Luo. With his dignity and patriotism for Huanation, he would never allow someone to ridicule his culture in such crude terms. You foul-mouthed woman, I am not letting you go. As someone with a well-to-do background in Huanation, the man had never expected to go through such humiliation in Renation. It was beyond what he could tolerate, and it made him lose his composure momentarily. Without warning, he stood up and pushed Xiao. But little did he know that he had fallen right into Xiao's trap, for she had purposely insulted him to instigate him into making an aggressive move against her. She effortlessly blocked the man's hand and swiftly grabbed his thumb in a tight lock. She then yanked it forcefully, and the man immediately screamed in pain. He bent his knees as his entire body leaned back, his face twisting in agony from the immense pain. How dare you assault a police officer? You have quite a nerve. Xiao smirked as she looked at the police officer. Send him behind bars and proceed with a 7 days detention, she said. Wait. Xiao Luo approached. Yes, Xuanhuan? Are you planning to bail him out? Xiao smiled in a condescending way and said, as you saw yourself, he was assaulting a police officer, and that is a serious crime. Xiao Luo tried very hard to quell his urge to kill and said, I am going to be straightforward, if it's me you're after, then come at me. There's no need to involve innocent people. Although a color pen does not amount to much, such behavior must be nipped in the bud to make certain he does not progress to stealing more expensive things. Besides, he assaulted a police officer. Do you even understand what that means? Xiao snarled as she let go of that man's thumb. The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Luo bounded like an uncaged tiger and lashed out with a powerful punch at her. His attack was as fast as a tornado, and Xiao barely had the time to block the blow as she crossed her arms in front of her chest instinctively. The punch smashed right into her defense, and she felt like being hit by a tsunami. The force threw her back, and she crashed against an office desk behind her. Everyone was busy with their work in the office, but they suddenly looked up, and their eyes were drawn to the commotion. Xiao took a long time to recover as she felt her arms go numb from the hit. She could not stop trembling as she glared at Xiao Luo with hatred in her eyes. However, she erred toward caution and refrained from retaliating back. She could tell from the blow she received that this person from Hua Nation was exceptionally skillful. This is what you call assaulting a police officer. Do you get it now? Xiao Luo mocked. Kimura Aquino recovered from his shock and immediately said to the onlookers, "Don't mind them, they are sparring. Go back to your work." Miyazaki Ranjin was also surprised, but unlike his colleague, he lit a cigarette and started smoking. "So, can he go now?" Xiao Luo asked. "Yes, he just needs to pay for the color pen," Miyazaki Ranjin responded. He then turned to Asu Shuyao, who was still tensed up, and said, "Am I right, Miss Shuyao?" He gave her a disdainful smile, which exposed 2 rows of yellowish teeth. "Get the hell out of here!" Asu Shuyao screamed. It was not a big issue, to begin with, and it would be unlikely that any serious charges could be made against the man. Her only intention was to force Xiao Luo to reveal his skills, and now that she had already gotten a feel of Xiao Luo's strength, there was no need to waste her time on a random Hua national. As Xiao Luo brought the man out, he gave Asu Shuyao a meaningful glare as they passed. His eyes resembled a wolf bearing a grudge, ready to pounce on its quarry when the opportunity arose. Thank you. After the man had walked out of the Metropolitan Police Department, he repeatedly thanked Xiao Luo, Miyazaki Ranjin, and Kimura Aquino. He was extremely grateful for their help. It never occurred to him that he would end up at the Metropolitan Police Department because of a mere misunderstanding at the supermarket over the matter of a color pen. He almost got detained, and that had happened, it would have stranded his wife and son at the supermarket. Both of them could not speak or understand a word of Japanese. Without him, they would be helpless, and that thought made him shudder. "You're welcome," Xiao Luo said, conversing with him in Chinese. "So you are from Hua Nation as well?" the man said, looking at Xiao Luo in surprise. Xiao Luo nodded and replied, "That's right. Thank God. I'm so thankful that I met a compatriot here, if not I'd have." The man looked visibly upset, and his eyes turned red. He felt such relief to have met a compatriot in a foreign land, especially when he had found himself in dire straits and had needed help. "Where's your wife and son?" "We can escort you there," Xiao Luo said. He would help his Hua fellow countrymen as much as he could tell that the man was distressed. He desperately wanted to get back to the supermarket to reunite with his wife and son. The man accepted Xiao Luo's offer and said, "They are at Ito Yokado supermarket. I'd be grateful if you could send me there." "Thank you so much. Mr. Ranjin, do you know where this supermarket is?" Xiao Luo asked the veteran cop. After this trip to the Metropolitan Police Department, the impression that Xiao Luo had of Miyazaki Ranjin had changed drastically. Even the pungent smell of cigarette smoke on him had become tolerable. Miyazaki Ranjin said nothing. Instead, he put his cigarette between his lips and inhaled deeply, and then he walked toward his patrol car. Kimura Aquino smiled and said, "Xiaohan-kun, tourists from the Hua Nation who visit Dongjing would invariably shop at Ito Yokado supermarket. This place is so famous that any local would know its location." "I see." Xiao Luo responded with a nod and then told the man to follow him to Miyazaki Ranjin's car. After chatting for some time, Xiao Luo got to know that the man's name was Xiaowenchang. He was from the eastern province of the Hua Nation. Xiaowenchang's parents passed away when he was young, and his grandmother had raised him. He ran a business in the construction sector and was well-to-do. However, he never had the chance to repay his grandmother for the love she had showered on him. Unfortunately, she passed away when his business was getting successful. He got married a few years later and had a child. Life has been going well for him, and they decided that they could afford to take an overseas vacation. Nation had been their first destination. Speaking of his son, Xiao Wencheng soon guessed that it must have been his naughty son who had quietly put that color pen into his pocket. Xiao Wencheng's craving for a cigarette kicked in during the shopping spree, so he went outside to smoke. As he walked out, the anti-theft detector sounded off when it detected the unpaid product in his pocket. The security guard did not even allow him to explain or find out how the color pen got into his pocket. The guard had called the police straight away. That was how he ended up in the Metropolitan Police Department. You don't have to moan about this. Perhaps, in the Huan nation, this matter could have been settled by subsequently paying the money for the item. But in our country, we do not tolerate theft at all. But a large franchise like Ito Yokado Supermarket is very strict about such behavior, so sending you to the police is a standard protocol, Miyazaki Ranjin interrupted as he was driving. Looking at the rearview mirror, Xiao Luo could see the reflection of Miyazaki Ranjin's eyes and noticed yellowish eye mucus in the inner corner of his eyes. It was eye gunk. Although he was disgusted, Xiao Luo did not ask him to wipe them off. Xiao Wencheng smiled nervously and said, I understand, sir. I will make sure this does not happen again. It did not take long for them to reach Ito Yokado Supermarket. The renowned department store had an entrance that somewhat resembled a five-star hotel. It was full of people, some were heading in to shop while some had already done their shopping. The shoppers who were leaving the store had come out with their hands full of paper bags and smiles. Before the car could stop, Xiao Wencheng stuck his head out the car window and shouted, Honey! Xiao Luo saw a woman at the entrance who looked confused and worried. She had with her a little boy who looked around 5 years old. As the car came to a halt, Xiao Wencheng jumped out and ran towards the woman as fast as he could. Xiao Luo felt gratified seeing the family reunited again. He smiled as he watched them at the entrance hugging each other. When he approached them, he could hear the woman talking to Xiao Wencheng in between sobs. Where have you been? I thought that someone had kidnapped you. We have been so scared, do you know that? She cried. Xiao Wencheng's eyes were all teary, now that he could finally see his family again. Honey, it's a long story. I'll tell you about it later. I am so glad that you didn't wander around. If not, I wouldn't have known how to find you and our son, he said. You dumb *SS, you scared me. The woman moaned, then she finally broke down and started crying out of relief. Honey, I swear that I would never let such a thing happen again, Xiao Wencheng said as he hugged his wife tightly. They hugged each other for a good few minutes, before letting go. Then, Xiao Wencheng calmed himself and said, Honey, we have to thank this gentleman. If not for him, I would still be in police custody for another 7 days. His name is Xuanhuan, and he is also from Huan Nation. He is a police officer who has been assigned here to investigate the recent cases of our Huan nationals that had gone missing. Thank you. Thank you so much, cried the woman. She thanked him profusely and then turned to her son and said, Say thank you to Uncle. Thank you, Uncle, the little boy said in his high-pitched, sing-song voice. The boy looked up and stared with Xiao Luo with his baby doll eyes. He had a big innocent smile and an angelic voice. He looked like a little angel from heaven, and although he was a boy, he was cute as a clay doll. The dimples on his cheek made him look even cuter when he smiled. Xiao Luo patted the little boy on his head and smiled. The little boy saluted him in a formal posture, and it made Xiao Luo feel awkward. He was not an actual police officer, after all. Before the family left, Xiao Wencheng thanked Xiao Luo once again and wished him well. He hoped that Xiao Luo would successfully solve the cases and rescue all their compatriots who had been missing in the Ri Nation, and bring them back to Huan Nation safely. As he watched the family leave, Xiao Luo was deep in thought. Why were Fu Yiren and the other 5 Huan nationals the targets for abductions? Were they related, or were they just randomly kidnapped by the perpetrators? Let's go, a rather tired and coarse voice spoke out. Xiao Luo could tell that it was Miyazaki Ranjin without turning around as he detected the pungent scent of the man. The smell was a mixture of cigarette smoke and a sour body odor because of a lack of self-grooming. It left a strong imprint of Miyazaki Ranjin on Xiao Luo's senses. "Where to?" asked Xiao Luo. "We are asking for help from the Yakuza. To solve such matters, we need the right tool for the job. If we want to find that black SUV, the Yakuza might be more efficient than the police," Miyazaki Ranjin said with no hesitation. Xiao Luo looked a little surprised. "The Yakuza," he said. Xiao Luo looked at Kimura Aquino quizzically and said, "Didn't Mr. Aquino say that the Yakuza does not exist in Dongjing?" "Nonsense. There are always two sides to a coin, and one does not exist without the other, they are symbiotic in nature." "This boy knows nothing," Miyazaki Ranjin scowled. Kimura Aquino gawked awkwardly at the man. He had believed that the Yakuza did not operate in Dongjing. After all, in every place he had visited with Miyazaki Ranjin, the people had always greeted them with smiling faces, though there were the occasional fierce-looking ones. How could they be Yakuza? Although Miyazaki Ranjin had said that they were going to meet with the Yakuza, he instead drove to Xiao Luo's apartment. When he entered the apartment, he slept on the sofa in the living room. Xiao Luo looked confused and asked, "What are you doing?" "Yakuza, being who they are, of course, will not show up in broad daylight. We'll see after 11 o'clock tonight," Miyazaki Ranjin answered. He then closed his eyes and appeared ready to fall asleep. His indolence seemed to have peaked at that moment. "What the hell?" Xiao Luo held back the urge to use a choice expletive. Kimura Aquino smiled awkwardly. As it was close to noon, he asked, "Mr. Xuanhuan, I'll go get us some lunch. What do you want to eat?" "I'll leave it to you." "I will have whatever you are having," Xiao Luo replied, not particularly in the mood for a meal. "All right, I'll be right back." Kimura Aquino nodded and then turned to ask his superior officer, who was half asleep on the sofa. "Miyazaki-san, what about you?" Miyazaki Ranjin already had his eyes closed and said without thinking, "Steamed soybeans and steamed orange." "Huh?" Kimura Aquino responded. It confused him, and he wondered what kind of dish that was. Why had he not heard of it before? Before he could react, Miyazaki Ranjin continued, "I also want watermelon with green pepper and tofu milk." Kimura Aquino was even more confused now. Watermelon with green pepper and tofu milk? Was there such a thing in this world? Did he actually mean green pepper, tofu milk, and watermelon? And make that a little spicy? Miyazaki Ranjin added abruptly. It stumped Kimura Aquino, but he decided to just reply with an okay and left. He thought to himself, although I don't know what these dishes are, I'm sure that someone should know about them. I will just have to ask around. Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh. "It appears Miyazaki-san also watches the Stephen Chow movies," he said. Miyazaki Ranjin cracked his eyes open and grinned at Xiao Luo. "I like Mr. Chow's movies very much. They are hilarious without losing their meaning and sincerity. I am a big fan of his," he said. "I like his movies too. They are humorous. What's more, the main characters are not the only ones who shine. Even the extras have a lot of memorable scenes," Xiao Luo responded. Miyazaki Ranjin smiled at Xiao Luo. "It looks like we have something else in common at least," he responded. Xiao Luo did not continue this topic and instead asked, "Why did you make it difficult for Aquino with dishes that don't exist?" "To cultivate and train him," Miyazaki-san answered. Miyazaki Ranjin took a cigarette out from his pocket, held it to his mouth, and lit it. He didn't join any other divisions, instead, he chose me with no hesitation. That being the case, I have the responsibility of grooming him to become an outstanding police officer. However, he lacks self-confidence, you saw for yourself. When I told him what I wanted, he knew that there are no such dishes in the world, but he didn't dare to question that. That is equivalent to knowing the truth, but not daring to speak up. I cannot see how Aquino can support the 4th Division after I retire, Miyazaki Ranjin said. But it is not in your problem whether he can support the 4th Division. Your director will surely arrange for someone else to replace you, Xiao Luo said. Miyazaki Ranjin smoked his cigarette and smiled. After a long while, he asked, "Do you know why he chose to follow me?" Xiao Luo frowned and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The Yamaguchi Gumi killed his entire family. I managed to save him. Then, he was just a teenager. Miyazaki Ranjin had an empathetic smile on his face. I accidentally found out about him when I was looking through his files. And the guy still thinks that I don't know, he said. Well, you are quite a character, Xiao Luo remarked. Miyazaki-san as he changed the subject. Right, it is now time to give you my opinion about the disappearance of citizens from Hua Nation, he said. For some reason, Miyazaki Ranjin suddenly decided to discuss the case with Xiao Luo. He sat up on the sofa and said, "Why did the kidnappers target those 5 people? I don't think the abduction was carried out randomly. These missing people must have something in common. Maybe it was because they happened to be at the same location and became targets for the kidnapper. Whether these people are from the Ri Nation or the Hua Nation, it's difficult to differentiate their nationality just from their appearance. The kidnapper probably only knew they were from the Hua Nation from overhearing them speak." Xiao Luo nodded and agreed with Miyazaki-san's line of thought. That they would appear in the same place means that that place is popular for Hua Nation's people, Miyazaki-san continued. Do you mean department stores like Ito Yokado? Asked Xiao Luo. Miyazaki Ranjin nodded, then stood up and said, "Beyond these places, there is another place that you not have considered." "Where?" Xiao Luo asked. "Tangren Street," Miyazaki Ranjin said, as he took a drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Xiao Luo has never been to the Ri Nation. So, he did not know that there was a Tangren Street in the city. It meant Chinese Street in Japanese. I have checked the information on those 5 people. 4 of them have friends who ran shops and conducted businesses in Tangren Street. The other one is a female student. We cannot rule out the possibility that she went to Tangren Street. Living in a foreign country for so long, Tangren Street would offer her the feeling of being back in the Hua Nation, Miyazaki-san said. Do you mean that all 5 of them might have been targeted by the kidnappers at Tangren Street? Xiao Luo asked. That's just my guess, Miyazaki Ranjin said, and after a pause, he continued, as long as we're looking for the black SUV, we might as well make a trip to Tangren Street. I'm going to let you be the decoy to see if the kidnappers will target you. There are so many Hua Nation people in Tangren Street. How can you be sure that the kidnapper will only target me? Xiao Luo asked. Miyazaki Ranjin said calmly, I'm just trying my luck. Trying your luck? Xiao Luo broke out in laughter. This old man didn't seem so reliable after all. For the time being, he still had no idea how he would carry out the investigation. According to the surveillance cameras in Dongjing, every time the owner of the black SUV kidnapped a person, he had always driven toward the outskirts of the city, disappearing into the dark of the night. It covered an extensive area and searching for the black SUV, there was like looking for a needle in a haystack. So, his best alternative was to try Miyazaki Ranjin's method first. Soon, Kimura Aquino returned. What he had bought for Miyazaki Ranjin were bean drum, orange, green peppers, tofu, watermelon, and a small bag of seasoning chili sauce. Miyazaki Ranjin was dumbstruck and couldn't find the words to reprimand him. He could only blink his eyes helplessly at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled and said, Mr. Aquino's adaptability is worthy of praise. Ha ha ha, Miyazaki Ranjin burst into laughter. At 11 p.m., Dongjing's nightlife came alive. The city was bustling with crowds and lit with brilliant, colorful lights. The streets were full of beautiful women dressed in sexy clothes. Women nowadays see the world with their third eye, Miyazaki Ranjin joked. He was wearing a dirty trench coat and looked like a detective. A third eye? Xiao Luo asked with surprise. Xiao Luo was confused. He did not know what a third eye was. Miyazaki Ranjin smiled playfully and said, navel. Xiao Luo and Kimura Akino were both amused by his answer, thinking to themselves Miyazaki-san had quite a sense of humor. They arrived at a sumo wrestling club. Sumo wrestling is a sport similar to boxing. It originated in the Han Nation and was now a popular wrestling sport in the Ri Nation. Are the Yakuza inside? Xiao Luo asked. Miyazaki Ranjin nodded his head and led the way in. There was a square clay platform in the sumo gym with no guard ropes enclosing it. It was the traditional sumo wrestling ring known as a dohyo, and it was about a half-meter high with steep, sloping sides. The ring comprised a circle a little over 3 meters in diameter, marked by thick straw ropes half embedded into the flat clay surface. 2 large men, wearing nothing except loincloths, were fighting inside the circle. Their bodies were enormous and pear-shaped, and they easily weighed over 250 kilograms. As they grappled and pounded into each other, their ample flesh quivered wildly. Strong as an ox. Xiao Luo couldn't come up with a better term to describe them. All around the dohyo, the crowd was shouting and cheering excitedly, and most of the audience were young people of both sexes. On the far side there was an extra large-sized sandbag hanging from the ceiling. A Ri Nation man, standing a full 6 feet in height and wearing boxing shorts, was working out on the sandbag. He was a powerful man, and he threw powerful punches with both hands, accompanied by fierce grunts. He must have been working the bag for a long time, for his lean, muscular body was soaking in sweat. His entire back and arms were emblazoned with green tattoos depicting dragon motifs, which made him look intimidating. When Miyazaki Ranjin and Xiao Luo arrived, someone immediately reported it. They saw a man whispering a few words in the ear of this Ri Nation man who was at the sandbag. The man stopped and turned around to welcome Miyazaki Ranjin with a smile. Miyazaki-san, what brings you here? Please take a seat. There was a mat on the floor next to him, and in the center of the mat, there was a sandalwood table. A traditional tea set sat on the table and a rich scent of its wood wafted in the air. The large man's subordinates hurriedly brought a black kimono for him to put on. Miyazaki Ranjin did not stand on ceremony. He took off his shoes, stepped onto the mat, and kneeled in their customary fashion. Xiao Luo followed the custom and kneeled in a similar style. He straightened his back and relaxed his shoulders. I need you to help me find a car, Miyazaki Ranjin said, going straight to the point. Find a car? The man was a little taken aback by the request and chuckled. Aren't these the kind of cases that you guys are good at? Why are you asking us for help instead? As he spoke, he poured tea for Miyazaki Ranjin and the others around the table. Not always. There are times the police might not be as effective as the Yakuza, Miyazaki Ranjin said. Yakuza? The man put on a mock frown and pretended to be astonished. Please don't joke about such things, Miyazaki-san. How can we be the Yakuza? If we were, you would have thrown us all into jail. Humph. Miyazaki Ranjin did not respond to him. Instead, he got up with a light snort, walked over to the sandbag, and tugged at the lacing with a sudden jerk. What they saw shocked them, for there was a man inside the sandbag. They bound his hands tight and strung him up from the ceiling. The sandbag was merely used to cover him while the large man used him as a punching bag to practice boxing. He was in terrible shape, covered in blood, and muffled with a paper ball in his mouth. His breathing was shallow, and it seemed like he could die at any moment. The two sumo wrestlers suddenly stopped fighting, and immediately the shouting crowd around them quietened down. They gawked at the tortured victim in horror, and the whole sumo gym instantly fell into silence. Miyazaki Ranjin looked at the large man, and his expression changed slightly. Suzuki Ikuo, are you still trying to deny what your Inagawa Kai truly is? Suzuki Ikuo smiled and raised his teacup to his lips. Just ignore what you've just seen, Miyazaki-san. Come on, let's have some tea and talk about the car, he said. Cut him down and send him to the hospital for treatment immediately. If he dies, all of you will rot in jail. Miyazaki Ranjin scowled at a member of the Inagawa Kai next to him. Just follow Miyazaki-san's words. Bring him down and send him to the hospital. Give him the best treatment and get the best doctors to treat him, quickly. Suzuki Ikuo bellowed. Got it. The member of the Inagawa Kai acknowledged the order. He gestured with his hand to two of his comrades to carry out the task. They immediately brought the badly beaten-up victim down and carried him away for treatment. Xiao Luo was a little surprised that he didn't notice that there was a person in the sandbag. He couldn't help thinking how brazen this Yakuza boss was to carry out such a cruel form of punishment. It shook Kimura Aquino up badly, and he quickly realized what a dangerous group of people the Yakuza were. Miyazaki-san, please do not blame me for that. This only happened because the guy hit my car, but failed to come up with the money to pay for it. I had no other choice but to take him here to practice. Please don't worry, I have a strong sense of honor and would not have beaten him to death, Suzuki Ikuo explained. He then offered tea to Miyazaki Ranjin, Xiao Luo, and Kimura Aquino, who seated around the sandalwood table. If we had not come on time, you would have beaten him to death. Suzuki Ikuo, what kind of beast are you? Why do you need to be so vicious? Kimura Aquino said. Although he was timid by nature, his status as a police officer gave him the courage to stand up and berate the Yakuza boss him for his violent behavior. Suzuki Ikuo snorted and responded, Kimura-san, you're just a small fry. In the presence of Miyazaki-san, it's not your place to speak. You. When Kimura Aquino was about to offer his riposte, Miyazaki Ranjin stopped him. Miyazaki Ranjin took out a photo from his pocket and placed it in front of Suzuki Ikuo. Is this the car you want us to find? Suzuki Ikuo asked, picking up the photo and studying it. That's right. Miyazaki Ranjin replied. He raised his cup of tea to his lips and took a small sip. Suzuki Ikuo frowned and said, it seems this was the car used in the kidnapping of the missing Hua nationals, am I right? You seem to know quite a lot. You are right, it's the car. We have been looking for it for a week, but so far, we've got no news about it at all. Since your Inagawa Kai is the biggest underground organization in Dongjing, I believe that if you guys intervene, we might find some clues soon, Miyazaki Ranjin said. Suzuki Ikuo frowned deeply. Miyazaki-san, my father told me that my grandfather was killed by the Hua nationals in the Sacred Imperial War 80 years ago, so I have no empathy for these Hua nation pigs at all. I wish they would all die. Now you want me to help these Chinese pigs? Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you, he said. Hua nation pigs? When Xiao Luo heard those three words, his blood boiled. He fumed and glared at Suzuki Ikuo. You are Suzuki Ikuo, correct? I'd advise you to change the appellation you have applied to the Hua nation people immediately if you do not wish to be taught a lesson. Suzuki Ikuo was taken aback and stared at Xiao Luo incredulously. He turned to Miyazaki Ranjin and asked, Miyazaki-san, who is he? He is a man of the Hua nation. His name is Xuanhuan. Miyazaki Ranjin replied, continuing to sip his tea with little bother. Suzuki Ikuo chuckled. No wonder he is so mad. It turns out that he is a Hua nation pig as well, he quipped. Xiao Luo grimaced, and in his fury, he squeezed the cup in his hand firmly. It shattered into pieces, and the tea splashed over the table. Everyone present was shocked. Kimura Akino's eyes widened, and he was awed by what Xiao Luo had done. "Oh, my, Mr. Xuanhuan just crushed a teacup." How powerful his finger strength was, he muttered to himself. He discreetly gripped his teacup firmly, but found that no matter how hard he tried to break it, the teacup remained intact. The moment Xiao Luo cracked the teacup with his hand, the surrounding people moved in menacingly. They glared at Xiao Luo with daggers in their eyes, and were ready to pounce on him. Suzuki Ikuo raised his hand, gesturing for his subordinates to stand down. Then he smiled mockingly at Xiao Luo and said, "Chinaman, you are the first Huan Nation pig who dared to pull a stunt like that in front of me. You are the first, and you will also be the last." Crash! Fast as lightning, Xiao Luo picked up the teapot on the table and smashed it on Suzuki Ikuo's head. The pieces of broken porcelain flew everywhere, and the contents splashed in the air like an explosion, soaking Suzuki Ikuo's head. While Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Akino sat there stunned, Xiao Luo casually took a piece of tissue from the table and slowly wiped traces of tea from his hands. "Your head is quite strong. It didn't even bleed after such a hit," Xiao Luo said with a playful smile on his face, as he casually threw the crumpled tissue on the table. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. Who would have thought that Xiao Luo would smash a teapot at Suzuki Ikuo with no warning? Such arrogance. Suzuki Ikuo was left stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before he rubbed his head and grimaced. Suzuki Ikuo raised his hand to stop his men from rushing at Xiao Luo, and then he swept his hand across his head to wipe off the tea and porcelain fragments. He was undoubtedly a tough man. Instead of being angry, he smiled, diffusing the tense atmosphere in the hall. He looked at Xiao Luo and said, "Chinaman, you have guts. You surely have guts. Mr. Ikuo, please stop insulting the people of Huan Nation with such terms." Kimura Akino was on Xiao Luo's side. Although Suzuki Ikuo's expression looked frightening, he found his courage and braced himself to speak up for Xiao Luo. Kimura Akino thought it'd help if he explained why Xiao Luo suddenly smashed the teapot on his head. Boom! Suzuki Ikuo slammed the table and roared, "I have said before. You have no right to speak here. What the F***ck are you talking about? Don't you dare talk to me that way, or I'll chop you up and feed your meat to the dogs." Faced with Suzuki Ikuo's fury, Kimura Akino was in a precarious position. He looked at Miyazaki Ranjin, who was drinking tea with his head slightly lowered. "Miyazaki-san, how do you think we should deal with the matter?" Suzuki Ikuo said, looking at Miyazaki Ranjin with a wry smile. Miyazaki Ranjin took out a cigarette and lit it up. He inhaled on his cigarette deeply and said, "You deserve to be beaten up for insulting the Hua people. And besides, he's a cop. What did you have in mind, attack a police officer? A cop?" It shocked Suzuki Ikuo when he heard that. Then he sneered and said, "He's just a stupid cop from Huan Nation. How can you F***king call it attacking a police officer? Then you can have a try." Miyazaki Ranjin's eyes narrowed with a glint of steely resolve. "Old codger, who the F***ck do you think you are? Get over yourself. Do you think our boss is afraid of you?" A brash member of the Inagawa Kai stood up and shouted at Miyazaki Ranjin. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed in the room, and a bullet whistled past the head of the brash member of the Inagawa Kai. It grazed his ear, causing him to bleed profusely. He was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He widened his eyes in horror as he looked at the revolver in Miyazaki Ranjin's hand. The muzzle of the gun was still smoking. "I missed. It seems like my aim is getting worse." Miyazaki Ranjin frowned and placed the revolver on the table like he was very dissatisfied and disappointed with his shot. Such an interesting old man. Xiao Luo grew to like and appreciate Miyazaki Ranjin. If he had to list a person he liked from the Ri Nation, it would have to be Miyazaki Ranjin. Suzuki Ikuo twitched his lips and forced a smile. Miyazaki-san, we are all from Ri Nation. Why are you siding with a Hua person? He asked. Because the people of the Hua Nation have never annoyed me. On the other hand, I am particularly disgusted by violent elements, like you. If it wasn't for the sake of stability and peace in Dongjing, I would have arrested you long ago. Miyazaki Ranjin retorted. Really? Suzuki Ikuo's eyes turned cold, and the smile on his face slowly turned into a scowl. Miyazaki-san, why are you doing this? It's not good for either of us to have a fallout. Fallout with me? Would your Inagawa Kai want to fall out with me? Miyazaki Ranjin teased. Suzuki Ikuo chuckled and said, if you're determined to protect this Hua guy, then you are wasting your time. Because no matter what you do, he won't be able to leave this room today. Miyazaki Ranjin revealed 2 rows of yellowish-black teeth as he sneered, don't give me that attitude. Let me remind you that the Metropolitan Police Department is not just a prop. Do you want me to arrest you right now? Miyazaki Ranjin, don't be so shameless. I have a limit to my tolerance for you. Suzuki Ikuo dropped his facade, and his eyes glowered with malice. Let me ask you again, are you honestly going to stand up for the Hua Nation guy? He said. I am responsible for all the arrangements for his stay in Ri Nation, and of course, it includes his safety, Miyazaki Ranjin replied, glaring back at Suzuki Ikuo fearlessly. ***. Suzuki Ikuo could not hold back his anger any longer. It was a great humiliation for him that Xiao Luo had hit him in the head with a teapot, and it was already a miracle that he could hold his wrath until now. He stood up and flipped the sandalwood table over, and then he shouted, attack! Kill the old bast ***RD. Upon hearing the order, the surrounding members of the Inagawa Kai immediately moved in to attack them with a roar. Miyazaki Ranjin instantly kicked Suzuki Ikuo, sending him back 2 or 3 meters. Then he shouted to Xiao Luo and Kimura Akino, you all stay out of this. These bast **RDs from Inagawa Kai seem to have forgotten their previous lesson. They will have to pay for that. After saying that, he rushed up into the line of Inagawa Kai members. Pow! He flattened a man rushing at him with a single punch. Then, he fought with hands and feet, raising his fighting spirit with forceful grunts emanating from his chest. His fists, knees, and elbows became his weapons. Despite being outnumbered by the members of the Inagawa Kai, he held his own. Anyone within a meter of him suffered heavy blows and dropped to the ground, moaning in pain. Miyazaki-san is exceptionally skillful. Xiao Luo commented with a smile. Beside him, Kimura Akino explained, he is a karate expert. When he dealt with the Yamaguchi Gumi in his earlier years, he charged into their headquarters with only a machete. Despite being severely injured, he killed over 100 people there. Such power. It was Xiao Luo's genuine evaluation of this old man. He looked rather innocuous, but when trouble found them, it turned out that he was another ruthless character. We were told that to enhance his fighting mettle, Miyazaki-san had injected himself with a huge dose of stimulants, and he landed up in an altered state of mind. Even when slashed by his opponents, he did not feel any pain, despite the wounds on him bleeding profusely. Instead, he reacted by slashing his attacker's entire arm instantly. They all said that Miyazaki-san was no longer a human but had become a pure monster. Many clan members of Yamaguchi Gumi had lost their fighting spirit after seeing his ferocity, and some of them even wet themselves. Kimura Akino recalled. Xiao Luo did not comment as he could understand well how he could have turned into a monster out of hatred and vengeance from seeing his wife and daughter being murdered. Seeing how Miyazaki Ranjin fought with the gang of Inagawa Kai, he suddenly realized that this old man was very similar to him. And he then realized that was the reason he felt so close to him. Despite Miyazaki Ranjin's age, his strength was still superb, as he could defeat dozens of Inagawakai clan members all by himself. None of the clan members could harm him at all. Yabali, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Suzuki Ikuo yelled at the two gigantic sumo players, who were tall and strong. Inwardly, he was still in fear of Miyazaki Ranjin, as he was the very monster that had annihilated the entire Yamaguchi-gumi all by himself. Yes. Both of the heavyweight sumo players acknowledged him immediately and then approached Miyazaki Ranjin. Their weight exceeded 125 kilograms and perhaps even over 130 kilograms. Their steps were synchronous, like two elephants thrashing around. The fats on their bodies quivered as they walked, and the entire ground of the sumo hall shook under the weight of their stomping feet. They did not differ from two moving mountains. After Miyazaki Ranjin kicked down the last clan member of Inagawakai, he sensed an overwhelming force approaching him. Before he could turn to meet the incoming attack, a gigantic fan-sized hand grabbed him by his neck and lifted his entire body into the air. He was beginning to feel the effects of suffocation, and he reacted by trying to yank the fingers around his neck outward. He was trying to break free of its control as his tanned face turned red from the strain and the veins on his temple were bulging alarmingly, showing signs of pain. Suddenly, the other sumo player charged at him and crashed into his side. Pow! With a grunt and the sound of bones cracking, Miyazaki Ranjin flew sideways as if a speeding car hit him. Falling hard onto the ground, he felt like his bones had given way. However, he was pretty hardy and recovered immediately. He got up and was ready to face the sumo fighters again in quick time. The sumo wrestlers charged at him again from either side, and they looked like they were going to smash him even harder this time. Miyazaki Ranjin backed off instinctively and then charged at them after steadying himself. He threw out a series of sharp punches at their midsections with overwhelming force. Pow! Pow! Kapow! Miyazaki Ranjin threw his fists out like a storm, and every strike landed on the sumo wrestlers' abdomens. He had used every ounce of strength he had, but there was no effect on the sumo fighters at all. It felt like throwing punches into a bag filled with cotton balls. There was no visible effect other than creating ripples on their ample flesh. Miyazaki Ranjin raised his head and stared at the sumo fighters. Are you guys rhinoceros? The skin on your belly is thicker than a wall, he cried. One of them smirked and grabbed Miyazaki Ranjin's shoulders. He then dumped Miyazaki Ranjin away effortlessly, and he sailed through the air in a perfect arc, before falling hard on the ground. That throw left him immobilized and helpless. He turned to Xiao Luo and Kimura Akino and roared, "Are you two going to idle there forever?" Kimura Akino recovered from the shock and responded by charging in recklessly. Xiao Luo looked confused and said, "Didn't you tell us to not get involved?" Yabali, you'll deal with Miyazaki Ranjin. Yokozuna, you'll deal with that brat. As for this Hua Nation pig, I'll take him down. Suzuki Ikuo snarled. He looked at Xiao Luo with a smirk and his eyes were filled with excitement. He acted as if he had Xiao Luo in the bag. Is that so? Xiao Luo smiled disdainfully as he stretched his neck. The cracking sound it made resembled a battle drum before the onset of a charge. He pounced forward in the next second without warning and teleported right before Suzuki Ikuo. Throwing out a powerful punch, he sent Suzuki Ikuo flying back like a broken kite. The entire action did not take 5 seconds, and he had already defeated Suzuki Ikuo. Arg! A thick gush of blood spurted from his mouth and Suzuki Ikuo remained slumped on the ground and was completely shocked. He could barely move and felt as if all his internal organs had been squashed together. Xiao Luo's display of skill had intimidated the entire room. This scene sent the mob of hooligans scurrying away screaming. Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Aquino were getting beaten up by the sumo fighters, and even they were shocked. They knew Suzuki Ikuo's ability well, as he was definitely strong enough to take on the special police force from the Metropolitan Police Department. However, he could not last for a second with Xuanhuan of the Hua Nation, and it was truly unimaginable. Xiao Luo did not bother with Suzuki Ikuo anymore as he looked over to the two giant wrestlers. He taunted them by saying, "Come here, you useless pigs." The sumo fighters looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. To be taunted by a weak and slender man from the Hua Nation was intolerable. "Hua Nation pig, you're asking for it." The two of them shouted and charged toward Xiao Luo like wild boars. If they were to smash into an ordinary person, he would end up either handicapped or dead. The terrifying strength of the sumo fighters was the key reason that they could push others around. "Speak of the devil, aren't you guys the pigs?" Xiao Luo smirked as he leaped into the air toward the two wrestlers. He lashed out with two powerful kicks right into their chest. Pow! Pow! There was a resounding clap when their bodies collided and the giant sumo fighters were forced to back by Xiao Luo's brute force. But it only took them a short while to recover and charge at Xiao Luo again. Xiao Luo did not back off but charge in. After taking 4 steps, he attacked both their ankles with 2 swift kicks. The attack was akin to tripping a person who was running in at full speed, and the momentum sent the sumo fighters flying forward. Before they could land, Xiao Luo grabbed them by their ankles and started spinning in a full circle. Then he threw them out like a discus. Kaboom! The two sumo fighters crashed against a wall in the sumo hall, one after another. The wall gave way like a wet paper being torn apart, leaving 2 gigantic holes on the wall. Watching the scene, a sudden silence fell upon the hall. Regardless of Miyazaki Ranjin, Kimura Aquino, or the Inagawa Kai clan members sprawled on the ground, even the hooligans were sent into a stunned state as what just happened before their very eyes were simply unbelievable. Weren't those people sumo players? How could they be thrown out like some toys by a Hua Nation man? How was that possible? Did he pull off some magic? Gulp. Suzuki Ikuo swallowed his saliva with great difficulty as he broke into a cold sweat. This was because Xiao Luo had turned to him and started advancing toward him. What do you want?" he screamed in fear. Xiao Luo grabbed him by his collar and pulled him closer. "Who's the pig?" he asked. Suzuki Ikuo could see that Xiao Luo's eyes. They had turned blood red, and that terrified him. "I am the pig, the Ri Nation people are the pigs." "Very well." Xiao Luo smirked, and he took out a black pill from his pocket. He then put it into Suzuki Ikuo's mouth forcefully, and with his palm, he forced the black pill down Suzuki Ikuo's throat. Suzuki Ikuo swallowed the pill under the gag reflex. Cough. Cough, cough. He coughed rigorously and looked at Xiao Luo in fear. What did you feed me?" "It's poison. You will die if you don't eat the antidote within 3 days, and you will die with blood oozing out from your eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. You only have 3 days to find me that black SUV. Otherwise, do not dream about getting the antidote and you jolly well can wait for your death," Xiao Luo said as he released the man. "Poison?" Suzuki Ikuo looked as pale as death, and he broke out of a cold sweat as he stared at Xiao Luo in abject horror. He had not been to Hua Nation before, but his impression was that their medical alchemy was extraordinary, and they had expert knowledge of poisons. It was no surprise that he trembled in fear, for he had just swallowed such a poison. Instinctively, he thrust his fingers into his throat and gagged. He made a desperate attempt to vomit the poison out, but he only expelled gastric juice and the poison pill was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly. "You will bleed from your eyes, ears, nose, and mouth within 3 days. The pill melts immediately upon entering your mouth, and it's pointless to try vomiting it out. Don't bother with flushing your stomach as well, the poison will assimilate into your blood vessels quickly, and with the help of blood circulation, it would reach every part of your body in no time, he said. Xuanhuan, I have made a terrible mistake. I should not have insulted the people of Hua Nation. I was wrong, please give me the antidote, Suzuki Ikuo pleaded, kneeling before Xiao Luo without a care about his pride and dignity. It was ironic, as he now looked a different man compared to the arrogance he projected only a few moments ago. Xiao Luo grimaced and kicked him aside. Don't you get my drift? Find that black SUV in 3 days, and I will assure you stay alive. If not, even the Emperor himself cannot save you. If you're hoping for the hospitals of Renation to neutralize the poison, then forget it. You're wasting your time, even the best hospital in Dongjing can do nothing for you. As he finished speaking, he helped Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Aquino up, and they promptly left the sumo hall. Xiao Luo's words devastated Suzuki Ikuo, for he had not expected to find himself in such an unfortunate situation. A clan member of Inagawa Kai approached and said, "Boss. Shut the hell up. Mobilize every member we have, and I want you to find that black SUV. I don't care what it takes. I will reward whoever finds it handsomely." Suzuki Ikuo roared. Yes. The clan members of Inagawa Kai roared in unison. Xiaohan, are you a kung fu master? The martial art you have applied against the 2 sumo fighters was moving 1,000 with 4 ounces, am I right? Kimura Aquino asked. I have assumed that Hua Nation's kung fu only existed in movies, where the actors fly around about assisted by wires. So, it's fake after all and exists in actual life. It's extraordinary, and I would definitely like to visit Hua Nation to learn kung fu. Xiaohan, did you learn your martial arts from the Shaolin Temple? After they have left the sumo hall, Kimura Aquino didn't stop asking Xiao Luo questions as he was in awe of the man now. Xiao Luo's effortless feat in defeating the 2 sumo wrestlers was impressive. Miyazaki Ranjin was much quieter as he puffed away and remained silent. He only had one thing to complain about. Had he known earlier that the sumo fighters were so difficult to deal with, he would not have recklessly rushed up to fight them. He was armed with a gun, after all, so engaging in a physical fight was unnecessary. Is that pill real poison? Miyazaki Ranjin turned around and asked Xiao Luo suddenly. Xiao Luo shook his head. No, it's just a vitamin C pill. Both Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Aquino looked at him in surprise. Did he just use a mere vitamin pill to fool Suzuki Ikuo successfully? How could that be possible? Xiao-san, I am starting to like you a lot. Come, let's get a drink. Miyazaki Ranjin said. Isn't drunk driving illegal in Renation? Xiao Luo said. Yes. Kimura Aquino answered eagerly, in Renation, we consider drunk driving a criminal offense and it could amount to even 5 years of imprisonment. In addition, the police would not only issue a fine to the driver but even the people in the car. And, as for the people in the restaurant who did not stop the driver from drinking, they get fined too. And, if he borrowed the car from someone, the actual car owner could face 5 years of imprisonment and a fine too. Seriously? This piece of information amused Xiao Luo, as in the Hua Nation, the worst punishment was detention and the lighter cases would usually end with a fine. Yes. Kimura Aquino nodded. You are too naive. I am driving a police car, so tell me, who has the guts to check on me? Miyazaki Ranjin scowled. Kimura Aquino stubbornly tried to convince him and said, Miyazaki-san, drunk driving is bad. What if you hit someone accidentally? Boy, don't jinx it. Miyazaki Ranjin snarled at him again. Although Dongjing is a city with bustling nightlife, some places were perpetually in darkness. These spots seemed out of place compared to the well-lit parts of the city. And the small alley where their car was now, was just such place. There were only a few dimly lit lamps here. After smoking a stick, Miyazaki Ranjin lit another one immediately. However, just as he was looking down at the cigarette, a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere and walked into the path of their vehicle. "Be careful." Xiao Luo reacted immediately and pulled on the steering wheel to avoid the pedestrian who appeared from nowhere. Miyazaki Ranjin ignored the falling cigarette as he slammed onto the emergency brake. But it was too late. The person appeared too suddenly, like a silent ghost, with no warning. Bang! The car rocked violently as it slammed into the figure, sending it sailing in the air and landing several meters away. It rolled for a few more meters after hitting the ground before it finally stopped. We've hit someone?" Kimura Aquino screamed in panic. Miyazaki Ranjin was shocked, and then he looked back at Kimura Aquino with a look of alarm. He quickly got out of his car to check on the victim. Kimura Aquino followed him immediately. Xiao Luo frowned deeply, and he knew the impact would unquestionably kill the victim. They were driving at a good speed, and a crash could even kill an elephant, let alone a man. Miyazaki Ranjin would undoubtedly find himself in a spot of trouble now. Xiao Luo got alighted from the car but did not approach the man. He observed the quiet alley and concluded that there couldn't have been anyone in the alley when they drove by, so how could this man appear out of nowhere? Why would he run toward a moving car head-on? Could he be committing suicide? Oh, my God! Why, isn't he Wang Liao? Kimura Aquino cried. Wang Liao? Kimura Aquino's words stunned Xiao Luo, as he knew very well about Wang Liao. The 5 cases of missing Hua Nation personnel include a person called Wang Liao. Wasn't he kidnapped? What was he doing here now? He strode over immediately. Then, something horrifying occurred before all of their eyes. It sent chills down their spines. Crack, crack, crack. The hair-raising sound of crackling bones amplified through the quiet alley. Wang Liao, who had just been hit by a car, stirred and attempted to get up from the ground. At that moment, the alley fell into a deathly silence, and the air turned cold. The alley was in pitch darkness, and not a sound could be heard. The place was eerie, and terror gripped Kimura Aquino. It felt like there were millions of ants crawling all over his body, eating every bit of courage he had. Wang Liao struggled up and stood in an unnatural pose, looking like a zombie from a movie. He was not facing them, but the sound of bones crackling sound undoubtedly came from him. Wang Liao, Wang Liao. Miyazaki Ranjin tried to call out his name with his choppy Chinese and tapped his shoulder. He had his other hand pressed against the pistol on his waist. He was ready to shoot without hesitation should anything go wrong. It was incredulous. Wang Liao stood up when he should have been dead after getting hit by their car. Xiao Luo couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was against the laws of nature. In addition, he could not detect Wang Liao's aura. Whatever was standing over there had no life force and was only a corpse. But how could a corpse stand up on its own? Wang Liao, male, 33 years old, arrived at Nation on the 9th. His family filed a police report on the 12th and officially confirmed him as a missing person on the 13th, suspected of being kidnapped by a certain villainous group of Nation. Everything about this man flashed in Xiao Luo's brain immediately. The situation was as creepy as it could get. In an empty alley with poorly lit conditions, and Wang Liao, who had just risen like an undead. The sinister and eerie scene overwhelmed Xiao Luo and the 2 police officers. Xiao Luo stared at Miyazaki Ranjin's patrol car and realized that its front was dented but there was no sign of blood on the ground. To his surprise, it was the patrol car that had sustained substantial damage from the impact. Crack, crack, crack. The ghastly sound of crackling bones suddenly echoed through the alley again. this time it was even more frightening. It sounded like how a demon crushing a man's body and drawing his bones out, and it was horrifying to the ears. Miyazaki Ranjin still had his hand on Wang Leo's shoulder when the latter turned and suddenly attempted to strike him. Wang Leo's hand resembled a reptile's claw. It was coarse and scaly on the surface, his fingers were tipped with black and sharp nails. The creature struck a heavy blow with its clawed hand, aiming for Miyazaki Ranjin's chest, and it intended to kill. Xiao Luo was alarmed, and he instantly dashed up and pushed Miyazaki Ranjin away. He blocked the blow with his palm and took the hit for his friend. There was no way Miyazaki Ranjin or any ordinary human could have survived that claw. Bam! The incoming claw smashed into Xiao Luo's palm with explosive force, knocking him back a dozen steps or so before he could regain his balance. Xiao Luo, usually calm and composed, gasped in awe at the force of the blow, as this was beyond what he had expected. He was caught off guard. Who would believe that Wang Leo's strike could be that powerful? Was this thing really him? He looked up and glared at Wang Leo again, and what he now saw petrified him. That thing was undoubtedly Wang Leo, but he was undergoing a strange transformation rapidly. Reptile-like scales were growing over his skin, densely packed like a suit of armor. Wang Leo was turning into a hideous creature and his eyes were now completely white, making him appear as if he was possessed. Oh, my gosh, How did he suddenly turn into a monster? Kimura Aquino was so shocked that his jaws dropped. How could a human suddenly transform into a monster covered in green scales? And it happened right before his eyes. Despite being hit by a speeding car, Wang Leo remained unharmed. Xiao Luo was similarly stunned as he realized that Wang Leo was not breathing at all. Shouldn't he be a corpse if he is not breathing? How could he be standing up and moving around? A deluge of questions filled Xiao Luo's mind. Wang Leo, Wang Leo. Xiao Luo called out his name to see if he would react to it. But there was no response from the creature. It was evident this name no longer meant anything to Wang Leo. It was quiet, and there were no other people in the empty alley. A chill breeze drifted through the dark passage and made the alley gradually got colder. Miyazaki Ranjin drew his pistol and yelled, "Raise your hands. Wang Leo, raise your hands." He too sensed a strange and dangerous aura emanating from Wang Leo, and it felt the same as facing a bloodthirsty beast. Although it terrified him, he did not flinch. Crack, crack, crack. That same terrifying sound came from Wang Leo again as he stomped toward Miyazaki Ranjin, oblivious to the pistol in his hand. Miyazaki Ranjin gulped with some difficulty and broke into a cold sweat. Even his hands holding the pistol began to tremble slightly. Wang Leo, stay where you are. I am warning you, do not take another step. It was evident that Wang Leo had lost the ability to react to his warning. He seemed to be unaware of everything that was happening around him and only continued to approach Miyazaki Ranjin. First warning. Second warning. Third warning. Bang. After the third warning, Miyazaki Ranjin pulled the trigger and fired an accurate shot that struck Wang Leo's shoulder. Clang. All they heard was a metallic ringing sound and sparks flying off Wang Leo's body. The bullet ricocheted off his body and lodged into the tree trunk to his right. Did it bounce off? Did he actually deflect a bullet? Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Aquino were both dumbfounded, and no words could describe how shocked they were. Is his body protected by steel armor? Kimura Aquino asked, clearly horrified. Xiao Luo was equally shocked, and then he turned serious. He knew well that Wang Leo was not wearing steel armor but had deflected the bullet off with his scaly body. It was evident that the densely packed scales covering his skin was providing him with such protection. Exactly what did Wang Leo go through that he turned into this? Did the person or group that kidnapped them transform Wang Leo into such a monster? Why did they send Wang Leo here? To kill him or Miyazaki Ranjin? All sorts of questions ran through his mind again. He wondered if this could be part of a nefarious plan to develop bio-warriors. A scheme that was put together by a secret organization from the Ri Nation, and their subjects were none other than the people of Hua Nation. If such was the case, then what of Fu Iran? It was too daunting to even think about the possibility, and Xiao Luo broke into a cold sweat the moment he arrived at that conclusion. Wang Leo surged toward Miyazaki Ranjin suddenly, and although smaller in size compared to Suzuki Ikuo's two sumo wrestlers, the way he charged at Miyazaki Ranjin was far more intimidating than them. Wang Leo was the embodiment of a demon who craved human flesh. Bang! 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 Miyazaki Ranjin fired multiple rounds, and every single shot clearly hit Wang Leo. However, every round ricocheted off with that familiar metallic sound, and the shots did not harm him. Wang Leo was as invincible as an Iron Man fully enclosed in hardened steel. Miyazaki-san, be careful! Kimura Aquino shouted. Xiao Luo did not stay idle for long, and instead, he used his full potential and teleported close to Miyazaki Ranjin within a second. Get out! Before Miyazaki Ranjin could react, Xiao Luo had already pushed him aside with his elbow. Instantly, Xiao Luo spun around and struck out with his right hand. His talon-like fingers flashed toward Wang Leo with a tremendous force behind it. Kapow! In the dimly lit environment, Xiao Luo's talon-like claw smashed fiercely into Wang Leo's lethal hand. And this time, the scale-covered monster was thrown back forcefully as if it had been struck by lightning, shuddering uncontrollably as it sailed in the air. After he landed hard on the ground, the monster picked itself up with no delay and charged again. It was in a heightened state of frenzy, and the ominous sound of cracking bones accompanied its movements. It moved like a specter and closed the gap with Xiao Luo as it bounded forward several times. At that moment, it was as quick as lightning. As the scale-cover monster advanced on Xiao Luo, it growled and snarled like a zombie. It resembled the undead in the movies when they bayed for fresh blood and human flesh. Its right claw repeatedly struck at Xiao Luo's throat. Wang Leo, now transformed into this monster, was fighting like a beast eager to devour its prey. Xiao Luo frowned and used his palm to block the incoming claw with precision. However, the scale-covered monster had incredible strength, and it was almost invincible. Xiao Luo had by now used over 70% of his total strength to block this claw. Before he could make his next move, the monster was already initiating his next attack. Its other hand balled up into a fist and it swiftly threw a punch into Xiao Luo's torso. POW, it was a powerful strike, and even with inner power guarding his internal organs, Xiao Luo felt that his insides squashed and was sent flying back like a cannonball. Boom! Xiao Luo crashed into Miyazaki Ranjin's patrol car in what sounded like a resounding explosion. Debris and parts from the car scattered everywhere and the hood caved in. The damage was so bad that it made the vehicle look like a toy car crushed by a rock, turning it into a pile of mess. The force embedded Xiao Luo into the crumpled body of the car, and in the dark environment, his partners suddenly lost sight of him. Xuanhuan! Kimura Aquino screamed in fear. Both he and Miyazaki Ranjin were helpless to do anything, as this battle was beyond the capacity of mere humans. Miyazaki Ranjin's brain was in a daze. From out of nowhere, a man suddenly burst out into the path of his car, and he turned out to be the missing Hua national, Wang Leo. Worse still, Wang Leo's entire body was covered with dense green-colored scales that were resistant to bullets. Wang Leo also had a tremendous strength that could send a person flying with a single punch. And he even sent Xiao Luo crashing into the patrol car, smashing it into a heap. No matter how strong his mental fortitude was, Miyazaki Ranjin still wondered if he was hallucinating. How could such creatures exist in this world? Crack! 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 The eerie sound of rattling bones echoes through the alley. Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Akino were staring at the green scale-covered monster in astonishment when they realized it was now looking back at them. Its hideous mouth was frothing as it approached them, one heavy step at a time. Kimura-san, run right now, if you want to stay alive. Miyazaki Ranjin anxiously stared right at Wang Leo as he spoke to Kimura Akino, who was next to him. Miyazaki-san, Kimura Akino's legs were trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Xiao Luo smashed into the car by a single punch from Wang Leo scared him senseless, and he suddenly felt that his body was not responding to his mind. Run! With a roar, Miyazaki Ranjin rushed at Wang Leo. He had to buy time for Kimura Akino to escape, and he decided to confront Wang Leo head-on. Miyazaki Ranjin had to employ everything that he had learned in his life, and he attacked ferociously. Pow! Boom! Pow! In less than 5 seconds, he threw a dozen punches to Wang Leo's chest and finished the attack off with an overhead kick to Wang Leo's temple. Through it all, Wang Leo stood his ground and allowed Miyazaki Ranjin to strike him. After he ended his attack, Miyazaki Ranjin retreated 4 or 5 steps without pause, gawking at Wang Leo with bewildered eyes. It was as if he was attacking a putrid-smelling large rock, and his hands and feet felt sore and numb. What kind of F***king monster are you? Miyazaki Ranjin gritted his teeth and scowled. Out of the corner of his eye, he realized that Kimura Akino froze where he stood. He immediately flew into a rage and roared, "What are you F***king still doing there? Get the F***ck out of here. F***ck off now." Suddenly, Kimura Akino came to his senses and ran toward the opposite end of the alley. Right at that moment, Wang Leo charged at Miyazaki Ranjin, and his scaly hand grabbed Miyazaki Ranjin's shoulder. Crack! There was a chilling sound of a shattered shoulder blade, and a sharp pain immediately swept through Miyazaki Ranjin. Despite himself, he couldn't help but let out an agonizing scream. Wang Leo, who had turned into this scale-covered monster, was like a machine without consciousness and human emotions. He flung Miyazaki Ranjin forcefully, and Miyazaki Ranjin was once again sent flying. This time, Wang Leo cast Miyazaki Ranjin like he was a discus, knocking the fleeing Kimura Akino to the ground. Pfft! With the thick blood pouring out of his mouth, Miyazaki Ranjin lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Flung like a human projectile, Miyazaki Ranjin struck Kimura Akino, and sent the latter sprawling on the ground and wailing in pain. Crack! 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 The sound of rattling bones once again echoed through the air. Wang Leo, resembling a giant lizard, was slowly approaching them. His eyes were completely white, and his skin was covered in densely packed green scales. It would be ridiculous to say that such a monster did not create panic and fear in those who confronted it. His is targeting the 3 of us. Miyazaki Ranjin struggled to raise his upper torso with one arm. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Enduring the pain, he took out his lighter and lit the cigarette up, puffing away at it. How did Wang Leo become such a monster? Kimura Akino could not accept what he saw. Wasn't this something that only happened in science fiction movies? Only God knows. Miyazaki Ranjin answered him, undaunted by the approaching creature. He smiled faintly and took a glance at his mangled car with a tinge of regret. It's a pity that Mr. Xiao came all the way to our country to investigate the case, but ended up dying in such a tragic way. I'm afraid his body is still lodged in the car. Those who don't know what happened tonight might think that we met with a serious traffic accident. Miyazaki Ranjin cut off before he completed what he had to say. He stared blankly in the car's direction, and there was a stupefied expression on his face. He looked like he had been petrified. Miyazaki-san, what's the matter? Kimura Akino asked anxiously, then turned his head as well, looking in the car's direction. Right at that moment, a hand reached out from the wrecked car, followed by another hand, and the car's metal frame slowly came apart. Suddenly, Xiao Luo emerged from the inside. Besides the tattered clothes on his body, there was no visible injury on his body. Oh, my! Dear God, Mr. Xuanhuan is still alive? Kimura Aquino screamed and appeared as if he had seen a spirit in broad daylight. He could hardly believe his eyes. He saw Xiao Luo crashing into the car like a cannonball earlier. Even the vehicle was badly smashed up, and now nothing more than a pile of twisted metal. So, how did a man of the flesh and blood possibly escape unhurt? Miyazaki Ranjin was just as shocked as Kimura Aquino that he did not even notice that the cigarette he just held in his mouth had fallen to the ground. This was too abnormal. Not to mention human beings, even the robots made of iron would probably malfunction after receiving such a blow, but Xiao Luo paid them no attention. He was infuriated, and the only thing he wanted to do now was to slaughter the monster in green scales. Initially, Xiao Luo held back as he considered Wang Leo as one of the victims of the kidnapping to be rescued. But this time it was different. He was certain that this thing was no longer Wang Leo, but was a monster that had no soul, and only acted on the command of some unseen force. It was a killing machine. If I don't kill you, I'll eat my hat. Xiao Luo pulled himself to his full height and his roar reverberated through the dark alley. After 4 or 5 steps, he stomped his foot on the ground and bounded some 4 meters into the air. With his clenched right fist, he smashed down viciously at Wang Leo like a meteorite tearing through the sky. POW, his strike was overpowering as it whistled toward its target. Wang Leo was sent crashing into the old tree in the alley. The sturdy tree, several decades old, snapped in half like a twig as the alley shook from the impact. The moment Xiao Luo landed on the ground, he leaped up again and shot toward Wang Leo. The paved ground of asphalt concrete cracked under his feet immediately. Like a beast bearing its fangs, Xiao Luo charged toward Wang Leo, the scale-covered monster. Before it could even land on the ground, Xiao Luo struck brutally and sent it flying once again. Pow! Bam! Kapow! The tremendous blow knocked the monster back, and it thrashed along the ground as if it were a heavy vehicle that had lost control. Fragments of pavement flew all over, and dust kicked up into the air each time it hit the ground. Miyazaki Ranjin and Kimura Aquino were both stunned, and they had their mouths wide opened with similar expressions on their faces. They were in a state of dumbfounded and could not find the words to express themselves. Despite being mentally prepared for Xiao Luo's strength, they never expected that he had even more power than they'd witnessed before. He undoubtedly exceeded the limits of what any living mortal could do. Is Xiao Luo even a human being? Kimura Aquino muttered to himself. Miyazaki Ranjin did not respond. He stared blankly at the slim, well-limbed figure before him. It was unbelievable, but Xiao Luo possessed a power equivalent to that of a god or a demon. Deep down, it amazed him, and he found the Hua nation to be a very mysterious country. To think that they had the services of such a terrifying person, it was no wonder they only sent one man down. Just this one individual alone could fight against 1,000 troops all by himself. Roar! A furious bellow issued from the scale-covered monster, and it was raging mad. It picked itself up, growling fiercely, and then suddenly charged toward Xiao Luo like a maddened beast. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Phantom's Claw. You have used up 100,000 points. The system alert rang in Xiao Luo's head with the information that he needed. He had made an exchange and upgraded his skill the moment he realized that his opponent's scale-like armor was impenetrable. But the Phantom's Claw was stronger and would break through such a defense. It could even rip apart an armored car. He condensed and channeled all his internal energy to his 10 fingers. The power was so intense that white shimmering light emitted from his fingertips. Both of his hands looked like they were burning with an intense white-hot fire. The temperature in the alley plummeted, and the place turned bitterly cold. It's time to end this. Xiao Luo had a cruel grin on his face as his lips curled viciously upward. Whoosh! In the very next second, like a flash of lightning, he closed the 3 to 4 meters gap between them and appeared right in front of the monster. He aimed the phantom's claw at its heart with the single-minded intention of tearing it out. Xiao Luo's hands were like a pair of knives, and he wielded them with skill and dexterity. The phantom's claw was lethal, and its effect was like putting a burning soldering iron into a piece of foam. All that could be heard was a sizzle. Xiao Luo pierced his right hand into the monster's chest. Green fluid splattered and soaked his hand as it penetrated all the way through its back. Wang Leo, who had transformed into that hideous, scale-covered beast, suddenly stayed still and quiet. Both of his arms dropped to their sides as if they had no strength left. It is dead. The monster is dead. Xiaohankuan's hands, they pierced right through his body, exclaimed Kimura Akino. He looked horrified, and frankly, he was still in such shock that his body was trembling with fear. Wang Leo had turned into a monster that even bullets could not harm. This guy is the actual beast, said Miyazaki-san. Miyazaki Ranjin swallowed his saliva. If Wang Leo was a beast, then Xiao Luo was the beast among all beasts. After all, he had pierced his hand right through Wang Leo's body. Xiao Luo pulled his fists and removed them from Wang Leo's chest. Wang Leo's body spun around in a pirouette before falling onto the ground. Green blood? Looking at the green fluid on his hand, Xiao Luo furrowed his brows. The liquid was emitting a powerful stench, like the putrefying smell of a decomposed rat, and it was enough to make him feel like retching. Suddenly, Wang Leo stirred. The trio had thought he was already dead, but he suddenly got back up with a roar. Wang Leo slammed both his legs firmly onto the ground and lunged toward Xiao Luo like an attacking toad. His right hand, covered with scales, was like a sharp and long blade. Like the howling wind, he leaped and aimed a blow right at Xiao Luo's chest, intending to kill him. This sudden turn of events happened too quickly. Who would have imagined that a person who had his chest pierced right through could still come alive? Xiao Luo's pupils shrank, and he bent his upper body backward instinctively. But it was too late. Wang Leo's right claw struck him on the chest. Rip! It shredded the clothes on his chest. Blood started oozing out from the 3 horrifying claw marks that appeared on Xiao Luo's chest. Ding! The system has detected a genetic virus that is invading your body. Do you wish to spend 500 points to receive the antibody? The system alert sounded again. Xiao Luo was in dismay. Genetic virus? Was this B** start a zombie? Why did he have the virus in him? Exchange it for me. Xiao Luo ordered, without having to give it any further thought. He did not want any invasive pathogens in his body. It was a genetic virus. If he did not get the antibody, who knows what would happen to him? Crack, crack, crack. All the joints seemed dislocated in Wang Leo's body. He was moving like he had no control over himself and staggered in unsteady steps as he attempted to withdraw. Is this monster indestructible? Kimura Akino broke into a cold sweat. He found it difficult to believe that such a monster existed in this world. There's no way it cannot be destroyed. I bet it is, because Xiao Luo has not hit him in the correct, vital point. Miyazaki Ranjin was still in shock, but shouted out to Xiao Luo, "Xiao-san, try attacking his head." Xiao Luo was about to do exactly that even before Miyazaki-san called out to him. When one wished to kill zombies, one would naturally think of shooting them in the head. After dodging consecutive attacks from Wang Leo, he turned sideways and was right behind Wang Leo. He clenched his iron fist and aimed for the back of Wang Leo's head, going for the kill. Crush! With that one punch, Wang Leo's head exploded like a watermelon. Flesh, blood, and brain fluids splattered everywhere. The body staggered a couple of more steps without its head before eventually collapsing onto the ground with a loud thud. With no movement, the stinky green fluid flowed out from his neck with a squishy sound. The scales on his body started fading away rapidly until they completely disappeared. Eventually, he looked like a decapitated human being. The only anomaly was that the blood that flowed out of him was green. A genetically mutated human being. These words came into Xiao Luo's head. At that same time, the memory of Unit 731 using Huan Nation citizens as live experiments came back to him as well. It was as if history was repeating itself. Which organization in this nation was behind this? The Isu family? The military? Or some other unknown organization? Anger burned from within him. This person had traveled to Re Nation for a visit but ended up being kidnapped and transformed into a genetically mutated human being. The amount of pain that he must have had to suffer would have been unbearable. Xiao Luo swore to himself that he would find the organization that was behind this. Where is the Isu family located? Xiao Luo asked as he walked toward Miyazaki Ranjin. He did not want to sit around, waiting for things to happen anymore. He had to do something about this, regardless of the consequences. Are you suspecting the Isu family? Asked Miyazaki Ranjin. He felt overwhelmed by Xiao Luo's presence and looked at him nervously. Xiao Luo said, "You just need to tell me where they are. That's all." In central Dongjing. Lotus Manor is the Isu family's headquarters. Miyazaki Ranjin answered. After receiving the information, Xiao Luo turned around and headed out of the alley. Xiao-san, don't be reckless. I don't want to have to arrest you again before you solve all the cases of the missing Huan Nation people, Miyazaki Ranjin shouted as he looked at Xiao Luo's back. Xiao Luo stopped, turned his head around, and smiled before leaving without further hesitation. Department Head Rue, what should we do? Asked Kimura Aquino. He hadn't recovered from the shock he had just experienced and still had lingering fears. What else can we do? Report everything that happened here to the Metropolitan Police Department. Miyazaki Rue answered as he grabbed his left shoulder in pain and continued, hurry and have them send over an ambulance. I need to get prompt treatment for this injury. Yes, I'll call for an ambulance immediately. But about making that report on all the things that have happened here, will they believe it? Replied Kimura Aquino, very doubtful about how that report would look. Would they believe it? Miyazaki Rue laughed wryly. It was true. If one had not witnessed the incident in person, it would be hard to believe such nonsense about genetically mutated human beings. Everyone in the police department would think that they had made up the story. Imagine having to report that incident when Xuanhuan collided with the car got smashed up, and he walked away unhurt. And not forgetting that he continued to fight with the genetically mutated human being, even jumping to heights of 4 to 5 meters. How were they going to report these without sounding like they were crazy? No matter how hard they tried, no one would believe them. Regardless of whether they believe it, we have to report everything that happened. We will leave it up to them to judge, Miyazaki-san said. Okay. Kimura Aquino nodded his head and accepted Miyazaki Ranjin's instruction. Lotus Manor, Central Dongjing. Xiao Luo looked at the mansion in front of him and was a little surprised to find such a mansion right in the middle of a bustling city. There were 2 stone lion statues placed at the main entrance. It reminded him of the homes of high-ranking officials of the Huan Nation in ancient times. Since he was reconnoitering covertly, he did not enter from the main entrance. He took another route where they had no surveillance cameras. He leaped across the high wall and landed in the courtyard without making a sound. Cobblestones covered the courtyard grounds. The landscape had a traditional appeal, with flowers and trees lining the walls. There were 2 stone lamps in the middle of the courtyard, contrasting aesthetically with the black glazed tiles that covered the walls. A pavilion stood majestically as a prominent feature of the landscape, and in the distance, they built a small bridge over a stream of running water. This place could easily be mistaken for a mansion in ancient Hua Nation. The only difference here was that the stone lamps had Japanese characters carved into them, and the images printed on the doors and windows depicted Re-Nation women in their traditional costumes. These touches gave the place a rich sense of their culture. Xiao Luo sauntered around as if the premises belonged to him. This villa and its surrounding garden were expansive and even included a lake, a rock garden, and a man-made forest. If he had known that it was this vast, he would have entered from the main entrance and asked someone for Asujiro, the head of the Asu family. But it was not too late to do that now. Xiao Luo walked into the villa along the cobblestone path. After walking for a short distance, a man in a leather jacket appeared. He was holding on to a manuscript. Xiao Luo was about to question him when the man noticed him and waved his hands at him frantically. "Do you know what time it is? Why did you only arrive now? Hurry it up. I've been waiting for you to get to work," he said. Get to work? Those words puzzled Xiao Luo. He pointed to himself and asked, "Are you talking to me?" The man was fuming. "Who else? Does it look like I'm talking to a ghost? Quickly, come with me now. Otherwise, I'm going to cut your pay," he scowled. He must have mistaken me for someone else. Xiao Luo quietly followed the man, a little bewildered, but keen to see where it would lead him. Young people like you these days do not seem to manage your time well. That's why you guys are always late. We tell you to come at noon, and you turn up late by more than an hour. The director is hopping mad. If you don't perform well later, I won't be surprised if he skins you alive, the man nagged. Director? Xiao Luo looked at the man suspiciously and asked, "Are we here to film something?" The man stopped to turn his head around and replied, "Of course. What's the matter with you? Didn't Oda-san explain things clearly enough to you?" Xiao Luo thought briefly and then shook his head. That goddamn Oda-san. How could he be so negligent? Does it mean that you don't even know what you need to do here? The man asked. No, I don't, Xiao Luo replied, playing along. Follow me, and you will find out soon enough. It's something that's going to make you thrilled. He. The man snickered creepily. The female lead filming with you has only just turned 17 this year. She only took the plunge recently. Boss has spent loads of money to nurture her for some time now, and she has finally accepted some roles. What a lucky guy you are. A 17-year-old female lead? Just taken the plunge recently? If Xiao Luo still did not know what kind of flick the man was filming, then something had to be very wrong with him. He wondered if he had found his way into the wrong place. Was this the location of a pornographic movie shoot and not the Asu family's Lotus Manor? Sorry to bother you. But is this place the Lotus Manor that belongs to the Asu family? Xiao Luo asked. This is the Lotus Manor. What's wrong? Do you have doubts? The man asked, furrowing his eyebrows as he continued trudging along. Then, as if he understood what Xiao Luo had meant to ask, he continued, I get it. You must wonder why we are filming this genre of movies at the Asu family mansion. Xiao Luo nodded his head. The man giggled. You are way too ignorant. How can you not know that the Asu family is the biggest investor in SOD, he said. That piece of information truly shocked Xiao Luo. He knew that Asujiro from the Asu family was a politician in Japan, but never knew that the Asu family was also an investor in the pornographic movie company, SOD. The Hua Nation is the primary reason the Asu family is so supportive of our SOD films, the man said. Because of Hua Nation? Xiao Luo asked in surprise. This time around, he could not understand what the man was saying. Of course. The Asu family has inherited the will of the emperor, and the entire country is aware of our hostility toward the Hua Nation. The Hua Nation is the largest exporter of films produced by SOD. There are 3 deadly vices in this world: pornography, gambling, and drugs. They can all lead to acute problems. The Isu family is trying to use this approach to entice teenagers from the Hua Nation to get hooked on pornography. Having such an unrestrained indulgence during their formative years will harm their minds and bodies and lure them into an addiction to pornography. It will affect their physical and mental health. After several generations, it will destroy the Hua Nation's strength, the man whispered. Xiao Luo wanted to laugh as soon as he heard that. The Isu family had lost its direction. They were obsessed with finding ways to destroy the Hua Nation. First, they tried to destroy Shanghai with their MLM scam, and now they hope to corrupt generations of the youth of the Hua Nation with pornographic films. He wished he could wipe this family off from the face of earth with one slap. We've arrived. The man pushed open the pavilion door. Looking in, all Xiao Luo saw were the bright lights. Cameras and lighting equipment had already been set up. Those in charge of the lighting were in position, and those in charge of props had made sure that everything was in place. There was a mattress in the center of the floor, and on it, a young and attractive girl laid, completely nude. Her body was curvaceous, her skin was fair, and her face was attractive. She was like a fruit waiting to be plucked. Where's the guy? Bloody hell, is he here already? A chubby middle-aged man stood up in front of the camera and shouted towards the door. The man nodded his head respectfully and replied, yes, he's here. He turned his head around and suddenly found himself standing alone. It was as if he had been talking to a ghost earlier. In a daze, he said, where did he go? The chubby middle-aged man walked toward him and slapped him without warning. Bloody hell, I'm the one asking you a question. Why are you asking me the question instead? He screamed, where's the guy? The man held his hand up to his face, where it hurt from the slap. With a glowing red mark on his face, he said tearfully, He was here just now. But in the blink of an eye, he's now gone. You stupid fool. Are you trying to mess with me? All I can see is you standing here alone, the director yelled. Director, I swear, he was here. We even had a chat earlier on. I have no idea why he just left. There's no way I could have seen a ghost, the man explained. Thwack, the director gave him another slap. This is the Isu family's mansion. Ghosts can appear anywhere, but there is no way they would dare appear here. If you want to quit, then tell me right now. I can hire someone 100 times better than you. Director, the man mumbled. The man wanted to cry. He was not only shocked, but horrified. How could a human being just vanish into thin air? Xiao Luo took a walk around the Lotus Manor. It was vast, and he passed by many pavilions. He could briefly sense its powerful aura, and the deeper he went, the more he sensed it. He assumed these were coming from the powerful fighters of the Isu family. He had already formed a terrible impression of the Isu family. It had come to a stage where he was not afraid that someone might spot him, and he was ready to fight them if that were to happen. That was the reason he swaggered confidently, without fear of being noticed. But Xiao Luo was a little concerned, for he had been walking for quite a while now and had yet to spot a single soul. The only one he had come across was the man who had been running looking and mistaking him for the lead actor earlier on. It was strange that such an enormous mansion did not have a single guard on patrol. It could only be because the Isu family knew that no one in Dongjing would have the guts to mess around with them. That had to be why they didn't bother taking any security measures. Stop right there, who are you? Xiao Luo heard a fierce and loud bellow directed at him. Anyone else would have been so scared that they would have tripped, but it didn't bother Xiao Luo in the least. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief, for he had met a living person at last. Xiao Luo did not respond to the challenge but immediately sought to locate his opponent's position instead. The moment he found it, he bounded off the ground and instantly launched his body like a flying arrow toward the guard. The guard, dressed in a black kimono, did not even have the time to react. Although he had a sword tucked into his waist sash, Xiao Luo was so quick that the guard had no time to draw his sword out. All he could do was raise his clenched fist to defend himself, but as Xiao Luo's hand struck him, all he could feel was immense pain. He felt as if the strike had crushed all the bones in his arm. Before he could even scream, Xiao Luo jabbed his index finger into the man's chest, striking a critical meridian point. The guard was instantly petrified and unable to move. He tried to scream but only grunted a muffled cry. "Have we met before?" After inspecting the man's face, Xiao Luo was rather certain that he had seen this man before. Xuanhuan was unable to even make a sound. Still, he could recognize Xiao Luo with little difficulty. He remembered that back in Shanghai, Xiao Luo viciously cut off the arm of his daughter. Xuanhuan was himself injured and sentenced to 2 months in jail before they sent him back to Japan. As soon as he came back, all he could think about was slicing up Xiao Luo and drinking his blood. Ironically, his enemy was now standing right in front of him, alive and well, and he could see the bloodlust in his eyes. Xiao Luo pondered briefly, then he recalled everything. It wasn't hard, for the incident at Shanghai Star Cloud Kendo Gym had left a rather deep impression upon him. Xiao Luo suddenly said, "I remember now. It's you, Xuanhuan." Xuanhuan wanted to scream curses at Xiao Luo and slice him up alive, but since his meridian point had been hit, he couldn't move his body at all. All he could do was seethe, for he found it hard to suppress the wrath he had for his nemesis. He twitched his facial muscles to express the deep hatred toward Xiao Luo and wishing he could kill him. "I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste time talking to you. Just tell me where Tsundere is now," Xiao Luo said. He spoke in a rather relaxed tone and sounded like he was asking someone for directions on the street. He then stretched his hand out and released the meridian point on Xuanhuan's body. "You fool." As soon as Xiao Luo released Xuanhuan from his induced paralysis, he drew out his sword and dashed at Xiao Luo with glowering eyes. His lifelong enemy was right in front of him. There was no way he would hold himself back. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows, rather disappointed with Xuanhuan's action. He shifted to the side as Xuanhuan charged and thrust his foot into the back of Xuanhuan's left leg. Crack! With a single kick, Xuanhuan's left leg snapped as if a hydraulic machine had crushed it, and blood burst from the wound in spurts. An unbearable pain shot to his brain, and the look on Xuanhuan's face changed instantly. Before he could even let out another cry, Xiao Luo had his hand around Xuanhuan's throat. He gradually gripped it firmly to block and choke his respiratory tract. Xuanhuan's face turned red from the unbearable pain, and the veins on his forehead bulged alarmingly. He dropped his sword when he quickly realized that he had been completely subdued by Xiao Luo. There was no chance of retaliating with the condition he was in. Xiao Luo glared at him coldly. "Can you not understand Japanese? Do I have to repeat myself?" he snarled. Xuanhuan gasped for air, and a grim horror overcame him when he looked into Xiao Luo's gleaming blood-red eyes. He resembled a demon. So frightening was the sight of Xiao Luo that it suppressed the hatred that Xuanhuan had long harbored. Gathering what strength he had remaining, he nodded his head, showing he would tell Xiao Luo where to find Tsundere. "Relax, all will go well if you listen to me. I won't make things difficult for you," Xiao Luo said with a smile, speaking like a weird uncle trying to coax a kid with candy. After finding out where Tsundere was, Xiao Luo smacked Xuanhuan and knocked him out. He then headed toward his target's penthouse. Infiltration was virtually second nature to him. His keen senses to keep surveillance of his surroundings, and he was light and quick on his feet, barely making a sound when he moved. 5 minutes later, Xiao Luo stopped under a tree. In front of him, he saw a luxurious pavilion within this vast villa complex. The whirling shadows of the tree made it hard to spot Xiao Luo's shadow. He could spot a Sujiro in the luxuriously furnished bedroom. He was an old man but was surprisingly energetic, Xiao Luo thought. For, despite the late hours, a Sujiro was still wide awake, playing a bondage game with a young woman. And the one tied up was not the woman, but a Sujiro himself. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was lying on the bed. The woman was flaying him aggressively with a whip, and each time she lashed, a Sujiro let out a high-pitched cry. "Oh, baby, hit me harder. Hit me harder, again. Yes, yes, just like that. Don't take pity on me. Hit me hard and punish me. Ah, what pleasure. It feels so good." A Sujiro was evidently enjoying this form of abuse. He showed no sign of pain from the whipping that left bright red marks on his body. Instead of rage, he was panting with excitement. A Sujiro. At your age and you're still playing these naughty games instead of getting some sleep at this time of the night. You sure look like you're having lots of fun. As a Suyanagi was indulging in masochistic pleasure, a voice filtered through the room from the balcony. "Who is that?" A Sujiro immediately sat up and looked at the intruder in surprise. Xiao Luo walked in from the balcony. A Sujiro squinted his glowering eyes. "Who the hell are you?" he roared. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I have a couple of questions for you, and I want your honest answer. Did you get that? Otherwise, what?" A Sujiro growled, and instantly he snapped the ropes that bound him up with his inner force. Xiao Luo stared at him coldly and said, "Otherwise, I'm going to beat you up till you comply." The skimpily dressed young woman with the whip was casually observing their exchange of words. She did not look nervous at all, instead, she giggled and said, "Huh, you fool. Where are you from? How dare you break into Lotus Manor and threaten Mr. Jiro? How many lives do you think you have?" "Ha ha. Also Jiro laughed wryly. With his short, well-trimmed beard, he looked rather dignified. "You brat. This is the most hilarious joke I've ever heard. Are you on drugs? How dare you come here and behave like a wild animal?" Xiao Luo chuckled. An ominous aura suddenly emanated from his body, surging with an oppressive force. A Sujiro and the woman instantly felt the overpowering aura from Xiao Luo. Without waiting for another second, a Sujiro roared and made his move. "Die," he bellowed. His voice reverberated across the room as he leaped at Xiao Luo. The intent to kill was clear on his face, and he pounced toward his opponent like a predator striking its prey. Xiao Luo was well prepared to meet a Sujiro head-on. In a split second, he generated an immense force within his body and channeled a surge of energy to his hand. He thrust his palm toward a Sujiro, who was about to deliver his strike. "Hiya!" Xiao Luo roared as he released his inner force, sending out a surge of devastating energy through the room. So overpowering that it felt like a raging sea. A Sujiro received the full force of the energy and hurled him violently against a wall. The impact knocked him back and sent him sprawling on the floor, coughing out a copious amount of blood. The force also threw the skimpily clad woman off her feet and she landed on the far side of the room. The wave of energy knocked down all the other objects in the bedroom, and in a blink of an eye, the entire place was in a wreck. Xiao Luo laughed maniacally and slowly advanced on a Sujiro. Xiao Luo's laugh terrified the woman, but she was unflinchingly loyal to a Sujiro. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage, gritted her teeth, then charged toward Xiao Luo like a hound protecting her young. Thwack! Xiao Luo did not even attempt to look at her. His hand lashed out and slapped her across her face. The woman spun around twice, before falling and hitting her head on the floor. She immediately lost consciousness, and it was over in a flash. Xiao Luo continued toward Asujiro and stood in front of him. The man was in severe pain, with blood dripping from his nose and mouth. Xiao Luo stared down at his enemy, like a hunter eyeing his prey as it struggled to stay alive. You. Just who in the world are you? Asujiro asked with a horrified expression. He did not even land a single blow on this stranger standing in front of him. Asujiro had never faced such a formidable opponent before in his life. He was simply frightening. Xiao Luo stepped on his chest and went straight to the point. Are all the recent cases of the missing Hua Nation citizens related to your family? He asked. With Xiao Luo's foot on his chest, Asujiro felt humiliated and angry. But his opponent was just too strong, and there was nothing he could do. Are you from the Hua Nation? Erg. Xiao Luo increased the pressure on his foot, and more blood started flowing from Asujiro's mouth. It felt like all his internal organs were being churned, and the pain was unbearable. Answer my question. Xiao Luo snapped. The Asu family would never do anything as shameless as this, Asujiro retorted. Asujiro, you sure are contradicting yourself with what you just said. Xiao Luo mocked Asujiro and said, you have sent your people to the Hua Nation to carry out MLM activities. And you've even invested in SOD to film pornographic films with the sole purpose of ruining the physical and mental health of the Hua Nation's teenagers. Aren't these two activities shameless enough for you? With the cat let out of the bag, the color on Asujiro's face changed, and his eyes glanced around shiftily. Let us change the way we communicate, said Xiao Luo, as he squinted his eyes and gave Asujiro a playful smile. Within moments, he put Asujiro under hypnosis. After getting hypnotized, Asujiro was in a semi-conscious state. But the outcome disappointed Xiao Luo. The Asu family was not the culprit behind the disappearances of the Hua Nation people, and they were not even linked. Neither were they involved in any experiments involving genetically mutated human beings. However, it was time to settle the score on behalf of his deceased classmate Guantong, who died at the hands of the Asu family. Xiao Luo was already here, and he would not waste such an opportunity and let them off that easily. I'll avenge you, my old friend, with interest, Xiao Luo muttered a tribute to his dead friend. There was no emotion on Xiao Luo's face. As soon as he finished his sentence, he lifted his foot and stomped on Asujiro between his legs. Arg! Asujiro howled like a wolf in the middle of the night, breaking the silence around the entire villa. Xiao Luo had smashed his testicles, ensuring that he'd never be able to touch a girl again. The pain was excruciating and far more painful than a woman going through labor. Veins in Asujiro's forehead bulged and his face turned as red as beetroot. And so intense was the pain that he passed out right away. After finishing the job, Xiao Luo left the way he came and leaped off the balcony. Outside the villa, more than a dozen men were standing there waiting for him. They were dressed in black samurai suits and wielding their long swords. The warriors from the Asu family had just arrived. Asu Yanagi was staring at Xiao Luo as he limped from behind the row of warriors. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows as he had not expected Asu Yanagi to regain consciousness that quickly. And now, he had gathered all the strongest warriors of the Asu family. Jirokuan must be dead. Quick! Take him down and slice him to pieces, yelled Asu Yanagi as he pointed at Xiao Luo. Swoosh! The samurais unsheathed their swords in unison, ready to battle the intruder. The atmosphere was tense and the situation dangerous. Members of the Asu family were trained in a fighting style known as the God Slayer technique. There were 10 forms, and each was progressively stronger than the other. Some say that this technique was so formidable, it could even kill the gods. The warriors charged toward Xiao Luo, like a pack of hungry wolves, baying for blood, advancing in synchronized steps. But they soon realized that their quarry was not an easy target. Xiao Luo moved with lightning speed and left a faint trail of afterimages with each step he took. It was like something out of a movie. His movements looked simple and easy, but he zipped his way through their lines with no resistance. He paused briefly each time he passed one of his opponents, and his phantom's claw tore their flesh apart. In less than 2 minutes, all the Asu family warriors were lying on the ground. Some were groaning in pain. Some had suffered crushed shoulders and broken wrists. Others sustained an even worse injury, slashed in the chest and lying in a pool of blood with the bones slightly visible. Gulp. Asu Yanagi struggled to swallow his saliva. Cold sweat covered his entire body, and his eyes were wide open in fear as he witnessed the scene. How did this happen? It seems like this guy had become extremely strong. These were the warriors of the Asu family, and yet they appeared so vulnerable. They could not even harm a single hair on his head. Xiao Luo looked at Asu Yanagi with a smile and said, "What did you mean by inheriting the will of the emperor? Is this all the Asu family is capable of? You are nothing but clowns. Do you still think you can shake the foundation of the Hua nation? Stop daydreaming." He then turned around and walked away. After a few steps, he stopped and turned his head around. "Oh, by the way. When Asujiro wakes up later, please tell him this: if the Asu family ever tries to harm the Hua nation again, then you can forget about existing in this world ever again. I'll make sure I pay you guys another visit and slaughter all of you." Though Xiao Luo spoke in a relaxed tone, his threat clearly expressed his murderous intent. Facing such a formidable monster who single-handedly overpowered the warriors of the Asu family, Asu Yanagi lost his courage. By the time Xiao Luo left, the sky was dark. He casually walked along the cobbled path of Lotus Manor and headed for the exit. He now confirmed that it was not the Asu family that was behind the abductions. So, exactly which organization in Re-Nation was behind this? The question kept lingering in his head as he walked past the pavilion he had visited earlier. A scene was being filmed and he could hear the moaning coming from inside. What a perverted nation! Xiao Luo said in disgust. As he recalled what Zhang Dashan had said, he could only agree. He detected a familiar smell and was so disgusted that it was enough to make him puke. After leaving Lotus Manor, Xiao Luo furrowed his brows again. Although the Asu family might have nothing to do with the missing Hua Nation people, Xiao Luo did some terrible things at Lotus Manor tonight. He failed to control himself, and he expected these actions to cause him some trouble. After all, the Asu family had one of their own, Asu Shuyao, who was the chief inspector at the Metropolitan Police. Even if that was not so, the police or military might still hunt him down. The Asu family had a rather significant position and influence in the Re-Nation. It's still early. Xiao Luo sighed but did not regret the things he had done. He took a taxi back to his residence, took a shower, and changed into fresh clothing. He then headed to the hospital to visit Miyazaki Ranjin. The injuries on Xiao Luo's body had recovered by now, and there was not a scar on his body. The head of the Metropolitan Police Department, Tanaka Hiroshi, and the chief inspector Asu Shuyao were already at the hospital when Xiao Luo arrived. Though it was rather late in the night, they did not take their break but rushed to the hospital when they heard about an urgent case. They presented themselves very professionally with such an attitude. Kimura Aquino felt relieved when he saw Xiao Luo walking in. "Xiaohan-san can testify for us. We saw a biochemical human being. A layer of green-colored scales formed and covered Wang Liu's entire body. Not even bullets could penetrate through it. He did not die even when his body was pierced through. It was only when his head had been smashed that he finally collapsed," Kimura Aquino explained. "Is that so, Xiao-san?" Tanaka Hiroshi asked Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded his head and answered, "Yes." "You're lying," shouted Asu Shuyao. She raised her eyebrows and mocked, "Biochemical human being? What do you mean you can't kill him with bullets? Can't you make up a better story? How can you say something as ridiculous as this, and still keep such a straight face? Do you think everyone in the Metropolitan Police Department is a fool? She turned to Tanaka Hiroshi and said, Department head, I am sure they are trying to hide something. I suggest we file a case against the three of them and investigate thoroughly. File a case? Asked Tanaka Hiroshi. He frowned and continued, Tell me why you're suggesting that. Xiao nodded stiffly and said, Looking at the damage on the car and the headless corpse, I have sufficient evidence to suspect that it must have been a car accident. There is an 80 to 90% chance that their car ran over and killed the man. I suggest that you check his identity and confirm that the body belongs to the Huanation man, Wang Liu. Then you'll know that we're telling the truth, Miyazaki Ranjin said. He was lying on the hospital bed with a bandage wrapped around his shoulder. Yes. If you confirm the identity of the corpse, then it proves that what we have been telling you is the truth, Kimura Aquino pitched in. His eyes were glinting as if he had finally spotted land after drifting in a vast ocean, and he added, the color of his blood was green. It is not the same as an ordinary human being. Department head, please trust everything we have told you. Tanaka Hiroshi nodded his head a little and responded vaguely. At that moment, Asushio's phone started ringing. She walked to a corner as she answered the call. The look on her face changed as she listened to the person on the other end. After putting down the phone, she turned to Tanaka Hiroshi and said, Department head, something has happened to my family. I have to head back now to settle some matters. Is everything all right? Okay, go then, Tanaka Hiroshi said, gesturing with his hand. Asushio immediately turned and left, but she stopped for a moment before she exited the hospital ward, and took a glance at Xiao Luo before she walked out. She glared at him like he was an enemy. Xiao Luo remained calm, and he did not feel or look the least bit guilty at all. Suddenly, a police officer ran in gasping and reported frantically. Department head, something happened. It's not good. A mysterious group of people attacked our patrol car and took the headless corpse with them. What? Everyone in the ward looked surprised. To have the audacity to attack a police car, what outlaws are these? Huh? Are there any casualties? Tanaka Hiroshi asked. The police officer had a devastated look on his face. Yes, 5 of them were killed on the spot. More than a dozen of them are severely injured, he said. Fools! Tanaka Hiroshi snarled. He turned his head around to look at Miyazaki Ranjin and said, Ranjin-kun, rest well and leave this to me. I believe all the things that you guys have said. It seems like there is a group of outlaws conducting some secret experiment here in Re-Nation. I intend to arrest all of them. Let's go. When he said that, he emanated an awe-inspiring aura and strode out vigorously. It. Now that he realizes that there's so much to gain from this case, he's suddenly so much more enthusiastic. He's going to work harder than anyone else, knowing him. Huh? Miyazaki Ranjin ranted. He spat at the floor to express how felt about Tanaka Hiroshi. His words and actions were rather shameless. That's why he's the department head, while you're just the head inspector, Xiao Luo quipped. What the hell do you know? I just don't want to fight with him, Miyazaki Ranjin retorted. He stretched for his pack of cigarettes. Even this simple act of going for his cigarettes caused his entire body to experience an immense amount of pain. Luckily for Kimura Aquino's sharp eyes and swift hands, he helped take the cigarette, put one between Miyazaki Ranjin's lips, and lit it for him. After a satisfying puff, the dopamine effect kicked in and Miyazaki Ranjin felt as elevated as an immortal. He could feel the pain in his body subside that very instant. He took a deep long and sighed. Xiao-san, what did you do at Lotus Manor? He asked. I did not do anything, Xiao Luo replied. Don't lie to me. If you did nothing, then Su Shuyao would not have looked so distressed and left in such a hurry, said Miyazaki Ranjin. He looked at Xiao Luo with his pair of sharp eyes, as if trying to see through him. Xiao Luo laughed, but said nothing else. A phone call interrupted the awkward atmosphere. It was an unknown number, but Xiao Luo picked it up, anyway. Hello, Xiao Luo answered. Is this Xuanhuan? This is Suzuki Ikuo, a respectful voice could be heard on the other end of the phone. Is something the matter? Xiao Luo responded. We have a lead regarding the black SUV, Suzuki Ikuo said. A lead? That fast? Had he not just asked him to search for leads 2 hours ago? Since when was H society so much more efficient than the police? Xiao Luo had his doubts, but as long as there was a lead, he would not ignore it, even if it was a long shot. He did not know if the lady Poison Fuiren was dead or alive. They might have already turned her into a genetically mutated human being, and the possibility of this was worrying Xiao Luo. Miyazaki-san, have a good rest. I've to go settle some things, Xiao Luo said, then he turned to leave. Xiao-san, do you consider me a friend? Miyazaki Ranjin had a hard time sitting up as he called out after Xiao Luo. A friend? The question surprised Xiao Luo. He turned his head around to look at Miyazaki Ranjin straight in the eye and said, yes. Miyazaki Ranjin might not have given him a favorable first impression, but Xiao Luo had by now changed his opinion of the man. Miyazaki Ranjin had acknowledged the history of the Sino-Japanese War, faced up to that period of history, and stood on his side during his altercation with the Su Shuyao. Putting everything else aside, this alone was enough for him to consider Miyazaki Ranjin as a friend. It is my honor, then. But I hope you don't break any laws of Renation. Otherwise, no matter where you run or hide, I'll find you and arrest you, Miyazaki Ranjin said. He had a conflicted look on his face, and had a funny feeling that Xiao Luo had already committed an exceedingly severe crime. I've only killed those who deserved to die, Xiao Luo said, and left without looking back. It was an interesting statement of fact. Miyazaki Ranjin stared at the exit after Xiao Luo walked out and was speechless. He had this unsettling feeling that Xiao Luo was about to begin a reign of terror in Dongjing. It would be unimaginably bloody and horrifying. Miyazaki-san, what do you think Xiao-Han-san's body is made of? How is it possible for him not to be injured even after colliding with a car? Asked Kimura Akino, looking puzzled and confused. Miyazaki Ranjin forced a smile and said, why don't you go to the Hua Nation and learn some martial arts? Then, maybe you'll be able to figure that out. At the Inagawakai Sumo House, Xiao Luo received the respect and treatment accorded to a VIP. The Inagawakai members who had taken a beating earlier cowered at the sight of Xiao Luo. None dared to look the man in the eye, especially the two sumo wrestlers. They were close to 150 kilograms in weight, and yet Xiao Luo sent them flying like bags of meat. Just the thought of it made them quiver. Mr. Xiaohan, have some tea. Suzuki Ikuo said as poured Xiao Luo a cup of tea and handed it to him respectfully. I don't have time for that, Xiao Luo said. You told me you found that black SUV? Where is it? In a forest by the foot of Mount Fuji. I have done some checking and found out that about half a year ago, its owner had applied to the Vehicle Administrative Office for the car to be scrapped. But this one is still in use after somebody refurbished it and changed all the faulty parts, Suzuki Ikuo said. Who's the one using it now? Xiao Luo asked. Inwardly, he admired how efficient the Yakuza were. Suzuki Ikuo looked around, acting like he did not want to be overheard. Looks like someone from the military, he whispered. Xiao Luo frowned. The military? Suzuki Ikuo nodded. Yes, there's a secret military base 2 kilometers away from the black SUV, and the entrance is concealed by a villa, he said. How do you know it's a military base? Xiao Luo asked. Suzuki Ikuo laughed sheepishly. About a year ago when we were fighting for territory, the Inagawa Kai and other Yakuza opened fire on each other, and we accidentally discovered a villa there. Just the one, all by itself, surrounded by barren land. We wanted to barge in and see which rich person was staying there and rob them while we were there. But just as we were about to barge into the mansion, we saw several military vehicles driving over, and at least 30 to 40 soldiers stepped out. They went in and disappeared for a few days before they re-emerged. They came out in separate squads, one after the other. There were people from the Mei Nation as well. The villa was barely 1,000 square meters, yet it seemed like there was a limitless volume of space within it. The mansion could accommodate all the people and tools sent in, regardless of how many. So my guess is a military base located there, and that villa serves as the entrance to it. Mei Nation people? Xiao Luo realized that this issue was now becoming increasingly perilous. To have the Mei Nation people involved in this as well? A military base? It was very likely that this was what he was looking for, the human experimentation lab designed to conduct research in the genetic modification of humans. He looked at Suzuki Ikuo with an approving glance. Why are you with the Yakuza? You should go join the police, for your resourcefulness and analytical skills are amazing. Suzuki Ikuo scratched the back of his head bashfully. I sat for the test, but I didn't pass, he replied. Alright, since you've already found out so much information, why don't you work a little harder and make the trip down with me? Let's see if it's actually a military base. Xiao Luo said as his lips curled into a smirk. Huh? Suzuki Ikuo's jaw dropped in shock, and then he shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Xuanhuan, I'm from a Yakuza. It's one thing if I get in trouble with the police, but I'll probably die in mysterious ways if I get blacklisted by the military. Let me ask you this one thing, do you want to die with blood flowing out of all the orifices on your face? Xiao Luo snarled, showing no concern about how the man felt. Suzuki Ikuo was shocked and stumped for words. He ingested the poison created by people from the Hua Nation and would bleed to death if he did not get the antidote within 3 days. It was a terrifying thought. The only one with the antidote was the person standing right in front of him, but he would probably die quicker if he forcibly attempted to snatch the antidote. This man was a monster with limitless power and terrifying skills. So you have chosen death. I'll toss the antidote away if that's the case, not like you have any need for it anyway, Xiao Luo said and promptly got up. Wait a minute. I'll go, okay? Suzuki Ikuo panicked and was almost on the brink of tears. He was the leader of the Inagawa Kai and someone who would not even blink when he took dozens of lives. And yet, here he was, submitting to the whims of a single man. But he had no choice. This man was not only undefeatable, but held his life in the palm of his hand. There we go, Xiao Luo said. He was finding this man rather interesting. Mount Fuji was about 80 kilometers southwest of Dongjing. Xiao Luo and Suzuki Ikuo took advantage of the cover of night and drove right toward the mountain. In the interest of safety, Suzuki Ikuo brought 2 bodyguards along with him. It was his only request to Xiao Luo, who only agreed after much persuasion. Between these 2 bodyguards, one was deaf, and the other was mute, and they were both Suzuki Ikuo's right and left-hand men. Putting aside their skills at fighting, the 2 of them had stuck by his side from the founding days of Inagawa Kai and right until it dominated the whole of Dongjing. In Suzuki Ikuo's mind, bringing them along gave him a sense of security. Mr. Xuanhuan, we're only going there to take a quick look, so there's no need for us to go in, right? Suzuki Ikuo probed. He was sitting with Xiao Luo in the back of the car. Xiao Luo did not keep any secrets from the man. You can choose not to, but I definitely will. You're not a spy sent by Hua Nation, are you? I might be from a Yakuza, but I'd rather die than sell out my country, Suzuki Ikuo protested. Xiao Luo laughed. A Yakuza member who loves his country? Aren't you afraid of being mocked by your colleagues if they learn of this? He teased. The mute person who was driving in the car made a sound to get their attention. You focus on driving the car. What are you doing trying to butt into our conversation? We might be Yakuza members, but we're Yakuza who love our country. Am I right? Suzuki Ikuo scowled. He redirected Xiao Luo's question to the deaf person in the passenger seat. MMM? The person evidently had no idea what was going on, so he only flapped his hands. Look at that, he agrees with me. He's much more aware than you are, you mute man, Suzuki Ikuo said, patting the mute man's shoulder. Suzuki Ikuo's actions amused Xiao Luo, who said, I now realize that you're also a great comedian. You understand whatever the mute man is saying, and you somehow understand what the F***ck the deaf man says as well. The three of us know each other very well. I just need to look at the expression on their faces, and I know what they're thinking, Suzuki Ikuo explained. Nice, that's amazing. Xiao Luo held both his thumbs up, and he had to hand it to this guy. So what if these guys were Yakuza? They were far happier and more harmonious than the Dragon Gang in Jiangqing. They reached the vicinity of Mount Fuji after about an hour. The sky was dark, and not a single star appeared in the night sky. The town at the foot of Mount Fuji was lit up by countless homes. Looking from a distance, it looked as if it shone with the lamps of 10,000 households, and resembled a galaxy of stars. It was dazzling, and it hurt the eyes just looking at the town. Xiao Luo could see that the apex of Mount Fuji was covered by a snowcap even in the dark of the night, and he thought perhaps the snow reflected light more efficiently. A lake and a dense forest stretched across the foot of the mountain. The air was exceedingly fresh, and a cool breeze drifted across the area. It's quite a splendid view. Xiao Luo exclaimed in awe. Of course, it is. It is a symbol and landmark of Re-Nation and enjoys international prestige. UNESCO even has on its World Heritage List, Suzuki Ikuo said, thumping his chest with pride. You're just terrible at being a Yakuza member. Xiao Luo said as he slapped Suzuki Ikuo's shoulder. What kind of Yakuza member was he? Patriotism aside, this man was blessed with the talent of a comedian and he was incredibly analytical. To put it in a nutshell, the man was a genius. Of all the things you could have become, you had to choose the Yakuza. You sure picked the wrong path, do you know that? MMPH. The mute man nodded repeatedly, agreeing completely with Xiao Luo. Seeing the mute's animated reaction, the deaf man felt elated and broke out in a jig, although he was not fully aware of what was going on. Did I really pick the wrong path? Suzuki Ikuo scratched the back of his head. This was the first time he was having doubts about his career, despite it being financially rewarding. You can think about this a little more on your own later. For now, hurry and bring me to the entrance of that military base, Xiao Luo said, turning his gaze away from the majestic mountain before him and making his way back to the sports car. Suzuki Ikuo gave the issue no further thought. He called out for his mute and deaf assistants and headed back to the car as well. Soon the black sedan was cruising down the elevated road toward the foot of Mount Fuji. If Xiao Luo was right, then drug lady Fu Yiren would most likely be held in this secret military base. Although he did not have any special feelings toward her, just the possibility that she would be experimented on and transformed into a genetically modified human being riled Xiao Luo up to no end, and he clenched his fists unconsciously. They passed through Kawaguchiko and drove along the foot of Mount Fuji toward the south side. The place was deserted and filled with nothing but dense vegetation and trees. There's a warning sign up ahead, it says, private property, and no trespassing. We're going to have to get off and continue on foot. If we drive in like this, we'll definitely get caught, Suzuki Ikuo suggested. Makes sense. Xiao Luo nodded, expressing his appreciation of Suzuki Ikuo's quick thinking yet again. After they got off the car, the mute man drove the car toward the brush by the side of the road. But he lost control for a second, and the car smashed right into a large tree. One headlight broke into pieces, and the hood was badly dented and lifted slightly. My Lexus. Suzuki Ikuo plunged into instant despair, and the pain showed as clear as day on his face. I spent over 8 million on this car. Do you know how long I had to save just to afford this car? Only for a bloody mute like you to crash it? You god****** idiot. Suzuki Ikuo was livid. After the mute man stepped out of the car, he threw a punch at the man without saying a word, hitting so hard the mute could not stop moaning pitifully in pain. It's just another lousy 8 million, so why are you so torn up over this? Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. This was in their local currency, so it would be no more than 400,000 renminbi, which meant that it was nothing more than an ordinary car in Xiao Luo's eyes. You're part of the Yakuza and Dongjing's #1 group, yet you're acting like this. Are you not embarrassed? You idiot, how dare. Suzuki Ikuo's rage was clouding his judgment, and he immediately exploded when he heard Xiao Luo mocking him. But then Xiao Luo's face hardened over, and the man immediately realized that this was somebody he could not afford to offend. Suzuki Ikuo smacked the deaf man's face angrily with an open palm and said, Hey, Mr. Xiaohan's asking why you're not embarrassed. Go on, hurry the F***ck up and look embarrassed. The deaf man could not understand what was going on, and he stepped back, absolutely confused. He wondered why his boss was acting like this. He was not the one who crashed the car, so why was the boss coming for him? That's enough. If anyone comes our way, you can forget about getting the antidote. Xiao Luo's words had an instant effect on Suzuki Ikuo, who regained control over his emotions. Xiao Luo said, Hey, mute guy. Put out the fire and hide the car well. Ah. The mute man nodded and proceeded to heed Xiao Luo's order. A dense forest surrounded them, and there was but a single, winding road that was as narrow as a village footpath meandering through the forest. They paid no mind to the signboard and followed the path for close to 100 meters, and then they saw the black SUV. It was the one used to abduct the missing Hua nationals. Xiao Luo compared the car to the picture he had and took note of the markings and condition of the vehicle before he confirmed that it was the very same car. It was just sitting there, carelessly parked by the side of the road. There was no doubt about it. Each time they kidnapped Hua nationals, they evidently brought them here and sent them into the secret military base. The one who had subdued drug lady Fu Yiren was probably genetically modified. That was the only logical explanation of why the poison that coated Fu Yiren's body did not affect him. Whoosh. The mountain breeze carried a biting cold from the peak of Mount Fuji as it drifted down its slopes. It was so cold it made people shiver instantly with their hair standing on ends. Said the mute man. Stop it. The more noise you make, the scarier it gets. Suzuki Ikuo scanned the surroundings. There was something about this place that sent a shiver down his spine, and it was not the cold. Why didn't I realize how forbidding this place was before? Xiao Luo did not want to criticize him anymore. It was downright embarrassing for Suzuki Ikuo to act this way when he was a Yakuza leader. Mount Fuji's altitude was in excess of 3,700 meters. Xiao Luo and the 3 Yakuza members were still at the foot of the mountain, and even then they were already 200 to 300 meters above sea level. Then the villa came into view, surrounded by walls on all 4 sides. Inside the compound, there was a spacious yard, and a variety of cars were parked within it. Among them, some were military vehicles. The villa had 4 floors, and on the outside, it looked opulent and was brightly lit. There were security guards stationed within the compound and at the main gate, but judging by their ramrod-straight postures, it was likely that they were soldiers disguised as guards. Besides, the average bodyguard would not be armed with such weapons. For not only were they armed with shotguns, but some of them even had assault rifles. What did I say? I told you this was a secret military base. The guns they're carrying are standard-issue weapons of the self-defense forces, Suzuki Ikuo whispered to Xiao Luo. They were hiding somewhere downslope, and they also had the cover of the forest, so there was little risk of being noticed as long as they spoke quietly enough. Xiao Luo could finally confirm that this was indeed a military base. There was a 90% chance that drug lady Fu Yiren was in there, but how should he go about rescuing her? He had no knowledge of what was going on in the place, nor its layout, so to just barge into the building was out of the question. He needed a workable plan. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of a sports car heading this way from the foot of the mountain. What amazing timing this was! Xiao Luo's lips curled into a smirk. He then stood up and headed toward the foot of the mountain. Let's go. Suzuki Ikuo was elated, and he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately assumed that Xiao Luo was going to leave the place, and had given up on the idea of investigating the military base. This was what he was waiting for. He signaled his two underlings, and said, "Mute guy, deaf guy, let's go." The deaf man could not hear him, and Suzuki Ikuo had to kick his buttocks to get his attention. He then quickened his pace to catch up with Xiao Luo. Suzuki Ikuo was smiling smugly. "So, Mr. Xuanhuan, about my antidote, hee. What's the rush? Let me take a look inside before I hand it over, there's still time," Xiao Luo said. What? Suzuki Ikuo's heart froze. So they were still going in after all. Mr. Xuanhuan, even the people on the outside look tough, so I'm sure those on the inside are even worse. What if, and this is a huge if, you don't make it out alive? What happens then? You can fend for yourself, then. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. Fend for myself? Xiao Luo's words shocked Suzuki Ikuo. He then whined pathetically with his face frowning in despair. Are you even human? I worked so hard for you, I tracked the car down for you within 3 hours, and you still won't give me the antidote. What else do you want from me? Quiet. Xiao Luo roared at the man, you can walk away if you think you're being shortchanged, no one's forcing you to stay. The idiot. Suzuki Ikuo was furious. The man forced a poison pill down his throat, so what did Xiao Luo mean by saying no one was forcing him to stay? The night was exceptionally serene in Mount Fuji, and as they stared across the landscape, the moonlit sky cast ever-changing shadows of the trees onto the surface of the road, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves swaying in the wind. A glaring light shone from a distance, and the growl of a high-capacity engine shattered the silence. It was a military jeep, and upon closer inspection, they saw 4 people in the vehicle. The men in the driver's seat and front passenger seat had haughty looks on their faces, and an icy edge to their gazes. Everything about their posture suggested they were not people to be trifled with. And seated in the back were 2 men dressed in suits. The one on the left wore a black suit. He had a cigar pinched between his lips, and he looked to be in his late 40s, with an imposing countenance. The man on the right wore a light blue suit with a tie and had a pair of glasses on. He looked about 30 and seemed like an assistant or a secretary. Major General, why are we heading here this late at night? Has the base just produced another new genetically modified soldier? Asked the young man in glasses. I don't know what that old man, Yamamoto Tamatake, is planning. He said he had a surprise for me, but I think it'll be more like a shock if you ask me. The man in the black suit said, we got word from the police yesterday that Hua Nation sent someone to look into the case of the missing Hua nationals. It's also very likely they sent an NSA soldier and not an actual police officer here. The military base sent a genetically modified soldier to take him out, but it ended up getting its head split open. Were it not for the police working with us, the issue would have made the headlines, and the entire world would be working against the entire nation by now. The news shocked the man in glasses. That can't be. What kind of man is he that even a genetically modified soldier was killed? He exclaimed. The men in the driver's seat and passenger seat were also taken aback. They had seen for themselves how powerful these genetically modified soldiers were. No gun or knife could harm them, and they were truly the ultimate war machines. How could someone split their head open? The man in the black suit took a long drag of his cigar. He heaved a long sigh and said, "Who knows what kind of monster the Hua nation sent over?" Suddenly, the driver saw a figure about 200 meters ahead of them, standing right in the middle of the road. "Why is there somebody standing there?" the driver remarked. He sensed something amiss and then honked repeatedly. Honk! Honk! It was loud and jarring, but the person on the road did not budge at all. He did not seem to even attempt to walk away. What an idiot, is he deaf or something? The driver yelled, then immediately stepped on the brakes. The man in the black suit frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. Don't slow down. Speed up, and run him over. Major General, heed my order, put your foot to the pedal and run him over. There's no way somebody appearing here at this time of the night can be one of us. The man in glasses wanted to speak, but the man in the black suit bellowed furiously and cut him off. The Major General sensed danger the moment he saw the strange figure suddenly appearing on the road. Yes, sir. The driver responded instantly, then stepped on the pedal. Vroom! The engine of the green Jeep leaped to life and roared, and its speed shot up from 80 to 100 in an instant. Like a beast of steel, it hurtled down the road and charged viciously right toward the figure. 80 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. It was getting closer and closer to the stranger and was about to run him over. In the vehicle, the four men stared ahead without blinking. But the strange man stood there, unflinchingly in the face of a speeding Jeep. There were only three plausible explanations for this. First, it was one of their genetically modified soldiers. Second, it was a deaf and blind person. Or third, it was the monster from Hua Nation. The first could be eliminated, which left the two remaining possibilities. The last one was the more likely of the two, so stopping their vehicle would not be a wise move. Speeding up to run the man over was the wisest and safest option. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the speeding Jeep suddenly jolted. The four men were thrown around like they were in a violent earthquake. When they finally regained their focus, they were all shocked out of their wits. Because what they saw was not what they had expected, the strange man was not thrown back by the collision, but instead had both his hands holding down the front of the Jeep. It was as if his hands worked like powerful magnets, while his feet were sliding back because of the force of the Jeep's momentum. What is he doing? The driver screamed in panic, with fear written all over his face. He had his foot on the pedal and was stepping down as far as it could go, so the engine was roaring sharply. But the speed of their Jeep was almost coming to a standstill. The man was holding back their vehicle with nothing more than his power. He was terrifying. Not even their genetically modified soldiers were this terrifying. The sight horrified the four men. The cigar fell from the lips of the man in the black suit as he stared at the strange man in front of him, holding the Jeep back with his head bowed. Humph! And after 20 to 30 meters, the iron beast was finally brought to a complete halt. The man in front of the vehicle lifted his head, and for a moment they caught a glower in his eyes. They could feel his bloodlust emanating, and though it had only been for an instant, it sent an overpowering sense of fear to the four people in the Jeep. The look on the pale face of this stranger gave them a foreboding of something much more sinister. Who the hell was this guy? The same thought occurred to the four men at the same time. Get out, a cold, commanding voice rang out in a tone they could not defy. The man in the black suit shook uncontrollably. He quickly reached for his gun and pointed it at the strange man, and he instantly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night as a single bullet fired from the chamber pierced through the windshield. But the strange man instantly tilted his head to the left as the bullet ripped through the air and whistled past his ear. He even dodged a bullet? The four men broke out in a cold sweat, and they were all at a loss for words. "All right, let's do this the hard way then," Xiao Luo sneered. His ghost-like phantom claws sank into the hood of the jeep, like slicing through tofu, and he lifted the entire vehicle by simply raising his arms. He then turned the jeep over and smashed it violently on the ground. Boom! There was a tremendous bang before the vehicle broke up, sending broken parts scattering in all four directions. But, smashing it once was not enough. Xiao Luo picked it up again and slammed it another 4 times until he destroyed it. The damage done to the vehicle gave a strong indication of how severely injured the men within it were. They crawled out from the wreckage like dogs, badly cut by broken glass and bleeding from their mouths and noses. The man in the black suit had a broken leg. He pulled himself out by his upper body, but his leg remained trapped beneath the wreck, and so he lay there wailing in despair. Suzuki Ikuo, the mute man, and the deaf man rushed over and could not help drawing in a deep breath. They were scared out of their wits, and stood like statues, staring wide-eyed at Xiao Luo next to the overturned wreck. They witnessed Xiao Luo stop a speeding jeep traveling at 100 miles per hour with nothing more than his strength before he lifted and smashed the car like a toy. F***CK, was he even human? Suzuki Ikuo felt as if his understanding of the world had shifted on its axis. He broke out in a cold sweat. In this very moment, Xiao Luo became no different from a monster in his eyes. Xiao Luo had a cold, ruthless look on his face. He walked up purposefully to the man in the black suit, then squatted next to him and said, "Tell me your name and rank. You only have one shot at telling me the truth, so I hope you cherish it." It was a straightforward sentence, but it carried an ominous ultimatum. The man in the black suit wisely chose to tell all. How would he dare lie to such an all-powerful and enigmatic being? Although his body was in excruciating pain, and blood was streaming profusely from his mouth and nostrils, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Arg. I'm Major General Matsushita Take, of the 2nd Division. Re-Nation Ground Self-Defense Force. Is there a human research laboratory in there that conducts experiments on live subjects?" Xiao Luo probed further. Matsushita Take's face contorted in pain, but he froze the moment he heard Xiao Luo because this was a highly classified operation. He was a major general, and if this secret leaked out, he would have to face the consequences. But Xiao Luo's patience ran out. He grabbed the man by the scruff of his neck and dragged him from under the wreck like he was dragging a dead dog. The man's right leg was crushed and trapped underneath the overturned jeep. And Xiao Luo's action ripped his leg off, causing a copious amount of blood to splatter from the wound. It was a gruesome sight as Matsushita Take's thigh bone was visible. Unable to bear the pain, he held in agony, causing everyone's hair to stand on ends. What they saw horrified the other 3 men in the wreck. They looked at Xiao Luo like he was the devil, and it filled their eyes with fear. "Look into my eyes." Xiao Luo spoke sternly to Matsushita Take before he put him under hypnosis, and the Major General fell into a deep altered state. As long as the other party's willpower was weak, the hypnosis would produce the desired results. Matsushita Take's willpower was not strong enough, and Xiao Luo hypnotized him within a few beats. His eyes became glazed and seemed out of focus, as he responded sluggishly to a question Xiao Luo posed. Xiao Luo very quickly found out that there was a human research lab in there, and its goal was to study genetically modified humans. They were developing warriors who were invincible for deployment in future battles. The key person overseeing this operation was a major general by the name of Yamashita Tomotika. And what they were experimenting on were not animals, but living human beings. They were mostly Hua nationals who had come to Renation, and the abductions resulted from the information provided by the police. The police? Xiao Luo frowned and continued to probe for more information. The answer came from Matsushita Take's very lips, and the name he provided was none other than the chief of police, Tanaka Hiroshi. The police chief was in cahoots with the military, and it was he who provided the information that Wang Leo's body was being transported to the station. The laboratory then sent their people to ambush the police car and snatched Wang Leo's corpse. Xiao Luo also pressed for information on Fu Yiren's whereabouts. Matsushita Take answered that there was a lady whose entire body was filled with potent toxins, and she was being detained in the research facility. They had not done anything to Fu Yiren yet, except to extract blood from her every day for their research. The toxins in her blood had high research value compared to the genetically modified soldiers. Why did you choose to use Hua nationals as your research subjects? Because those people are the lowest form of humanity and deserve to be enslaved. They're no different from lab rats. Matsushita Take responded in his subconscious state and without emotion. Being from the Hua nation, Xiao Luo was infuriated upon hearing this. On top of that, he had just confirmed that there was a research facility in the base, and they were conducting live experiments on Hua nationals. The moment Xiao Luo heard that what the major general said, he instantly meted out the death sentence. Very well, then. To hell with all of you. He had not planned on killing anyone while he was in Renation, but he could not hold back any longer. Xiao Luo clasped Matsushita Take's throat and twisted it forcefully. The vertebrae snapped with a crack and the major general's head lolled limply to its side. Thankfully for the major general, he was still in a state of hypnosis, and he did not feel the pain. No, please. Please don't kill us. We're not from the laboratory. We're just Major General Matsushita's subordinates. But Xiao Luo did not spare their lives. He kicked each of them once and smashed their ribs, and the blow ruptured their internal organs, killing them instantly. Suzuki Ikuo, come here with your men. When Suzuki Ikuo heard Xiao Luo calling for him, he snapped out of his shock. He knew better than to talk about being patriotic anymore, especially after seeing Xiao Luo slaughter the 4 men. After all, Suzuki Ikuo was from the Yakuza, and staying alive was second nature to him. What had the world come to? How could such a terrifying beast such as Xiao Luo exist? Suzuki Ikuo's face appeared forlorn, and he looked like he was on the verge of tears. The mute and deaf men followed closely behind him. Mr. Xuanhuan, do you have any instructions for us? Suzuki Ikuo asked, bowing humbly. Strip them of their clothes and put them on. Xiao Luo said. He then bent down to take off Matsushita Take's clothes. Suzuki Ikuo immediately saw through the plan and said, You want us to disguise ourselves as these 4 and sneak in? Xiao Luo looked up and glared at him. Since you already know, cut the crap and put on their clothes now. That is an order, and if you dare defy me again, I'll send you straight to hell, before the poison even has the chance to kick in. Gulp. Suzuki Ikuo was so frightened that he started shaking. There was no way he would take this lightly, not after seeing how easily Xiao Luo had killed those men. It was like slaughtering chickens and ducks. He immediately stopped talking and started removing the clothes from the bespectacled man's body. He then smacked the deaf and mute men who were still in a stupor and hurried them to dress in the clothes of the other 2 dead men. Xiao Luo did not react to them. He made quick work of stripping Matsushita Take and changing into his clothes. He then tossed the 4 bodies like shot put into the dense forest by the road. That sight immediately sent shivers down Suzuki Ikuo's spine. This man kills and plunders at will and was undoubtedly more terrifying than the Yakuza. Look at how effortlessly he's dealing with those bodies, he thought. There was no way he would have believed it had someone told him that this was the first time the Hua National was doing something like this. Mr. Xuanhuan, this Matsushita take is one of the important officials involved in the research facility. They will surely recognize such a high-ranking officer, and there's no way we'll be able to make it past security disguised in their clothes, Suzuki Ikuo said. He did not dare speak too loudly, and he felt nothing but awe and fear for Xiao Luo. Is that so? Xiao Luo smirked. As he spoke, the bones in his body started transforming with a grotesquely cracking sound ringing. First, his height and build changed, before his face took on the form of the Major General. Ah! The three men shrieked at the same time. Suzuki Ikuo, the deaf man, and the mute man were all so shocked that they fell to the ground on their haunches, staring up at Xiao Luo with their eyes wide open. Xiao Luo slowly transformed into Matsushita, take right in front of their eyes. His build, height, and facial features were identical to the man. Good God, is he the devil? To Suzuki Ikuo, this was the single most horrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. No, it was hundreds of times more terrifying than watching Sadako. Any further questions? Xiao Luo said and smiled at them. He mimicked Matsushita take mannerism, pulling out a cigar from his pocket and sticking it between his teeth. He lit the cigar and took a long drag as if he enjoyed it. This was the transformation technique he had exchanged with the system for 80,000 points. Not only could he transform to look like someone else, but he could also even mimic their voice. Suzuki Ikuo and the mute man shook their heads, looking like two empty shells that had lost their souls. The deaf man followed suit when he saw them shake their heads, and he had a similar expression on his face, one of immense fear. After Xiao Luo and the three Yakuza had switched into the clothes of the dead men, 3 vehicles rushed over and roughly a dozen security guards dressed in black uniform alighted from the vehicles, armed with assault rifles. They were security guards from the villa, and they had heard the earlier commotion. They rapidly advanced, flashing their torchlights on Xiao Luo's party, which blinded them. Who's there? Give us your identity, the leader bellowed. Suzuki Ikuo, the mute man, and the deaf man were so frightened they broke out in a cold sweat and stared anxiously at Xiao Luo. If he did not handle this well, they would all end up dead. I'm Matsushita take. Xiao Luo roared in response, imitating Matsushita take's gritty voice. As he angrily tossed aside the cigar he had in his mouth. After he announced himself as Matsushita take, the group of armed security guards were less aggressive and slowly walked over to them. When the leader of the security team confirmed Matsushita take's identity, he raised a hand to signal the others to lower their guns. He was an important official of the research facility. The security team leader had a big smile on his face, and he welcomed them. It's you, Major General Matsushita. What happened to you? You all look so disheveled, the leader said with concern. What happened? Xiao Luo retorted and then slapped the man across his face. Thwack! The stinging sound of the slap resounded in the quiet of the night, and it sent the leader spinning on the spot. His ears were ringing, and his head rang with buzzing noises. The other security guards shuddered at the sight, and they could almost feel the pain inflicted on their leader, just by witnessing what had happened. The slap was intense, and they knew the stinging pain would have been difficult to take. They could not help but be silently thankful that they were not the leader. Suzuki Ikuo and his 2 henchmen were also in shock. Xiao Luo had slapped a man he had just met for the first time with no regard for anything else. It was too vicious. Instinctively, the leader immediately stood with a straight back and lowered his head. He looked every bit like someone who was being punished. Xiao Luo pushed the man back by his nose and looked menacing. You happy that I got into an accident or something? Are UF *King mocking me, USH*T? He yelled. The leader felt misunderstood and looked like he was going to cry. He had genuinely asked out of concern. How was that mocking? General Major Matsushita, I wasn't. Thwack. Xiao Luo slapped him again before he even finished speaking. You weren't what? I've had enough of your pathetic excuses. My vehicle has broken down. Hurry. Bring me to the base. I'll skin you alive if you cause me any more delays. Xiao Luo scowled. Yes, sir. The leader immediately straightened up stiffly and responded respectfully. He ignored the stinging sensation on his face for now. Instead, he hurriedly ushered Xiao Luo and the three men into their waiting vehicles, with respect and decorum. Suzuki Ikuo and his henchmen were staring with their eyes wide open. So, they got in just like this? All Xiao Luo had to do was to frighten the security team leader with a few slaps and reprimands. What the F***ck? The villa was used to conceal the entrance into the military base, and from the outside, it looked no different from any other mansion. The only difference was that this villa had an enormous basement. The basement was located over 10 meters beneath the surface of the ground. The stone steps that lead the way down were about 4 or 5 meters wide. The entrance was a heavy, bulletproof metal door. The leader of the security team keyed in the password on the keypad at the side of the door, and then Xiao Luo unlocked it by the facial recognition system using Matsushita Takes Face. Facial recognition, successful. A synthesized female voice rang out. The heavy metal door slowly rolled up. Immediately, a gust of biting cold air blew out from within. Suzuki Ikuo and his two henchmen shivered with their hair standing on ends. What they saw in front of them was not the facility, but a dark corridor, and there they could make out a series of tunnels and trams. It looked like a subway platform, except that this platform was modest in size. Other than the immediate tram area, every other part of the complex was pitch black. Xiao Luo stepped onto the tram without waiting, but Suzuki Ikuo hesitated and said, Mr. Xiao. Major General Matsushita. Suzuki Ikuo almost slipped up and called his name, but he quickly recovered and addressed Xiao Luo as Major General Matsushita when the latter glared at him. Xiao Luo did not have the same face as before, he was Matsushita Take. What's the matter? Xiao Luo snarled. Suzuki Ikuo could not help but tremble when the man glared at him coldly. And nothing, Suzuki Ikuo responded with a nervous laugh. He did not even dare to suggest leaving, for he knew that he had to stick with this Hua Nation demon for now. He had no choice but to step into this place, even if it were hell. Xiao Luo huffed and then turned around and stepped into the tram, followed by Suzuki Ikuo and his men. The tram ran on a program, and the leader of the security team promptly tinkered around with the controls before turning around to Xiao Luo. Major General Matsushita, all you need to do is press this green button here, and the tram will automatically bring you to the base, he said. Thwack. Xiao Luo smacked the man heavily with his palm, and it caused the leader of the security team to tear up slightly. He looked at Xiao Luo like a woman scorned. I've been here so many times. You think I need you to tell me what to do? The fact was, Xiao Luo needed guidance from the security team leader, but he needed to keep the man on the defensive by continually scaring him. Besides, it was quite a thrill to slap someone like this, and he had grown so accustomed to it that his hand moved on its own accord. Yes, sir. The leader immediately stood with his back ramrod straight and nodded stiffly. You can get out now. Xiao Luo said. Yes, sir. The leader hurriedly alighted the tram and instantly felt an enormous weight lifted off of his shoulder. Xiao Luo pressed the green button, and they started to move deeper into the tunnel. Since when did Major General Matsushita's temper become this bad, Captain? A guard asked the security team leader after the tram departed. How the F***ck would I know? There was no question that the security team leader was thoroughly annoyed. Xiao Luo had slapped him 3 times across the face, for no apparent reason. He took all 3 hits on the left side of his face, and now he felt nothing but a lingering burning sensation. Do you think that is an imposter? Those 3 do not seem to look like his subordinates from the previous visits, the same guard said. He had his doubts. Slap. The leader smacked the guard so hard that he saw stars, but he still tried his best to maintain a straight posture. The security team leader scowled. Do I look like an imposter to you? No, Captain, how can you be an imposter? The security guard responded, shaking his head. The security team leader looked at him sternly. Yes, so how can Major General Matsushita be an imposter? You think an imposter would dare slap me across the face 3 times? He said. But. Thwack. The leader slapped the guard again and shouted, Enough. Is this our first time meeting Major General Matsushita? You can't even recognize Major General Matsushita? The final slap and an earful quickly dispelled any further suspicions the guard had. When the leader left the tunnel, he finally felt at ease. He thought to himself, God *Amen, slapping someone feels great. I've got to keep learning from Major General Matsushita. He did not think of being slapped by Xiao Luo as a humiliation anymore. He felt almost like a role model. He thought it might be a good idea to take a page out of the Major General's book and to master this habit in advance before he became a Major General himself. This feeling was truly exhilarating. As the tram made its way through the tunnel, Xiao Luo felt like he was entering a mine shaft. It was not completely dark as low-intensity lamps were installed along the passageway, providing sufficient illumination to move about, but it was still relatively dark in there. The tram was not completely shuttered, allowing cold gusts of air generated to flow through the carriage as they moved. The frigid draft made the men shiver. Suzuki Ikuo folded his arms over his chest to stay warm. This doesn't look like a track to a military installation. It looks more like the road to hell, he said. Suzuki Ikuo had fear and anxiety written all over his face. He wanted to believe that everything happening here was nothing but a nightmare, for he had a foreboding feeling he was helplessly approaching death. Ah! The mute man uttered a sound in response. The deaf man nodded as well. You're such a coward. Why did you even join the Yakuza? Xiao Luo sneered. He saw the anxiety in Suzuki Ikuo, and he felt compelled to say his piece when the man started whining. Suzuki Ikuo was at a loss for words. He dared not talk back to Xiao Luo, who was, in his eyes, a terrifying, murderous monster. But inwardly, he thought to himself, why don't you find any random Yakuza member and see if he's any braver than I am? The tram was only traveling at a moderate speed, at around 30 to 40 miles per hour, and after being in the dark tunnel for about 20 minutes, they saw light. Soon, they were almost reaching the end of the tunnel, and there they saw another platform. The tram started slowing down as it was programmed to do. The platform looked clean and spotless. The environment appeared to be sanitized, like a clean room, and it was evident that this was a place for the development of advanced technologies, for there were many biohazard signs on the walls. Suzuki Ikuo's heart leaped to his throat. His area of expertise was to engage in turf wars or collect protection money. He had never seen anything like this before. The fact that this was a covert military base and its whereabouts was considered classified made him feel slightly anxious, and he could barely breathe. Major General Matsushita. About a dozen soldiers dressed in black uniforms and armed to the teeth lined up to welcome Xiao Luo. Right in front of the group was a Re-Nation officer with a long face. He saluted as Xiao Luo alighted from the tram. Xiao Luo responded. He had both his hands behind his back, and he looked every bit the picture of an arrogant senior officer who had no regard for others. He did a quick sweep of his surroundings and spotted a metal door. It looked like it was constructed of the same material as the main gate of the villa. This was a double door, and he could tell it was the entrance into the research facility. Just as he took a step toward that direction, the Re-Nation man with the long face suddenly asked, "Major General Matsushita, why didn't Chinatsu come with you?" He was alert. He looked at Suzuki Ikuo and the other two men standing next to him. These three were unfamiliar faces, and the base was a classified high-security location. As part of their security precautions, it was necessary to be meticulous in their screening. "You think that there is a problem with my men?" Xiao Luo's gaze was icy cold. Instantly, the temperature in the area seemed to plunge to freezing point. The Re-National, with the long face, shuddered. I wouldn't dare, sir," he quickly said. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back and quickly lowered his head. "That is better. Now, open the door." Xiao Luo took long strides as he walked toward the research facility. "Yes, sir." The long-faced Re-National immediately scampered after Xiao Luo. He called the security officer stationed inside the facility to get entry clearance. The security officer verified the request, and the door opened from the inside. The long-faced Re-National gestured for Xiao Luo to step in, and the latter walked right in with no hesitation. Suzuki Ikuo and his 2 henchmen mustered up their courage and followed Xiao Luo. To them, it felt no different from stepping into hell. Even if they could make it out alive, they were more worried that they would be placed on the military's blacklist. If it came to that, there would be no place on the entire island of Re-Nation to hide. Upon entering, they saw many workers dressed in white hazmat suits inside the facility. Xiao Luo and his party were then escorted to Yamashita Tamate's office by a lady. This lady was evidently meeting Major General Matsushita Take for the first time, as she introduced herself the minute she met Xiao Luo. She was Nakamura Miko, and Xiao Luo learned that there had been a breakthrough in the research here. She informed him that a highly powerful and aggressive genetically mutated warrior was almost ready. Yamashita Tamate wanted to invite the Major General to witness this miraculous moment. "Bring me to the one with the toxic body," Xiao Luo instructed. "You wish to see the toxic one, Major General?" asked Nakamura Miko. Doubt and confusion were written all over her face. Xiao Luo said, "Is there a problem?" No. "I'm just wondering why you wanted to see her, Major General," Nakamura Miko replied. "The Major General can see whoever he wants to see. What reason does he need?" "Enough of this nonsense, just bring us there." It was Suzuki Ikuo who said that. He had been keeping a lid on his nervousness, and when the opportunity came, he naturally felt the urge to shout at someone to release his pent-up anxiety. Nakamura Miko was startled and did not dare to pursue her question any further. She nodded and said, "Yes, sir." The interior of the research facility was well lit. Xiao Luo and his party followed Nakamura Miko into the lift, where they headed further down the shaft. "My God, we're probably beneath Lake Kawaguchi," Suzuki Ikuo thought to himself. As someone who was claustrophobic, he was very distressed by this, although the facility did not seem like it was underground at all. Xiao Luo's eyes scanned around the place. There were many test subjects being confined here, and they looked utterly helpless, just like lab rats. And what awaited them was nothing but despair and agony. "We're here," Nakamura Miko said with a smile. The doors to the elevator opened. "This is the lowest level of the facility, and this is where we hold all the live test subjects. We have many inferior people from the Hua Nation, Vietnam, and Korea." "Inferior people?" Standing beside Xiao Luo, even Suzuki Ikuo seemed riled up when he heard this. There was a small squad of security personnel stationed here, and they were armed with rifles. After Nakamura Miko introduced Xiao Luo, they all saluted him respectfully. Xiao Luo completely ignored their presence and looked around the place. He saw rows of sealed metal containment cells on one side. He glanced through the window on the doors of these locked cells to see the inside. Each of these held a live test subject, but in one cell, what he saw shook him to his core. They were a mother and son, and he recognized them immediately, Xiaowencheng's wife and son. The image of the family holding each other after their reunion suddenly flashed in his mind, and he had never expected that he would see them here like this. The woman and child were both wearing hospital gowns. There was a forlorn look in their eyes, and they were sitting in one corner of the cell. The woman held her child protectively in her embrace. When they saw a pair of old, vicious eyes staring through the window, the woman immediately blanched and started trembling. Her eyes were filled with fear and horror, for she only saw the Major General and had no idea that it was Xiao Luo. Her first thought was that the people at the facility were here to take them away to conduct experiments. When were they brought in? Xiao Luo asked. Nakamura Miko stepped forward and replied, yesterday afternoon. According to the information I have, this is a family of 3 who came to Renation for a vacation. They have no relatives or friends in Hua Nation and therefore, were suitable to be our test subjects. Nobody would even notice even if they disappeared from the face of the earth. I see. There was a viciously icy glint in Xiao Luo's gaze. This was the same family that had just been reunited only yesterday, and the memory of them holding each other in front of a supermarket was still fresh in his mind. To think that they had now been abducted and brought here to become live test subjects shocked Xiao Luo. Undoubtedly, this family had no idea that the vacation they so looked forward to would come to such a tragic end. Nakamura Miko completely misread Xiao Luo's reaction. She nodded repeatedly and responded, yes. This woman's husband is a prime specimen. In the past, whenever we pushed the threshold, most of the subjects died because they could not handle the high level of pain when we altered their genes. However, this woman's husband has an incredible mental fortitude, and it was with this willpower that he survived the most painful period of the process. He has now become the first successful genetically modified ultimate soldier we managed to develop. Why was his will to live so strong? It was not Xiao Luo, but Suzuki Ikuo who asked that question. As someone from the Yakuza, he genuinely believed that the Re-Nationals had gone too far this time. Using human beings as test subjects for such an experiment was far crueler than just killing them outright. Nakamura Miko looked at the mother and son pair in the metal cell. As a husband and a father, it was his duty is to protect them. He must have survived for the sake of this woman and his child. This cell is under surveillance, so we transmitted the CCTV feed to the laboratory on the 2nd floor. It appeared to give him a powerful motivation to stay alive, and he withstood the pain during the genetic modification process. F*CK, this is excessively cruel, even just thinking about it. Suzuki Ikuo swore. Cruel? Nakamura Miko looked at him as if she was staring at an alien. She could not understand why he would say something like this. Which room is the lady poison being held in? Xiao Luo asked, carefully suppressing his rage. She's the most dangerous of our test subject, so we detained her in a cell down that way, Nakamura Miko said, pointing further down the hall. This subject's entire body is covered in very potent toxins, and the average person would instantly succumb to her poison simply by coming into contact with her. If it wasn't for the genetically modified soldiers, there would have been no way that we could have captured her. Her entire body is coated in potent toxins? How can that be? Suzuki Ikuo was starting to feel that this facility was something right out of the Arabian Nights. If her entire body was covered in poison, then how could she still be alive? Even with our research and technology, we have found no explanation yet why Lady Poison's entire body is coated in toxins. Her case is special, and it has become one of our primary areas of focus for our research in this facility, Nakamura Miko replied. And soon, they reached the end of the corridor. Through the window on the metal cell, Xiao Luo could see a restraining device like a crystal coffin that stood vertically. The Lady Poison, Fu Iren, was confined within it, completely naked. The small space barely made it possible for her to move even a finger. There was a needle stuck in her, and it allowed the researchers to draw her blood by just pushing on a button. Xiao Luo's heart sank, and a wave of emotions hit him. It was plain as day that Fu Yiren was now extremely weak after being subjected to this treatment as a test subject. She was not as radiant and enchanting as she once was. He looked at the metal cell, and then called out coldly, "Open it." "Open it?" Nakamura Miko started to become suspicious, and said, "Major General Matsushita, she's extremely dangerous. We cannot." Slash. There was a swishy sound, and she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She looked down and saw a knife sticking out of her chest. Nakamura Miko collapsed without so much as a scream. The mute man was standing behind her with a savage glint to his glare, and in his hand, he gripped a short blade dripping with blood. It was clear that Nakamura Miko had been killed by him. "Mother Kur, what are you doing?" Suzuki Ikuo cried. He paled as he looked at the mute man with the fierce face in utter disbelief. "Ah. Ah," the mute man said as he pointed his dagger at Nakamura Miko's corpse. He confronted Suzuki Ikuo as if he was quarreling with him. Suzuki Ikuo was in great distress. "I understand. I know that you had your tongue cut out when you tried to protect your wife and daughter. Even so, you can't just kill this woman on impulse." "Do you know what you've just done?" he said. Yeah, the deaf man echoed his sentiments and gestured animatedly. "You idiot, shut your damn mouth. Just stop messing around." Suzuki Ikuo scowled. "Messing around? These guys are much stronger than you are." Xiao Luo looked at the mute man approvingly. Suddenly, Xiao Luo's bones emitted cracking sounds, and almost immediately, his facial features and body structure transformed back to their original form. He was no longer Matsushita Take. One member of the security squad stationed on the first floor heard the commotion and rushed over. Before he could even speak, Xiao Luo appeared right behind him like a ghost. Oof. Xiao Luo's razor-sharp fingers pierced the man's back and through his heart like a dagger, as he used his other hand to muffle the guard's mouth. The man's eyes widened as thick, fresh blood surged copiously from his terrible wound. Blood gushed through his mouth, but it went no further, for Xiao Luo had his hand clasped tightly over the guard's mouth, and his life ended in an instant. Xiao Luo had been clinical in his execution, but the man thrashed around in the throes of his violent death, and his struggle was amplified in this quiet underground crypt. Suddenly, Xiao Luo's ears twitched as he could hear the footfall of someone approaching. A security guard nearby became suspicious and cautiously made his way over. And, just as he turned past one of the metal cells, he was taken by surprise. Xiao Luo had tailed the guard, and the moment turned the corner, Xiao Luo struck with a violent thrust of his hand squarely on the man's chest. Snap! There was a gruesome sound of ribs cracking, and a piece of the broken bones pierced the heart. The security guard barely had time to respond before he lost his life. What sound was that? What happened? The other 7 or 8 guards heard the sound. After some hesitation, they gathered their courage and slowly making their way forward. They had their guns at the ready when they reached the cell that held the lady poison. Major General Matsushita. Miss Miko. The leader of the squad tried calling out for Xiao Luo and Nakamura Miko. He sensed danger. Xiao Luo was like the Grim Reaper harvesting souls. He made use of the rows of metal cells as cover. In moments, he had already moved from the southeast corner to the northwest. There was a nasty glint in his eyes, and like a venomous snake, he had it fixed on the security guard standing right at the rear of the squad. OOF. Xiao Luo's phantom claw sliced his throat open as his other hand muffled the guard, causing the man to die quietly as he struggled in vain. In a short time, Xiao Luo used the same covert method to rid another 5 of the guards. It was also at this moment that the two men at the very front, the last two of the squad, found the bodies of their colleagues. Shock filled their eyes, and the squad leader hurriedly pulled out his walkie-talkie to report this matter. "I'm sorry, but you don't get to do that." A hauntingly ominous voice filtered from somewhere close by. Xiao Luo suddenly appeared behind him, and before the guard could even respond, his index finger and thumb ripped through his neck like a pair of tusks and tore out a chunk of flesh. With an artery ruptured, blood gushed out of his throat like a fountain. The squad leader still tried calling for help, but with his throat ripped open, he could only make wheezing sounds. He soon lost all his strength as fresh blood poured out profusely, and he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Xiao Luo did not waste any time. He bounded toward the last guard and twisted his body in midair before he delivered a devastating kick to his chest. Snap! There was another bone-chilling crack, and Xiao Luo sent the last security guard flying like a cannonball. He crashed into one of the metal cells, and his body virtually disintegrated as he slowly slid off the cell wall like a heap of flesh into a pool of his blood. Strangely, he seemed to struggle briefly before he stopped moving altogether. Such terrifying skills and a vicious personality, this man was the Grim Reaper incarnate. Suzuki Ikuo could not stop trembling at the sight of the bodies littered on the floor of the facility. His entire worldview changed instantly after witnessing what had taken place here on this night. Whoever said that even the strong and powerful feared bullets? This man was not afraid of such things at all. He had just sent an entire squad of fully armed security guards packing to hell in no more than a minute. Good God! If this is all just a bad dream, please let me wake up now. Suzuki Ikuo prayed fervently, in desperation and despair. He swore that he would leave the Yakuza if he ever made it out of here alive. He would be a law-abiding and upright citizen and would never want to endure such torment ever again, even if it meant he had to sell roasted meat on the streets. There are hazmat suits in the closet there. The three of you, put it on now. Xiao Luo issued a command before he bounded toward the metal cell farthest in. The door to the cell was heavy and secured by an electronic lock system accessed using a keypad interface. Xiao Luo smashed a hole into the interface with his fist, and the metal door immediately opened. Suddenly the jarring sound of an alarm rang out through the underground facility. And with that, his infiltration was no longer a secret. But, to Xiao Luo, this was not an issue. Now that he had found Fu Yiren, there was no more need to act discreetly. He had long since decided to wipe out everyone who worked here in this facility, and now, there was no more need to hide. Boom! With two well-aimed kicks, he cracked open the apparatus that held Fu Yiren. She was still in a comatose state, and so she fell immediately into his arms. There was a sweet fragrance that emanated from Fu Yiren, but this was also a form of toxin. Xiao Luo's Jingjing worked quickly to break down the toxic gas. Fu Yiren, Fu Yiren. Xiao Luo tried to wake her by calling her name, but she did not respond. The woman sagged in his hold as if she had no bones. Her skin was pale and her lashes long, and she looked as peaceful as Sleeping Beauty. He pulled out the needle stuck into her and then took his clothes off to cover her, carrying her out of the metal cell. What do we do, Mr. Xuanhuan? It looks like we've been spotted. Suzuki Ikuo and his two henchmen had by then already put on their hazmat suits, and the alarm that went off in the underground hall was sending them into a panic. What should we do? Xiao Luo huffed in contempt. Even the mute and deaf guys know to pick up a gun, but you're just standing there empty-handed, he scorned. Suzuki Ikuo looked left and right, and he saw that the mute and deaf guys had already picked up assault rifles for themselves, while he had done nothing but put on the hazmat suit. Enough. Take care of her. Xiao Luo dumped Fu Yiren into his grasp, letting him hold her. Wow, what a pretty lady. Suzuki Ikuo eyed Fu Yiren with admiration and was instantly bedazzled by her beauty. Xiao Luo felt the urge to kick him and make that lecherous expression on his face disappear, but he had a better idea, and instead, he said, "If she's alive, you're alive. If she's not alive, then there's no need for you to be, either. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Suzuki Ikuo instantly shivered in fear, and he nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking rice. "Yes, yes. Follow me." Xiao Luo forced open all the metal cells with brute force, only to find out that every one of them, except for Lady Poison Fuyiren and Xia Wencheng's wife and son, were test subjects and had already been injected with the genetic agents. Some of them were no more than bloodied corpses who looked like they had been skinned alive and were barely clinging on to life. Some had vivisection performed on them and bore long sutured wounds that extended from the chest to the groin. They were subjected to such immense pain that they were better off dead. Meanwhile, another had grown gills and looked like an ugly mermaid, only this mermaid had a rotting body completely covered with foul-looking abscesses. These were all test subjects, or rather, they were all the results of failed experiments. Even if he could successfully rescue them, they probably did not have long to live. Xiao Luo waved his hand, and the mute man ended their miserable lives with the assault rifle. "Don't worry, I'll make sure those who caused you this pain will be buried 6 feet under." Xiao Luo had never seen himself as a saint, but even so, at this moment, his head was filled with nothing but the desire to kill. Every time he brimmed with bloodlust, the bloodthirsty beast that dwelt within him would rear its ugly head, and his blood would start rushing to his head with excitement. The mother-son pair they rescued recognized him immediately. "Uncle." The little boy raised his head, staring at Xiao Luo with a pair of large eyes that resembled black jewels. His adorable face made him look like a porcelain doll, and he gave Xiao Luo a huge smile. Perhaps he thought that Xiao Luo had forgotten him, so he raised his little arm up high and saluted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo patted his head, and then he noticed that the little boy's left eye was completely white and his pupil was missing. It was evident that this little boy had been injected with the genetic agent, and his body was undergoing unusual changes. When Xiao Luo saw the woman choking on her sobs with tears streaming down her face, he sadly accepted that the boy had been infected with the genetic agent. The woman suddenly kneeled before Xiao Luo and the men. She looked dispirited and immediately kowtowed to Xiao Luo. "Please, I'm begging you, save my husband. Please, I'm begging on my knees. Get up. I'll do my absolute best to rescue him." Xiao Luo frowned. From what he had heard from Nakamura Miko, it was unlikely that he'd be able to rescue Xia Wencheng. There was nothing else he could do but to assure and console her. The woman was distressed, but far from having a complete breakdown, for her son was her biggest source of strength. Women may be frail, but mothers were certainly not when it came to their offspring. Despite her fatigued condition, she lifted her little boy and held him tightly in her embrace and then followed closely behind Xiao Luo. They were currently 4 floors below ground. Suddenly, the blinking lights of the elevator caught their attention. The indicator light on the plate started descending. The mute and deaf guys brandished their assault rifles, got in position, and prepared to open fire. Beads of sweat were streaming down their foreheads, showing how nervous they were. Suzuki Ikuo wondered, how the F***ck can these 2 idiots be braver than I am? Have I been taking things too easy these few years? Have I lost my edge? He was ashamed of himself. He was the boss of the Inagawa Kai, and yet he was put to shame by a mute man and deaf man. This was a slight to his reputation and an embarrassment. Ding! The elevator finally reached their level and the heavy metal door slid open. Dozens of soldiers in black uniforms and helmets rushed out. Instantly, the mute man and deaf man squeezed their triggers simultaneously, firing manically in a sweeping pattern across the entrance of the elevator. The gunfire was furious, sending a hail of bullets like a thunderstorm. It resembled hellfire, tearing viciously into the soldiers exiting the elevator. OOF. The soldiers were caught in the deadly volley, and blood splattered around like sprays of paint. Shell casings spat from the bolt and dropped to the floor as rounds left the chamber rapidly, and the soldiers fell, one after the other. But these were properly trained personnel, and despite the sustained fire from the mute and deaf henchmen to keep the soldiers at bay, the survivors quickly regrouped and retaliated with a counterattack. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The bullets were like sheets of rain and surged toward the defenders viciously. The mute and deaf henchmen fell back, taking cover behind two metal cells. Then, Xiao Luo, who had attached himself to the ceiling like a bat, flashed his palm toward the armed soldiers. Boom! With a resounding roar, Xiao Luo unleashed a terrifying force through his palm that surged toward the soldiers like the angry waves of a turbulent ocean. The soldiers felt as if they were suddenly in a vacuum, and their bodies blew up. Blood burst out of their bodies like broken pipes and sprayed into the air. Broken limbs flew in all directions as they held pathetically, soaked in their own blood and experiencing a pain worse than death. The thick, pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Suzuki Ikuo, the mute man, the deaf man, and Xiaowencheng's wife and son stood watching in stunned silence, wide-eyed and dumbstruck. This man had taken no more than a few seconds to turn this entire area into a scene of carnage. It was a terrifying sight. Experimentation Laboratory, Basement 1 of the research facility. A group of laboratory staff in white hazmat suits stood around a gigantic culture tank, observing a genetically modified soldier undergoing the process of transformation. One of them wore a soldier's uniform. He had a thick waist, and his build was rather rotund. His legs were short and stubby, and half the hair on his head was already white. There were rows of medals pinned on his chest, and he was none other than the man overseeing the human experimentation project in this research facility, Yamashita Tomatake. There was a Main National beside him, wearing a white hazmat suit, and they were both looking excitedly at the genetically modified soldier in the culture tank undergoing the transformation process. And the test subject was Xiaowencheng. Xiaowencheng was submerged in the tank and had a good number of needles stuck into his back. Several tubes carried the nutrients he needed for sustenance, while the others injected the genetic agent into him. His eyes were shut tight, and his body mass had increased at least twofold. The flesh and skin on his body took on a metal-like hue, and all the hair on his head had fallen off, leaving him bald. No blade or bullet can pierce through him, and neither water nor fire can destroy him. Nothing on this earth can kill it. This is the fear-inspiring ultimate soldier that will dominate the battlefield of the future. Yamashita Tomatake's eyes were filled with excitement. As long as they could mass-produce soldiers like these, the entire world would tremble in fear when they faced the forces of the Ri nation. With such a force, world domination would be nothing but a matter of time. The love of a father for his wife and child, this is the ultimate strength we humans have. It gives us the strength to withstand excruciating pain, and this man is proof of it. He's given us quite a surprise with his resilience, the Main National, in the hazmat suit, said. Quite a surprise, indeed. Our countries can soon agree to wage war as a united front, and conquer the world together, Yamashita Tomatake said. He looked like a madman as he excitedly licked his chapped lips. Bingo! The Main National gave him a double thumbs up and curled his lips into an approving smile. Suddenly, the screen in the center console flashed with the picture of a nervous-looking security officer. He was frantic and wallowing in fear as cold sweat poured down his face. His eyes were wide and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Major General Yamashita, we can't hold on any longer. There's a monster out here. He came charging and killing us, we can't retaliate anymore. You idiot. Are you saying the genetically modified soldier couldn't hold him off? Yamashita Tomatake roared, and a scowl formed on his face. This situation spoilt the excitement he derived from the success of the ultimate genetically modified soldier. Matsushita Take's demeanor suddenly changed. This was absurd. To find out that his genetically modified soldier was no match for this intruder was not something he had expected. He tore through the genetically modified soldiers like paper. The security officer's voice trailed off on the screen, and then his trembling voice cut off abruptly. Everybody in the experiment laboratory sucked in a deep breath when they saw a grisly hand tearing through his chest on the screen. Blood spurted out from the security officer's nose, and his whole body convulsed from the immense pain. Did he just tear through an adult's body with his bare hand, just like that? Everybody in the experimentation laboratory was stunned, and they could not believe that this was happening. Hiss. The screen in the center suddenly burst into millions of random dot pixels, and the display turned static. Evidently, the camera was destroyed. The main national pulled his gaze away from the screen and turned to Yamashita Tamatake, and the look of fear in his eyes was apparent. "Mr. Yamashita, I'd be better get a move on," he stuttered. "You're leaving? Are you afraid?" Yamashita Tamatake laughed mockingly. "Of course I'm scared, d***. I don't know what demon the Hua Nation sent here, but none of us will survive if we don't leave now," the main national said. The main national had initially thought that a regular agent had infiltrated into the facility. He thought that this would be someone the security team outside and the genetically modified soldier could wipe out. But this was far from the truth, and it made the man feel that his life was in danger. "You absolute idiot, we have the ultimate genetically modified soldier here with us, so there's no need for us to worry about a mere Hua national. Once the sick man of Asia, always the sick man of Asia, and this isn't something that will change over time. I'll make him pay for this." Yamashita Tamatake snarled and clenched his fists. "You've gone insane. The genetically modified soldier might be a huge success, but his present condition is not stable. He may or may not have his previous memories intact, and with such genetically modified soldier who will not heed your commands, the first target he'll take out once those shackles are off will be you," the main national cried. He lost control of his emotions, but managed to calm himself down again. "There can be no further delays. The monster sent by Hua Nation should still be in basement 3. I have to leave now. Good luck, and God bless you all, amen." He made the sign of the cross in prayer and then hurriedly headed for the door of the experimentation laboratory. Boom! At that very moment, there was a tremendous bang on the metal door of the laboratory. It was as if a beast had slammed into it, sending the door bursting off its hinges and right into the main national like a bomb. Erg! The moment the door smashed into him, the main national spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was thrown backward. He could hear the sound of his bones cracking before he slumped on the floor in a heap. Instinctively, he stared at the man standing by the door. The man was soaked in blood from head to toe, and an ominous, murderous aura emanated from him. Blood dripped to the floor from the claw-like hand that hung limply by his side, and he looked every bit as terrifying as a demon who had walked straight out of hell. It was none other than Xiao Luo. Suzuki Ikuo and his 2 henchmen stood close behind him, but Xiao Luo was there to lead the charge and bring about devastation. "Those are great skills you have there, man from the Hua Nation," Yamashita Tamatake said. He had both his hands behind his back and his voice was low and hoarse. "Sorry, I ruined your door," Xiao Luo said. He was in no rush to make his move as he glanced at the culture tank and recognized the metallic-hued giant. It was Xianxia. Xiao Luo thought to himself and decided that the key to rescuing Xianxia was Yamashita Tamatake. Yamashita Tamatake gave Xiao Luo a humorless smile. "That doesn't matter, you can pay with your life," he said. Xiao Luo smirked and replied, "Is that so? And why are you so confident?" "Because of this, of course," Yamashita Tamatake said, pointing with a thumb at the test subject in the tank. After he gloated, he moved toward the tank with a menacing look on his face, and then pressed the red button. Meet our most powerful of the genetically modified soldiers, he bellowed, awaken from your slumber, soldier. Oh, God, no. The Mei National gasped and stared at Yamashita Tomatake, releasing the beast. He had been part of this program since its beginning, and he knew better than anyone else how terrifying the genetically modified soldiers were. What Yamashita Tomatake had set free was not a beast, but a creature of hell, and it would tear everyone here into bits and pieces. The instant the red button was pressed, Xuanhuan, whose eyes were closed, suddenly opened them. They were a terrifying pair of eyes, deep green, and glowering with bloodlust. The ultimate soldier started thrashing about in the tank, gasping for oxygen. Gore. Xuanhuan's struggle grew more intense, and his thrashing movements filled the gigantic culture tank with a massive amount of bubbles. Suddenly, a monstrous growl reverberated out the tank. Crack! The tank, made of unique reinforced glass, instantly shattered and exploded as if a bomb had detonated within it. The green solution spattered in every direction, and a myriad of glass shards blasted out like bullets from a shotgun around the tank. Arg! The workers in a hazmat suit standing within the vicinity were all struck by the glass fragments. It looked like a gunfight scene. People spun around in a slow-motion pirouette before collapsing in pools of their own blood. It took Yamashita Tomatake by surprise, but he reacted quickly and immediately got down to avoid the hail of shards. Other than being spattered by the green fluid, he did not sustain any injuries. The Mei National was not as fortunate and laid on the ground, writhing and howling in pain. Xuanhuan stepped out of the culture tank and stood to his full height. He had grown close to 3 meters tall and intimidating. Sinewy muscles covered his entire body, not unlike those on a dragon. There was a gray hue to his skin tone, and it glinted like metal. His arms had lengthened, making him resemble an ape. On both of his hands, sharp claws had formed, and they took the shape of curved blades. His talons were sharp, like those of a giant eagle, and the skin on his hands was coarse and dry. His jawbone stuck out, making him look menacing. The sight stunned Xiao Luo. Xuanhuan looked more or less like one of the tyrants in the dystopian flick, Resident Evil. Do you recognize me, Xuanhuan? Xiao Luo asked the beast. Xiao Luo tried to communicate with Xuanhuan, but the beast remained still and did not respond to his name. You fool, how could he recognize you? He listens only to me now, haha, haha. Yamashita Tomatake stood up and clutched at his hurting chest, laughing like a maniac. He then pointed at Xiao Luo and instructed Xuanhuan to attack. Go, number 1. Rip him to shreds, he ordered. But Xuanhuan did not seem to pay any heed to him. He was not responsive at all to that command and remained motionless. Gulp. The Mei National swallowed nervously. He began to break into a cold sweat. His greatest fear had come true. The process to create the ultimate genetically mutated soldier was still incomplete. All they had created was a biological monster that would not obey any commands. They have just released an uncontrollable beast. Yamashita Tomatake was indignant. He twisted his head to look and point at Xuanhuan. I said rip him to shreds. Number 1, did you not hear me? He scowled. Xuanhuan remained still and looked like he had turned to stone. Yamashita Tomatake was infuriated and walked right up to the beast and kicked him forcefully. You idiot! I am the one who created you. How dare you ignore my command? Go, hurry, and tear him apart, you idiot, he yelled. Finally, Xuanhuan stirred. He turned his gargantuan body around and stared directly down at Yamashita Tomatake with his glowering dark green eyes. Yamashita Tomatake felt like a frog who had caught the eye of a venomous snake, and he had put himself in great danger. He shuddered and instinctively took 2 steps back. To gather his courage, he shouted at Xuanhuan, but his voice was shaky. I was the one who created you. I'm your creator. You each have to listen to my orders, he shrieked. Before he could finish his last sentence, Xuanhuan grabbed him by his head, and the sharp claws tore his head open, like a massive knife cutting into his flesh. Fresh blood poured out ceaselessly from the wound. With a raise of its arm, the beast lifted Yamashita Tomatake off the ground. Arg! The Re-Nation Major General screamed out in excruciating pain. In the eyes of Xuanhuan, the ultimate genetically modified warrior, he was nothing but a human-sized toy without any ability to retaliate. Yamashita Tomatake forced himself to remain calm, despite the immense pain. He pulled out his revolver and fired several shots into Xuanhuan. Bang! 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 But the bullets ricocheted off Xuanhuan's metal-like body. It was like he was firing at an armored vehicle, and the bullets did not penetrate and only created sparks. After his transformation, Xuanhuan had no fear of bullets. It was like being pelted with beans, and caused him no pain or annoyance. He exhaled a breath of gaseous fumes as he reached out with the index finger of his other hand. The tip of his claw cut open Yamashita Tomatake's shirt, revealing the man's hairy chest and abdomen. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Although his head was held in a vice-like grip, Yamashita Tomatake was still very much conscious, and now he began to feel a deep sense of fear. Ha ha, ha ha. A deep, raspy grunt came from Xuanhuan's throat. He gently tapped the tip of his index finger on Yamashita Tomatake's chest. It was akin to a surgeon using a sharp surgical scalpel, piercing it through the skin and slicing right through his flesh. Without stopping, the beast continued sliding it down toward the navel. Fresh blood poured out when that claw sliced open his abdomen. Arg! The pain intensified, as did Yamashita Tomatake's screams of agony. His body started convulsing violently and his eyes were wide open in shock. Even Xiao Luo's hair was standing on ends. The scenes from the Unit 731 movie were being reenacted right in front of him, right here in actual life. The hellish wails of pain that echoed in his ear were frightful. Oh, God! Someone stop him! The May National shrieked in terror. He struggled to come to terms with what he was witnessing, for although he had dissected human beings before, he had never done so while they were conscious. What was being done to the Major General was gruesome, 1,000-fold more terrifying than the Hua Nation's death by 1,000 cuts. Xuanhuan, now transformed into a beast, seemed to be enjoying this slow and painful death. His claw ripped open Yamashita Tomatake's abdomen, and the man's entrails poured out. Yamashita Tomatake's screams and struggle slowly died down. Blood poured from his nostrils and mouth, and his limbs were jerking involuntarily from time to time. Fresh blood was streaming out of his abdomen copiously and was dripping to the floor. He was not dead yet, but he was better off dead. He resembled a bloody corpse being hung up. Xuanhuan finally granted Yamashita Tomatake release from his agonizing pain when he violently ripped the man's heart out of his chest. In a last act of vengeance, he tore Yamashita Tomatake's body into two halves. Rip! Organs and entrails fell to the floor, and the air reeked with a pungent stench. The transformed Xuanhuan did not stop after he ended Yamashita Tomatake's life. He let out a raging roar and turned his attention to Xiao Luo. The beast charged ferociously toward him like a bull in a china shop. He was going feral. Crack! The May National on the floor barely had time to react before Xuanhuan stomped on his head, instantly crushing it, and sending brain matter spewing out. His headless body writhed for those last moments, before it became still. Xiao Luo's eyes widened when he saw the biological monstrosity, one that was almost 3 meters tall, turning on him. The beast charged, and Xiao Luo instinctively crossed his arms protectively in front of his chest. Boom! There was a dull thud, and a terrifying force swept through the area like a tsunami. To his absolute horror, Xiao Luo realized that he could hold his own against this powerful beast. Xiaowencheng's body was like a cannonball as it bounded forward, and the wind created by the speed of its movement whistled through the air. Boom! 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 The creature smashed through 4 rooms until it finally came to a stop after colliding with a thick, sturdy wall. The beast smashed into Xiao Luo with unbelievable force, and although Xiao Luo was tough and hardy, he could feel tremendous pain when he took the hit, and it felt like all of his bones had been broken. Suddenly, Xiao Luo realized that that blow had blasted him into a storeroom. The corridor was right beside him, and he found himself looking straight into the eyes of Suzuki Ikuo and the others coming up from the level 2 basement. Xiaohankuan, you, stammered Suzuki Ikuo. Suzuki Ikuo was caring for Lady Poison, who was barely conscious and could hardly form a complete sentence when Xiao Luo suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't figure out how Xiao Luo got there until he saw the vaguely human-shaped hole in the wall. He decided not to even bother asking Xiao Luo how that happened. Although he had an idea, he preferred not to know the answer. It was simply too unbelievable. Get out of here. Go to the exit on the ground floor while I cover you guys. Xiao Luo shouted. Yes. Suzuki Ikuo responded. Xiaohan, have you seen my husband? The woman asked. Xiao Luo wiped off the blood on his mouth and frowned. I am sorry, but I don't want to lie to you. These people have already transformed him into a biomonster, and he is beyond our help, Xiao Luo explained. They have transformed him into a biomonster. Beyond our help. Xiao Luo's words stunned the woman. Her mind went completely blank at that point. The moment she received that dreadful news, everything around her went silent. In her mind, all she could think of was that they had turned her husband into a monster. They were on vacation as a family, and it was their first visit to the Re Nation. How could she accept such shocking news, and what was she to do? He was the pillar of their family. Roar. A deafening roar came through the wall. It was so loud that it shattered the surrounding walls. A towering 3-meter-tall creature emerged from the swirling cloud of dust and debris. Its head was bald, and it had a demon-like face. The monster had a metallic skin texture, and its claws looked extremely sharp. It was a monster from hell. The woman swooned the moment she saw the monster. She dropped to her knees, holding on to the unconscious boy tightly, and cried in anguish. She was consumed by pain, desperation, and fear, for the man whom she dearly loved most was now lost to her. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? She mumbled. She could not believe that her husband had turned into a monster, and it felt like she was living a hellish nightmare. She was in despair and did not know how to escape from this horror. In his present state, Xiaowencheng had lost his human emotions. He reacted like how zombies would when they saw people running away. He became agitated and charged after Suzuki Ikuo and the fleeing party. He roared as he tried to strike them with his deadly claws. Xiao Luo dashed over like lightning and grabbed Xiaowencheng by his wrists. He held them in a lock, preventing the beast from swinging his deadly claw-like hands. He turned around and shouted to Suzuki Ikuo and the party. They were still rooted where they stood and stunned. Why are you still here? Run. Deaf, bring along this woman and her child with mute, ordered Xiao Luo. The mute man reacted immediately and conveyed the message to the deaf with sign language. They dashed over to assist the woman and her unconscious son and hurried them along. They scurried like a bunch of frightened bunnies and rushed up to the ground floor as quickly as they could. Idiots, wait for me. Suzuki Ikuo ran after them with Lady Poison unconscious in his arms. As he ran, he looked back and shouted, Xiaohankuan, you must live. It all depends on you whether we can get out of here alive. Xiao Luo was already finding great difficulty handling the monster, Xiaowencheng. So, when he heard those words, and he immediately swore at Suzuki Ikuo. F***ck off. Suzuki Ikuo and the fleeing party ran up to the ground floor. They could feel how intense the battle was between Xiao Luo and Xiaowenchang. There were intermittent bursts of horrific crashes coming from below. A tremor followed every resounding blast that they heard. It felt as though the entire base might collapse. The fierce battle was comparable to a fight between two monsters from the mythical world. Deaf and mute, better catch up. If not, we'll be buried alive, shouted Suzuki Ikuo. Suzuki Ikuo's will to survive gave him a sudden burst of energy. He was sprinting while carrying a person in his arms. And he was leading the run, despite wearing a cumbersome anti-contaminant suit. Ah. Ah, mute responded. Suzuki Ikuo halted suddenly at the entrance to the ground floor. F***ck, I almost forgot had you not mentioned it. I've been poisoned, and I'll still be dead if I don't get the antidote, he cried. Yeah, Deaf shrugged and agreed with him, but they could do nothing about it. I must do something. Suzuki Ikuo put Lady Poison down on the floor and said, you guys wait for me here. Don't open the door for anyone. The asterisk's holes outside probably have their weapons pointed at the door. They can't do much if we don't open it. When he finished speaking, he started running back again, but before he could go further, a loud explosion came from below and it created an enormous hole in the floor. Xiaowenchang emerged from the hole amid a swirl of gravel and sand dust. It appeared Xiao Luo had severely wounded him, and his steel-like body had taken quite a beating. It was a horrifying sight, for he had lost half of his head. It looked like Xiao Luo chopped it in half with a sharp blade, and what was inside looked like a mess of green blood. Suzuki Ikuo, Deaf and Mute all sat down in fear. The battle had extended from basement 1 to the ground floor. They would never have believed it had they not witnessed it firsthand. How could these people not be subjected to the law of physics? Dang. It did not take too long for Xiao Luo to emerge. His steps were slow, and he was panting heavily. His clothes were badly torn and the color of his eyes was returning to normal from the blood-red hue. However, the killing aura surrounding him was still evident. This intense battle ended with the biomonster's defeat. As his life force dissipated, Xiaowenchang regained his human consciousness. He looked up with much difficulty and said, Mr. Xiao. Xuanhuan, his voice was weak. Green blood was spurting out of his throat and nose as he tried to speak. Xiao Luo looked down and was caught off guard. I am sorry about this, he said to the dying man. Xiaowenchang shook his head and gave him a sad smile. He said nothing else, but let out a long sigh, well aware of how this would turn out. Wenchang! Wenchang! Screamed the woman. The woman cried out desperately and ran over with the boy in her arms. She kneeled on the ground and looked at Xiaowenchang with a teary face. Tears were streaming down her cheeks as she cried mournfully. It broke her heart as she watched the man she loved dying in front of her. Xiaya, I could not protect you, or our son. I am so sorry. As Xiaowenchang spoke, pustules began to form on his body. He looked at his wife and son with a deep sense of regret. Although he had turned into a monster, he still had the mind of a human. The tears that he shed were proof that there was still an element of humanity left in him. No. The woman shook her head and cried inconsolably. She bent over and hugged him tightly. If there is an afterlife, I would still marry you. Xiaowenchang wanted to hug his wife. He stopped himself when he noticed that his hands had turned into lethal claws. He gave her a sad smile. His breath faded, then the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and then he was gone forever. Xiao Luo was weighed down with grief as he watched Xiaowenchang die. If he could, he would have helped to save his life, but the system's healing effect only applied to him alone. It was remorseful, for Xiaowenchang was the head of this family of 3, and sadly, he had been killed, while the little boy was already beyond help. The genetic drug was corrupting his body from within, and the coma it induced was a permanent effect. The boy was destined to stay in this state until he eventually died. Let's go, let's get out of here as fast as possible, Suzuki Ikuo told the woman in rusty Chinese. He was also feeling heavy-hearted, and he simply hated to spend another minute in this research facility. Not only it had broken up a loving family, but taken the lives of father and son. He now felt hatred for the Re-Nation people who were involved in this research. I am not leaving, my child and we are not leaving. The woman looked at Xiaowencheng's body affectionately as she murmured, and tears welled up in her eyes. She caressed Xiaowencheng's coarse face and wept. I am where my man is. Our family will always be together, and will never be separated again. Why are you doing this to yourself? I know this is a painful memory for you, but once you have gotten over it, you can live a new life. Time will heal everything. Suzuki Ikuo was losing his composure, and he looked over to Xiao Luo, hinting for him to persuade this woman. Xiao Luo looked at him indifferently and remained silent. I don't want a new life. I want my husband. I want my child. The woman was hysterical, and in her eyes, there was nothing but the wish to die. The two most important people in her life had left her, and she no longer had a purpose to live. You're still young, you're. Suzuki Ikuo stopped abruptly, and he was completely shocked. That woman had impaled herself with Xiaowencheng's sharp claw without any hesitation. The claw pierced through her stomach like a sword, draining away her life force rapidly. Ah. Ah. Mute grunted hysterically as he recalled memories of his late wife and daughter, and his eyes turned red immediately. Bright red blood started to slowly ooze out from her wound, and the pain caused her to sweat profusely. Then she quivered uncontrollably, and the blood spurted out of her mouth. Idiot! Idiot! Suzuki Ikuo was devastated and lost his composure. He did not act like a yakuza now, instead expressed sorrow and empathy for this family. An extreme hatred formed in his mind toward those involved in this inhumane experimental project. Xiao Luo remained silent as he strode toward the exit. He was so silent that it was beginning to feel a little strange, like the calm before a storm, and that wasn't a good thing. Suzuki Ikuo carried Lady Poison, still unconscious, and followed him. However, he could not help but look back in regret. Both Mute and Deaf also regained their composure and trailed behind them. Under the bridge, ducks are swimming, come count them all, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so many of them, too many of them, Grandpa with the ducks, his beard's white as their feathers, singing the old song, telling the same joke. As they were heading toward the exit door, that woman started humming a lullaby to the boy, as if trying to put him to sleep. Her voice was gasping and sorrowful, and it pierced everyone's soul as she sang tearfully. As they walked away, it gradually became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped. It was truly a heartbreaking lullaby. Xiao Luo turned back and saw that the family of three all cuddled up together in the blood, and it was a depressing sight. Ah! 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 Mute cried. Suzuki Ikuo also shed tears, and he cursed while trying to wipe it dry, idiot. Xiao Luo smiled. It was a cruel smile, a smile that could only be seen on a madman's face. At the perimeter of the base, the horse-faced Re-Nation sergeant was in command with a squad of men, and they had their weapons pointed at the thick bulletproof steel gate. His palms were sweating as he was unclear of the situation inside, but he knew that it was not going well. Boom! A resounding clang echoed from the steel gate, and its surface suddenly bulged out. It looked like it was a hard kick from the inside that caused the door to dent. Then, the part of the wall that the gate attached to started crumbling. Something was trying to get out. Ready! The horse-faced sergeant gave the order for everyone to prepare to fire. The squad kept their eyes nervously at the gate. Everyone was anxious, for this reinforced steel gate was designed to withstand a direct hit by a rocket-propelled grenade, yet all it took was a kick from the inside to dent it. Could it possibly have been done by a human? It was more likely a raving mad bio-warrior. Boom! Another resounding bang, and the steel gate suddenly collapsed. It created a swirl of dust that blocked everyone's vision, and the squad could not get a look beyond the gate. Fire! The horse-faced sergeant knew that whoever emerged from the base could only be the enemy, so he did not bother to identify whoever was there and gave the order to fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The nervous soldiers started shooting indiscriminately at the entrance. They saw a figure dashing out like a lightning bolt, but couldn't make it out exactly what it was. It looked like a mirage, and the squad continued to fire away, using up all their rounds. Suddenly, something flashed over their heads. In the haze, the horse-faced sergeant realized that the gunfire was getting less intense, and he started hearing the faint cries of the surrounding men. He was terrified as he looked around and saw all his comrades collapsing to the ground. Their throats were slit open and blood was spurting out profusely. His men were struggling in pain in their death throes. What was going on? What the hell was going on? He looked around but saw no sign of the enemy. Who then could have killed these people? A ghost? Suddenly, he had sensed a sudden chill coming from his back. It felt like a demon breathing down his neck and about to take his life. That chill was unnerving, and it made his soul shivered. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He swung around to shoot, but it was too late. All he could feel was a sudden tingling sensation around his neck, followed by the sensation of a cold breeze rushing through his throat, as warm blood gushed out like an exploding pump. He dropped his gun and clasped his throat with his hands. Everything was spinning in his head now, and he found it difficult to even stand up. Then he collapsed in a heap, still trying to apply pressure to the wound on his neck, but he could not stop the bleeding. The blood wouldn't stop flowing and spurted out of his mouth. When death finally arrived, all he saw was a blood-soaked hand hanging over him. Blood was dripping slowly between his index finger and thumb. He opened his eyes wide in horror and realized that it was this hand that sliced through his throat. Xiao Luo stared at the corpses lying around him, but the bloodlust within him was only getting more intense. At that point, Xiao Luo did not care about morals or any potential consequences he might face. There was only one thing in his head: everyone involved in this research facility base and the experiments will pay for their crimes with their lives. Nobody would be spared or allowed to escape. A carnage is on the way. Brace yourself, Dongjing. Suzuki Ikuo looked at Xiao Luo from behind and broke out in a cold sweat. He was a being that existed beyond the law of nature, and he was very sure that the death of that family had provoked him. Certain people would have to pay the price with their blood. Soon, they were aboard the tram and making their way out to the main entrance of the villa. Xiao Luo sat down behind Fu Yuren with his legs crossed and began the healing process using his I Jing Jing. It did not take too long for her to stir from her state of unconsciousness. When Fu Yuren awakened and opened her alluring eyes, her natural charm immediately caught everyone's attention. They were lustrous and inviting and made her look like a vixen. Her waist was slender and accentuated her exquisite curves, while her fair face was so soft and supple. Her looks drove the men crazy. Suzuki Ikuo, mute, and deaf were all mesmerized by her beauty as Fu Yuren was only covered up by a jacket, exposing her slender legs in a very suggestive way. The three men looked like the wolves who had found prey and could not help swallowing a big gulp of saliva. In a daze, Fu Yuren was still confused about how she got there, but when she saw three strange persons in white biosuit, she reacted immediately. She bolted up and struck Suzuki Ikuo with her hand like a praying mantis. She made her intentions clear and struck with venom like a deadly rose. The three men were shocked as they did not expect such a sleeping beauty to turn into a deadly assassin right after she had woken up. "They are with us." A familiar voice came from behind her and Fu Yuren was stunned. Her hand suddenly stopped a mere 10 centimeters away from Suzuki Ikuo's neck. When she turned around and saw Xiao Luo, her killing intent vanished and she started smiling blissfully as any child would when they met someone they trusted. "Mia, so you have come to save me." Fu Yiren became a little emotional and her eyes reddened. She had always been strong and independent, but she melted when she saw Xiao Luo, for she had fallen for him. In fact, she was obsessed with him. She had once even tried to trick and force him to sleep with her. While she was being held captive, Xiao Luo had always been on her mind. The last thing that she had expected was for him to be the first person she saw after being rescued. It thrilled her that the man she always craved for and dreamed of was standing here right in front of her. Before Xiao Luo could react, Fu Yiren had already jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. Being in such close proximity, Fu Yiren's fragrant toxic fumes were being absorbed through Xiao Luo's skin. The closer they were, the more potent the poison was. Had she been hugging an ordinary person, he would have already died. However, Xiao Luo's Jingjing ability could neutralize the toxins, making him immune to all poisons, and her hug caused him no harm. Xiao Luo had thought to push her away, but quickly realized that she must have been through much torture and pain in the research facility. It would simply have been too cruel to do that. So he coughed uncomfortably to get her attention and said, "It's my mission to rescue you this time." Fu Yiren smiled like a blooming rose and said, "You saved me from hell. I don't care if it was because you were assigned for the mission or if you came voluntarily. I have said before, we are a match made in heaven. I cannot even begin to thank you enough for saving me, and I am willing to repay the debt with my body." When she finished speaking, she spontaneously brought her lips to his. However, just before their lips met, a hand got in the way. "Mia, why are you so cold?" Fu Yiren protested. She had expected Xiao Luo to let her have her way this time. "I am cold? Haven't you had enough of this place?" Xiao Luo snapped. He gently pushed her away. "Fine, no kissing. But let's hug a while more," Fu Yiren moaned, stomping her foot on the floor in a tantrum. Xiao Luo merely ignored her and walked to the end of the train. Suzuki Ikuo, mute and deaf, watched in envy. They were dumbfounded and couldn't understand how Xiao Luo could reject such a pretty woman when she was literally throwing herself at him. Oh, my God, Xiaohankuan just rejected her. Heaven should punish him for wasting such a great opportunity. Fu Yiren had lost her composure after seeing Xiao Luo walk away from her, but soon calmed down. Besides, she was severely weakened and needed to rest for a while. "I discovered this in the database. This is a list of names of those involved in this genetic modification project, and they include Yamashita Tomatake and Matsushita Take. There is a total of 10 names here. You've been here for quite a while, so you'd probably know about it more than I do. Take a look at the list and see if anyone has been left out, and if this list is accurate," Xiao Luo said, handing her the list of names. Fu Yiren checked it carefully and nodded. "Yep, it's these 10 people. This entire facility was pioneered by Kuroda Kiyotaka, the cabinet minister of Renation, and his anti-Hua group. On top of that, the Mei Nation was also involved, and this is a collaboration between the two countries. I think Kuroda Kiyotaka is the point of contact with the Mei Nation and is fully aware of the proponents of this project on their side. As the Prime Minister of Renation, wasn't Anpei aware of this collaboration?" Xiao Luo had a strong suspicion about the current Prime Minister of Renation, as he was a member of the right-wing party. Most of the citizens of Renation were friendly to Hua Nation, but Anpei played a significant role during the dispute on fishing rights and ownership of strategic islands. Suzuki Ikuo was shocked by Xiao Luo's words and immediately wondered if he was planning to assassinate their prime minister. Fu Yiren shook her head. Although Anpei is not friendly toward Hua Nation and had been backstabbing us, he is not involved in this. He holds a different political view compared to Kuroda Kiyotaka, and there is some friction between the two. This project was overseen by Kuroda Kiyotaka without Anpei's knowledge. That's unfortunate. Xiao Luo smirked. If Anpei was indeed part of this scheme, then he could quickly neutralize him using this project as a legitimate reason. As Anpei was not involved, Xiao Luo reluctantly decided to spare him. He looked back at Fu Yiren again and said, "You're still weak, I'll escort you to the port. From there, you should return to Huan Nation in haste." "What about you?" Fu Yiren asked. "I'll be back after I take out every name on this list," Xiao Luo hissed. Fu Yiren knew how determined Xiao Luo could be. Although she did not want him to risk his life, she knew that she could not change his mind. "You must be careful," she said. Xiao Luo did not linger on the subject, and said, "Report everything that had happened here once you are back." "Why don't you do it yourself? It is a big credit." "I can't be bothered." "Okay, I'll do it for you." Fu Yiren smiled. Then, Suzuki Ikuo came up to Xiao Luo with a smile on his face. "Xiaohan-kun, after what we went through, aren't we now friends? Can you give me the antidote?" Xiao Luo had totally forgotten about it and frowned. "What antidote?" he asked. "The antidote for that poison you forced down my throat. The one will make me bleed non-stop in 3 days. Suzuki Ikuo frowned and said, "You're not playing dirty again, are you?" Xiao Luo smiled and decided that it was time to tell him the truth. "It's a lie. I just made that up at that moment." "You really did believe by the looks of it." "I gave you a vitamin C pill, not a poison," he said. "Nanny?" Suzuki Ikuo widened his eyes when he realized he'd been tricked. A vitamin C pill? At that moment, it felt just like he had been tricked into eating feces, and it gave him a horrible aftertaste. "Idiot, I am going to kill you. You cunning C*NT from Huan Nation. I am going to kill you," screamed Suzuki Ikuo. "Now that I have offended the military, I can no longer go back to the Yakuza. I can only do some random *T like selling barbecued meat on the streets, damn it. You are such an *shoal. What did I do to you to deserve this?" he ranted on. "Xiaohan, I hope you will end up in hell." Suzuki Ikuo was on the verge of breaking down as he lost his temper. His face was flushed from the anger, and both Mute and Deaf had to pull him aside. He looked like he was about to beat Xiao Luo up and continued yelling at him non-stop. He was so furious he was inconsolable. Ah. Yeah. Mute and Deaf tried their best to calm him down and even attempted to drown out his ranting by raising their voices. "Idiots. Whose side are you guys on? Why are you guys stopping me? Can you stay calm if you were the victim? *holes, stop holding me back. Let me go. Do you hear me?" Suzuki Ikuo scowled, angrily trying to break free from Mute and Deaf's hold. His efforts paid off as he managed to break free from them. It was probably because Mute and Deaf were both tired and had run out of stamina. However, the moment he broke free, the atmosphere suddenly became dense and suffocating. Suzuki Ikuo gulped with much difficulty, and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly turned around and raised his arms toward Mute and Deaf. "F***CK, hurry, hold me back," he cried. "Ah?" Mute's face registered a look of puzzlement. He did not understand what Suzuki Ikuo was trying to ask of him. Deaf was also dumbfounded and scratched the back of his head, confused about Suzuki Ikuo's true intention. He had scolded them for stopping him earlier on, so why the sudden change of heart? Suzuki Ikuo turned around promptly and gave them both a knock on their heads. "You silly fools. Are you guys stupid? Do you think that I am going to beat him up? I was only pretending to vent my anger," he snarled. "Ah," Mute grunted, looking a little despondent. "You donkey, hold me back." Suzuki Ikuo slapped Mute's head again. Unwillingly, both Mute and Deaf pretended to pull their leader back as he continued to yell at Xiao Luo. Suzuki Ikuo played his part and even said, "Come here if you have got the B*LLS. I am going to beat the hell out of you." That shocked Mute, who was worried that Xiao Luo might retaliate. "Mia, where did you find these people of Renation?" Fu Yiren asked Xiao Luo at the front of the train. "I didn't ask them to come, but they chose to follow," Xiao Luo replied. "Really? They are an interesting bunch of people," Fu Yiren commented and chuckled. When she finished speaking, she gazed at Xiao Luo without saying a word. Xiao Luo began to feel awkward with her intense stare and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Fu Yiren smiled affectionately and threw the question back at him. "Well, Mia, do you not see the fiery love in my eyes?" she quipped. Xiao Luo knew she was up to her nonsense again and ignored what she was saying. "Whenever I see you, all I can feel is joy and happiness. Do you not have the same feeling for me at all?" Fu Yiren asked coyly. "No," Xiao Luo replied coldly and swiftly. Fu Yiren was unfazed, and she persisted with her flirting. "It is common that falling for someone would make one think of that person all the time. Nothing fills my heart but you. Everybody can see that easily. I cannot hide my love for you anymore." "Okay, we've arrived at the exit." Xiao Luo cut her off abruptly. "Humph, you dense blockhead," she muttered as Xiao Luo walked ahead. Fu Yiren sighed as she glared at Xiao Luo's back. The train had gradually stopped as they arrived at the entrance of the villa. It was well lit and the heavy steel gate was securely shut. The communication link between the facility and the villa was monitored on a 24-hour basis. They would have communicated everything that had happened there to the guards at the villa. "We are dead meat, they will trap us here forever." Suzuki Ikuo looked full of despair and said, "I wasn't expecting a dead end after all we'd been through." "Ah. Yeah. His low morale affected both Mute and Deaf, and they looked dejected. "Who said it's a dead end?" said Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo stared at Suzuki Ikuo and walked out. He put his palm on the steel gate that must have been at least 10 centimeters thick. "Aren't we stuck in a dead end now? This steel gate is at least 20 tons in weight, and at least 1 meter is embedded into that rock wall. Regardless of how powerful you are, you could not possibly." Before Suzuki Ikuo could finish his sentence, Xiao Luo channeled his inner power through his right palm and a tsunami-like palm force surged out. The 20-ton steel gate collapsed, even though it was embedded deep into the mountain wall. A loud bang followed as the gate hit the ground, shaking the earth and creating a storm of sand and dust. With an unobstructed view of the stone stairs before them, Suzuki Ikuo, Mute, and Deaf dropped their jaws in a stupor. If gods and demons existed in this world, then Xiao Luo would be on the same level as these mythical beings. His power was unfathomable and terrifying. How could such a powerful being exist in this mortal world? It is unthinkable that a mere mortal could wield such divine-like power. "Did you say it was at least 20 tons heavy?" "Huh." Fu Yiren mocked as she passed the men and then followed Xiao Luo up the stone stairs. They walked up cautiously, step by step. The moment they reached the top, red laser dots from countless weapons were aimed at them. Before Xiao Luo could react, the leader shouted out from inside the villa. "Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons." The leader rushed out and yelled at his subordinates, "Listen to me. You can't hurt them even with machine guns. Hold your fire if you want your lives." "Shut up, you traitor. Are you in league with these spies who had broken into our base?" another leader roared. "Idiot. What are you saying? I am doing this to save everyone's lives. There's no point in suffering any more meaningless casualties," argued the first leader. "What are you saying?" "Haha," the second leader scorned. He smirked and rallied the soldiers. "Don't listen to him. He is nothing but a traitor. He has been colluding with the spies from the Hua Nation. Fire. Kill them all." Do your part and serve with honor. Just as he finished speaking, Fu Yiren teleported right before them like a spirit and smiled. Her charm captured everyone's attention, and her sudden appearance puzzled them. Have you ever felt being corroded alive while being fully conscious? It seems like none of you can relate to what I am saying. Let me walk you through it personally, said Fu Yiren as she chuckled and swayed her palm, discharging poisonous fumes toward the squad of guards. Within the next few seconds, the guards started screaming and were thrown into pandemonium. They dropped their weapons and started scratching their bodies. It only took a light scratch and their skins peeled off, exposing bloody wounds that immediately festered and leaked pus. They were burning up from within as white gas emitted from their bodies and escaped into the air. Arg! 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 It was unbearably itchy and painful, and it horrified the soldiers when they saw their bodies melting away. The scratching made matters worse as large areas of skin were exposed, and gradually these soldiers turned into bloody skinless corpses. They screamed from the excruciating pain, and even as their souls struggled to leave, their bodies refused to give up and they suffered a cruel death. It wasn't long before all the villa guards collapsed, suffering horrible deaths. Their bodies dissolved as if someone had thrown them into an acid pool. Blood flowed away like a small river, while mists of hot white fumes emitted from the bodies. It was a gruesome picture of suffering and death. Arg! The leader who had tried to stop the attack sat on the floor as he screamed out in horror. Suzuki Ikuo, mute, and deaf were all in shock as they watched the soldiers die a horrible death. Their faces turned pale, and they broke out in a cold sweat. My lord, she isn't Snow White at all. She's that evil queen, muttered Suzuki Ikuo. He trembled in wide-eyed fear as he had initially thought that she was an innocent and beautiful lady. But, in a blink of an eye, she suddenly transformed into a killing machine. Her method of attack was inhumane. The bodies looked like they were skinned alive and it made him throw up violently. When Suzuki Ikuo started vomiting, both deaf and mute couldn't hold it in and started retching as well. Xiao Luo was unaffected by it all. He approached the leader and tapped him on his shoulder. You are street smart and understand the importance of self-preservation. However, you are involved in this operation, and I cannot allow you to live, he said. I. The leader could not help but trembled in fear as he stared at Xiao Luo. The fear was so overwhelming that he cried and wet his pants. He wept like a baby and croaked, so. Sorry. There's no point in apologizing now. I cannot accept it. Xiao Luo responded as he looked down at him. In the next second, he had lifted his hand off the man's shoulder and flipped it 90 degrees, tapping the back of his head lightly. The leader's eyes widened, and he suddenly collapsed with his upper body staying stiffly in the upright position. That little tap effectively scrambled his brain. A painless death. Nya, you are too merciful. Fu Yiren was not too happy with Xiao Luo's method as she had suffered a great deal of torture in this base. She detested anyone related to the place and would have preferred to skin them all alive, literally. The process doesn't concern me, as long as we get the same result, Xiao Luo replied as he walked out of the villa. Fu Yiren pouted as she considered it, then her charming face brightened up. Well, so be it, she said. She then followed Xiao Luo looking satisfied with herself. Dawn was approaching as traces of the first light glowed from the east, hinting at the rising of the sun. Suzuki Ikuo, the two of you, do you guys want to work for me? Xiao Luo asked as he smiled at Suzuki Ikuo and his henchman in the Lexus. It caught Suzuki Ikuo off guard. He shook his head and replied, No. 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 I'd better start preparing to sell some barbecue meat. I would never want to live like this again, even for one more day. I will die from shock. Fine. Since we are friends, good luck. Xiao Luo was not hostile toward every person in the Re Nation. He was only after those involved in the genetic modification research base. After they were done talking, he drove a black car from the villa and headed toward the West Coast port. There was transport for a passage home specially arranged by the NSA there. He had completed the primary mission of saving Lady Poison, Fu Yiren. But he still needed to get rid of all the other people on that list. He would do that in memory of Xiao Wencheng's family. These people would have to pay the price for the atrocities they had committed to the Huan Nation's citizens, in blood. As the black car was speeding off in the distance, Suzuki Ikuo and his men heaved sighs of relief, and they would never forget what they had witnessed that night. Trapped in a bioresearch facility, fired on by armed guards, and chased by unbelievable genetically modified creatures. It was worse than any nightmare imaginable, and everything they saw would forever be etched in their minds. We finally made it. My God, please ensure that I stay away from that killing machine forever. Suzuki Ikuo prayed. He was determined to quit the Yakuza. He would settle for a barbecue business, and never wanted to see blood again. The black car drove from Mount Fuji, and was speeding along the road as the sky brightened. Fu Yiren found a one-piece skirt in the car and changed into it in front of Xiao Luo. She deliberately exposed her legs and exuded a sexual charm. Xiao Luo felt quite awkward. Through the millions of years of evolution, the natural desire for female companionship had become an intrinsic part of a man. So, Xiao Luo could not resist this seduction entirely. They were in a confined space, and he could detect her faint feminine scent, making the torture even worse. Mia, be honest. Who's prettier? Me or your wife, Suli? Fu Yiren leaned against the seat and gazed at Xiao Luo like an innocent maiden. You each have your strengths. Xiao Luo gave a politically correct answer, and it was undeniably a fair one. It was difficult to conclude who was better. Suli's beauty was her grace, but she was cold and aloof. This girl's beauty was her charm, but she was deadly. Then why would you not want my body? Both of us know that you are the only man in this world who is eligible to be my man. We are a match made in heaven. If you wish, we can bang now. Fu Yiren said passionately, as she tapped Xiao Luo's kneecap. Xiao Luo was at a loss for words when he heard what she said. It seems like you have recovered, he said with a laugh. I am immune to your poison only because I have Yi Jing Jing protecting my body. I am not the only person who knows this. You need to cut the crap, forget about this match made in heaven theory. But you are the only one I have met and the only one who makes my heart flutter. Fu Yiren responded. Xiao Luo remained silent and kept his eyes on the road. Fu Yiren pouted and said, You're lying. In your eyes, I must come across like some wicked woman. If not, why can't I even get the chance to f*ck with you? It made Xiao Luo blush as she was rambling on about banging and f*king, which was not very proper for a girl. He stared at her and snapped, Can you stop using those words? You're making me freaking blush. Fu Yiren was surprised, and then she giggled. Mia, so you do speak vulgarities too. You are so manly when you curse. Okay, let's move on. You better get some rest, said Xiao Luo, changing the topic. Okay. Fu Yiren leaned sideways and stared at him affectionately. After a while, she asked, Do you think the Re Nation would be flooded with international sanctions once the bioresearch facility is exposed? You're too naive. Soon, the army will be bombarding that base in Mount Fuji, burying everything under rock and soil. They would deny it all and get away with it. Don't you know that the current Prime Minister Anpei is a master at playing dirty? Well, that's true. He even denies that the Re Nation invaded our Hua Nation. If he can ignore history, then a small-scale event such as this would not be difficult for him to deny. There was a brief silence in the car. Then out of the blue, Fu Yiren quietly called out to Xiao Luo. Mie? Now, what do you want? Xiao Luo glared at her, knowing that she was obviously up to no good. I am giving you one more chance. Do you want to F***CK with me? Many people say it is wonderful, just like rolling in the clouds and dancing with the wind, Fuiren said with a wink. Xiao Luo was speechless. Miyazaki Ranjin was lying on the hospital bed and hardly slept all night. He had asked Kimura Aquino to call Xiao Luo several times, yet failed to reach him. His feeling of uneasiness got worse, and after last night's incident with the genetically modified monster, he realized that some sort of organization in Re Nation might be conducting secret experiments on the missing Hua Nation people. But which organization was behind all of this? How many political officials were involved? He could imagine that it was most likely a very large and influential organization. As a police officer, did he have the clout to go up against such an organization on account of the missing Hua Nation people? He also wondered whether there are any police officers complicit in this whole affair. Boom! Suddenly, the room door flew open. Kimura Aquino, who had gone out to get breakfast, rushed in quickly, and shouted, "Not good, not good. Xuanhuan is a wanted person. The Metropolitan Police Department has listed him as an A-tier wanted person." What? Miyazaki Ranjin, who initially felt a little sleepy, got up from his bed immediately when he heard this. He grabbed Kimura Aquino's phone to take a look and realized that the Metropolitan Police Department had indeed listed Xuanhuan as a wanted man. Damn it, just what in the world is going on here? Without another word, he ignored the pain and bolted from the hospital ward in his patient gown. Miyazaki-san, what are you doing? Kimura Aquino called after him. Going back to the Metropolitan Police Department to find out what is going on, Miyazaki Ranjin said without turning his head around. Wait for me. Kimura Aquino left the breakfast behind and followed him immediately. Miyazaki Ranjin, still in his patient gown and flip-flops, attracted much attention when he arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department. Many of the other policemen started to giggle. Miyazaki Ranjin couldn't care less about it as he headed directly toward the chief's office room. Without even knocking on the door, he pushed the door open and entered. The room was empty. He went out, caught a policeman who walked past, and asked, "Where's Chief?" Miyazaki Ranjin's angry stare frightened the policeman. Quaking, he answered, In the meeting room. He called for an emergency meeting. Miyazaki Ranjin let him go, and though he was still panting, headed straight for the meeting room. The pain in his body got worse from the strenuous activity, and beads of sweat started appearing on his forehead. He just couldn't seem to figure out why Xiao Luo had become a wanted person. Could it possibly be that there were people from that unknown organization who had already infiltrated the Metropolitan Police Department? The more he thought about it, the murkier the waters appeared. The attack from the monster they faced last night was certainly not a coincidence. He was 100% sure that it had come for the three of them. Not any earlier, not any later, but exactly when they passed through the alley. The only plausible reason he could think of was the presence of Xiao Luo. And the Metropolitan Police Department was the only organization that knew that the Hua Nation had sent someone over. Who was behind this then? As he thought about that, Miyazaki Ranjin realized that the Metropolitan Police Department he had known his entire life was suddenly a dark hole to him. If there were policemen who were involved in the case of the missing Hua Nation persons, then that would be a crime. Bam! The meeting room door was violently pushed open. Miyazaki Ranjin stood at the entrance, while Kimura Aquino, who managed to catch up, was panting heavily right behind him. The huge meeting room was filled with people. They were ranking officers from the police department and the regional department. All heads of the various departments were present. All of them were in their police uniforms and sat up straight in their seats. When Miyazaki Ranjin pushed the door open, they all turned their heads and looked toward the entrance. Miyazaki-san, what are you doing here instead of recovering in the hospital? Tanaka Hiroshi was standing on the podium with a solemn look and spoke authoritatively. It was hard to tell if he was happy or sad. Miyazaki Ranjin scanned the crowd, took another look at an image of Xiao Luo and the details that were displayed on the screen. He turned to Tanaka Hiroshi and asked, "Why did you list Xuanhuan as a wanted person? What crime did he commit?" "Miyazaki-san, you're still injured. I'll let you go on a long break, take good care of yourself, and recover well. You don't have to concern yourself with." "Tanaka Hiroshi, I ask again, what crime did Xuanhuan commit?" Miyazaki Ranjin roared at him. Tanaka Hiroshi squinted his eyes, and his muscles twitched a bit. It was evident that the moment Miyazaki Ranjin shouted out his name, he was riled up. "Miyazaki-san, what kind of attitude is this? Who gave you the right to speak to your chief in such a way?" Asu Xiao stood up angrily and said, "You want to know what crime that goddamn B***starred committed, right? Alright, I'll tell you. He infiltrated our Asu family's Lotus Manor last night and injured 20 to 30 members of their family. He even made our old man, Asujiro, impotent. It is unacceptable that we let such a vicious act go unpunished." Miyazaki Ranjin was shocked. He knew that Xiao Luo had probably committed a heinous crime at Lotus Manor, but hadn't expected him to go so hard on them. With the kind of skills that Xiao Luo had, creating havoc in Lotus Manor was undoubtedly something he could easily achieve. Yet, he still stood on Xiao Luo's side. "Do you have any evidence?" he asked. "Evidence? We have security cameras all over Lotus Manor. Do you think we'd even list him as a wanted person without any evidence?" Asu Xiao said. She smiled coldly, changing the slide and showing the one with Xiao Luo on the screen. Miyazaki Ranjin did not argue any further. The screen displayed an image of what happened at Lotus Manor last night. It had been taken by the security camera, and the man in that picture was none other than Xuanhuan. "That's enough, we have all the evidence we need. Besides, the military has also given us some information. They suspect that this Xuanhuan guy is not even a Hua Nation police officer, but a spy from Hua Nation," Tanaka Hiroshi said. "Spy?" Miyazaki Rue was once again shocked. How was it that everything the department knew about Xiao Luo changed in the span of one night? How did this happen? Police, traffic, security, regional, public security, and criminal departments organize a crime countermeasure task force and let all branch personnel know that we'll be conducting a manhunt the prime suspect, Xuanhuan. Monitor the airport and all exit points closely, and alert the Navy and Customs to increase their surveillance. We must catch him and crack this case." Tanaka Hiroshi addressed the heads of departments in an inspiring tone of voice. "Understood." Every member stood up smartly and responded in unison. As the buzz died down, Miyazaki Ranjin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I want to participate in this operation as well." "You?" Tanaka Hiroshi giggled a little. "Miyazaki-san, forget it. Even if we ignore the fact that you'll be retiring soon, that injured body of yours prevents you from taking part in any mission." Miyazaki Ranjin walked up and hopped on the lecture table right in front of Tanaka Hiroshi. It was made of solid wood, but when Miyazaki Ranjin stomped hard on the lecture table, he left a large hole in it and sent splinters of wood falling on the floor. He glared into Tanaka Hiroshi's eyes. "This injury is nothing, I must take part in this operation no matter what." He had a suspicion that Tanaka Hiroshi was part of that covert organization involved in this. Based on military information? He was just saying this without any proof. Spy? Weren't all of these just charges that were made up by the SPE***starred? Sure, I'll allow the 4th Division to participate in the operation. But please know this, if you take part in the operation, and an accident occurs, you'll have to take full responsibility, Tanaka Hiroshi replied, looking at Miyazaki Ranjin firmly. "I'll take full responsibility." Miyazaki Ranjin said. The Metropolitan Police Department immediately posted a wanted notice for Xiao Luo in various newspapers and magazines. Besides the mainstream media, it was also posted across various messaging apps and the internet, and word quickly spread across the nation. The police rewarded anyone who could provide leads, and the reward commensurate with the usefulness of the information. Many citizens jumped on the bandwagon when they heard this exciting news, and some even formed search parties to locate Xiao Luo in every corner of Nation. News also broke out on strange events happening in the vicinity of Mount Fuji. A loud rumbling sound was reported and there was an avalanche at the top of the mountain. Many said that the volcano, now dormant for over 300 years, would soon erupt again, and this caused everyone in Dongjing to fear for their safety. The Nation officials quickly refuted these rumors, clarifying that the avalanche and rumbling sounds were caused by military activities and it was not an imminent sign of the volcano erupting. At roughly 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Luo had returned to Dongjing after dropping Fu Yiren off at the port for her return to the homeland. He couldn't help laughing when he saw the wanted notice and news on Mount Fuji, for he had seen this coming. The Japanese military had already blown up their bio-research base, and all the evidence was now buried under a thick layer of rock. Even if he reported that Japan had conducted inhumane genetic engineering experiments on human subjects, and on an international scale, there was no longer any evidence to substantiate his claims. Honk! Honk! The blaring sound of an air horn blasted from just behind him. He turned around to take a look and realized it was a water delivery truck. The truck driver was a buff, rough-looking man. After impatiently honking for a while, he stretched out half of his body and shouted at Xiao Luo, "Damn it, do you want to die? What are you doing, standing in the middle of the road like that? Hurry, get out of the way." Xiao Luo looked at where he was standing, with the sidewalk sign right beside him. Regardless of which country it was, fools like these always made their presence felt. He figured he could make use of this water supply, provocatively gestured with his index finger, and said, "Come here." "What this little be asterisk starred." The truck driver lost his temper when he saw that. He turned off his engine, opened the car door, and leaped down. He rolled up his sleeves and stormed toward Xiao Luo. "Damn, you little be asterisk starred. Are you asking for a good beating?" The truck driver's huge palms looked like they belonged to a bear. He reached out and tried to grab Xiao Luo's collar with a fiendish look on his face. Xiao Luo's reaction was swift. Using his thumb and index finger, he pinched the truck driver's wrist, just like he was picking up a flower. Xiao Luo's interception was executed with precision, and the moment he caught the wrist, he increased the pressure. Crack! The bones in the truck driver's wrist instantly snapped with a crisp sound. He felt a sharp pain and let out an agonizing scream. Xiao Luo then stomped on his chest, and the truck driver flew back like a cannonball, smashing into the brush behind him and passing out immediately. Leaves covered his body, and without taking a closer look, no one would notice that someone was lying there. Xiao Luo straightened his collar and walked toward the delivery truck as if nothing had happened. Without any hesitation, he got into the driver's seat, closed the door, and opened the storage box to take a look. He noticed that there was a set of new blue uniform and a hat. A free car, and a free outfit. He smirked before changing into the blue uniform and putting on the hat. He turned the key to start the engine and immediately headed in the direction of the Metropolitan Police Department. He made use of the system skill he acquired to disguise himself, and his physical appearance changed drastically. No one would be able to recognize him as Xiao Luo, or to be more precise, Xuanhuan. The identity on his wanted notice was a cover provided by the NSA. Of course, the disguise would not last forever as it consumed internal energy. Therefore, it would not work if he was drained of internal energy or if he was injured, and would simply revert to his original form right away. Xiao Luo's first target was the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Tanaka Hiroshi. He was the main culprit behind the case of the missing Hua Nation people. Tanaka Hiroshi had provided all the information to the bioresearch facility, then arranged for their abduction. In the face of pressure from Hua Nation, they decided to send Miyazaki Ranjin as the person in charge of investigating these missing cases. He was a man who was about to retire and had little motivation to do his job after the death of his wife and child. Miyazaki Ranjin's negative and negligent attitude was apparent, and had he been more alert, he would have been able to tell that there was something amiss with Tanaka Hiroshi right from the start. 10 minutes later, a truck that loaded with barreled water arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department. Xiao Luo calmly opened the back of the truck and lifted a barrel of water. He carried the barrel of water over his shoulder, but it felt as if he wasn't carrying anything. He straightened up, exhibited the strength he had. With a smile on his face, he looked straight ahead and walked into the Metropolitan Police Department. When he stepped into the confined space of the elevator, he found himself in the company of a group of police officers. "I heard that criminal, Xuanhuan, appeared at Kamakura." "It's fake, that was a false tip. The one who reported it must have gone crazy just thinking about money. He saw a guy with a sharp nose that looked a little like him, tied him up, and eagerly awaited to receive the reward. What a waste of time. These people are idiots. Did he not read the wanted notice that clearly stated this fugitive, Xuanhuan, has extraordinary skills? Did he honestly think that he'd be able to tie Xuanhuan up that easily all by himself? That's so true." Two of the police officers were discussing the reckless capture of the supposed fugitive in disbelief. Xiao Luo had no expression on his face as he stood behind them, acting as if he did not hear a thing they said. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, and the door slid open. A female police officer with light brown hair and a bob cut walked in. Her face was exquisite, and she carried herself with an arrogant demeanor. Xiao. The name of this female police officer instantly flashed in Xiao Luo's head. Just a few days back, this woman had angered him over an argument about the Sino-Japanese War. She had also humiliated Xiao, which was why he remembered her so well. Other than the people on the list, this woman was the other one he would deal with, and he intended to make sure that he taught her a good lesson before he left Nation. Department Head Xuyao. The police officers in the elevator greeted her respectfully, taking a few steps back to make way for her. Xuyao responded coldly. She walked in, turned around, and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Department Head Xuyao, which floor are you going to please? Asked the police officer standing next to the panel of buttons. He had a deferential smile on his face. The 15th floor, Xuyao said. All right. The police officer responded, keeping the smile on his face as he pressed the button for her. Xiao Luo, standing right at the back of her, dearly wished he could deliver a slap across her face and send her flying to Kingdom Come. His eyes were smoldering with hatred. At that moment, Xuyao turned around all of a sudden and looked at him. Where are you delivering this barreled water to? She asked. Xiao Luo was a little stunned, as he never expected this woman to talk to him. He had not changed his voice as he did not think he would need to use it. He pretended to be mute and began to gesture with a series of hand signs. I see, so you're mute. Xuyao raised her eyebrows a little, and said, I noticed that the 3rd Division will be running out of water soon. Make sure you deliver a few barrels over to us as well. Xiao Luo grunted, smiling at her, and nodding his head in acknowledgement. Ding. They had arrived on the 15th floor, and the elevator door began to slide open slowly. Don't forget to deliver the water. If I don't see the water before I leave the office today, I'll lodge a complaint to your company, Xuyao added before she stepped out. With a smile on his face, Xiao Luo kept nodding his head, before he too, walked out of the elevator carrying the barrel of water. Were someone to tell others he intended to assassinate the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, they would surely think that he was insane. Yet, it was precisely what Xiao Luo was about to do. Out in the streets, a manhunt was already underway, and they spared no resources in their search for him, even if they had to dig to unearth him. But within the vicinity of the Metropolitan Police Department, everything was peaceful. The most dangerous place was usually the safest place to be. Even in his wildest dreams, Chief Tanaka Hiroshi would not have thought that the Grim Reaper was inching closer and closer toward him. He had just finished a phone call with Kuroda Kiyotaka, the cabinet minister, who demanded that he find Xiao Luo within 2 days and close the case. They had the authorization to kill Xiao Luo on the spot, even with the slightest bit of resistance. Chief Tanaka Hiroshi had promised to complete the mission at all costs. Knock. 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 There was a rap on his door. Please, enter. Tanaka Hiroshi was sitting at his desk. He furrowed his brows as he looked through some documents. The uncovering of the bioresearch base would have infuriated the Prime Minister. Undoubtedly, those involved in the project would be made accountable for what had happened, and the matter was giving him a terrible headache. The door opened, and he saw a person in a blue uniform. When he realized that it was the water delivery man who had knocked on his door, he became very annoyed. I already have 3 barrels in my office. Who asked you to bring this here? He scowled. This water is for you to drink on your way to hell. Xiao Luo lifted his head and showed his face. An overwhelming, murderous aura ignited from him. Tanaka Hiroshi's eyes were wide open in shock. You are... Xuanhuan, he stammered. Though the face of the person in front of him looked completely different, his voice and stature were unmistakably Xuanhuan's. Xiao Luo laughed coldly. All credit to the chief. Despite being in disguise, you can still recognize me for who I am. All the more, why I can't let you live, he said. When he realized that it was Xiao Luo, Tanaka Hiroshi gasped and panicked. He quickly went for his handgun in the drawer, but before he could even reach it, Xiao Luo threw the water barrel on his shoulder right at the chief. Bam! The barrel smashed into his head and sent Tanaka Hiroshi flying off his seat and crashing to the floor. He was in a daze and saw stars, feeling the earth spin as he found it hard to stay focused. Xiao Luo walked toward him and squatted down. He looked at Tanaka Hiroshi with cold, murderous eyes, and said, I'm sure you've heard of the name Xuanhuan. His entire family met a tragic end at the bioresearch facility. I don't consider myself particularly patriotic. I mean, I've already killed so many people. But, I cannot erase the memory of the 3 members of this family from my mind. Like thorns, they keep pricking at my heart. So, everyone who is involved in the inhumane project has to die. Wait. Wait, please. It has nothing to do with me. I don't even know who Xuanhuan is. It has nothing to do with me. Tanaka Hiroshi had a horrified look on his face, and he was doing everything he could to deny his involvement in this matter. Xiao Luo laughed and said, Did you think I would come all the way here if I wasn't sure of your involvement? As he said that, he stood up, slowly picked up the barrel of water, and then used his thumb to pry open the cap. What are you trying to do? What do you think you're doing? You should know that this is the Metropolitan Police Department. Police officers are everywhere, and they are armed. If you dare to touch me, you will not leave this place alive. Tanaka Hiroshi shrieked. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Faced with the threat of certain death, could anyone remain calm? Xiao Luo laughed mockingly and said, What makes you so sure that I won't be able to leave this place alive? After asking that question, Xiao Luo stepped on Tanaka Hiroshi's chest and stuffed the mouth of the water barrel into his mouth. He discharged the internal energy from his palm into the barrel and created an immense pressure that forced the water to move downward. A jet of water surged into Tanaka Hiroshi's mouth. Glug, glug, glug. In a matter of minutes, Tanaka Hiroshi could feel his stomach bloating up. It was extremely uncomfortable, but hard as he struggled, his effort was futile. He could not stop the water from going down his throat. Water continued to fill his stomach, and a quantity even went down his trachea, causing him to choke. Then, after a couple of violent coughs, water streamed out of his nose. The amount of pain he was suffering was unimaginable. Petrified and panic-stricken, his body quivered uncontrollably. Xiao Luo looked at him coldly, resembling the grim reaper eyeing the soul he was about to harvest. Glug, glug, glug. Half of the water from the barrel had already filled Tanaka Hiroshi's stomach, and it bloated up so much that he looked like he was pregnant. Then, after Xiao Luo removed the barrel, water from his stomach spurted out of his mouth and nose. His mind was losing consciousness, and he was on the edge of death. Xiao Luo picked up a pen from the office table and held it between his palms, transferring his internal energy to create a ring of spikes around the pen. Then he aimed it at Tanaka Hiroshi's neck and sent it piercing through his throat. Erg! Xiao Luo had turned an ordinary pen into a fatal weapon. Blood gushed out from the throat, and Tanaka Hiroshi gave a dull groan. His neck had bent into a crooked position, and he died on the spot. Xiao Luo took out the name list, and he used the same pen that killed Tanaka Hiroshi to cross out his name. Then he muttered, 7 more. Having accomplished what he came here to do, he turned around and prepared to leave. Putting on his hat, he covered his face, opened the door, and left. Half an hour after Xiao Luo departed, a police officer entered Tanaka Hiroshi's office to report some information and discovered his body. The news was all over the media: the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, murdered in his own office. It caused an uproar in the Nation. The political, academic, and business circles were in turmoil. Tanaka Hiroshi was not just the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, but also the deputy minister of Nation. He was one of the most important officials in the country. Who would have believed that someone had assassinated him in his office so easily? After Tanaka Hiroshi's death, the former chief of the Metropolitan Police Department was recalled and temporarily took charge. According to Asu Shuyao's report, the suspect in Tanaka Hiroshi's murder was a man who was delivering barrels of water. The security cameras in the Metropolitan Police Department captured a clear image of his face. After studying the picture, Asu Shuyao, Miyazaki Ranjin, and a team of officers thought that this man seemed so familiar, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Unconsciously, Xiao Luo's image appeared in all their minds. It's that Xuanhuan. It must be the wanted man, Xuanhuan. Asu Shuyao shouted and stood up confidently. As soon as she said that, everyone in the meeting hall was surprised by her outburst. Xuanhuan? How could that be possible? That delivery man might have looked a little like Xuanhuan, but from his facial features, they could not ascertain if it was Xuanhuan. The old chief was an elderly man with a head of gray hair. He was still robust and spirited, and he did not refute Asu Shuyao's opinion right away. Instead, he waited for the laboratory analysis to determine the result of the fingerprints found at the scene. The results came back quickly, and it showed that the fingerprints left behind in Tanaka Hiroshi's office were the same as those of the Nation man, Xuanhuan. It confirmed that the delivery man and Xiao Luo was the same person. As soon as the truth was known, every single police officer in the Metropolitan Police Department gasped and wondered what type of disguise technique Xiao Luo had used. Was it some unknown magical martial arts technique that still existed in this world? If that was the case, how were they going to catch this criminal? If Xuanhuan could change his face any day, then even if he stood right in front of them, there was no way they could tell that it was him. The very thought of that possibility made everyone break out in a cold sweat. This is the toughest and the most elusive criminal we have ever encountered in the history of the Metropolitan Police Department. This day is also the most shameful day for us, and I hope that everyone sitting here will give this your full attention and put everything you have into this case. Don't just put in your best effort. I want you to catch the criminal, Xuanhuan, in the shortest time possible so we can solve this case quickly, said the old chief as he eyed everyone in the meeting room. His voice rang with an air of authority and inner toughness. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. The old chief looked at Miyazaki Ranjin. Back when he was still in charge, Miyazaki Ranjin had been an outstanding police officer and had single-handedly eradicated the Yamaguchi-gumi in Dongjing. And in return for his excellent work, he had to pay the painful price of losing both his wife and child. He felt sympathy for Miyazaki Ranjin. He asked Miyazaki Ranjin-kun, what are your thoughts regarding this matter? Miyazaki Ranjin furrowed his brows. He had yet to come to terms with the fact that Xiao Luo had turned into a wanted person. How was it that a police officer who had come to the Ri Nation to solve the cases of the missing citizens of Hua Nation suddenly direct his attack toward a Ri Nation official? He looked at the old chief, and with a heavy heart, said, Chief Hiroshi's death is not the end, but just the beginning. Everyone present turned their heads to look at him. The effect of those words was like a bomb going off, and the roomful of officers was caught completely off guard. That was not the end, but just the beginning. Was he implying that Xuanhuan was going to kill more people? Continue, the old chief said with a serious look on his face. On the night of the 14th, a genetically mutated person attacked me, Kimura Akino, and Xuanhuan. This mutated person had grown blue-colored scales to cover his body, and not even bullets could penetrate it. The only thing we were sure of was that he was one of the missing Hua Nation people, Wang Leo. Asu Shuyao suddenly interrupted him. What nonsense. You will only see this sort of thing in a sci-fi film. There's no way this can happen in real life. Department head Ranjin, are you sure it wasn't because you were drunk that night and accidentally knocked someone over, so you thought of this excuse to cover up your crime? This excuse is simply too ridiculous. Not even an idiot would believe such nonsense, she sneered. The old chief had a smile on his face and said, I trust all the things Miyazaki-san has said. Everyone looked shocked. No one had expected the old chief to support this sloppy over-the-hill cop, Miyazaki Ranjin. Asu Shiyao's face turned slightly red, and she immediately kept her mouth shut. Ranjin-kun, please continue, the old chief said. Miyazaki Ranjin nodded and said, we have confirmed that the mutated monster was the missing Hua Nation man, Wang Leo. Given that fact, I believe an organization was behind the abductions of these missing Hua Nation citizens, and they were used as test subjects for secret experiments. You're trying to say that there are people who are conducting genetic engineering experiments in Ri Nation? And that they're using Hua Nation citizens in our country as guinea pigs for these experiments? The old chief asked. Yes. I believe the explosion and avalanche that occurred at Mount Fuji yesterday was no coincidence either. My hunch is that something happened at the bioresearch facility, and someone in Ri Nation is trying to bury the evidence. That was the reason for such an enormous explosion, Miyazaki Ranjin said. Gasp. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Conducting genetic engineering experiments on living human beings, were they trying to go back in time and recreate Unit 731? Department head Ranjin, even if all the things you have just said are true, how is this related to Chief Hiroshi's death? Someone stood up to ask. Everyone else stared at Miyazaki Ranjin with unblinking eyes, waiting in anticipation to listen to what explanation he would provide as a plausible cause. Miyazaki Ranjin exhaled and then continued, a group of men in black uniforms took Wang Leo's corpse away. The perpetrators got the route and timing perfectly right. I find it hard to believe that they could do that unless they had an informant within the police force helping them. You're saying that Chief Hiroshi is their spy? The person who spoke earlier asked. There is no evidence at all, and this is just my assumption. If, and I say if, Chief Hiroshi was one of those involved in this scheme, that would easily explain Xiaohan's motive. He is planning to get rid of everyone involved in the bioresearch facility and is seeking revenge for his Hua Nation people, Miyazaki Ranjin said. Suddenly, everyone stirred in shock and bewilderment, and there was a buzz in the meeting hall. What Miyazaki Ranjin had just said might have sounded bizarre, but yet it made absolute sense. Is that why you said earlier that this is just the beginning and not the end? The old chief looked at Miyazaki Ranjin with penetrating eyes. Miyazaki Ranjin nodded his head and replied, yes. Xiaohan must have a name list of all the people involved in the project. It is a hunting operation. He's treating the entire Dongjing like a jungle, and he's the predator hunting down his prey. Treating Dongjing as a jungle? Hunting? It terrified everyone in the room. Only someone crazy would have the nerve to do something like this. You have no evidence. All of this is just your speculation. Su Shuyao sneered. There will be evidence because the next victim is going to appear soon, Miyazaki Ranjin said. As if validating what Miyazaki Ranjin had just said, someone knocked on the meeting room door. After getting permission for entry, a police officer walked in looking pale, with fright, and handed a document to the old chief. The old chief took a brief look at the document. With a solemn face and a look of wrath on his face, he said, the president of the Re-Nation Bank, Mr. Okamura Niji, just died in his house. A fire burned down his mansion. According to forensics, he was conscious and had been burned alive. His corpse was badly burned and has turned to ashes. They are somehow fused to the floor, and our people are unable to scrape it off. At that moment, the entire meeting hall fell into a deathly silence. You could even hear a pin drop, and everyone could feel a chill in the air. The news of the fire stunned Su Shuyao. It was turning out to be precisely what Miyazaki Ranjin had said. She was feeling frustrated and slammed her hands on the table. Fool. Then they showed the picture of the suspect that the security camera had captured on the screen. This isn't Xiaohan. The facial features are not the same at all, someone said. This is Xiaohan. No matter how he changes his appearance, he still has those pair of ferocious-looking eyes that resemble a wolf. Miyazaki Ranjin said this aloud, and he felt genuinely troubled. He had thought that Xiaohan could be a good friend, but now they stood on opposite sides. Xiaohan had turned into someone that he had to arrest, no matter what. He saluted the old chief and said, Old chief, it most probably wasn't the Prime Minister's intention to develop this sort of genetic engineering test facility, but I'm sure it involves certain cabinet ministers. If we're going to stop this killing spree, we must get our hands on that list of names. We need to get to the people involved with the project before Xiaohan finds them. Otherwise, he's going to execute every single man on that list. The old chief nodded his head and said, I'll head to the cabinet office and meet the Prime Minister this afternoon. Following the murders of Tanaka Hiroshi of the Metropolitan Police Department and Okamura Niji of the Re-Nation Bank, the Minister of Defense, Inada Homi, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Fukuda Yoshi, worried for their safety. They feared that they would be the next. The Re-Nation media paid close attention to the series of assassinations, and there was endless coverage in the news. The media dubbed Xiao Luo the thousand-faced killer, and that name was on the headlines of every single news media in the country. The Re-Nation was in a state of emergency. Idiots. Is the government eating sh*t? Can't they even catch a murderer? Multiple government officials are being assassinated. How embarrassing. I smell some conspiracy going on here. It seems like all these people that were killed are somehow linked. Are these murders related to the cases of the missing Hua Nation citizens that have been the talk of the town recently? Hurry and catch the murderer. Apply the strictest and most cruel method used in ancient Re-Nation and torture the murderer to death. If the police cannot handle it, then activate the self-defense force. If the military and police work together, I am sure they will catch that goddamn Hua Nation man, Xuanhuan. You can't let him escape. Catch him and execute him. Many Re-Nation netizens left comments on the internet. Xiao Luo, or more precisely, Xuanhuan, had already become public enemy number 1 in the Re-Nation. It would satisfy a lot of them if he got killed. Cabinet Office in the Re-Nation. The Chief Cabinet Secretary, the Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications, the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, the Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, the Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, and many more sat in the meeting room. There were over a dozen cabinet members gathered there. All of them were well-dressed and sat up straight in their chairs, with anxious looks on their faces. None of them moved, and they looked like a collection of statues. It was not until a man, with a flabby face and shiny hair hat was combed backward, walked in that these ministers stood up and bowed to show their respect. It was none other than the Prime Minister of the Re-Nation, Anbei Shinzo. Bam! Anbei threw the folder in his hands on the table and stared glumly at the Vice President, Kuroda Kiyotaka, a man with a bearded face. Kuroda Kiyotaka, are you aware of the crimes you have committed? Anbei yelled. His voice was so loud that it almost sounded like a lion's roar. Every single cabinet minister present that day had a host of questions in their head. They wondered if there would be a discussion on how they would deal with that man, Xuanhuan, the master of disguises, who had earned the moniker Thousand-Faced Killer. But why did the Prime Minister only direct that question at Kuroda Kiyotaka as soon as he walked in? Mr. Anbei, may I ask, exactly what crimes have I committed? Kuroda Kiyotaka took off the round glasses he wore. Then he took out a cleaning cloth and calmly cleaned his lenses. You fool, are you trying to feign ignorance even at this point? Alright, I'll let you understand then. Anbei pointed at him angrily and announced, signing a private agreement with Mei officials to build a genetic engineering research facility deep inside our Re-Nation sacred mountain. Specifically selecting the Hua Nation citizens, Koreans, Vietnamese and the Re-Nation as test subjects, and conducting a series of inhumane genetical experiments on these human beings. You turned them into unrecognizable monsters. These are your crimes. What? Genetic engineering research facility? Were the tremors that happened a few days ago at the sacred mountain caused by this research facility? It surprised every minister who was present when they heard what the Prime Minister had just declared. They all turned their heads to look at Kuroda Kiyotaka and waited for him to give them a proper explanation. Kuroda Kiyotaka laughed and said, Mr. Anbei, I admire your imagination, but do you have any evidence to prove that I have built that research facility? If you do not, then what you are doing is merely framing me. It's defamation. You want evidence? Alright, I will give it to you. Anbei responded to him confidently, and immediately shouted, 2nd Division Sergeant Major, Yuto Shirakawa, come in. Bam. The door to the meeting room opened. A man in military uniform marched into the room energetically with a straight posture. He stepped smartly toward the cabinet ministers and greeted them with a military salute, then introduced himself in a loud, clear voice. Greetings to all the cabinet ministers here. I am the Sergeant Major of 2nd Division, Re-Nation Self-Defense Force. My name is Yuto Shirakawa, he said. As soon as he walked in, Kuroda Kiyotaka's expression changed. The calm composure that he had displayed earlier on vanished from his face. Yuto Shirakawa, let everyone know what Kuroda Kiyotaka made you do. Anbei requested. Yes, sir. Yuto Shirakawa nodded his head and continued, in the early morning on the 16th, I followed Kuroda Kiyotaka's order, and brought my subordinates with me to the sacred mountain to blow up the genetic engineering research facility that was located deep inside the sacred mountain. We buried it under rock and soil, leaving no evidence behind. Are you sure that Kuroda Kiyotaka was the one who gave you that order? Anbei asked with his hands behind his back. Yes, I have a recording here. I recorded the entire conversation that I had with Kuroda Kiyotaka, Yuto Shirakawa replied, then took out a pen recorder from his pocket, and handed it to Anbei. Anbei took it and pressed the play button. In the now silent meeting room, they could hear the audio playback from the pen recorder. There were two voices in the conversation. One of them belonged to Kuroda Kiyotaka, and the other was Yuto Shirakawa. The content of that recording was the conversation that both of them had. Kuroda Kiyotaka reminded me repeatedly that I had to tell everyone that this was a secret military activity to prevent the citizens from suspecting. Bam! Before Yuto Shirakawa could finish his sentence, Kuroda Kiyotaka had his glasses on and slammed his hands on the table. He stood up and glared furiously at the sergeant major. You fool, Yuto Shirakawa, how dare you betray me, he shouted. I am only loyal to our prime minister and our country. Yuto Shirakawa replied with a stern look on his face. What loyalty? Aren't you just one of Anbei's dogs? I can only blame myself for being so blind that I could not see you for what you are. I even treated you as a trusted ally. Yuto Shirakawa, you will die a horrible death eventually, screamed Kuroda Kiyotaka as he lost control of his emotions. He was so angry that his veins started popping out of his forehead. Yuto Shirakawa had a wry smile on his face. I do not know if I will die a horrible death, but I know that Mr. Kuroda will die before me, he replied. You. Kuroda Kiyotaka was so angry that he gritted his teeth and breathed heavily. Send someone over. Anbei spoke suddenly. Bam! The meeting room door swung open once again, and two muscular men in black outfits marched into the room in unison. Take Kuroda Kiyotaka into custody and let the Supreme Court of Renation deal with him, ordered Anbei. Understood. The two muscular men had menacing looks on their faces. They walked right up to Kuroda Kiyotaka and restrained him, before dragging him out of the meeting room. They completely ignored all the screaming that was come from him. After they had taken Kuroda Kiyotaka out, every one of the cabinet ministers sat up straight. It was very clear that Anbei was making use of this opportunity to eliminate his rivals. He had been low-key about the matter when there was no incident, but now that something had occurred, he took drastic actions. There are 10 people, including Kuroda Kiyotaka, involved in the genetic engineering project. 6 of them are already dead. Now, only 4 remain. Other than Kuroda Kiyotaka, we have already confirmed the identity of the other 3. They are the governor of Dongjing, Koizumi Junichiro, a Re-Nation tycoon, Takahara Kei, and the Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, Ueiichiro. After Anbei read out the names, he looked at the Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, Ueiichiro, who was also present at that meeting. Ueiichiro was so nervous that he was trembling and broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Anbei, You don't have to explain. I know that Kuroda Kiyotaka must have brainwashed you, right? Anbei said while raising his hand. Yes, Mr. Anbei. He brainwashed me. The genetic engineering research project was completely inhumane. And what is important is that he even hid it from you, Mr. Anbei. That is simply unacceptable. To protect himself, Ueiichiro quickly pushed all the blame to Kuroda Kiyotaka. Anbei only had his mind set on taking down Kuroda Kiyotaka and was not interested in the remaining 3 on the name list. He had to win the cabinet's support, and the 3 were influential figures in the Re-Nation. Winning their loyalty was a smarter move than simply wiping them out. The assassination cases happened because of the formation of this secret genetic engineering research facility masterminded by Kuroda Kiyotaka. That Hua Nation soldier, Xuanhuan, has been executing everyone involved in the project, and we must handle this matter carefully, Anbei said. Do you mean that we should compromise? A cabinet minister raised the question. Compromise? Anbei smirked and said, since the enemy started taunting us, the people of the Great Nation will, of course, retaliate and fight bravely. He glanced at a corner of the room and continued, Minister of Defense, Oshima Jun, I order you to activate a battalion from the Nation Self-Defense Force to work with the police and arrest Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, at all costs. Since he is taking down everyone involved in the research facility, you need to ensure that Koizumi Junichiro and the rest are safe. If there is anyone else assassinated, you will be on trial. Yes, sir. A gigantic man stood up and responded loudly. He was none other than the Minister of Defense, Oshima Jun. He had a shiny bald head and was an intimidating man, even when he was calm. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. Oichiro stood up and bowed to Anbei with sincere gratitude, and thanked the Prime Minister profusely as his name was on that list. Anbei's order effectively provided him with protection against any assassination attempt by the Hua agent. Prime Minister, it is extremely inefficient to split up the resources to protect them separately. The defense line would become too thin. Can we request that Mr. Koizumi Junichiro, Mr. Takahara K., and Ichiro-san live together temporarily? This way, the self-defense force and the police can focus their resources in one location, Oshima Jun suggested. Everyone agreed with his point of view, as splitting up their forces would mean that Xuanhuan could take them out one by one. However, if they were together in one place, it would afford better protection for the targets and will make it more difficult for Xiao Luo to deal with the combined forces of the SDF and the police. As for Kuroda Kiyotaka, he was in jail, and that was probably the safest place to be. Therefore, they did not need to worry about any assassination attempts on him. Frankly, it did not matter even if he got killed, as the Prime Minister would be happy to see that happen. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. But you must obtain their agreement, and you shall not take liberties on your own. Do you understand that? Anbei said. Yes. Oshima Jun nodded his head earnestly. It was now midnight. A vibrant nightlife was part and parcel of the urban lifestyle in countries with a well-developed economy. In a high-end dance club, many young men and women were dancing their hearts out. The music was blasting away, and couples were engaged in sensual and suggestive dancing. The atmosphere was thick with sexual innuendos and aroused deep desires. It encouraged many to seek partners for a hot steamy encounter. Xiao Luo sat at a bar stool at the counter and was taking a sip from his cocktail. The face-changing magic had consumed too much of his inner power, and he was forced to revert to his natural form after each assassination. Xiao Luo was aware of the old revolutionary strategies of the Hua nation and had a good grasp of guerrilla warfare tactics. He would not stay at one location for over 4 hours as the SDF and police were conducting a citywide search to find him. This noisy dance club provided the only hideaway where Xiao Luo could enjoy a moment of peace. Hello hunk, can I sit here? A 16-year-old teenage girl approached him with a smile. She was decked in a white dress, and she had sparkling starry-like eyes. She was quite attractive, with a hint of innocence. She looked graceful and ladylike for her age, unlike other girls in the dance club. 2 burly men in black accompanied her, and they were undoubtedly her bodyguards. Xiao Luo shook his head and thought, another one of those girls from an affluent family. At that moment, he could not help but think of Chuyue from Jiangqing. This Renation girl did not pale in comparison with Chuyue's beauty at all. Her skin was fair as snow, and her innocent gestures added to her allure. Her cascading braid gave a hint of cheekiness to her personality. Yes, of course, he replied. Ignoring the threatening looks from her bodyguards, Xiao Luo snapped his fingers and told the bartender, "Please serve this beautiful lady a glass of wine." "As you wish, sir," the bartender answered with a smile. The girl sat down next to Xiao Luo and studied him thoroughly. Then she said, "You're handsome and look really like the viral thousand-faced assassin, Xuanhuan, who is on the internet." Had you not spoken the Re-Nation language so fluently, I would have believed you to be him. Your Dongjing accent is excellent. Is that so? He replied. Xiao Luo smiled and remained calm and confident. There was no trace of anxiety in his eyes right through the conversation. He then jokingly asked, if I were him, would it scare you? Wasn't it interesting that he was here exchanging banter with a rebellious young girl when he was in between assassination jobs and the target of a massive manhunt? I am not scared at all. There's a common saying in the Hua Nation, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but by chance, you may find what you lost without even looking for it. If you are Xuanhuan, then you should feel bad to have met me, as I can decide your fate with just a snap of a finger, the girl bragged. Just with them? Xiao Luo asked as he glanced at the bodyguards. Of course, they have guns with them all the time, the girl responded, looking very confident. Xiao Luo looked away from the men and continued to sip the cocktail. The girl also took a sip of the wine served by the bartender and then asked, are you afraid knowing that they have guns? Then you will disappoint me. I thought I had run into a knight. I'll tell you a secret. I still have my cherry, and if you can win my heart, you can pop it tonight. What a rebellious girl. Xiao Luo could not help laughing and said, so, you think I am here for a one-night stand? Are you not? The girl asked with a wink. Even if I were, I am not interested in an unripe young lady like you, Xiao Luo answered with a smile. He glanced at the girl, pausing for a couple of seconds at her rather undeveloped bosom. You. His words provoked the girl. Fine, you have managed to pique my interest. Come, let's go to the dance floor, she teased. Xiao Luo wanted to reject her, but one of her bodyguards came up with a stern face. He took out a gun and pointed it at Xiao Luo's head. Boy, stay away from our miss if you want to live, he warned. If you want your hand to remain intact, then take away your gun now, Xiao Luo replied. He had a disdainful look and spoke in a soft, but dangerous tone. He detested such threats. It surprised the bodyguard somewhat, and he immediately thought that he had run into an idiot. Thwack! Xiao Luo struck like lightning and grabbed hold of the bodyguard's wrist like a steel clamp. In a seamless and swift move, Xiao Luo twisted his hand. Crack! Even in the din of the dance club, the crisp sound of bone breaking could be heard. The bodyguard howled and dropped his gun. Xiao Luo immediately picked it up and spun it elegantly with his finger. Using his inner energy, he flicked it on the wineglass, and the gun continued spinning on the glass like a dancer. Wow! Beside him, the young girl was so impressed that she could not stop staring at it. The other bodyguard saw that the situation was getting out of hand. He reached out for the gun at his waist, but Xiao Luo was already out of his seat and instantly knocked him down with a kick. The young girl was shocked, for she had just witnessed both her bodyguards defeated in the blink of an eye. But she quickly recovered from her stupor, because Xiao Luo had actually done her a great service by incapacitating them. She had always seen the moss nothing more than tagalongs and found them terribly annoying. She reacted with a glint in her eyes, and said, "You're amazing. Didn't you ask for a dance?" "Let's go, then," Xiao Luo said as he reached his hand out. "Okay." The girl took his hand without hesitation, and it seemed like her first time holding a boy's hand, for she appeared somewhat demure and blushed slightly. After all, she was just a young girl who was always kept under the watchful eyes of her bodyguards. She might have had a rebellious streak, but she most certainly had never done anything out of the ordinary before. As for Xiao Luo, he did not invite her to the dance floor for the sake of dancing. He had seen too much blood and slaughter of late and decided he needed to vent off the pent-up stress and bloodlust this way. Here, he would dance it off to the beat of the deafening music. He redeemed the skill for dancing and proceeded to dance like a star. The upbeat music in the dance club was catchy and rhythmic, making him groove sensually and beat to the passionate notes and lyrics. The young girl was dancing with her body pressed against Xiao Luo seductively. "I am Fendi." "What's your name?" asked. "Mia," Xiao Luo said. This codename was a cover for his real identity, and as far as Xiao Luo was concerned, using it here wasn't taboo. Fendi frowned. "Mia? Is that your real name?" she said. Xiao Luo smiled and threw back the question to her, "So Fendi is your real name?" Fendi didn't pursue the matter as she realized that real names were not necessary under such circumstances. Although she had never had a one-night stand, she knew too well that it was unnecessary to divulge her real name to a mere stranger. A fake name will do nicely, she thought. "Stay here, I am getting some good stuff for you." Xiao Luo frowned. "Good stuff," he said. "Hee hee." "Yeah." Fendi gave him a mischievous smile and left. She headed toward a very crowded corner of the dance floor. Xiao Luo was surprised, for this rebellious girl was actually going to buy ecstasy. She was a wild one, and he wondered what her parents would have thought of her if they found out about this. However, Xiao Luo felt bad seeing such an innocent girl falling into the drug trap. He stepped off the dance floor to stop her. Fendi had already received the product and was about to make the payment when she was stopped by Xiao Luo. "Do not get involved with this," he chided her. "Why?" "I heard that this will make me dance all night, and it sounds great," Fendi said, blinking innocently. "That's right. This stuff will make your soul ascend to the seventh heaven, hee hee." The ecstasy dealer had a rather perverted smile on his face. He was a yellow-haired youngster dressed in flashy clothes. He did not want this deal to go south and tried hard to convince her about the fabulous effects of the pills. Xiao Luo did not bother to argue with him and promptly took out his phone. He browsed the image of a person addicted to drugs and showed the picture of a man with an extremely gaunt body. It clearly showed the ill effects of drug abuse, and even in a photograph, one could tell that his soul was lost. Fendi was shocked. "Why did you show me such a horrible picture?" she cried. "Do you know why he had turned into such a state?" Xiao Luo asked. Fendi shook her head, "No. It's because he had been taking those pills in your hand," Xiao Luo said, pointing at the ecstasy pills in her hand. Fendi was so spooked and almost dropped the pills. She felt disgusted just looking at the image of the gaunt-looking man. He had deep, sunken eyes that were glazed and unfocused. She was convinced by what she saw and immediately tried to return the pills to the yellow-haired youngster. "I don't want them anymore." The yellow-haired youngster was furious, and he stared at Xiao Luo, clenching his teeth. "What's your relationship with this girl?" he scowled. "She and I are not related." "I am just helping a stranger out," Xiao Luo said. "Not related? Damn you, if you are not related then why have come to mess with my business?" The yellow-haired youngster was so angry that his face flushed red. "Guys, get him," he shouted. Instantly, a dozen fierce-looking youths emerged from every corner of the club. They were the bouncers of this dance club, and many of them armed themselves with bats they had pulled out from underneath the tables. These bouncers were trying to defend their drug business. The yellow-haired youngster pointed at Xiao Luo and gave the order. "F***ck him." "Yes, boss." Every one of them answered the call and pounced on Xiao Luo. Whoosh! A dozen metal bats swished in deadly arcs toward Xiao Luo, coming from all angles. Xiao Luo smirked as he swiftly shifted back 2 steps and took a blow from one of the bats on his shoulder. But Xiao Luo didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped on the foot of the hooligan who struck him. Arg! That hooligan screamed in excruciating pain, his face twisted in agony before he collapsed in a heap. Xiao Luo took the bat from him and waltzed through the mob like a specter. Everywhere he passed, hooligans fell writhing in pain. It only took him a few moments to knock out every one of them in the club. All the onlookers were stunned as they could not fathom how Xiao Luo could have beaten up a dozen armed hooligans so quickly and with such ease. Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly and flung the bat backward. Thud. The bat pierced the wooden bar top like a dart and quivered. Instantly, the owner of the dance club broke into a cold sweat. It never crossed his mind that such an intimidating patron would visit his club. Without warning, two undercover police officers emerged from the crowd with their hands were pressed against the guns on their waist. They advanced on Xiao Luo as they communicated through their walkie-talkies, "Come in, HQ. We have sight of the fugitive, Xuanhuan. He's here in the Red Rose nightclub in the Xianxia district. Request for rainfur." They suddenly stopped abruptly as Xiao Luo teleported right before them from a few meters away. They instinctively reacted by trying to draw their handguns. Xiao Luo looked at them grimly. "Do you think you will be able to shoot before I kill you both?" he snarled. Gulp. The undercover police officers broke out in a cold sweat, and they swallowed their saliva with much difficulty. They had heard rumors that this wanted man was a freak of nature who had no issues with killing anyone. Xiao Luo reached out and snatched the guns on their waist easily. The police officers froze and were in fear of being killed. "You should be glad that you are not involved in the bioresearch facility. If not, you would not be breathing now," Xiao Luo said. He smiled at them before he gave each one a chop to their necks. Pow! Pow! Instantly, both the officers collapsed. Xiao Luo threw their guns back to them and turned to leave the dance club. Whop! 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 The moment he stepped out, the familiar, intermittent sound of police sirens came through, and the police had reacted quickly this time. "It seems like the leaders of Nation have put a great deal of pressure on the police," Xiao Luo muttered as he smiled and shook his head. "Yeah, hop on." Fendi had sneaked out of the dance club during the fight between Xiao Luo and the hooligans, and when he knocked the undercover cops out. And here she was, showing up in a silver Bugatti. "Nice car." Xiao Luo smiled as he hopped into it. "Of course, this is a limited edition. There are only 10 of them in the world." Fendi replied proudly. When she saw that the police cars streaking in from everywhere, she was alarmed. "What the hell? It's just a few ecstasy pills and they are sending in so many people? Could it be those annoying bodyguards of mine called my dad? He may have called the police and they are here to bring me back." "So, it's your father who called the police over?" "I see." Xiao Luo pretended to play along, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "That's right. My dad is always very strict with me. Now that those 2 bodyguards told him that I was at the dance club, he must be furious. It seems that he is determined to arrest me and lock me up this time. That's why he called so many policemen over." "Well, that's my dear old dad," Fendi complained. Seeing more than a dozen police cars rushing screeching around, she didn't think she could escape the blockade. She gave up on the idea of making a getaway. "Then, let me take over. I promise that you won't get caught." Xiao Luo pushed open the door and got out of the car, heading straight for the driver's seat. Fendi looked dubious. "You think you'll be able to break through the police blockade?" As she spoke, she moved from the driver's seat. She did not get out of the car but instead shifted from the driver's seat to the passenger's side. Boom! The car door slammed. Xiao Luo got into the driver's seat and said, "Fasten your seatbelt. Drive more carefully. Don't break my sweet car." Fendi pleaded. It was her favorite car, and she cherished it as a rare treasure. If anything were to happen to it, she would be heartbroken. Without a further word, Xiao Luo stepped on the accelerator. Vroom! Vroom! The engine of the silver Bugatti Veyron roared like a beast, rushing out like a wild horse in a chase, and leaving a trail of burned rubber marks on the ground. It surged to 100 kilometers per hour almost instantly, and it frightened Fendi. She had barely fastened her seat belt before she screamed her lungs out. When the police officers in the police car saw the silver Bugatti speeding toward them like lightning, their faces turned pale in an instant. This lunatic. What the hell is he trying to do? He was driving right at them at a tremendously high speed and showed no intention of slowing down. The police officers in the car turned pale and panicked. Was that driver searching for the fastest way to hell? The driver of the police car had already stepped on the brakes, but the silver Bugatti Veyron was still speeding toward them at a speed of at least 120 kilometers per hour. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. No. Stop. Stop it now. Not only were the police officers in fright, even Fendi, sitting in the passenger seat, was scared out of her wits. At the very last moment, Xiao Luo hit the brakes and turned the steering wheel sharply. At first, it appeared like he was trying to drift, but instead, making a sudden sharp turn in the opposite direction, causing both the two front wheels to turn left at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. It was no surprise that the Bugatti went out of control, and its entire body lifted off the ground, rolling over and clearing the police cars. Ah! The hysterical screams were not only from Fendi, but also from passers-by who were watching the scene. After rolling twice in the air, the four wheels of the Bugatti Veyron landed firmly on the ground. Under Xiao Luo's control, the rear end of the Bugatti Veyron skidded left and right from the impact. As the wheels spun to gain traction against the road surface, Xiao Luo suddenly accelerated again. The Bugatti Veyron shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, scorching the road and leaving in a trail of smoke. Accompanied by the sound of screeching tires, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Inside the police car, the officers were still deep in shock. They sat frozen inside the stalled car, breaking out in a cold sweat. They stared in the direction of the Bugatti Veyron, and couldn't stop trembling. Who would have believed that a car that was speeding right at them could suddenly leap over their heads? What just happened? These police officers looked at each other, unable to believe what they had just experienced. Turn around and follow him now. Report to headquarters that the fugitive, Xuanhuan, has escaped from the encirclement in a silver Bugatti Veyron, and he is also holding a girl hostage. We urgently request for air support. As the team leader regained his senses, he ordered his subordinates to report the situation, then he turned his car around and went after Xiao Luo. With sirens blaring and lights flashing, the police car sped off in pursuit. Oh, my God, you're the lord of the car. Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Fendi was howling like a maniac in the passenger seat. Mia, you're amazing. I can't believe we managed to escape an encirclement of more than a dozen police cars. My dad would be really pissed off when he hears the news. Haha, she looked at Xiao Luo with admiration, and asked, are you a professional racer? Why don't you make a guess? Xiao Luo smiled. I'm sure you are. Fendi said, it would be hard to explain your driving skills if you weren't a professional racer. But I don't think I've ever seen you before when I was racing in Qiuming Mountain. Xiao Luo replied, no, I don't race at Qiuming Mountain. Then you must be a genius racer hiding in the city. Hee hee. I've picked up a treasure. Fendi was very excited. She initially sneaked out just for a one-night stand, and although she might never be allowed to do it anymore, she wasn't complaining, she'd found herself a treasure instead. If she were to race at Qiuming Mountain again, she would be able to shock those despicable guys. Xiao Luo smiled and said nothing more. Suddenly, they heard the sound of blades slicing through the air. It came from above and before they knew it, several high-powered searchlights shone at them. Oh, dear. My dad even called for helicopters. Isn't he overdoing it this time? She sighed. Even now, Fendi was still unaware that the police weren't here for her at all, then her eyes suddenly glinted and she said, this is even more fun. It's just like the game Grand Theft Auto, and the grade of difficulty has reached level 5. Yeah, go ahead, lose them. She didn't need to tell him, for Xiao Luo had already resolved to get them off his tail. He turned off the car lights and floored the accelerator. The indicator on the speedometer, already showing 120 miles per hour, shot up alarmingly. The car shook and felt as though it was about to fly. The Bugatti Veyron swerved into a busy street, but Xiao Luo appeared calm as he controlled the car with precision, navigating through the heavy traffic and cutting in and out of fast-moving cars at lightning speed. Compared with the Bugatti Veyron, the vehicles it zoomed past appeared as slow as snails. Xiao Luo drifted and weaved through the traffic like a madman, almost scraping against the cars. It made Fendi scream in abject fear, and her heart leaped into her throat. There was a dangerous moment when 2 cars ahead of the Bugatti were about a meter apart. Somehow, Xiao Luo managed to tilt his car, balancing it on the left wheels and keeping the right wheels off the ground. In that way, he squeezed through the narrow gap between the 2 cars, and the drivers on both sides were so shocked that they almost crashed. Wow! This is like a scene from the movie Speed and Passion. Xiao Luo's driving skills shocked the officers aboard the helicopter, and they could not believe what they had just witnessed. The next moment, even in their helicopter, they lost track of the car. Eagle reporting to HQ. We lost sight of the target. That guy is a lunatic, he's driving way above 150 within the city. There are too many buildings, and it's hard to keep a tail on him. We really can't keep up with his speed. The officer on board the helicopter urgently reported the situation. The headquarters mentioned here by the police officer was, of course, referring to the Metropolitan Police Department. A joint task force had been formed with the SDF and was headed by the senior director of the Metropolitan Police Department. It was overseen by the governor of Dongjing, Koizumi Junichiro, and the Minister of Defense, Oshima Jun. And there were other key persons involved in the task force, such as Miyazaki Ranjin and Asu Shuyao. Everyone in HQ frowned when they heard the dismal report. Things were not looking so good. What a jerk, I will skin him alive. Asu Shuyao said it out of spite as she clenched her teeth. Xiao Luo had crushed the reproductive organ of the head of their clan and crippled every elite member of the Asu family. It had now become a blood feud, and she was in a frenzy, desperate to kill him immediately if she could get her hands on him. Asu Shuyao did not recognize him in the lift, even when he was standing right behind her, and it infuriated her. It drove her mad whenever she thought of it. I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to do so. Miyazaki Ranjin remarked as he sat next to her, smoking. Asu Shuyao turned an angry pair of eyes on him, but he ignored her glare. Looking at the map of Dongjing with a frown on his face, Miyazaki Ranjin remarked, Xuanhuan is undoubtedly a super soldier who had undergone a structured training program in Hua Nation. He easily took on hundreds of ordinary police, even unarmed, and could even drive his hand through the armored chest of a genetically modified bio-warrior. He is a super soldier who possesses the perfect combination of power, speed, and skill. None of our soldiers can match him. His words terrified everyone, as Xuanhuan was undoubtedly the most dangerous criminal that Dongjing had ever encountered in history. You fool, stop praising him and lowering our team's mettle. I don't care if he's some super monster or what method the Metropolitan Police Department will employ. I want him arrested in the shortest time possible. He is not only challenging you but the authority of the entire government of Dongjing. Koizumi Junichiro yelled angrily. He was a middle-aged man who sported a beard and walked with the aid of a walking stick. Agitated, he banged the tip of his walking stick onto the floor, which echoed across the room. Yes, sir. The senior director of the Metropolitan Police Department and the rest of the senior officers bowed to the governor of the Dongjing. He was the man ultimately responsible for the Metropolitan Police Department. Tomorrow is the 20th, and I will visit the shrine. After that, I will meet with Mr. Takahara and Oshima Jun-sama, Koizumi Junichiro said, turning around to look at the man. That doesn't sound good. Oshima Jun frowned and said, that Xiaohuan is looking for an opportunity to assassinate you. Why are you providing him with a perfect opportunity to do so by visiting the shrine? For the sake of your safety, I suggest that you cancel the visit tomorrow. His words angered Koizumi Junichiro. My father took part in the Holy War and perished in the Emperor's service. Till today, we have been unable to retrieve his body, and this is the only way to commemorate his contribution, through a spirit tablet. It is my duty to pay my respects to him every year on the 20th of July, and to the heroic spirits who devoted themselves to the cause. It has been a tradition for 15 years, so how can I break it this year? We have extraordinary circumstances this time, and I didn't say that you should not go at all. Perhaps you can consider visiting at a later date. Oshima Jun replied. Koizumi Junichiro squinted his eyes as he considered the suggestion. At a later date, he said. Oshima Jun nodded and said, that's right, you can visit the shrine after we have arrested Xiaohuan. You know nothing. Koizumi Junichiro glared at him and snapped, my father and the soldiers who had lost their lives in the war expect my visit on this particular day. It will be most disappointing if I am absent. But enough of this matter, Oshima-sama. I have made up my mind. Besides, I am the governor of Dongjing, and I will not be intimidated by one person from Hua Nation. Koizumi Junichiro interrupted him. All right, I will delegate 300 men to follow you in secret. If Xiaohuan dares to attack, I will make sure that he will find it difficult to make it out alive. Oshima Jun did not intend to pursue the matter. The senior director pitched in and said, the Metropolitan Police Department will also delegate 200 men to safeguard the governor's safety. I thank you all for your support. Koizumi Junichiro bowed deeply, and then, to everyone's surprise, he smashed his walking stick onto the ground and said, I am certainly giving him a chance to do so. It's all part of a well-laid trap, and it's up to him to decide if he will take the bait tomorrow. As everyone bowed in respect, they realized the governor's additional intention and acknowledged it as not only a smart move, but a brave one. Suddenly, a police officer barged in and reported to the senior director, I have bad news. We have confirmed the identity of that girl who was abducted by Xiaohuan. She is the daughter of the richest man in Ri Nation, Takahara Kika. What? It came across like a bomb detonating in the middle of the meeting hall and shocked everyone. In a quiet street somewhere in Dongjing, a silver-white Bugatti moving toward the Tower Park, stopped by a stone bench. Although it was fun to enjoy racing with the police, beside the driver, Fendi, or rather Takahara Kika, was feeling a little car sick. She stumbled out of the car and immediately threw up. When she returned, her complexion was as white as a sheet. Are you okay? Xiao Luo smiled at her and asked. I'm fine, puking help, she cracked as she looked at him and attempted a smile. Xiao Luo looked around and discovered a small mobile stall nearby selling snacks and drinks. He walked over to buy 2 bottles of water and a pack of tissue and handed them to Takahara Kika. Thank you, Mia. Takahara Kika received the items and added, it seems you are a considerate man after all. She was feeling even better about Xiao Luo now. Xiao Luo did not respond to her, but looked up the steel tower marked with blinking red lights, the game's over. I should go now, and you should go home. As he finished, he threw the car key to her and walked away. Takahara Kika reached out to grab his sleeve and stared at him with her bright and clear eyes. Can we see each other again? She purred. In the short time that they spent together, Xiao Luo had become her Prince Charming, and she was bowled over completely. Yes, if we are destined to, but we better don't. Why? Takahara Kika relented as she wanted to see this man again. You'll know soon enough, Xiao Luo said, and he gently pulled away from her hold, and then walked off with his hands in the pockets. My actual name is Takahara Kika. What's yours? Takahara Kika chased after him and asked. She was reluctant to bid farewell. Takahara Kika? Xiao Luo frowned as he had committed the assassination list to memory and knew that there was a person named Takahara K on it. Thinking about the things the girl had said earlier, and the limited edition Bugatti, it was not difficult to connect the relationship between that girl and Takahara K. Could it be so coincidental? He felt awkward, as he only intended to have some fun and ease his stress. Somehow, fate had played its hand, and he unwittingly bumped into Takahara K's daughter. But he did not respond to her and left without looking back. Takahara Kika was left behind looking rather melancholic, but inwardly she cherished the thought of a sweet relationship with her Prince Charming. The Yasukuni Shrine in Nation was in Kudenkata of Chiyoda, Dongjing, and was dedicated to the soldiers and their families who had died in wars since the Meiji Restoration era. Most of them were soldiers of the Ri Nation who took part in the Second Sino-Japanese War and the Pacific War, including some 30,000 of the Takasago volunteers. The shrine complex comprised several buildings housing prayer halls such as Ryajibo Honden, Honden, Heiden, Tori, Yashikan, Chozuya, and many others. The priests of the shrine had been waiting for Koizumi Junichiro since this morning, and they had received his notification only last night. All of them were made aware that the governor of Dongjing would visit today. A dozen police officers had been dispatched to the Hayden Hall to conduct a thorough search of its surrounding. There they checked the inside of the hall meticulously and escorted out all non-essential personnel. The only person left behind was the high priest who managed the shrine, and he was a man well known to Koizumi Junichiro. The police officers had conducted 5 thorough searches, combing through the area with highly sensitive detectors for the possibility of hidden bombs. Besides the Hayden Hall, the police also conducted thorough checks on Ryajibo Honden, which only opened to the top officials of the Ri Nation. So thorough and complete was the security check that it included a search of the crossbeams, and even a fly could not escape detection. On top of the police officers, or the 300 self-defense force members, they all had a secret passcode to verify one another's identity. As all visitors were required to verify their identity, security personnel carried portable fingerprint recognition devices. Although Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, could transform himself into someone else, his fingerprints could not be altered. Koizumi Junichiro walked into the shrine through the front gate under the watchful eyes of an escort of a dozen police officers, including Miyazaki Ranjin and Asu Shuyao. He looked curious and slightly confused. Turning to Miyazaki Ranjin, he said, "The distance between my residence and the shrine is only of 17 kilometers. Yet that thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, did not attempt to assassinate me en route. Could this be a trap?" "I would imagine so," Miyazaki Ranjin answered. Ever since Xiao Luo became an elusive and dangerous outlaw, Miyazaki Ranjin's entire demeanor had suddenly changed. He now looked a revitalized man who had regained his self-respect and the discipline of a head inspector. Although he knew that they were setting up a trap, he still felt uneasy as his instincts told him that there was a pair of eyes looking at them from the dark. It felt like they were being predated upon by a venomous snake that was going to strike any time. "That outlaw is not dumb, and he would have noted the preparations we have made," Asu Shuyao said, trying to make her presence felt in the company of the governor of Dongjing. She took every opportunity to speak to Koizumi Junichiro. "Then he's probably going to disappoint me. I didn't expect that he'd be such a coward." Koizumi Junichiro felt the bullet vest on underneath his clothes, and he felt slightly disappointed. He then stepped into the Hayden Hall, leaning into his walking stick. The ritual for paying respects to the war dead at the Yasukuni Shrine always started with the Hayden Hall and then on to the Honden building, which housed the Ryajibo. The Ryajibo contained some 200 names and black and white photographs of the martyred soldiers. This included Koizumi Junichiro's father. Welcome and good morning, Mr. Koizumi Junichiro. The highest-ranking priest of the shrine came forward to greet Koizumi Junichiro with a warm smile. He was wearing a black kanmori cap, held a shaku in his right hand, and was dressed in a special white pure robe. His silver hair gave him a very dignified appearance. Good morning, High Priest. Koizumi Junichiro bowed to the priest and returned his greeting with his palms pressed together. This way, please. The priest showed the way with his left hand. Thank you. Koizumi Junichiro nodded and entered the Hayden with his walking stick. Miyazaki Ranjin took out the machine for fingerprint detection and said, High Priest, please rest your thumb on this machine for verification purposes. I have known the priest long enough. Is this really necessary? Koizumi Junichiro asked, and a frown showed on his face. Governor, we have to be as careful as we can. Asu Shuyao added with much respect. She had reached an understanding with Miyazaki Ranjin on this matter. Haha, haha. Then I'll do as you wish. It is not a problem. The priest smiled as he put his left thumb on the device. The indicator lighted up in green, which meant that his fingerprint did not match the fingerprints of the wanted criminal, Xuanhuan. Are we done already? Koizumi Junichiro was a little upset with Miyazaki Ranjin and Asu Shuyao, for one should never doubt a priest. Although they did it for the sake of his safety, they had also offended the priest. Both Miyazaki Ranjin and Asu Shuyao bowed slightly to express their sincere apology. Humph. Koizumi Junichiro snapped and strode in. The priest followed closely behind. To pay respects in a shrine, one needed to clean one's hands, and it was symbolic of cleansing one's soul. The practice was for the priest to scoop water with a ladle and pour it over both hands of Koizumi Junichiro first. Koizumi Junichiro would receive the water with his left hand to rinse his mouth. After spitting the water in his mouth, he would use the remaining water from the ladle to wash his left hand. Finally, he would wash the handle of the ladle before putting it back. Then, he would proceed to the bell and ring it 3 times, keeping sincere thoughts in his mind, before respectfully placing an offering of money into the donation box, and ending the custom with 2 deep bows. The priest would witness and assist the entire process. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening blast came from outside the building. An explosion had occurred on the ground a dozen meters away from the Hayden Hall, causing a swirling cloud of dust and debris. Swoosh! Every police officer in the Hayden drew their guns and was on high alert. Is Xuanhuan here? Koizumi Junichiro was shocked by the explosion, but he soon calmed down. There were 300 men from the self-defense force outside, after all, and Xiao Luo would be digging his own grave if he dared to attempt the assassination here. He had nothing to worry about, he thought. I'm not sure, but I'll check. Miyazaki Ranjin did not trust the self-defense force, so he shouted at the police officers in the hall, "Protect the governor." He then turned around and ran out quickly. After he had left the Hayden Hall, the priest, assisting Koizumi Junichiro, suddenly transformed, and he emanated an aura of savage bloodlust. With no warning, he thrust his shaku into Koizumi Junichiro's throat like a sharp sword, piercing through his neck. Swish! Koizumi Junichiro stared at the shaku as it pierced through his neck. Blood oozed out of his nose and mouth, and when he looked up at the priest again, he saw the eyes of a wolf. He was not the priest, but Xuanhuan, the 1,000-faced killer. Governor! Asu Shuyao and the police officers were all shocked, for none of them had expected that Xiao Luo could have known the ritual of worship. He even deceived the fingerprint recognition system they had put in place. How could this be possible? How did he pass the fingerprint test? Bang! 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 The police officers squeezed their triggers and immediately fired at Xiao Luo, sending a hail of bullets toward him and turning the hall into a battleground. Xiao Luo evaded the shots and seemed to waltz through the hail of bullets effortlessly. He leaped into the air and chopped down at the police officers with his bare hands, knocking them out unconscious, all within 3 seconds. Xuanhuan, you will pay for this. Su Shuyao pulled out 2 daggers from her sleeves and bounded toward Xiao Luo. Being a martial artist belonging to the Su family, she had mastered the technique of divine slaying sword skill. She could also apply this technique to daggers. Slash. Slash. Su Shuyao was quick as she brandished 2 daggers that were so sharp, they could cut through thin silk. She launched her assault at Xiao Luo in a relentless series of slashes and jabs. She moved skillfully toward him in nimble steps. I'll send you to hell, you filth. Now you die, screamed Su Shuyao endlessly. The hatred that loomed in her heart for Xiao Luo intensified her desire to kill him. Xiao Luo's lips curled into a wry smile. He looked amused as he dodged her blows skillfully, sidestepping to avoid the daggers, and delivering a high kick that landed right on the mark, the left half of Su Shuyao's face. Su Shuyao, who had been slashing manically with the daggers, was sent flying back, and her body crashed brutally onto the surface of the ground. Sprawled where she landed, she had a shoe print on her face, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You have swung 1,000,000 times at me, and yet you cannot even handle one of my kicks. There was a mocking smile on Xiao Luo's face. That kick was exceedingly satisfying, for he had wanted to teach this woman a proper lesson for the longest time. You scum! Su Shuyao gritted her teeth as she dragged herself up from the ground. Then she lunged forward and charged toward Xiao Luo once more like a mother leopard protecting her young. Xiao Luo hummed lightly through his nose. The internal qi energy within his body suddenly spiked, and he zipped through the distance that separated them at lightning speed, like a beast awakened from its slumber. In a split second, he appeared right in front of Su Shuyao. He reached for her neck with his right hand and wrapped his fingers around her throat. Startled by the speed of the sudden attack, Su Shuyao could do nothing against it. Xiao Luo had grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the sturdy walls of the temple. Bam! Her back smashed against the wall, and there was a crisp sound of cracking bones. Su Shuyao let out a pitiful wail as blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Her exquisite face twisted in pain, and the daggers in her hands fell clattering to the floor. Didn't you say you wanted to exchange blows with me a few days back? How is this, then? Are you satisfied? Xiao Luo mocked. Su Shuyao blanched, staring at Xiao Luo in horror. What terrifying power he possessed. This man is formidable. He had defeated her so thoroughly that she did not even have the chance to retaliate. It all happened in a split second. At that moment, a horrifying chill enveloped her. Xiao Luo was formidable. She had been so consumed by her rage the entire time that it got to her head. She suddenly realized that there was such an enormous gap in skill between the two of them. You will do well to remember this. Hua Nation today is no longer like the Qing dynasty of old. Sometimes, you pay the price for the things you say. Consider yourself lucky. Your Su family was not involved in the genetic engineering experimentation, or else, Sujiro's castration would have been the least of your concerns. I would have wiped out your entire bloodline, said Xiao Luo. His voice was cold and emotionless. He sounded like he had come from the depths of hell. Su Shuyao's heart thumped, and her chest tightened. Xiao Luo had a firm grip on her neck, and she could barely let a single word out. She only stared at him with eyes that were filled with fear, for this man seemed like he had come straight out of hell. Xiao Luo said nothing more. With his hand still on her neck, he slammed her viciously against the wall once again. OOF. Blood poured out her mouth, and Su Shuyao let out a pitiful scream before passing out with her head slumped at an unnatural angle. Xiao Luo loosened his hold, and Su Shuyao slid from the wall to the ground like a heap. hands in the air, Xuanhuan. There was a loud voice resounding from behind him. Xiao Luo turned around and saw Miyazaki Ranjin standing at the entrance to the hall. He had both hands holding a gun pointed right at Xiao Luo. Outside, the sound of the self-defense force could be heard assembling quickly in front of the entrance. "How is the injury, Department Head Ranjin?" questioned Xiao Luo, as if asking after an old friend. He paid no mind to the gun. "There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. I said, hands in the air." Miyazaki Ranjin bellowed again. The hurried farewell at the hospital had given him an uncomfortable feeling that something like this would happen, but he did not expect it to have come true. This man had turned the whole of Dongjing into a forest, and he had become the hunter. He disregarded their laws and assassinated the people from a list he carried. These people that he targeted were those who filled senior administrative roles in the Ri nation. He took them out one after the other, and this included Koizumi Junichiro, the seventh name on that list. This man was a cold-blooded killing machine. "Don't you want to know why I killed him?" Xiao Luo pointed at Koizumi Junichiro, smiling in amusement. "Because he was involved, and the genetic engineering facility on the Holy Mountain," Miyazaki Ranjin replied. Xiao Luo expressed surprise, but he smiled and said, "So you know." "What do you think? You think I did the right thing?" "I don't. Whatever the reason, no one is above the law. Killing other people is unlawful." Miyazaki Ranjin said, "Since you had already uncovered the reason behind the disappearance of those Hua citizens, why didn't you call the police? All of us at the police department would ensure justice for the Hua Nation victims. That is the only correct action to take, abiding by the law. Even your chief, Tanaka Hiroshi, was in on this. Do you think that I will still be able to trust your police department?" Xiao Luo laughed coldly. "But that doesn't mean you can kill those people." Miyazaki Ranjin hollered fiercely. "Is that so? Then why did you barge into the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters to slaughter those people all by yourself, those years back?" Xiao Luo retorted. When Miyazaki Ranjin heard this, his body trembled uncontrollably. The images of his wife and daughter lying dead in their own home floated back into his mind. He had a death wish and binged on drugs like a madman, hell-bent on dying after that dreadful incident. He was running on nothing more than vengeance-fueled rage as he charged into the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters and laid waste to the place. The memory shocked him, but when he came to his senses, he suddenly realized that the spot where Xiao Luo had been standing was now empty. Before he could focus his gaze, he felt a hand patting him on his shoulder. "Honestly, we are birds of the same feather. The only difference between us is that you are a police officer. And I am not bound by any identity. If it were you, I believe you would make the same choice as I did." Xiao Luo spoke into his ear. Hearing those words, Miyazaki Ranjin was dumbstruck. A cold sweat broke out and trickled down his forehead. Xiao Luo suddenly appeared right beside him in a split second, and this was far more terrifying than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. "If not for this incident, I believe we could have become good friends. With that said, I still hope that you won't have a gun pointed right at me the next time you meet me. It is no use against me, and it will displease me," Xiao Luo said in a half-hearted tone, staring at Miyazaki Ranjin from the corner of his eye. Miyazaki Ranjin did not dare to move an inch. Not that he did not want to. Xiao Luo's aura had been so immense and terrifying that it was as if his legs weighed down by 1,000-pound force. His legs felt like they had turned into stones, and he could not move them at all. Other than the cold sweat streaming down his head, he was as still as a statue. "All right then, that's it for today. I better get going." Xiao Luo patted him on the shoulder lightly, swaggering out as he took his leave. Wayoshima led the self-defense force. Armed to the teeth, they stormed into the temple from every direction. He paid no attention to the man who had a small smile on his face, one who looked every inch like a Kanushi. He did not have the slightest suspicion about that man. So, Oyoshima passed right by him and charged straight into the hall. When he saw Koizumi Junichiro lying dead right there in the hall, the muscles in his face twitched. He clutched at Miyazaki Ranjin's collar as he shouted, "What happened? Where is the man? Where is this mysterious murderer Xiaohan?" "That was him, the Kanushi who just walked out," Miyazaki Ranjin responded in a daze, like someone whose soul had just left his body. "Damn it," Oyoshima turned pale. He immediately spoke into his in-ear comset and ordered the team stationed at the main gate of the shrine to cut Xiao Luo off. From his end, he led the team he had brought and moved as fast as they could in the direction the Kanushi had left. Inside the Hayden Hall, there was no one left except for Miyazaki Ranjin. He was standing there alone, still in a daze. The sound of Xiao Luo's voice telling him, "We are birds of the same feather," lingered in his mind. It struck a chord deep in his soul. It was true, the two of them were so similar. When Miyazaki Ranjin had annihilated the Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters, they called him the monster police officer. The only reason they spared him from going to prison was because of the efforts of his old department chief. He had pulled all the strings he could to prevent it. Otherwise, Miyazaki Ranjin would have ceased to be a police officer a long time ago. Birds of a feather, yes, we are birds of a feather, indeed. Ha ha. Miyazaki Ranjin cackled maniacally and slumped on the floor like a deflated balloon. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket and put it between his lips as he lit it. He inhaled the smoke ravenously, enjoying every puff of nicotine before he felt dispirited once again. His eyes were unfocused, and he had a blank stare. He mocked himself, muttering under his breath, "I am about to retire, anyway. Why didn't I just while away my remaining days in peace? I just had to insist on becoming a goddamn righteous police officer, didn't I? And for what? To be exposed for who I am after all." Oshima Jun had no leads on his end. Xiao Luo had disappeared into thin air. They combed every inch of the Shinto shrine several times, but they could not find a single trace of him. Dongjing had already caught wind of Koizumi Junichiro's death, as did the ever-alert media of the Ri Nation. The murder hit the news, and that sent shock waves through the entire nation yet again. Even under the airtight security managed by 300 self-defense soldiers and 200 police officers, he could murder the magistrate. How did the mysterious murderer Xiaohan pull it off? He is inhuman. There is absolutely no way Xiaohan is human. It is not that our army is weak, but it is the enemy who is too strong. Just the thought of such a cold-blooded murderer walking amid Dongjing is enough to send shivers down my spine. Why did he have to do this? Is this the Huan Nation's retribution for Ri Nation's role in the genocide? The Ri Nation netizens were commenting on the issue fervently. It was as if a thick layer of fog had enveloped the nation, and its people were paranoid and terrified, and perpetually on tenterhooks. Barely a few days had passed before the Ri Nation's richest man, Takahara K, published a lengthy essay titled, "On the Crimes of Ri Nation on the Internet." That essay cast attention on the genetic engineering experimentation facility under Mount Fuji and mentioned the personnel involved. It unfolded the mystery behind the attacks of targeted prominent individuals in the country to the Ri Nation citizens. At the end of the essay, Takahara K apologized sincerely to the victims of the experimentation facility. However, the article only remained online for less than a day after publication, before the Ri Nation authorities took it off the internet. The parties involved refuted the rumors adamantly. They claimed that the mysterious murderer Xiaohan had hacked into the wealthy man's internet account to publish the unsubstantiated essay to confuse the public. They swore to prosecute Xiaohan to the fullest extent of the law. More and more citizens became suspicious and were convinced that there was some conspiracy at work, no matter how much the Ri Nation officials had come out to deny that essay. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Every word in that essay had expressed such deep emotions. The style of writing was like another essay that Takahara K had previously published. If the mysterious murderer Xuanhuan had written the piece, it was unlikely that he could have imitated the man's style of writing to such a degree. In an expansive garden, somewhere in Dongjing, there were many rare, ancient trees planted there. Describing it as a garden would not do justice to its splendor. It would be more appropriate to call it God's Garden of Eden. The resplendence of that place was breathtaking. Placed in the center of that Garden of Eden was a luxurious villa about 7,000 square feet large. Surrounding it on all four sides was an expanse of turf. There was a swimming pool, a car parking lot, a tennis court, and every imaginable facility one could imagine. That was where Takahara K, the richest man in the Ri nation, lived. Any ordinary citizen would shy away from the property. The sheer opulence of it would take their breath away if they ever had the chance to view the place. It would overwhelm anyone who was not of the same status, fearing they would taint it with their mere presence. But, at that moment, that splendid garden was full of self-defense force soldiers armed to the teeth. All of them had hard looks on their faces, and they were wearing their headsets to ensure the security of the area. Mr. Takahara, I hope you'll be able to give me a reasonable explanation for all of this. Why did you put out an article like this? Don't you know what kind of harm you'll bring to our nation? Shouted Anbei, dressed in a sharp suit. In a conference room in the villa, he was questioning Takahara K in a loud voice. He looked extremely displeased. He had lost control over his emotions somewhat and was spitting as he spoke. They had initially planned to bury the matter of the human genetic engineering experimentation facility. But as a stakeholder, Takahara K had exposed the entire issue online. It was a good thing that had happened in their own country, so they could still contain it. But even then, an army of international reporters would eventually catch wind of something fishy going on there. By that time, the Ri nation would likely face a tsunami of international criticism. Takahara K donned a sky-blue suit. He was half-bald and his features, though not perfect, were not altogether ugly either. He had a friendly personality. He sat on a plush chair and very calmly faced the Prime Minister of the Ri nation. He said, "There is no way that we can continue to conceal this. No matter how far or how long we keep this buried, the truth will eventually come to light one day." What do you mean? Anbei said, his eye twitching anxiously. Takahara K stood up. He did not want to speak on that subject any longer. He heaved a light sigh as he said, "Prime Minister, I think you should clear the troops. I don't need the protection." You don't need the protection? That stunned Oshima Jun, who was with the Prime Minister. The mysterious murderer Xiaohan's next target is likely to be you. Without our protection, there is absolutely no way we can guarantee that your life is safe, not when you only have your bodyguards, he said. And would I be safe even with your troops here? Takahara K asked and laughed sarcastically. Takahara K's kindly gaze made Oshima Jun hang his head in shame. He did not dare look the man in the eye. Koizumi Junichiro's death was under his watch and left him unable to defend himself against that question. Takahara K sighed and said, "Leave, all of you. I don't enjoy having your troops in my home." He looked every bit like a man who was looking at death right in its eyes. "Mr. Takahara, you are the pride of our nation, and your life is exceptionally valuable. I cannot allow. I said to dismiss the troops. Did you not hear me, Prime Minister?" Takahara K suddenly raised his head and interrupted Anbei in a stern, fierce voice. Anbei's lips twitched. He hated that, being spoken to in such a tone. But the other person was the richest man in the Ri nation. If he merely sneezed, half their economy would catch a cold. He forced himself to suppress his anger and spoke with a severe look on his face. "Mr. Takahara, Are you not afraid that Xuanhuan will make an attempt on your life? He asked. Of course, I am. Who is not afraid of death? Much less someone like me who has a bit of business under his name. Takahara K said with a laugh, a calm look on his face. But what good is there in fear? If it is meant to happen, then it will eventually come to pass. So, I might as well do something meaningful while I am still alive, he said, pausing for a beat, and then continued, Prime Minister and Mr. Oshima, you can do as you please. I won't keep you company any longer. He immediately left the conference room in deliberate strides. At the door, he suddenly stopped and turned around to add, oh, right. Don't think of sending men to tail me, Prime Minister. I do not want to become your bait. If you go against my word on this, I think you may find that the Re-nation's economy will regress by a half-decade. Are you threatening me? Anbei gritted his teeth. Threatening? Takahara K frowned and then lightly laughed as he said, it's a threat if you think it is, Prime Minister. After he said that, he left without looking back. That idiot. Anbei slammed a palm down on the table in the conference room, fuming. That old fool. Has his brain started rotting or something? Or did Xuanhuan scare him out of his wits? What a coward, a blistering idiot. Takahara K headed straight to the rooftop of the villa after leaving the reception room. There, 2 bodyguards dressed in black uniforms stood guard over the entrance of the loft. They respectfully greeted him when they saw him ascending the stairs. Boss, they acknowledged in salutation. You two can go, and take 3 days off. I will still pay you, Takahara K said with a bright smile on his face. Although they were uncertain why their boss would instruct them to do so, these 2 bodyguards were experienced enough not to ask questions. They bowed and responded, understood. They turned around and walked down from the loft, then left the villa immediately. Takahara K opened the door to the loft. The room was relatively small, but it was well furnished and cozy. The dominant color theme of the room was pink. Even the furniture was in the same color theme, and there were several plush teddy bears of different sizes laying around. Plastered on one wall was a poster of a popular Re-nation music band. A girl sat on the enormous bed in the middle of the room. She leaned against the headboard, mumbling to herself while cutting a photo with a pair of scissors. Scattered all over the floor were countless cut pieces of that photo. Littered all over the floor were little cuttings of other photographs she had cut up earlier. The girl sneered when she saw Takahara K walking over and continued cutting the photo in her hand. It was as if she was pouring all her anger into the act. Kika. Takahara K walked over with a face full of love and sat beside her. He then realized that the photo his daughter was cutting was his. They were photos he had taken when he met with clients or when he was in discussions on projects. He had a sad smile when he asked, "Do you hate Daddy that much?" He did not tell Takahara Kika that the person with her that night was the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan. The man who had recently struck fear into the hearts of many Re-nation citizens. He did not want to scare or traumatize her. Yes, I hate you. I hate you to the core. Takahara Kika gritted her teeth and screamed, all you ever care about is your career, right? Go then, do your thing. Why did you come here? I am sick and tired of seeing you put on an act. You always pretend that you care for me. Takahara K had an agonized look on his face. He placed his hand on top of his daughter's head, pouring with heartfelt and genuine love. It showed in his eyes. No father in this world would not worry and not care for his daughter, he said. Humph. Takahara Kika snorted before turning her head away. Takahara K sighed and said, I did not even realize that my Kika has grown into such a graceful young lady. Tisk. Takahara Kika was a little taken aback, but turned her head away and pretended not to hear a word he had said. Takahara had mixed feelings when he looked at his daughter. Knowing that his impending death was approaching had jolted him from his obsession with his business empire, and he had almost forgotten that his daughter was now a young lady. He could vividly remember Takahara when she was still in elementary school. She was that little girl with a bright smile who would sit on his shoulders and hold on to his head. In his mind, she was still that little girl. Where was I when she needed me? The number of times that Takahara had accompanied his daughter was simply too few. In all honesty, he hardly did. It was no wonder that during his divorce, his wife had complained that his family was not a priority to him at all. Instead, it had been all about the company and money. He never understood it back then. But at this moment, he finally realized what his wife meant and why his daughter had become so rebellious. It wasn't that she was being rebellious, but rather it was a way for her to get his attention. Like any daughter, she longed for his attention and his fatherly love. But he had never given her the love that she craved. There were even a couple of years where he failed to be with her during her birthday. Suddenly, he felt that his life had been meaningless these past couple of years. His net worth may be worth hundreds of billions, but he had failed to give them enough of his time. He suddenly realized he missed the warmth and love of a family. Tears welled up when he thought about it, and they rolled down his cheeks. "Daddy, what is wrong with you? What is going on?" Takahara was shocked and stopped her tantrum immediately. She truly loved and admired her father, but hated that he had never spent much time with her. There was an occasion when she had received an award from school and wanted some praise from him. Instead, he told her, "Daddy is busy right now. I will look at it another time." All she wanted was for her father to praise her. But all she ever heard was that her father was busy. Despite her tantrums and anger shown toward Takahara, in her heart, she loved her father. It was the first time she had seen her undemonstrative father crying, and she panicked. It felt like a knife had plunged into her heart. Her eyes turned red, and she cried, "I am sorry, Daddy. I won't be disobedient anymore. I won't ever be. Daddy, please stop crying. When I see you crying, I feel terrible. The one who should apologize is me." Takahara shook his head and sighed. Then he said, "I was too selfish. I never tried to see things from you or your mother's perspective. I never thought about what you both truly needed. I always took it for granted that you would both be happy as long as I gave you money, never thinking once to spend time with both of you. Daddy is wrong. Daddy failed to take good care of both of you. Kika, can you forgive Daddy? Daddy." Takahara looked at the old man in front of her and burst into tears. She felt that God had finally answered her prayers, her father had been returned to her. She worried no longer and hugged him tightly. Takahara patted her on the back and tears streamed down his face as he closed his eyes. On the morning of the second day, Takahara opened the door of his study room. He saw someone sitting in front of his desk, with his back facing the door. It surprised him, but he knew what was going on. As if talking to an old friend, he said, "You are here." With a swivel of the chair, the young man with a handsome face turned around to look at him. He had a bright and fair face, a pair of smoldering black eyes, and a sinister smirk at the corner of his mouth. The young man was sitting as if it was his home. His left hand supported his chin, and his right hand rested on the study desk, tapping it with a rhythmic tempo. It was Xiao Luo. "You knew I was going to come, yet you asked all the people who were protecting you to leave. Tell me why?" Xiao Luo asked. Takahara lowered his head. With a smile, he said, "You will still be able to break in and kill me even if they were here. They cannot stop you. So, I might as well ask them to leave." Xiao Luo looked at him steadfastly. Then he asked, "Are you not afraid of death?" "Of course, I am afraid. Everyone is afraid to die. But I would rather die with some dignity, Takahara K said. Dignity? Xiao Luo laughed coldly and said, excuse me, but you lost the right to use that word when you took part in the biochemical research base. Takahara K smiled bitterly and sighed. Then he changed the topic. When I invested in the base, Kuroda Kiyotaka told me it was for research that would benefit the people and the country. I did not know that he was going to capture people and use them as test subjects to conduct genetic engineering experiments on them. When I realized that he was doing something so cruel and tragic, it was against my conscience, and I developed insomnia. I had to take sleeping pills to get to sleep. Since then, I have lived in deep regret every single day. Just once did I witness the experiment, and I could never forget it for the rest of my life. Are you saying all these so that I'd let you go? Xiao Luo asked with a chuckle. No, that thought never occurred to me. Takahara K shook his head and said, I have sinned, and nothing will change it, not even if I went down to the 18th level of hell. I am speaking the truth and only expressing what I feel. Nothing more. Even when facing someone who was about to take his life, he still had a straightforward and superior temperament. Is that so? Xiao Luo laughed. He did not intend to take Takahara K's life right away. He had read the article Takahara K released online a few days back. The sincere emotions conveyed through his words in that article had touched Xiao Luo a little. Takahara K had been the only person who had shown remorse for his involvement in the genetic engineering experiments. If Wencheng and his family had not died, Xiao Luo might have considered sparing his life. But now, that was no longer an option. Everyone related to the genetic engineering research base had to die. Xiao Luo got up and slowly walked toward Takahara K. He deliberately suppressed the killing intent emerging from deep within, but could not hide it from his eyes. He raised his hand and said, Takahara K, it's time for you to go. Wait. Takahara K cried. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows. With a puzzled look in his eyes, he asked, what's wrong? Can you give me a few more days? Takahara K pleaded. He had put his pride aside to make that plea. A few more days? Xiao Luo laughed mockingly and then shook his head. Your villa might be fabulous, but I do not wish to come here a second time. You do not have to come here again. Once I have made up for my regret, I will put an end to it myself, Takahara K said. In a cold, heartless voice, Xiao Luo replied, I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to bargain with me. Daddy, are you ready? You said you would bring me to the seaside. If you go back on your words again, I will ignore you for the rest of my life. Through the door of the study, they could hear Takahara Kika's angry voice, coming from below. It startled Xiao Luo. Don't worry. Daddy won't go back on his words. You wait below. I still have a few things to finish here. Takahara K quickly shouted down to her in reply, then turned his head around to face Xiao Luo. In a sincere tone, he desperately said, I have spent too little time with her all these years. I promised her last night that I would bring her to the seaside and do 10 activities with her. Xiao Luo did not say a word and looked at Takahara K with no expression on his face. Thump. Suddenly, Takahara K went down on his knees and kowtowed to Xiao Luo. With a somber look on his face, he said, I, Takahara K, have rarely begged anyone in my entire life, Mr. Xuanhuan. In the name of Amaterasu, please grant me a little kindness and compassion. He was an incredibly rich man and an icon of his generation. Yet, he had put his dignity aside for just one opportunity to make up for the lost time with his daughter. It troubled Xiao Luo, for he had intended to kill Takahara K right away. However, Xiao Luo felt compelled to give the man a chance to fulfill his wish to redeem himself to his daughter. He was deliberating these two choices, his emotions at odds, and his face took on a dark expression. Thump, thump, thump. Then, they heard someone climbing up the stairs to the study. They didn't need to guess, and it was undoubtedly Takahara Kika who was approaching. Takahara K was nervous as he did not wish for this grim reaper to kill him in front of his daughter. He was anxious that it would cause her irreparable mental trauma. He had already resigned himself to his fate, but he refused to allow his daughter to suffer for his sins. His entire body trembled in desperation. He kept kowtowing to Xiao Luo, with desperation in his voice. He pleaded, "Mr. Xuanhuan, I am begging you, I am begging you. Please have mercy, have mercy." Takahara K kneeled in front of Xiao Luo like a beggar, weeping pitifully. "Daddy, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling on the floor?" Takahara Keiko's voice came from behind. Takahara K turned around. Takahara Kika was already at the door. He looked at her with his eyes wide opened, and then he quickly turned his head back again. But the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, had disappeared into thin air and was no longer standing there. After slowly regaining his senses, he quickly wiped away the tears on his face and put on a smile as he stood up. He walked toward Takahara Kika and said, "You silly child, what are you saying? What do you mean by kneeling?" A button dropped on the floor. Daddy was picking it up. Picking up a button? Takahara Keiko found it hard to believe what he said. "But I thought I heard you talking to someone in here," she said. "Nonsense. There is no one here." "You must have been hearing things," Takahara K replied. He had deliberately put on a casual look on his face, but deep down, he was feeling anxious. "Really?" Takahara Keiko took another look around the study room doubtfully. "Of course, it is true. There's only you and me here. There's no one else." Takahara K coughed and changed the subject immediately. He asked, "Right, Kika. Have you packed your bags?" "Yes, yes. I'm just waiting for you," Takahara Kika said, nodding her head excitedly. "All right, wait for me in the garage. I will come down after looking for some books," Takahara K said. "Hurry then. Stop moving so slowly. You are like an old man who is already 70 or 80 years old," Takahara Keiko moaned. "All right," Takahara K replied and chuckled. "Hurry up." Takahara Keiko pouted her lips, turned around, and left. Thump, thump, thump. As Takahara Kika's footsteps, Takahara K turned around, bowed to the empty study room, and said, "Thank you. You have 3 days." An icy voice came from behind the bookshelf. Then, Xiao Luo walked out and said, "I'll be here again in 3 days." 3 days. That is more than enough, Takahara K nodded his head gratefully. Drinking an entire bottle of Coke in one gulp. Going to the men's toilet to pee. To eat a meal without paying. Takahara K could not help but laugh when he read the list of activities his daughter had listed. After going to the seaside, he did those 10 activities with her. It felt like he was reliving those teenage days of his. And, after a very long time, Takahara K was genuinely happy. "Daddy, aren't you busy these couple of days?" Takahara Kika could not help asking as she sat in the passenger seat. Her father was perpetually busy. But he had spent the entire day with her, and his phone had not rung at all. It was unbelievable. "I am busy. But my precious daughter is more important." "Kika, where else do you want to go?" "Daddy will accompany you there," Takahara K said. "Daddy, you're the best," Takahara Kika chirped. Then with a nod, she continued, "I want to go to the sacred mountain to look at the snow." Sacred mountain? The color on Takahara K's face changed a little. That was a place that brought him much regret and fear. He suddenly felt the natural anguish of a man released from prison after serving a sentence, having to revisit the scene of his crime. But he quickly calmed himself down and said, "All right. Let's go look at the snow. After saying that, they headed toward Mount Fuji. On the third day, the death of the Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport, Oichiro, was on the news. Another person related to the genetic engineering research base had died. That night, Takahara Kei sat in his study room looking at a video of Takahara Kika. She was still a toddler then, and she was just learning how to walk. He had a peaceful smile on his face as he slowly closed his eyes. On his study desk was an empty bottle of sleeping pills. Before that, he had already amended his will. His ex-wife would now be the guardian of Takahara Kika. Washing basin, small dining table, urinal, air vent. That made up the cell of a typical Re-Nation prison. If not passing through the enormous steel gate, one would not have realized that it was a prison cell. The cell had wood flooring covered in mats. Although the area was less than 10 square meters, it looked more like a room in a rented house. Sitting in a corner was a man garbed in prison uniform who was roughly 40 to 50 years old. He was unshaven and had grown a beard. His hair had been shaven off and his bald pate looked shiny. He wore a pair of round glasses and was reading a book. It was Kuroda Kiyotaka. Suddenly, the prison cell door opened and Onbei walked into the cell. He was wearing a suit, accompanied by Oshima Jun. Onbei seemed displeased and wore a grim face. Kuroda Kiyotaka glanced at them and then continued to read his book as if he had seen nothing. You look pretty carefree. You're reading Franz Kafka's The Metamorphosis. Are you trying to escape by turning into a beetle? Wasn't that what the principal character did? Are you trying to figure out how to turn into a beetle? Onbei said sarcastically as he seated himself opposite the prisoner. Kuroda Kiyotaka did not respond. Instead, he read out the synopsis of the book loudly. Gregor realized that he had turned into a gigantic beetle. He panicked, and he also felt miserable. His father was exceedingly angry when he had found out and locked him in his bedroom. Gregor had changed. He was living the life of a beetle, but still had the consciousness of a human being. He had lost his job and was still worried about how he should pay off his father's debt. He had wanted to send his younger sister to a music academy. But a month later, he became his family's burden. His father, mother, and younger sister changed their attitude toward him. To survive, his family had to work hard to earn money. They could barely tolerate Gregor, who was now a burden to them. Eventually, his younger sister suggested that they chase her brother out. Gregor was sick and hungry. He fell into despair and often thought about his family with love and affection. His head then landed on the floor, and he took his last breath, before dying just like that. His father, mother, and younger sister then lived a life where they had to rely on themselves. Are you trying to say that you were just like Gregor? Onbei laughed coldly. Kuroda Kiyotaka put the book down and lifted his head to look at Onbei. My heart is with this country. I will do everything I can, and I'm even willing to die for it. I knew that I would not be laid to rest in a burial ground if the genetic engineering experimentations were ever exposed. But someone like me had to step out and be the harbinger to bring this country into the future, to become stronger and better, he said. Harbinger? Onbei scoffed. He found what he had just heard funny and laughed aloud. Onbei then grabbed the book from Kuroda Kiyotaka's hands and threw it on the floor. Then he stood up and stepped on the book until it tore apart. He pointed at Kuroda Kiyotaka and shouted, "Why don't you look at yourself? Do you deserve to call yourself a harbinger? It is pointless to continue this conversation. We oppose each other on our political views. But I want to ask you one last thing. If the May National had looked for you instead, would you not have agreed to build the research base?" Kuroda Kiyotaka asked. Onbei squinted his eyes and glared at him with a somber-looking face, saying nothing. You would have agreed. Otherwise, I would not be the only one receiving the punishment, while the others are safe and well, Kuroda Kiyotaka answered his own question. Anbei's eyes were filled with hostility. You seem to know me so well. It looks like you have been thinking a lot about me while you were idle in here, he said. Kuroda Kiyotaka laughed and replied, the one who knows you best will always be your opponent. But you have lost the right to be my opponent. Like a victor, Anbei stood up and glared at Kuroda Kiyotaka. By the way, I need to correct one of your statements. You are not the only one who has received punishment. Everyone else involved with the research base is already dead. What? Already dead? The color on Kuroda Kiyotaka's tranquil-looking face suddenly changed. He could no longer maintain his composure and asked, You were the one who did it? If you use that pig brain of yours to think, you can tell that I am not the one who did that, Anbei sneered. Then, who was it? Kuroda Kiyotaka asked. The thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, Anbei informed him. That name confused Kuroda Kiyotaka. He did not know who that was, but he could only guess that it was the person responsible for the destruction of the genetic engineering research base. He is a super fighter that the Hua nation had sent. He has the ability to disguise himself and can change his appearance at will. We had originally thought that we could identify him with his fingerprints. But he can peel off a person's skin and use it as if it belonged to him. The only foolproof identification method is to conduct DNA testing. Otherwise, no one would be able to tell the difference. He killed everyone else? Kuroda Kiyotaka asked. At that point, he was fearful, and it showed in his eyes. Anbei said, other than Takahara K, everyone else had been killed by him. Takahara K gave up on himself and committed suicide. He took sleeping pills after spending 3 days with his daughter. Then, why are you here? Kuroda Kiyotaka no longer had the calm expression that he had earlier on. I don't think you would be kind enough to send soldiers to protect me, he said. As you are the last one alive, you will be our bait. I believe that Xuanhuan will be here, and he will stand right in front of you. When that happens, he must pay his debt, and it must be paid in blood. You and everyone else in this prison will become sacrificial lambs. This is your sacrifice to redeem yourselves, Anbei stated with a somber-looking face. Sacrificial lambs? Kuroda Kiyotaka started to shiver. He stood up and opened his eyes wide, as he lost control of his emotions. Shinzo Anbei, what are you trying to do? Just what in the world are you trying to do? The court will decide my punishment. You do not have the authority to sentence me. I am the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ri Nation. You do not have the power to pass me a death sentence, he screamed. Kuroda-san, don't be silly. Just continue reading your book. I came here today to bid my farewell to you. Anbei laughed as he spoke. Then he waved his hand at Oshima Jun, who was beside him. Oshima-san, it's time for us to go, he said. Yes. Oshima Jun nodded his head and followed behind him respectfully. Kuroda Kiyotaka lost control at the thought of being a sacrificial lamb. He had not foreseen that his fate was to die together with the thousand-faced killer in that prison. He expected to receive life imprisonment and had mentally prepared to live an idle life in prison. He could quietly read his books, newspapers, and life would still be acceptable. It would not go to the extent where he could not handle it. But now, that prospect of living a quiet life was no longer possible. Anbei was trying to get him killed. Shinzo Anbei, this old man here won't let you off. He shouted and charged toward Anbei. Oshima Jun's eyes spotted the attack in a flash. He took a step back and slammed his right foot into Kuroda Kiyotaka's chest. Arg! Kuroda Kiyotaka screamed in pain as he flew backward. He slammed into the urinal, sending his head into it and his face pressed against the bowl. His pair of round glasses broke and he looked a pathetic sight. Kuroda-san, just stay here and be a good bait. Wait for Xuanhuan to appear right in front of you. Anbei waved his hand at him and guffawed for a bit. Then he left without turning back. Get him a new pair of glasses, he said to Oshima Jun on his way out. Yes, Oshima Jun replied and nodded his head. A violent gale blew across the vast sea, accompanied by rolling dark clouds beyond the horizon. As they drew closer, the portentous dark clouds descended on the surface of the sea, churning its surface, and causing angry crests of waves to surge upward, as if welcoming the looming storm clouds. As the howling winds picked up, peals of thunder and the threatening flashes of lightning became more frequent. The raging winds carried wave after thunderous wave of the angry sea inland, smashing viciously into the shoreline. As the ominous clouds advanced toward the shore, angry flashes of lightning glowed intermittently within its abyss. Such was the nature of a raging thunderstorm in the Pacific. The massive storm system shrouded a good half of the Nation island within it, including Dongjing, as a torrent of heavy rain drenched the city of skyscrapers and neon lights. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the top of the Dongjing Tower. In the night sky, it appeared like the tower firing a powerful beam of light into the heavens, and it painted a breathtaking picture for those who saw it. In the Dongjing prison, a prison warden opened a series of gates that led into the depths of the prison. The clopping sound from the heel taps of his black leather shoes echoed eerily as he strode along the empty corridors. On any other night, the sound would have carried, but for the reverberating claps of thunder from the raging storm outside. The warden donned a blue uniform, black pants, and had a baton hanging from his waist. It was Xiao Luo. This time, Xiao Luo did not put on any disguises, but he very easily knocked one guard out, put on the man's clothes, and blended in with the crowd. Coincidentally, it was that time when the wardens on the day shift were clocking out and those on the night were clocking in. There would be a 10-minute window where the prison would be at its least guarded. He looked smart with shiny, black hair, arched eyebrows, and eyes that had an edge to them. As he walked along a prison corridor that had a foreboding atmosphere, he was every bit like an eagle flying in the night, aloof and proud. He continued onward and stopped when he reached Kuroda Kiyotaka's prison cell. After he found out that Xiao Luo had killed the rest of his compatriots, Kuroda Kiyotaka could no longer sleep. A stormy night like this one did not help, and a sinister air pervaded his cell block. Dark eye bags had formed below his eyes, and the white of his eyes was red with fatigue and stress. He no longer looked like the minister he used to be. Now, he was pale-faced and balding, and he looked as if he had aged a decade. When he saw someone suddenly appear at the front of his prison cell, he was spooked. It felt like his soul almost leaped out of his body, and he bolted up as if he had been electrocuted. The light outside shone dimly. He opened his eyes, squinting to get a better glimpse of the man's face. Who are you? He asked. Someone who's here for your life. Xiao Luo took the key and opened the door to the cell, calm as ever before he strode in. The mysterious murderer, Xuanhuan. Kuroda Kiyotaka finally got a good glimpse at this face, and he was so terrified that he sat on the floor, paralyzed in fear. He broke out in a cold sweat as he felt an inexplicable sense of doom. It was an instinctive response to this enigmatic killer who was here to take his life. Xiao Luo was expressionless as he glanced at the man indifferently. Tell me, who were the other Mei Nation participants, he said. Like he had stumbled upon an oasis in a desert, Kuroda Kiyotaka scrambled to his knees and pleaded, I'll tell you. I will, as long as you let me live. I'll tell you everything. Xiao Luo snorted mockingly, and then he waved his palm in front of the man a few times. Kuroda Kiyotaka felt dizzy like he was falling in and out of consciousness, and his eyes began to lose their focus. Xiao Luo chose not to lose any more time and decided to hypnotize the man. Kuroda Kiyotaka did not resist and provided Xiao Luo with all the answers he needed. After questioning him, Xiao Luo kicked the former minister in his left temple and sent him flying to his side. Kuroda Kiyotaka died before he even had the chance to cry out in pain. His head exploded and turned to mush from the force of the mighty kick. It's over. Xiao Luo retrieved the name list and struck off the last name on it, Kuroda Kiyotaka. He then tore the list to pieces and scattered it above the man's body, then turned to leave. Who? 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 The ear-piercing blare of the security alarm broke the silence, and the entire prison jolted to life. A thick, white fog suddenly flowed out copiously from the vents, similar to the dry ice machines used in stage shows, but in this case, vast volumes of the creeping mist quickly filled the prison cells. The sleeping prisoners stirred from their slumber and clutched at their throats. They choked and struggled violently as if they could not breathe, and soon, they were foaming from the mouths before their eyes rolled back and they dropped dead. Poisonous gas? Xiao Luo frowned and then laughed wryly as he muttered, "This Anpei. He is truly committed to taking me down. To think he's willing to sacrifice all the inmates and prison wardens along with me. Oh, he's vicious, all right." He then turned and headed out of the prison in long strides. Although Xiao Luo had the I Ching Jin ability, the tortoise breathing technique was more than sufficient, as it allowed him to go 20 minutes without breathing, and that was more than enough for him to leave this place unharmed. In an upscale hotel, close to Dongjing prison, a contingent of uniformed soldiers had gathered. Anpei was on the balcony of the presidential suite at the very top of the hotel, with a cup of coffee. The heavy rain prevented an unobstructed view of the prison, but it didn't dishearten Anpei. He felt elated and was unable to wipe the glee from his face, as he said, "Toxic CoCl2 gas will cause people to convulse and then die in mere seconds. Xuanhuan, I've sacrificed the entire Dongning prison to take you down, so be proud of yourself. No one will leave that place alive. By now, it is already devoid of any life, and all life forms will die from the effect of the toxic CoCl2 gas," Oshima Jun pitched in. "Oshima, do you think this was worth it?" Anpei asked. "I do." Oshima Jun replied and nodded stiffly. "As long as we can get rid of that enigmatic murderer, Xuanhuan, no price is too steep." "That is reassuring. Notify your subordinates to clean up the place of any traces of the toxic gas after 2 hours. Also, bring Xuanhuan's body to me as soon as possible. I want to carve his heart and turn it into a trophy for my room to remind myself of this humiliation forever," Anpei said. "Yes, sir," Oshima Jun said, standing ramrod straight. Anpei smiled as he gazed at the prison through the falling rain. He then laughed aloud, for he had finally gotten rid of this thorn in his side. There was a slight smile on his face as he spoke. "Oshima, do you know what I'm thinking right now?" Oshima Jun shook his head. "No, I don't. I suddenly feel the urge to dance. I want to perform our country's traditional dance." "Go ahead, Prime Minister. This is indeed something worth celebrating and being happy about," Oshima Jun said with a bow. "Play me the dance music." Anpei was truly elated as he limbered his neck and 4 limbs for the dance, with youthful exuberance. At that moment, he felt uninhibited. "Yes, sir." Oshima Jun was his confidant, and Anpei thought of the man as somebody he could trust deeply. It was natural that he obeyed Anpei without question. The music he played was in the style of Renation, a tune often played in many anti-Renation films in Hua Nation. In those films, it was Maikos with thick layers of makeup who were dancing, but here, Prime Minister Anpei was the one dancing. Oshima Jun clapped, and immediately several Maikos pushed open the door and entered the room. They danced with Anpei, clapping and celebrating this victory. After all, his political enemy, Kuroda Kiyotaka, had been eliminated, as had the 1,000-faced killer, Xuanhuan. Now that he resolved these 2 significant problems, even the thunderstorm seemed a thing of beauty in Anpei's eyes. The thunderstorm raged on for 2 whole hours before it eased, leaving the entire city of Dongjing inundated. Cabinet Minister Oshima Jun deployed 1,000 self-defense force soldiers into the prison. They were all wearing gas masks and were equipped with chemical dispensers that would neutralize the toxic gas. It was a covert operation carried out under the cloak of darkness. There was an urgent need to remove all evidence that very night. Anpei was still in the presidential suite dancing with a few Maikos. He drank and sang, joked around, and was having the time of his life. Boom! Suddenly, the door burst open. Who's there? Anpei and the Maikos accompanying him jolted in shock. They instantly swung round and Anpei almost wet himself when he saw the terrifying figure of that enigmatic murderer, Xuanhuan, standing at the entrance. How refined you are, Anpei Shinzo. Xiaohan's lips curled up in a smirk as he strode over. Xiaohan? You. How did you get in here? Anpei's head went into a spin. How could this be possible? He painstakingly set up his trap and turned the entire prison into a cage. Using a potent toxic gas that was strong enough to kill off this beast, the last thing he expected was to see this man standing right in front of him. At that moment, he knew that he had lost the game. Just who was this man, and how could he have survived the toxic CoCl2 gas? Anpei's confidence was shaken, and for a moment he faltered. He immediately called for his men, guards. Save your breath, I've already knocked them all out, Xiao Luo responded to Anpei's panicked screams as he sauntered casually toward him. Anpei was the prime minister of his country, yet all he could do was to break out in a cold sweat when Xiao Luo advanced toward him. He was consumed in fear as he found himself in the unusual situation of not being in control. He was just like a man who had stumbled into the path of a fearsome tiger, and so frightened was he could not move and almost wet himself. How quickly the tables turned. Anpei was well aware of how apt this phrase was. He took 2 careful steps back and said, You. What do you want? There's no need to be nervous. You're not involved with the genetic engineering base, so I won't kill you. But you forced me to come here by laying a trap for me and trying to kill me with toxic gas. Why don't we do this? I'll just break one of your arms, Xiao Luo said, coming across like he was seeking his victim's opinion on what form of punishment would be most acceptable. Break one of my arms? Anpei's eyes bulged in disbelief, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. You'd *mn idiot, you do this, and I guarantee you'll never leave this country, he retorted. Bam! Xiao Luo's response came in the form of a kick. Xiao Luo shifted his weight in Anpei's direction and stomped his right foot on the man's chest, sending him flying back like a loose kite on a cut string. The Maikos cowered in fear and the room was filled with their frantic shrieks. Anpei lay sprawled on the matted floor, and the pain in his chest was beyond description. Xiao Luo stepped over to the prone figure of Anpei and stared down at him. You can curse at me all you want, but it won't do you any good. As soon as he said that, he lifted a foot and stepped on Anpei's left arm. Crack! Arg! Anpei wailed in pain and anguish, following the gruesome sound of cracking bones as Xiao Luo smashed Anpei's left arm, snapping it in 2. The broken bone pierced through flesh and skin, causing blood to flow profusely from the wound. At the sight of Anpei's horrific wounds, the Maikos were paralyzed with fear and trembled uncontrollably. When Xiao Luo glanced over to them, they hurriedly kneeled on the floor, pleading for their lives. Please. Please let us go, one of the Maikos pleaded as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. This has nothing to do with you, Xiao Luo responded, then turned and left the room. There was no one else left there except the terrified Maikos and Anpei, who had passed out from the pain. Xiao Luo had initially thought he could return home after rescuing the Lady Poison, Fu Yiren. However, the death of Xia Wencheng and his family left an indelible mark, and the nursery rhyme Xia Wencheng's wife sang right before they died never ceased to linger in his ears. It was ironic that a nursery rhyme filled with notes of joy and happiness had become so haunting and bleak. Xiao Luo would not rest until he eliminated everybody involved in the genetic engineering project, so his next stop was Mei Nation. Xiao Luo chatted with Su Li over the phone as he walked down the street in a drizzle. He had spoken with her on WeChat almost every night. Perhaps it was his act of tyranny that day that had melted this ice mountain of a woman, but their relationship had very obviously blossomed. When they chatted, Xiao Luo would even call her his wife, and she never once objected. Sometimes, Su Li would even take the initiative and update him on what she was doing by posting him some pictures of herself. They were typical selfies of her having breakfast, having her afternoon tea, bringing Su Xiaobei out to have fun, or at work. Xiao Luo felt like he was courting again. Undoubtedly their relationship had taken a turn for the better and was now much more than a contract. When he suggested to Su Li earlier in the day that they should tear up the marriage contract, she had given him a coy reply. "That depends on how well you do," she wrote. And afterward, she even tagged on an emoji she loved using a lot, the one with the arrogant face. As for his criminal charges and the news of his exploits circulating in the Re-Nation media, none of it reached his homeland. Perhaps the NSA had censored it, so Su Li had no idea what Xiao Luo was doing in Re-Nation. Of course, he hoped that she would never find out. After chatting with Su Li, Xiao Luo immediately called Ji Xiying. "Mr. Xiao Luo." Ji Xiying's warm, gentle voice filtered over the phone. "Xiying, I need you to help me apply for a passport." "I need to go to Mei Nation," Xiao Luo instructed. Ji Xiying was a little puzzled. "You're going to Mei Nation?" she asked. "Yes, I am. The genetic engineering facility in Re-Nation is linked to Mei Nation, so I'll be going over there to deal with the people involved," Xiao Luo replied. Everyone had to own up to their own mistakes, and he would hold anyone related to the genetic engineering experiments accountable. None of them would escape. "I see." Ji Xiying responded and nodded, knowing only too well that Xiao Luo would not relent once he had made up his mind. "Stay safe." Xiao Luo responded, then hung up. Right before he left, Xiao Luo went to Takahara Kei's funeral. It was drizzling on an early misty morning, and the memorial park was serene. There were many people present at Takahara Kei's funeral, and they were all dressed in black. They had a white flower pinned to the lapels of their jackets and held black umbrellas. They were associates, business partners, close friends, and relatives. From afar, Xiao Luo could see Takahara Kika placing a bouquet of white flowers on top of the coffin before falling into the embrace of an aged lady, sobbing pitifully. The lady could not stop her tears from flowing either. Xiao Luo was not too sure why he came here. Perhaps he just wanted to have a look. Takahara Kei was the only target he did not want to take out. Perhaps, if the man had not committed suicide, Xiao Luo might have let him off the hook. But one thing had formed in his mind. Respect. Xiao Luo's expression of respect came from the bottom of his heart. He was a man willing to put aside his pride and plead for time, for the sake of his daughter. This act of selflessness deserved the highest respect. Xiao Luo had had no intention of causing trouble for Takahara Kei after he left that day, and what he had said to the man had been nothing more than harsh words in the heat of the moment. When the funeral service ended, those who paid their respects took their leave, one after the other. Only then did Xiao Luo finally step out of the shadow and make his way, slowly, toward Takahara Kei's grave. The black and white photograph of Takahara Kei captured his benevolent smile. His deep sense of guilt caused him to resort to suicide to atone for his part in inflicting untold suffering to those who died in the experiments conducted by the genetic engineering facility. Xiao Luo recalled a revealing part in his article, entitled On the Crimes of Re-Nation, where he wrote, "If I am to die soon, then I would rather lay in eternal slumber bathed in the brightness of divine light, and far away from the shadows. Flowers will sing hymns to soothe the soul of a criminal like me, as morning spirits perch upon beautiful autumn leaves. I, Xiao Luo, am here to congratulate you, Mr. Takahara. May you have a good journey. Xiao Luo bowed his head respectfully in front of Takahara K's tombstone, sending this heroic spirit off. He turned and was ready to leave when he suddenly saw a figure standing in the distance, dressed in black with a white flower pinned to her chest. She has a beautiful countenance and eyes that sparkled like starlight. She had an innocent, yet melancholic air that lent her an elegant demeanor. It was none other than Takahara Kika. Xiao Luo froze and then headed off in another direction and pretended not to see her. Thousand-faced murderer, Xuanhuan. Takahara Kika threw her umbrella aside and screamed as she dashed toward him, gritting her teeth. As she did so, she pulled out a sharp dagger and brandished it in her hand. In her mind, there was nothing but vengeance. But she was no trained assassin, and there were too many weaknesses in her attack. Xiao Luo took one step back and evaded the attack, and then lightly tapped his fingers on the blade. Clang! The mere touch of his fingers resonated in a metallic ring as the blade quivered violently, and Takahara Kika felt a flashing pain in the crook of her thumb. She released her grip on the blade and it immediately flew out of her hand. The tip of the blade pointed plunged into the soft earth, leaving the knife sticking out of the ground not too far away from her. After she recovered from her shock, she clenched both of her fists and flailed her arms, crudely, striking at Xiao Luo. "Bring my daddy back to me, bring him back," she shrieked as she continued to hit Xiao Luo. This delicate, young girl had suddenly turned into a feral wildcat, clawing aggressively at its prey. Xiao Luo held on to the umbrella, easily parrying Takahara Kika's uncoordinated attack. It was like a walk in the park for him, and he wasn't troubled at all. Takahara Kika went on for about 5 more minutes before she got tired and sat on the ground, wailing pitifully, "Bring my daddy back to me, bring him back." She was soaked in rain, and locks of wet hair clung on to that beautiful face of hers. Her tears mixed with the rainwater as it washed down her face, making a mess of her makeup. Of course, she knew now that this Miao was the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan. It was ironic to think that she had once fallen for this cold-blooded murderer. Xiao Luo lowered his head and looked down at her. "I didn't kill your father," he said. "Maybe not, but you forced him to his death." Takahara Kika looked up viciously and spat. "He wouldn't have swallowed those sleeping pills and taken his own life if not for you, and he would still be alive. You're an executioner with blood on your hands, and you won't die a peaceful death. I will curse you to the deepest level of hell." Xiao Luo was quite taken aback by her words, but he merely smiled. "Even if I were the one who killed your father, what can you do about it, aside from running your mouth here?" Takahara Kika bit her lips and stared balefully at him. Xiao Luo laughed coldly. "All you have ever done was waste your life away, visiting bars and partying. Your father was the wealthiest man in Nation, and you're just a good-for-nothing. Without Takahara-san, you are nothing at all. There's nothing you can accomplish, and all you can do is to sit on the ground and cry like an overgrown baby. You're weak, incompetent, and childish. They say children are a chip off the old block. Takahara K was a towering skyscraper, but you are nothing more than a moldy brick that will never amount to anything much." His words hit Takahara Kika like a freight train. Her gaze wavered, and her eyes instantly turned red as Xiao Luo's words left her dignity in tatters. Xiao Luo's expression suddenly changed. He looked like a villain as he squatted beside Takahara Kika, grabbed her collar, and pulled her toward him. "You want to take revenge on me? Sure, come on then. You're welcome to seek me out once you're skilled enough, but I suggest you wise up and save yourself the embarrassment. Do you know why I didn't kill you, even though I enjoy killing so much? It's because a piece of trash like you isn't worth killing, and you will only dirty my hands." He let her go after saying his piece, casting her to the ground. Takahara Kika laid on the ground. She was too afraid to even move a muscle, as if her soul had left her body. She stared with fear in her eyes, looking helpless and pathetic. At that moment, a middle-aged lady was seen making a phone call not too far away. Then she cut the call she was on and, though visibly terrified, she called out to Takahara Kika and ran toward her. Xiao Luo knew that she had called the police, so he did not linger. He immediately stepped away from Takahara Kika and left. After walking about 10 meters, he turned back and looked at Takahara Kika, who was still there in the rain, in a state of despair. He heaved a sigh. He had not meant to say such things to her. He had only wanted to plant the seed of hatred for him in her mind. This was the only thing he could do for Takahara K. Woo, woo. Whoop. 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 Several police vehicles arrived, and there was also a helicopter flying in from the distance. The army and the police force were working together, on high alert and ready to respond to any news about the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan. When they received the call, their response immediately. Xiao Luo broke into a sports car parked around the memorial park, and then he drove it into the city. He had already received his new passport and identity and planned to head to the airport right away. He would fly to Nation from here. Whoosh! 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 The helicopter above him fired guided missiles as the police cars that were hot on his tail opened fire at him as well. Police and army vehicles had him surrounded in every direction. It was a well-coordinated assault. Xiao Luo's lips curled up into a smirk. He steered the sports car calmly, swerving and evading the guided missiles and gunfire effortlessly. "Did you get the bast *RD? Anpei's voice came through the radio. He was overseeing the operation himself from the joint operation headquarters that the police and army shared. His broken left arm was now in a plaster cast, but he blocked off the pain as he made his way to the headquarters, accompanied by Oshima Jun and the old police chief. His hatred for Xiao Luo was deep, and this had now become a personal vendetta. He wanted nothing more than to tear the man apart, limb by limb. "No, sir. We have not. The target is very skilled at driving, and he has managed to evade everything we've thrown at him. And now, he has even ramped up his speed to 200 miles per hour. We cannot get a clear shot on the target," the frantic voice of a soldier transmitted over the communicator. Anpei flew into a rage and scowled, "You useless idiot. You are all nothing but worthless rubbish. If he escapes again, this time, I'll make you lot disembowel yourselves." The voice coming from the communicator faltered as the soldier did his best to respond, "Yes, sir." The entire Dongjing was in a frenzy once they discovered Xiao Luo's whereabouts. The city was crawling with army and police vehicles. At the same time, police officers and soldiers were armed to the teeth, and their presence was highly visible. Dongjing citizens who were not up to date on the news had even thought they were at war. But what drove Anpei up the walls was that the security forces had lost sight of him the moment he drove into the city. And all they found was a sports car abandoned by the side of the road. The thousand-faced killer could have transformed into anybody, so how could they possibly find him in this sea of people? Verify the identity of every single person on the main street. He can transform at any moment, but his identity is not something he can just change at the drop of a hat. Anpei scowled over the radio. "Yes, sir." The police and the army personnel got into action and set up checkpoints to verify the identity of every person who passed through. And yet, Xiao Luo was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished. At the same time that the security forces were looking for Xiao Luo, all the citizens of Nation suddenly discovered that their bank account balances had gone up by 10 million. It was not just an individual, nor did it occur only in one city. Everybody in Nation who had a bank account received a windfall. Following that, a dozen intermediate-range ballistic missiles were launched from the Dongjing military base. They left an ominous trail of rocket fumes behind them as they homed in on Yasukuni Shrine. There was a series of deafening explosions, and Yasukuni Shrine was left in ruins, completely leveled. After that, the 54 satellites belonging to Re-Nation suddenly disconnected, and then, like meteorites, they came screaming back toward Earth. Many people witnessed this, and thought that they were shooting stars. They closed their eyes as they made their wishes. Instantly, Re-Nation's communication networks plunged into a state of paralysis. All of this occurred in a single night. And the cause behind all of this boiled down to a single hacker who had infiltrated Re-Nation's systems. Prime Minister, 10 million Re-dollars has been credited into every citizen's bank account. Unprecedented inflation is upon us, and our currency is worth nothing more than a piece of toilet paper. Sir, Yasukuni Shrine has been attacked and all the Kanushi guarding the shrine were killed in the massive explosions. 54 satellites with a total cost of $6 billion have burned up in the atmosphere as they crashed back to Earth. All of our communication systems are down, sir. How could this be? How could this be? Xiao Luo had barely spent any effort when he hacked into Re-Nation systems and created those devastating conditions for the country. He was in a barbecue stall in Dongjing Airport enjoying his food. The stall owner was a buff man who wore a short-sleeved shirt that exposed his sturdy arms, and he was assisted by a mute and a deaf man. The three of them, silent like cicadas in winter, stared at Xiao Luo, who sat on a stool eating his barbecued meat. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down their foreheads, and they were shaking in fear and anxiety. I can't believe that you quit working for the Yakuza and started up your stall here, Suzuki Ikuo. Not bad, this has potential. This is superb grilling technique. Bring me another bottle of soda, Xiao Luo said to the owner of the stall as he ate. Ah. The mute man responded quickly, opening the bottle as he placed it in front of Xiao Luo with the utmost respect. Oh, my lord, how in the world did we find ourselves in the path of this murderous beast again? It exasperated Suzuki Ikuo. He could accept that his stint with the Yakuza did not work out because he could still get by selling barbecued meat. Here he was, selling meat, and yet, he ran into this man. What did it say about his luck? He put on a brave face and walked up to Xiao Luo. Taking the seat opposite Xiao Luo with a look of anguish, he said, "Boss." There, I've said it, I've even called you boss. Just what do you want from me? Why don't you kill me and get it over and done with? Xiao Luo raised his head and chuckled. He stared at Suzuki Ikuo with a cocked brow and said, "Why are you getting so uptight? You run a barbecued meat stall, and I'm here to eat your food. Isn't this a very normal thing in your business? Anyway, there's potential in this business, so keep up the excellent work." Keep up the excellent work? To hell with that. Suzuki Ikuo was on the verge of letting the curses spew from his mouth. He had been doing well in the Yakuza, only for everything to collapse in a single night. Now, he had no choice but to set aside his pride and run this roadside barbecued meat stall. It went without saying that this was hard work, and there was no easy money of any sort in this venture. He had to toil overnight while people slept, so what kind of potential was there to this? He looked around furtively and then said, "The entire country is hunting for you now. Do you have the money to pay up? Credit cards are all the rage right now, and you can even pay with your phone. Who still uses cash these days?" Xiao Luo replied, rolling his eyes. "But can you pay with your phone here in Re-Nation? My mobile payment only works in Hua Nation." "Why you? You're trying to get a free meal off of me." Suzuki Ikuo snarled. "How astute of you. Not bad, my man. Good job." Xiao Luo said, giving Suzuki Ikuo a thumbs up with his eyes squinted in a smile. That idiot. Suzuki Ikuo almost flew into a rage, but he quelled his urge to flip the tables. He smacked the table lightly and said, "I gave my all in grilling that piece of meat for more than half an hour, only for you to rip me off like this. Why you? How dare you? Watch me call the cops on you. The corners of his mouth were twitching. Xiao Luo ignored his words, feasting on the grilled meat and vegetables in front of him. Utterly humiliated, Suzuki Ikuo smacked the table again and said, "Did you hear me? I said I am going to call the cops on you. You. Give me another dozen oysters." Xiao Luo cut him short with a wave of his hand. "Sure thing, just a moment." Suzuki Ikuo immediately reverted to his role as the owner of a barbecued meat stall and rose from his seat to grill the oysters for Xiao Luo. The mute man helped him. The deaf man stayed beside Xiao Luo, fanning him to keep him comfortable. Not long after, Suzuki Ikuo placed a plate of delicious oysters in front of Xiao Luo. "Why don't you have some?" Xiao Luo said to Suzuki Ikuo. Suzuki Ikuo shook his head. "No, I shouldn't. I said, have some." Xiao Luo's face turned serious. Suzuki Ikuo shuddered. He did not dare to refuse and immediately picked up an oyster to eat. "Good?" Xiao Luo asked with a smile. "Yes, very good," Suzuki Ikuo replied with a stiff nod. Xiao Luo patted him on his shoulder, wiping the grease off his hand. "There we go. This is how it should be. You should be thanking me for getting you into this grilled meat business. It has great potential. As long as you keep at it, becoming Re Nation's wealthiest man won't be just a dream." Suzuki Ikuo's expression soured like he had eaten a mouthful of something unsavory. About 1700 hours, May Nation time, a commercial flight flying in from Re Nation touched down at the Washington airport. This aircraft belonged to May Nation Airlines. Although the Re Nation satellites had all crashed, they had the May Nation satellites protecting them, so there was no interruption to the flight schedule. Xiao Luo's new identity was Xiao Lin, a Hua Nation researcher. He was supposedly in the May Nation on a vacation, and also to experience this country's customs and cultures. This was what he planned to say later when he was going through customs. This was an international airport and a gateway to the May Nation, so it was not surprising to find countless foreigners from every corner of the world converging there. There were many people at the customs, and there was a long queue at the security checkpoint. The scene looked rather similar to the ticketing platforms at Hua Nation train stations during the Lunar New Year. The only difference was that ticketing platforms at the train stations were abuzz with boisterous people, and the din was horrific. One's ears would be assaulted by the cacophony that sounded like there were thousands of angry flies. A person would feel disoriented, and it added to the anxiety of the waiting crowd. But here, it was much quieter. Although there was a lot of activity, everyone had the civic consciousness to keep their voices down. After all, once you stepped out of your own country, everything you did reflected on your country's image, so many foreigners tried not to misbehave when they were in May Nation. Suddenly, a loud argument broke out, and unsurprisingly, they were speaking Mandarin. This attracted the attention of everybody at the customs checkpoint, and they all turned their gaze toward the source of the disturbance. When everyone saw it was a group of people from the Hua Nation, they all had looks of disgust and contempt on their faces. Xiao Luo was quite shocked when he saw the group of people, because he knew those people. He did not just know them, but he was also very well acquainted with them. His life at Huaya University in Jiangqing flashed before his eyes like a sped-up movie reel. Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, Huang Ruoren, Wang Ling, and their teacher Zhong Meili. Their names immediately flashed in Xiao Luo's mind, for the experiences he had at Huaya were indelibly etched in his mind. He would never forget their faces, so young and full of vigor, especially those two class jesters, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai. He had wanted to visit them many a time, but he deferred for good reason. As he listened into their argument with the security officers, he understood, more or less, what was going on. As it turned out, Zhong Meili had been careless, and she filled out the dates on their Form I-94 wrongly. She had written it in the format they used in Hua Nation, and so the security officer instructed her to fill in a new one. Filling in Form I-94 was such a tedious thing. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai could not suppress their anger. It was just an issue of changing the numbers. Why did they have to fill in a new one? And so they argued with the female security officer. But Zhong Meili, unwilling to escalate the matter, quickly calmed them down and ushered them off to a counter some distance away to fill in another arrival form as instructed by the security officer. What a small world it was. Xiao Luo could not help but feel emotional. Seeing how Zhu Xiaofei was still so plump and how Ding Kai still as thin as ever, he felt elated and in better spirits. However, the female security officer's remark made him frown a little. Uneducated Chinese. It was jarring, and all the Huan Nation people there who heard it felt slighted. Xiao Luo was not too happy either, but the fault lay with his countrymen, so he could only grin and bear it. A lot of the Huan Nation people nodded silently. They felt helpless and embarrassed by how Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai had acted and wanted to leave the place as soon as possible. It took a while before it was Xiao Luo's turn. He handed his visa, passport, Form I-94 arrival form and customs declaration form over. Xiao Luo finally got a good look at this security officer who had insulted the Huan Nation people earlier. It was a blonde woman about 32 or 33 years old. When she saw his nationality on his visa, she sneered. Another one from Huan Nation, she muttered under her breath. The undertone of mockery in her words was plain as daylight. Xiao Luo picked up every word she said. This upset him, and he spoke to her in a native Mei Nation accent with a slight smile on his face. Do you have anything against Huan Nation people, miss? Why are you targeting us? Targeting you? The female security officer mocked, and so what if I am? You're all just a bunch of uneducated and poor losers. Poor losers? A fit of fiery anger swelled in his chest. Am I wrong? The female security officer asked. Xiao Luo laughed and replied, in 2008 when the global financial crisis hit, it was the poor losers of the Huan Nation you speak about who kept the global economy alive. We injected hundreds of billions into Europe and tens of billions into Africa. Huan Nation was the country that shouldered the burden of the global financial crisis, the first to offer aid to the smaller countries, and the first country to emerge from the global financial crisis. That year, Huan Nation's GDP surpassed that of the Mei Nation. Yes, it had only been a year, but who can deny the Huan Nation's immense contribution to the global economy before the crisis? Did you think your Mei Nation people could survive the global financial crisis on your own? No. You people relied on us for help to survive it. By the end of 2015, Mei Nation had piled up a debt of $1.2645 trillion owed to the Huan Nation. In recent years, Huan Nation has accumulated a sizable portion of foreign exchange reserves because of an increase in trade surpluses. Within the composition of those reserves, the Mei Nation's national debt serves as the most significant component. If we were to get technical about this, then Huan Nation is the largest creditor of the Mei Nation. You're a debtor, and you dare insult your creditors and call them poor losers? How obnoxious of you, miss. Xiao Luo's words carried weight as the facts he laid out were indisputable. A crowd had gathered to see Huan nationals make fools of themselves. Instead, they all drew in a quick breath, for Xiao Luo's words shocked them. They all thought that this Huan national went for the jugular as he presented his facts well. The entire world knew that Huan Nation people these days were really rich, and they were Mei Nation's largest creditor. Under such circumstances, this was a poignant riposte. The female security officer's face instantly flushed. She stood up as her embarrassment turned into a rage and pointed at Xiao Luo angrily. You march yourself to the back of the queue right now, she hissed. Then she gathered all of his documents and dumped them on the counter in front of Xiao Luo. Her eyes bulging with rage as she glared at him. Scram, she shrieked. Resentment flashed across Xiao Luo's gaze, but there was a slight smile on his face. You should give me a reason for that, miss, he said. A reason? I don't need to give you one, but if you want a reason, then it's because you're a damned Hua national. You're dirty, poor, and uneducated. Dog sh*t like you should be wiped out from the face of earth, the female security officer spat. She has crossed the line. It seems like this Hua national is really in trouble. The international travelers who had gathered around them were all muttering to each other and shaking their heads. They were deeply empathetic to Xiao Luo's plight. Being fellow countrymen, the other Hua nationals present were infuriated, and they felt sorry for Xiao Luo. The smile immediately left Xiao Luo's face. Please call your supervisor here, miss, he said. Just who do you think you are? You think our supervisor is someone you can meet just because you want to? The female security officer had her arms crossed in front of her chest and a nasty look on her face. Hurry along now, scram. You go to the back of the queue. Stop holding things up for the other people who want to clear the customs, or I'll get the police and charge you for obstruction. Suddenly, Xiao Luo had a stern look on his face, and his dark, smoldering eyes looked dangerous. Suddenly, Xiao Luo had a stern look on his face, and his dark, smoldering eyes looked dangerous. At that moment, the inspector experienced a chill run through her body, and she felt like a desperate prey that was being pursued by a predator. She could feel the hair on her body stand on ends and sensed that she was close to danger. She instinctively stepped back, staring at Xiao Luo in a confused and fearful state. What happened? A white man in a blue uniform with an employee name tag hanging from a lanyard around his neck had approached them at that point. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He walked toward the security checkpoint and glanced at the inspector before looking at Xiao Luo. Then, he smiled and said, "Sir, could you tell me what happened? I am in charge of this place, and my name is Davis. Your security inspector insulted us, that's what happened." An angry man yelled loudly. His wife immediately held him back. She told him not to stir things up. Davis glanced at that man and then questioned the inspector with a straight face. "Is that true?" he asked. "No." The inspector pointed at Xiao Luo and said, "This man cut the queue. I made him go to the back of the line to queue again, but he refused to obey my order. Hence, this commotion, Chief." When everyone standing around the security checkpoint heard that, it surprised them. It was unbelievable that the woman could openly lie to her superior without batting an eyelid. If they had not witnessed what had happened, they would have believed what she had said. The man who tried to stand up for Xiao Luo was still being held back by his wife. Although he was furious, he swallowed his anger in silence and did not pursue the argument. "I see, so that's the case. Sir, I am afraid you have to return to the back of the line, please. We don't condone people cutting queue here. I urge you to refrain from doing so again," Davis told Xiao Luo with a smiling face. What the heck, what a biased chief. Since the chief of that customs checkpoint was acting unfairly, that meant that Xiao Luo was unlucky. He had to suck it up then. Everyone who was waiting for clearance at the customs checkpoint frowned and expressed their sympathy for Xiao Luo. They thought that an impartial person in charge had finally shown up, but unfortunately, he was also a biased and unfriendly citizen of the Mei Nation. The inspector smirked and looked at Xiao Luo like a witch. Xiao Luo had a mirthless smile as he faced the chief of the customs. He said, "As the person in charge for this customs checkpoint, your words and action represent your country's image. You did not even bother to investigate this matter, yet you concluded that I had cut the queue based on her word alone. So, is this how you people do things here? You make a judgment with no concrete evidence? Sir, I believe my colleague would not make things difficult for you without good reason. I have to say that it is not unusual for you people to ignore the rules to get your way," Davis replied. He had put on a smile on his face throughout the conversation and spoke to Xiao Luo politely. However, his tone was very aggressive. Xiao Luo pointed at the closed-circuit television above them and said, "This place is under surveillance. There would be no dispute once you see what has happened if you were to watch the footage of the recorded video." Davis shook his head and said, "There's no such need. We, the people of the Mei Nation, are civilized and hold ourselves to a higher standard. It is especially true for anyone who works at this customs checkpoint. Since my colleague has pointed out that you have cut the queue, you must have done so. It's redundant to check the CCTV. Sir, please stop your nonsense and get to the back of the line. If you insist on prolonging this commotion, I may have you arrested by the law enforcers." What the man had said provoked Xiao Luo. If it had been someone else facing such atrocity, that person might have swallowed that. But Xiao Luo would never succumb to such unfairness. It started as a trivial matter, but the other party had been too arrogant. Xiao Luo had to teach them a lesson to let them know that they could not bully anyone as they pleased. "Brother Luo?" Suddenly, an excited voice came through the crowd. Xiao Luo turned around and realized that Zhu Xiaofei and the rest had returned after refilling the I-94 disembarkation card. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai rushed over upon seeing Xiao Luo. "Brother Luo, my brother, it's you. I've missed you, Brother Luo, I've missed you so much." Both of them could hardly contain their emotions and greeted Xiao Luo with bear hugs. "Oh, my gosh, it's Hero Luo. I thought Zhu Xiaofei had mistakenly someone else for you," Ding Kai enthused. It also surprised Wang Ling to see Xiao Luo. It felt surreal just seeing Xiao Luo again, and she said so to Huang Ruoren, who was beside her. Huang Ruoren had short hair and dressed modestly. Unlike other girls who put on makeup, she was completely natural. Huang Ruoren had become even prettier after a year. Her brows curved slenderly like willow leaves, her eyes were charming like sapphire crystals, her quaint nose was delicate, and her lips were plump and juicy. She had turned into a curvaceous young woman. At that moment, her cheeks were blushing. She least expected to meet Xiao Luo and was not mentally prepared for it. Seeing Xiao Luo once again had surprised Huang Ruoren completely. It was so sudden. There was a time when she had camped at the entrance of Luo's workshop headquarters, in the hope of a chance to just meet with Xiao Luo, even on rainy days. When she finally met the vice president of Luo's workshop, he had told her that Xiao Luo had left Jiangqing. And then she saw him again at this Mei Nation airport customs checkpoint. Could this be heaven's arrangement? Huang Ruoren's heart was racing, and her cheeks were burning up. Their teacher, Zhong Meili, mumbled, "Didn't Xiao Luo withdraw from school because of his failing grades? How did he end up in Mei Nation?" What she did not realize was that Xiao Luo had been sent to Huaya University to protect Chuiwei. The school's explanation for Xiao Luo's departure was that he had failed his subjects and could not keep up. The teacher had then felt disappointed with his lack of commitment. "All right, Xiaofei and Ding Kai. Let's get yourselves cleared before chit-chatting with him," the teacher called out to them. Xiao Luo pushed both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai away. They had been hugging him like octopuses. Seeing that they were red-eyed and excited to see him again, Xiao Luo felt quite touched. He felt awful that he had been cruel in the past. Although they did not belong to the same world, it would be all right to catch up with them once in a while. Of course, he did not visit them in Jiangqing because of the Dragon Gang. Since he needed to fight with the Dragon Gang, it was necessary to isolate himself and not engage in social relationships. Being close to Zhu Xiaofei and the rest would only expose them to danger. Commenting loudly on the clearance process at the customs checkpoint of the Mei Nation, both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai suddenly realized that they were being observed. When they saw Davis, the chief of customs, glaring at them, they both stiffened in apprehension. "Chief, look at them. These are all people of Hua Nation and they are so uncouth. being noisy and creating an uproar as if they were back home. It's truly disgusting, the female inspector said, trying to stir trouble, which was not surprising. Xiao Luo pointed at her angrily and said, "Mind your words." Although they were 3 simple words, the way he said them sounded authoritative. Oh, my gosh, Brother Luo hasn't changed one bit. Look at commanding he is. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai gazed at Xiao Luo with stars in their eyes. After all, he was the first person they'd seen who dared to tell off a customs officer so blatantly. Huang Ruoren, Wang Ling, and Zhong Meili were all stunned by Xiao Luo's words as well. Although they had an altercation with the customs officers earlier, they did not speak rudely. Instead, they were trying to negotiate. However, Xiao Luo just ordered her to shut up, and that seemed like a risky move. They were at the entry point of the Mei Nation, after all, and it did not sound like a smart choice to go against the customs. What if they were all denied entry into the Mei Nation? The travelers from different countries who were around them were equally shocked at Xiao Luo's words. Everyone, including ordinary folk, the wealthy and influential, or even celebrities, behaved themselves when they went through the customs for the sake of a smooth process. To go against their officers would mean that he was creating trouble for himself and seemed rather foolish. Their opinion of Xiao Luo was that he had guts. It infuriated Davis when he saw what had happened. "Sir, do you intend to cause trouble?" he said. While he was asking Xiao Luo, he signaled to 2 customs police officers who walked up from behind him with stern faces. "I am so sorry. He is my student, and we had endured a very long flight, it was over 12 hours, and he is just stressed up. I apologize on his behalf for all the trouble, he didn't mean it." Zhong Meili approached them and bowed to Davis in apology. She then scolded Xiao Luo in Chinese, "Xiao Luo, you're not in your own country, and you should not behave so recklessly. This is something you should tolerate. Should they arrest you here, it would be very troublesome to get you out. Ms. Zhong, I appreciate your kindness, and I know what I am doing. Please do not interfere in this matter." Xiao Luo rejected Zhong Meili's kindness and walked up to stare at Davis in the eyes. "Your name is Davis, right? I have only 2 requests now. First, apologize to me on the behalf of the Customs Department," he said, then pointing at the female inspector, "and, second, fire her. She is not suitable to work for the customs here in Mei Nation." "What?" The customs officers and everyone around them were completely dumbfounded. They all thought that Xiao Luo was probably a psychopath, for he had dared raise such arrogant demands. He probably had some mental illness. Zhu Xiaofei and the rest were even more shocked. They were unsure of what was happening and felt awkward. It was almost like a weak student bullying a macho guy, then demanding an apology and even threatening to break his finger. Was that even possible? There was no way that they would agree to such demands. Why would they even be bothered to listen at all? The female inspector burst out in laughter. She even showed Xiao Luo her middle finger discreetly and cursed him. Although she did not say it out loud, she could be seen mouthing the words, F***CKU. Davis also found it amusing and responded, "Sir, it's up to us to decide whether she's qualified to work here, and you are in no position to judge her. She's not at fault, so she doesn't have to apologize to you. Instead, you are creating a mess here and disrupting order, causing delays for hundreds of people. You should be the one apologizing. So, I am giving you one final warning to go to the back of the line, or else." "Or else, what?" Xiao Luo took out the phone from his chest pocket and pressed the play button. It showed the clip of that female inspector humiliating the Hua nationals in a crystal clear voice. Davis was stunned, and when he watched the recording of her insulting the Hua citizens with slurs and vulgarities, his face turned green completely. That female inspector was taken aback, as she had no idea that Xiao Luo was secretly recording the incident. Xiao Luo stared at Davis and smiled. Dear Mr. Davis, what did you just say? The people of Mei Nation are very civilized, he said, then spat on the floor. You're very right. You guys are very civilized. Oh, my God, Brother Luo was killing it. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were in awe. Huang Ruoren, Wang Ling, and Zhong Meili dropped their jaws. They had never witnessed such boldness. This man dared to challenge the customs of the Mei Nation. It was unprecedented. Xiao Luo's action also shocked travelers from different countries. Usually, everyone could only comply with any request from the customs when they visited foreign lands. None of them had seen someone challenging customs officers and getting away with it. Davis was incensed and could not maintain his composure anymore. He ordered the police officers, arrest him for disrupting order in the customs checkpoint. As the head of the customs section, he had never been once challenged so blatantly in such a way before. It piqued him that Xiao Luo dared to record his customs officers at work. He had no intention of letting Xiao Luo get away with such disrespectful behavior, as it would be a great insult to the customs department. Mr. Davis, are you sure about this? I just sent this video to a friend in Hua Nation. He will circulate this video to all the major media outlets in Hua Nation at my command. Of course, we will not forget to send our regards to your great president. The video will get a lot of public attention, and if he watches this video too, I believe not only will that woman lose her job but you, Mr. Davis, would surely be affected as well, right? Gulp. Davis swallowed his saliva with much difficulty as he broke out in a cold sweat. His intention to order the arrest was to delete the video, as it would give a very negative image of his country to the world. Should that video be released, they would punish even the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. What more a mere chief in this customs section? They stood confronting each other in silence for a few more seconds. His angry face changed, and suddenly he put on a smile. Well, sir, this is negotiable, so let's talk about this. Please come this way. I can talk, but you have to clear the Hua Nation travelers first, Xiao Luo said. Absolutely, we will do it right now. Davis signaled to a few inspectors and pointed at the pale-looking female inspector. Get the hell out of here. You are a disgrace to our country. Who gave you the authority to insult the Hua Nation? Don't you know that Hua Nation is our biggest creditor? Get over here and apologize to this man. That female inspector's arrogant attitude vanished. She came out from behind the kiosk with her head lowered. Bowing deeply at Xiao Luo, and said, Sir, I am sorry. Sir, there is no excuse for her rude behavior. On behalf of the Customs Department, allow me to sincerely apologize for the incident. Davis only apologized because Xiao Luo had evidence of their wrongdoing. If that video ever leaked out, it would create such a stir that they would all be in big trouble. If saying sorry is all it takes, then why do we need the cops? Xiao Luo raised his brows. Davis looked confused and asked, Sir, didn't you demand her apology just now? No. Whatever had happened earlier stays in the past. I am talking about right now. Xiao Luo wagged his finger at the female inspector, then in the next instant, he slapped her hard on her face. Smack. The resounding sound of the slap echoed through the cavernous customs hall. The inspector was shaken by the force of the blow and held her burning cheek. She could only stare at Xiao Luo with eyes that carried a mixture of shock and fear. Everyone present there dropped their jaws in disbelief. They had never seen such a scene. Is Brother Luo challenging the authority? He has just slapped the customs inspector. Oh, my gosh. You're my hero, Brother Luo. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai became excited. Judging by the look of their faces, they undoubtedly hero-worshipped Xiao Luo. He had just slapped the face of a customs inspector in a Mei Nation airport. Such an action was unprecedented, and witnessing it firsthand, they could not stop burbling in awe. Xiao Luo, what is he going to do? Zhong Meili became anxious as she recovered from her state of shock. She worried for Xiao Luo, for he was causing trouble in a foreign land. He was putting himself in such a precarious situation. Hero Luo is incredible. I cannot believe that he dared to slap the face of a customs inspector, Wang Ling gushed. Huang Ruoren remained quiet the whole time and just stared straight at Xiao Luo. Davis finally recovered from the shock. Xiao Luo slapping the inspector was as good as slapping him, and it was a huge blow to his dignity. He reacted to Xiao Luo's actions with a scathing rebuke. How dare you slap our staff? Who gave you the courage to do this? Security, arrest this man. Davis roared, signaling for the security officers to move in. Xiao Luo smiled and responded, Mr. Davis, are you sure you want to arrest me? That video will get leaked to the internet at any time. Are you sure that you can handle the backlash of negative public opinion brought about by this video? His words had hit home, and immediately, Davis stopped in his tracks. Davis was frustrated as the threat had rendered him powerless. Xiao Luo was right about one thing, there was no way he'd be able to handle the consequences if the video went viral, and he'd have to face the wrath of his superiors. Chief, seek justice for me, said the inspector in a rage-filled voice. Humiliated in public, the inspector's hatred toward Xiao Luo was at unprecedented heights. Aiming to escalate the conflict, she sought sympathy from Davis. Look, my face is so swollen from that slap, she said. What the f***ck? Davis cursed at the inspector and smacked her as she tried to show him the swelling on her face. Smack. It was even louder than the one Xiao Luo had delivered. Davis slapped her so hard that she spun around on the spot. Tears gushed as a glowering red mark appeared on her face. You are in no position to complain. Are you aware that you are the cause of this whole mess? So you want to stir this up further? All right, I want a resignation letter by the end of today. You are not fit to work here. Now, get out. Davis had vented his wrath on the inspector as she was the culprit who instigated the commotion. If she had not insulted the travelers from Hua Nation, Xiao Luo would not have had recorded the incident. Her petty remarks had now put him in such a situation. Having to bow down to a Hua Nation traveler was a great insult to him. When she heard what Davis had said, she turned as white as a sheet and slumped to the floor. Davis turned to the other security inspectors and said, the same goes to all of you. You are the face of the Mei Nation while you are on the job. You all need to be discerning in every word and action as you represent our country. I do not wish to see any such incident like this happening again in the future. Davis sounded righteous and authoritative. Clap. 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 Xiao Luo instantly applauded him. As he did so, everyone around him followed suit and expressed their approval on how Davis had handled the situation. Mr. Davis, you are such a fair and righteous chief. It is to the credit of the Mei Nation that they had appointed you as their chief of customs, Xiao Luo effused. Inwardly, Davis felt disgusted and was so upset that his eyes were popping out of their sockets. Davis knew Xiao Luo was mocking him when he clapped and flattered him and had meant the exact opposite of what he had spoken. However, Davis could not openly express his anger at Xiao Luo and could only smile at him. Sir, that video, he said. Don't worry. I am very impressed with how Mr. Davis handled this matter. That video will never appear online, Xiao Luo replied. Then can you delete it now, please? Davis asked. Sure, Xiao Luo said. He deleted the video in front of Davis and then sent a message to his friend from the Hua Nation to delete the video, as well. Davis's eyes lit up, and he smiled slyly. Due to the commotion caused by Xiao Luo, the customs officers prioritized the clearance of every Hua Nation traveler. Suddenly, the clearing process became complicated no more. They merely had to confirm their travel dates and their identities. It was obvious that the customs wanted to clear all the Hua Nation travelers as soon as possible. Brother Luo, you are truly impressive. My respect for you is so great that it can fill up the Yellow River. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai followed Xiao Luo like a shadow, and they even continued tailing him after leaving the airport. Although it had been a year since they last met, their friendship had not grown apart, and it showed. We are all products of the same education system. How did you turn out to be so outstanding? Haha, haha. They bantered and laughed. It had been a while, and the guys missed fooling around with each other. By the way, what are you all doing in the Mei Nation? Xiao Luo asked, changing the topic. Huang Ruoren finally found her chance to join the conversation and said, our school had 4 slots for the exchange student program with the University of Washington. We are here to learn and to experience life in the Mei Nation. Zhu Xiaofei chuckled and said, that's right. Kai and I were not qualified for this wonderful opportunity since our results are the worst in the class. But being the most beloved babies in our batch, all the girls voted for us. So, here we are. Brother Luo, are you a little disappointed in not seeing Sister Chu? Ding Kai asked. Huang Ruoren's expression changed a little when she heard that. Xiao Luo asked him, why should I be? Yes, that makes me wonder, why isn't she here? She should be qualified for this trip. Princess Yu pulled out on her own. Wang Ling responded, I replaced her instead. Sister Chu doesn't need this slot at all. With her family background, she can visit any place in the world she wanted to and even can stay for as many days as she likes. Besides, she used to live here in the Mei Nation for some time when she was younger. That's the reason why her spoken English is fluent, Zhu Xiaofei said. If Princess Xi knew that we ran into Hero Luo here, she would regret not coming, Wang Ling remarked with a giggle. Xiao Luo did not comment when they spoke about Chuyu, and thankfully someone changed the subject. Xiao Luo, what brings you here? It was his former teacher, Zhong Meili, who raised this question. She always had a good impression of Xiao Luo as a student who could discuss monetary concepts in great depth. She, therefore, was extremely disappointed about Xiao Luo's suspension of school. Ms. Zhong, I am just traveling around, Xiao Luo said, smiling at her. Travel? You came here alone? Zhong Meili asked further, her brows furrowing quizzically. Xiao Luo nodded. Yeah. Although he wasn't exactly a student of Huaya University, he still saw Zhong Meili as his teacher and always treated her with respect. You gave us all a serious scare earlier. Fortunately, none of us got into big trouble. The people here are not very accommodating, so please be aware of that. Stay away from any potential trouble as much as possible, Zhong Meili said, striving to persuade Xiao Luo. All right. Xiao Luo replied and nodded again to acknowledge her advice. Suddenly, a local in a blue uniform with 2 police officers emerged running from the airport exit. He was none other than the chief of the customs, Davis. When he spotted Xiao Luo, he led the 2 police officers right for them. Why are they coming for us? Could it be that they are taking revenge on Brother Luo? Ding Kai cried in alarm. Let's go. Zhong Meili could see that another incident was about to happen, so she hurried everyone to leave the location. However, the 2 police officers quickly caught up to them, and in the blink of an eye, they withdrew their pistols, ordering the group to stop moving. Davis was panting heavily as he approached them with a scowl on his face. It was in total contrast from the amiable man he projected himself to be back in the customs hall. Mr. Davis, what do you want? Xiao Luo asked, pretending to look confused as he stared at the police officers with their guns drawn. You be ****, did you think that you can cause a ruckus on my watch and leave as you please? Davis looked infuriated, then he glanced at the police officers and yelled, cuff him up. He stared at Xiao Luo with malicious intent and said, I will teach you a lesson on how to become an obedient Hua national. Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, Huang Ruren, and Wang Ling all cowered in fear. They quickly realized that Zhong Meili had been correct after all, and the people here were troublesome. Xiao Luo remained calm and looked at the man. Mr. Davis, I take it that you and your customs department are not afraid of international criticism, he asked. Haha, haha. Davis laughed hysterically and said, you have already deleted the video, so what makes you think that I am still afraid? Didn't you recognize my actions? There's a very apt idiom from the Hua nation for this situation, and that is, suffering disgrace and insults to accomplish an aim. You should have thought of the consequences when you were acting all heroic back therein. He suddenly stopped, and his face looked aghast. It was because Xiao Luo had shoved the phone in his face, showing him the same video of the lady inspector insulting the Hua nation. You didn't delete it? But, I saw you deleting it with my own eyes. You also told your friend to delete it and not to keep a backup. Davis stuttered as his face turned pale. You might not know that the phones made by the Hua nation come with a recycle bin function, and we can easily recover any recently deleted media. Besides, what I had said to my friend was merely a ploy. Do not misuse the idioms of Hua nation if you do not understand Chinese. What I told my friend was to upload this video to every social media platform in 2 hours and let the world see how the International Airport of Washington had insulted the people of Hua nation, Xiao Luo said. Davis trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. In a shaky voice, he said, You cunning Hua national. I'll take that. By the way, are you still arresting me? Come, I'll be compliant, Xiao Luo said, extending his hands toward the man with a smile. Davis was utterly at a loss, and he ended up chasing the 2 police officers away while ordering them to keep their pistols. He smiled and quickly changed his arrogant demeanor. This is a misunderstanding, Xiao Luo. I am just joking with you. I came here to send you off, and thank you again for the precious words of advice for our customs officers. You made us realize that we are still far from perfect, and we ought to commit ourselves to a higher standard. We will watch our every word and action from now on, and ensure we treat every international friend of the Mei nation with the utmost enthusiasm and friendliness. Oh, my God, this had taken a sudden turn. How did it happen so quickly? Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai stared at each other in utter shock. They saw through the character of Davis, and they realized what a capricious person he was. Huang Ruren, Wang Ling, and Zhong Meili did not say a word, feeling a little awkward about the entire episode. Xiao Luo sighed and said, Still, despite all your humility, you won't be able to change my mind about posting the video. He then turned around and strode off after those words. Davis was feeling anxious now, for he would be doomed if that video went viral. It would cause an international backlash, and he would lose everything he had worked for until now. Xiao, please wait. He caught up with Xiao Luo and kneeled before him without caring about his dignity. Mr. Davis, please compose yourself, Xiao Luo said, pretending to be shocked, and acted as if it troubled him. Xiao, please don't upload that video. I am begging you, my future will be destroyed if you ever upload the video. I might even take my own life on account of this. Please, you can't do this to me, Davis pleaded. He was crying like a child who had done something wrong and was asking for forgiveness. Seeing Davis on his knees amused Xiao Luo somewhat, and he reached out to pat his head. There. Okay, fine, I won't be uploading it, he said. He looked exactly like a dog whisperer, and it stunned Zhu Xiaofei and the rest of his former classmates. You promise? Davis asked, looking pathetically at Xiao Luo. I promise. Xiao Luo answered. Then, you must swear to God. *CKU, don't you overstep the boundary. I will stick to my word. Xiao Luo got quite annoyed and walked away from Davis. Zhu Xiaofei and the rest of them caught up shortly after. Davis was still kneeling as he glared at Xiao Luo with a vengeful fury and clenched his teeth. After he stood up, a police officer came up to him. "Chief, do you want him dead?" he asked. "CK off, that man is a cunning fox. He has something on us, and we can't do anything about it." Davis was fuming, but he could do nothing about it. The police officers nodded in agreement. They had heard about the cunningness of the Hua people before and finally saw it firsthand. This Hua man played rings around their chief and even got him to kneel. He was skilled in manipulation and would undoubtedly have ruined their chief's career if they had not resolved the conflict. Xiao Luo had put him to shame most terribly. "Remember, whatever just happened will stay right here. Zip your mouths. If anyone ever knows about this, I will skin you two alive." Davis scowled. Of course, he was referring to them seeing him kneeling. The police officers were afraid, and they nodded repeatedly. In a rented vehicle heading toward the University of Washington, there was non-stop laughter. Zhu Xiaofei, Xiao Luo, and Huang Ruoren were in this car. Ding Kai was supposed to have been with them, but just one threatening glare from Huang Ruoren was enough to make him voluntarily give up the seat for her. "Brother Luo, do you want a disciple? I want to be as outstanding as you are." That dude was trying to seek vengeance, but ended up kneeling on the pavement like a stray dog pleading for food. "Brother Luo, my good brother Luo, how did you become so outstanding?" Zhu Xiaofei said. He virtually worshipped Xiao Luo from that point on. For the Hua nationals, the best way to catch up with old friends was to enjoy a hearty meal together. And that was undoubtedly what these old friends had intended to do. After settling the accommodation arrangement for her 4 students, Zhong Meili joined the teachers from the University of Washington and did not join her students for dinner. But before leaving, Zhong Meili tried to persuade Xiao Luo to complete his studies. She emphasized how a bachelor's degree would give him a certain level of security in society. Xiao Luo politely listened to her. He nodded his head and told her he would keep her advice in mind. They went for dinner at a restaurant near the University of Washington. A Hua national operated the restaurant, and the atmosphere there reminded them of home. The music in the background was the pipa, a traditional Hua music instrument. Covering the walls around the restaurant were many traditional ink paintings from the Hua nation. The overall setting was in traditional Hua style. The service staff donned Hua national long dresses, even though they were ladies from the Mei nation. Dressed in classic Cheongsam, these ladies exuded an exotic fusion of cultures. When the restaurant owner noticed that the 5 guests were from the Hua nation, he welcomed them personally. He showed them to the best room on the 2nd floor and told them they could enjoy a 50% discount for everything on the menu. That was a delightful surprise, especially for Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai. "This meal is on me. Order anything you want," Xiao Luo said. "That was very much what we had in mind, brother Luo." Zhu Xiaofei chuckled and turned to the restaurant owner. "Boss, I'd like to have every specialty dish you have on the menu," Zhu Xiaofei said cheekily. It still amused Xiao Luo, even though he knew that his friend would not go easy on him. "What are you doing, Zhu? Brother Luo is buying us the meal. Are you sure you want to order so much?" Ding Kai scolded Zhu Xiaofei and looked at his friend from the corner of his eye. Huang Ruoren stared at Zhu Xiaofei without saying a word. However, her eyes said it all, if looks could kill. She was silently telling him not to take advantage of Xiao Luo through her glare. Xiao Luo raised his brows as he felt relieved. He was about to pat on Ding Kai's shoulder to thank him. Just then, Ding Kai coughed and added, "Wait, I have not done talking," he said as he turned to the restaurant owner, and he continued, "Boss, do you serve bear paws and shark fins here? I'd like to have a dozen each." "A dozen each of bear paws and shark fins? A dozen?" Xiao Luo was speechless. Wang Ling had her mouth wide opened in surprise. Ha ha ha, Zhu Xiaofei laughed so hard that he smacked his thigh. Huang Ruoren could not tolerate it any more as she felt that the joke had gone out of hand. So, she stood up and reprimanded the boys. Ding Kai and Zhu Xiaofei, what are you guys doing? We've finally met up with Xiao Luo after so long. Can you guys be serious? I am just joking. Don't take this seriously. I am just making things interesting. I am sure this restaurant does not offer bear paws and shark fins on its menu, right? Ding Kai said, trying to calm Huang Ruoren down. Well, actually, we serve these dishes, the restaurant owner answered with a big smile. What the heck? That caught Ding Kai by surprise. He was merely fooling around and wanted to see Xiao Luo's reaction when he placed orders on the bear paws and shark fins. It did not cross his mind that this restaurant would serve these dishes. Then we shall have a dozen each. Xiao Luo made the call. Although he said it softly, it did not sound like he was joking. Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, Wang Ling, and the restaurant owner all stared at him in awe. What was he saying? Both bear paws and shark fins were extremely rare in the marketplace. A caddy of bear paws could easily cost 150,000 bucks. They could not even afford half a caddy, let alone a dozen. Huang Ruoren was also shocked, but she knew that Xiao Luo was the owner of Luo's workshop. She knew he could afford the meal, so she was relatively calm compared to the others. Brother Luo, I was only joking. Look at you. Why are you so serious about it? Ding Kai asked, with a frown. That's right, Brother Luo. Don't you know us by now? We like to kid around. We will settle for ordinary dishes for this dinner. How can we order bear paws and shark fins? Those are fine dining dishes for the extremely affluent, Zhu Xiaofei smiled. He regretted starting that joke. It's fine. I haven't had these dishes before. We can try them now, replied Xiao Luo. Young brother, allow me to elaborate on the dishes. What we serve in this restaurant is not bear paws and shark fins. We substitute the paws with those of other animals and the fins of other fishes. Serving bear paws and shark fins are illegal in the Mei Nation. However, the prices are still pretty steep. A serving of the paw and shark fin each cost about 10,000 bucks. So, even with the 50% discount, they would still cost 5,000, respectively, the restaurant owner explained smilingly. That's okay, Xiao Luo said. The restaurant owner asked, then shall I tell the kitchen? The owner wanted to avoid any possibility of a dine and dash situation by his compatriots, so he confirmed the orders multiple times. Xiao Luo took a sip of the tea and said, yes. He then ordered every single specialty dish on the menu, shocking Zhu Xiaofei and the rest of them, as this meal was adding up to be about 130,000 bucks. With the paws and shark fins, this would be the most expensive meal they ever had in their lives. Gulp. Wang Ling took a sip of her tea and gulped down with much difficulty. She felt horrified when she saw the receipt showing a long list of dishes. Zhu Xiaofei was curious and asked, Brother Luo, did you quit your bodyguard job? Did you become crazy rich in some business? Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. I didn't become crazy rich, but I can comfortably spend now. Don't worry about a few pennies. I am thrilled to have reunited with you guys, he said. Did he refer to 130,000 bucks as a few pennies? Watching how Xiao Luo had casually spent such a sizable amount of money astounded Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and Wang Ling. He had to be extremely wealthy to treat 100,000 bucks as mere pennies. Xiao Luo was self-assured and behaved as if he was born into an affluent family. Though he had brushed off the cost of their meal, they did not feel offended as he did not come across as arrogant. Brother Luo, please let me be your employee. I don't care. Once I have graduated, I will follow your footstep. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai left their seats and grabbed Xiao Luo by his thigh. They left Xiao Luo speechless. Time flew by as they enjoyed the evening and the merriment of each other's company. However, Xiao Luo had come to the Mei Nation to assassinate specific targets, so it was not wise for him to hang out with Zhu Xiaofei and the group. After the dinner ended, he bid them farewell and invited them to visit him in Shanghai whenever they were free. Huang Ruoren stopped Xiao Luo and asked for a private chat. Xiao Luo knew that she had a crush on him, and he did not avoid her this time. He wanted to clear things with her. Xiao Luo did not want to lead her on as she was a decent girl. So, he agreed to the chat. Both of them walked side by side across the lawn of the University of Washington. The architecture of the building was mainly Gothic. The central plaza, filled with red bricks, was also known as the Red Square, and there a beautiful fountain stood majestically. Up ahead, they could see the scenic view of Mount Rainier. The buildings on the campus resembled castles from fairy tales, and its grounds offered a better environment than any local institution in the Hua Nation. Xiao Luo and Huang Ruoren walked across the tranquil lawn, neither saying a word. Huang Ruoren was feeling a little nervous as she had never been on a one-on-one date with a man before. Huang Ruoren appeared demure as she swung her hands back and forth. Her cheeks were blushing, and she felt self-conscious and giddy at the same time. It was the complete opposite from her usual image as a class monitor. "How long will you guys be here?" Xiao Luo asked, breaking the awkward silence. "I think we will be here for about 2 weeks, Huang Ruoren said in almost a whisper. "So, you are here on an exchange program with the Hua major students?" Xiao Luo asked. "Yes, that's right." Huang Ruoren replied with a gentle nod, as the light from a street lamp revealed the exquisite, natural beauty of her face, untainted with makeup. Xiao Luo laughed and said, "That's great. You can increase your knowledge and understanding of the Mei culture and improve your English at the same time." "Yes, that's true." Huang Ruoren plucked up her courage and raised her head to look at Xiao Luo. "What about you? Are you in the Mei Nation for a vacation?" she asked. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, "Why else would I be here?" "I thought you might be here on a business trip," Huang Ruoren replied. Xiao Luo merely laughed without responding to her question. Soon, they reached the main road after walking through the lawn. Huang Ruoren felt like they were a couple taking a stroll through the university grounds. Her cheeks were burning, and her heart was thumping rather rapidly. She was giddy with excitement. Suddenly, Xiao Luo stopped to look at the crescent moon in the night sky. Then he said, "It is getting late, and it is time for me to go. You should head back as well, Wang Ling is still waiting for you." "So soon?" "I want to walk with you a little more," Huang Ruoren said, her voice trailing off toward the end of her sentence with a hint of disappointment. Xiao Luo heard what she had said. Even though Huang Ruoren had not made it too obvious, he knew that he had to put a stop to those lingering feelings of hers. "My wife is waiting for me at the hotel. She is alone, and I am afraid something might happen to her," he replied. That statement was false, but it was effective. "What?" Her face immediately changed. "Wife? Xiao Luo had married?" In disbelief, Huang Ruoren asked, You are already married?" Xiao Luo nodded his head firmly and said, "Yes." Huang Ruoren lowered her head after Xiao Luo confirmed his marital status. No matter how hard she tried, she could not wipe away the disappointment that washed over her face. It was a tremendous blow to her heart, and she was feeling lost and bewildered. "Why did you suddenly get married?" she asked. Xiao Luo looked at her steadily for a while. Then he laughed lightheartedly and replied, "I do not think it is that strange to get married at my age." "Well, that's true." Huang Ruoren lowered her head again. She forced herself to smile before raising her head once more. Xiao Luo, congratulations, she said, holding back some unshed tears. She could not hide the sad look in her eyes. Just like that, Xiao Luo had crushed her dream of being together with him. Her feelings for him were so strong that it felt like a breakup, and the unshed tears threatened to roll down her face. Thank you, Xiao Luo replied in a gentle tone. It had been unpleasant, but some things in life were better resolved early, before they got out of hand. Otherwise, such matters could create unnecessary conflicts. He did not think that he would meet up with anyone from Huaya again. But the world had become so small that one would invariably bump into friends from the past when they least expected it. All right, it is time for me to go. Goodbye, Xiao Luo said, then he smiled and turned around to leave. Xiao. As she looked at his back, Huang Ruoren had wanted to shout out his name, but her pride held her back. Tears began rolling down her cheeks. The love that she had longed for all this time had proven to be one-sided. She had been living in self-delusion, and it was nothing but a short-lived, beautiful dream. And now fate had chosen its course. It had been nothing more than an unattainable dream. She smiled bitterly. Every girl yearned for a Prince Charming, and she was no different. The day Xiao Luo saved her from those gangsters, he had already left an indelible mark on her heart. The affection did not disappear with time, and instead, it grew stronger with each passing day. The disappointment had hurt so much that she felt an ache in her heart. But she knew that she had to be tough. She was in tears, but she put on a brave smile and turned around to make her way back. At that moment, it felt as if her soul had left her. Xiao Luo did not turn around and kept walking ahead. He did not have any feelings for Huang Ruoren. Besides, they had not met under favorable circumstances. There was no way he would have had such feelings for Huang Ruoren. He felt relieved that they had cleared the air about their relationship. Screech! At that moment, an ear-piercing screech came from behind Xiao Luo. Emergency brakes. Xiao Luo instantly turned his head back to look and saw a black car screeching to a halt. It barely missed Huang Ruoren, who was standing next to it, frozen in shock. A Caucasian man seemed to have pushed her to safety and now held her in his arms. When the driver of the black car saw that Huang Ruoren was unhurt, he immediately sped off. Xiao Luo ran hastily toward them and asked Huang Ruoren, "Are you all right?" Xiao Luo. Huang Ruoren was in such a shock that her legs were shaking. She removed herself from the man's hold and clutched Xiao Luo's arm. She just had a brush with death and her face had turned as white as a sheet. She was so traumatized that she could hardly speak. "Hey, lady, I just saved your life. Don't I deserve at least a thank you?" Her jaunty-looking rescuer said casually. He was a handsome young man with well-defined eyebrows and lovely deep blue eyes that one could easily get lost in gazing into them. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Huang Ruoren slowly regained her senses and bowed as she thanked him. "You are welcome." With a devilish smile, the man said, "You must be a Hua Nation girl. You are so pretty. Let us get to know one another. My name is Ian." He put out his hand toward Huang Ruoren. Out of courtesy, Huang Ruoren shook his hand and responded, "Nice to meet you. My name is Huang Ruoren. Is this your boyfriend?" Ian asked as he glanced at Xiao Luo. Huang Ruoren looked at Xiao Luo, then shook her head and replied, "No, he is my friend." "So, does Ms. Huang have a boyfriend?" Ian asked with a smile on his face. Huang Ruoren felt uncomfortable responding to such a personal question, but she did not want to appear to be rude since he had saved her. She shook her head. With a rather awkward smile, she answered, "No." "Oh, is that so? Then, I'll be honest with you, I liked you the moment I laid eyes on you. Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Ian said as he kissed the back of her hand. Huang Ruoren reacted as if she had received an electric shock and immediately retracted her hand. What are you doing? Ms. Huang, your natural beauty would inspire a love poem. God has favored you, for he has created a work of art. You captured my heart with your beauty the moment I laid my eyes on you. Will you be my girlfriend? Ian was spewing ridiculous pickup lines, hoping to impress her. Xiao Luo raised his hand to prevent him from getting closer to Huang Ruren. You may have saved her life, and we are grateful. But that does not give you the right to harass her sexually. Please leave immediately. Or else, what? Ian's face turned dark and threatening. He exuded an ominous aura, and had it been anyone else other than Xiao Luo, that person would have felt his hair stand on ends. Xiao Luo was quite stunned. As a master himself, he could tell that this white man, Ian, was highly skillful as well. He exuded the aura of a ferocious wolf raring to shred everything apart. He smiled viciously and said, or else, I'm going to make you regret you were ever born into this world. Is that so? Ian cackled, and in the next second, his face turned dark and furious. He flashed his right hand, aiming for Xiao Luo's neck, and his fingers were formed like an eagle's claw. His attack was swift and fierce, and his clawed fingers slashed at Xiao Luo with awesome power. Xiao Luo blew out a quick burst of air, hurriedly bringing his right hand into action, moving in a swift circular motion that left a trail of afterimage. He intercepted Ian's strike with precision, and when their arms clashed, the impact resounded with a thundering crack. Both their bodies shuddered as they were both thrown back. Pow! Xiao Luo stomped his right foot into the ground to stop himself from moving back and quickly regained his balance. Ian staggered back about 10 steps before he steadied himself. He then stared at Xiao Luo, still smiling viciously, and said, I heard you Huan Nation people have mystical powers, so it seems the rumors were true. You're pretty good. You're not too shabby either. Xiao Luo responded with an indifferent air. He used about 40% of his power during that first exchange, and this man took it without getting injured. It surprised Xiao Luo somewhat. Ian still had a smile on his face as he swaggered toward Xiao Luo. If there's a chance, I'll go to Huan Nation and make sure I defeat all of your so-called Kung Fu masters. I'll prove that Huan Nation Kung Fu is nothing but fancy fists and footwork. It's nothing more than a stage performance performed by clowns. Ian's eyes were filled with hatred and anger, and his words were provocative. Ian's scathing words riled up Xiao Luo, who glared at him and said, I only have one word for you, scram. Xiao Luo's tone was harsh and threatening. Ha ha. Ian laughed raucously and patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder. Buddy, getting angry over a petty matter like this? I'm sure you won't achieve great things in life. At that moment, a yellow convertible car sped toward them from afar and stopped right in front of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo immediately recognized the make of the sports car. It was the Lycan Hypersport. There were only 7 such cars in the world, and they were produced by the Lebanon company W Motors. It was a luxury sports car, and just the basic model cost $60 million. After customization, the price would be closer to $100 million. The price tag ensured that it would remain one of the most exclusive cars in the world, which partly explained why its unique design was such a trend and a statement. The luxury and beauty of the car naturally attracted Huang Ruren's attention. A well-dressed young man was behind the wheels. He waved his hand at Ian and said, Hey, Ian. How's it going? Did you make a new friend? Of course. Ian responded cockily. He was a charismatic, good-looking man, and undoubtedly, many girls would find him irresistible. Ms. Huang, we'll meet again. I'm sure you can tell how much I want to get to know you better. I don't intend to just make you my girlfriend, but my noble queen. With that, he hopped into the passenger seat and waved his hand at Xiao Luo. Buddy, don't anger me again the next time we meet, or else. He didn't finish his sentence, but his gesture of warning said it all. he swiped his index finger across his throat. His friend chewed on some gum and laughed with a shake of his head. He then stepped on the accelerator, and the yellow-colored Lycan Hypersport sped off in a flash. Huang Ruoren had yet to recover from her earlier shock and stared at Xiao Luo with her eyes and mouth wide open. This guy doesn't seem to be a student from this university. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it'd be best if you stayed close to Xiaofei and the others, and not leave the school ground. If he comes looking for you again, be sure to call the police immediately. You can also contact me right away, and I'll respond as soon as I can, Xiao Luo said. Ian had left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. Huang Ruoren nodded her head and said, I got it. And just like that, her little romantic fantasy with Xiao Luo was over. Somehow, it did not seem as bad as she expected it to be. Washington in the night was dazzling with the neon lights, and it was a stark contrast to the highways on the outskirts of the city. After leaving Washington University, Xiao Luo called for a taxi and soon arrived at a small park in the western suburbs. His first target lived in a private apartment about 1 kilometer away. Adrian. That was the name of his target. He was a professor teaching biochemistry at Washington University and was the one who provided the core genetic engineering technologies to the American politicians. He was also involved in the genetic modification experiments on humans conducted at the research facility in Renation. Sir, do you need me to wait for you? The driver asked politely. There are hardly any taxis around this area. That won't be necessary. Xiao Luo paid the taxi fee, opened the door, and stepped out. The moment he got out of the taxi, he looked at the new moon. In the next second, he vanished. The driver casually looked behind and was shocked when he did not see anyone. It seemed like Xiao Luo had disappeared into thin air. He quickly got out of the car and looked around, but no matter where he looked, he found no trace of Xiao Luo. Oh my God, did I just bump into a ghost? The driver was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly got back into his car and drove off quickly. At that moment, Xiao Luo was already standing at the rooftop of a 3-story building that was roughly 12 meters high. Like a leopard that could leap and bound, he ran along the rooftop as fast as lightning and headed toward a brightly lit mansion by the river. The mansion was well equipped with surveillance cameras, and security guards were patrolling the premises. But none of this was of any concern to Xiao Luo. He was like a phantom and broke in quietly without making a sound. After receiving information about Adrian's whereabouts from a security guard, he made his way to the study room on the 4th floor. His breach did not attract any attention at all. When he pushed the heavy door open, he saw a man in a suit sitting behind a large oak table. He had a head of white hair and a healthy complexion. It was evident that he took good care of his health and fitness. Xiao Luo recognized his target immediately, Adrian. He was the man Xiao Luo had to kill tonight. Adrian realized that someone had broken in. Stunned, he stood up and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao Luo looked at the picture on the table that Adrian had dropped in front of him. It was an image of the dead test subjects of the failed experiments carried out at the genetic engineering facility in Renation. He closed the door and said, "I'm sure you've heard of the destruction of the research facility in Renation." He stepped ominously toward the study table, picked up the photo on the table, and looked at it with interest. The murderous look in his eyes was clear. Adrian had a look of horror on his face. "Just who in the world are you?" he said. "I destroyed the facility." "So who do you think I might be?" Xiao Luo replied, putting the photo down. He looked up and eyed Adrian with a nasty smile on his face. You're the 1,000-faced killer." Adrian's eyes opened wide in fear, and sweat started pouring like a waterfall. "You came all the way here to Nation?" Adrian had known about the destruction of the genetic engineering facility and also heard about the 1,000-faced killer. This man was an enigma and had been wreaking havoc in the Re Nation. But Adrian never thought that the thousand-faced killer would come all the way here. But here he was, standing right in front of him, well and alive. It was like a nightmare that had turned into reality. It was simply too hard to believe that this thousand-faced killer had managed to find his way here. Adrian was terrified. Xiao Luo glanced at him as he moved his fingertip across the photo on the table, and said, "Were you admiring your work earlier, or were you reminiscing the feeling of treating humans as lab rats while you conducted your experiments on them?" "This is science," Adrian said, defending his actions. Xiao Luo flashed a mocking smile on his face. "Science? I guess I don't know what science is then," he retorted. "Genetic engineering is a form of scientific research that will bring mankind forward. Sacrifices in the early stages are inevitable, but as long as we can achieve some kind of breakthrough through these experiments, then the human physique and abilities will achieve a breakthrough on all fronts." "This is an experiment that will benefit all of humanity," Adrian responded. He was like a religious fanatic with extremist views, and he had placed an inordinate amount of belief into his work. Xiao Luo laughed coldly and replied, "Then why not use Americans for your experiments? Are the lives of the Americans more precious than the lives of people from other countries, like grass that you can trample on whenever you like? We use our people for the experiments too, and we achieved quite a lot from." "That's enough." Xiao Luo raised his hands to cut him off. "I didn't come here to listen to your philosophy. Since you're involved in the genetic engineering facility in Re Nation, then you can't live." Suddenly, the terrified look on Adrian's face disappeared, and he looked right at Xiao Luo and smiled. "Is that so? But you've already lost your chance to do so," he said. As soon as he said that, the door of the study room swung open. Dozens of security guards in black shirts rushed in, forming two rows as they stood on either side of Adrian. They had their guns raised and pointed at Xiao Luo. Pleased with himself, Adrian looked at Xiao Luo casually and said, "As I was talking to you earlier, I stepped on the switch on the floor here to activate the alarm system. I only need to give the order, and their bullets will turn you into minced meat." Xiao Luo snickered and replied, "I don't think that's going to happen." "Then what do you think is going to happen? Do you think you can leave this place alive?" Adrian had a mocking smile on his face. "Thousand-faced killer, is this all you're capable of? I honestly don't understand why those fools in Re Nation couldn't deal with you," he spat. Xiao Luo didn't pay him any attention but laughed at the armed bodyguards instead, and said, "I'll give all of you a chance to live. Open fire and kill Adrian, otherwise all of you will have to die." The bodyguards froze, for, despite laughing, the vicious look in Xiao Luo's eyes made their hair stand on ends. The aura they sensed coming from this Hua Nation man was overpowering. "Ha ha. Adrian laughed out loud and scowled, "Are you only pretending to be the thousand-faced killer? Are you sure you're not a fool?" Xiao Luo did not say a thing but only glared at him. Adrian sensed a sudden chill running down his spine, but he found his courage and slammed his hands ferociously on the table. "Kill him," he roared. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bang! Bang! Following his command, the bodyguards did not hesitate to open fire at Xiao Luo. A hail of bullets spurted from the flashing muzzles, and in the small confines of the study room, they tore through countless books, furniture, and porcelain pieces like a ferocious gale. In an instant, Xiao Luo's body vanished like an illusory phantom. After a series of gunshots, Adrian and the bodyguards were shocked to find that their intended target was already standing right behind them. They stood rooted in horror. With lightning speed, Xiao Luo quickly snatched a gun from one of the bodyguards. The muzzle, as if it had eyes of its own, immediately pointed at all the other bodyguards. Rat-tat-tat-tat. After a sustained burst of gunfire, dozens of bodyguards slumped to the floor. There was a bloody, gaping wound right in the center of each of their foreheads. It all happened in a split second, pretty much in the blink of an eye. Adrian and the last remaining bodyguard froze in shock. Cold sweat began pouring like a waterfall, as they looked fearfully at Xiao Luo. They could only hear the rapid beat of their hearts. Just what kind of person was this? A superhero from a Marvel movie? Swoosh! Xiao Luo pointed the gun right at Adrian, and his body began to quake. Again, he overcame his fear and laughed nervously. Mr. Xiao, we can talk things through. You don't have to do this, he said. Talk about what? Xiao Luo asked. Adrian saw the chance for him to live and quickly responded, money. I can give you enough cash to last you a lifetime. 100 million USD, what do you think? Bang! A gaping hole appeared on Adrian's forehead. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the floor with his eyes wide opened. I'm not interested in money. Right now, I'm only interested in taking your life. Xiao Luo spoke as he looked at Adrian's lifeless body momentarily before he slowly walked out of the study room. The surviving bodyguard was shaking. He was the only one left, and just when he thought that he would be spared, Xiao Luo raised his arm without even turning his head around and pulled the trigger. Bang! It was as if Xiao Luo had eyes at the back of his head. The bullet ended the man's life instantly. After killing everyone, Xiao Luo strode out of the place calmly. He mashed the gun he used into a pile of mangled steel and casually threw it into a rubbish bin by the roadside. Just as the taxi driver had said earlier, this was a suburb, and there were barely any taxis around. Xiao Luo used up 100,000 points to exchange for the Qinggong without equal, which allowed him to step on snow and leaving any trails. It differed slightly from his technique of skimming over the water, which was a skill that allowed him to teleport forward. Qinggong without equal was more suitable for long-distance travel. Using this technique, Xiao Luo traveled like a phantom in the dark as he ran toward the city center. Each step covered a distance of roughly 60 to 70 meters. His movements were silent, and nothing else could be heard other than the sound of rustling leaves. Half an hour later, he arrived at a 5-star hotel. He had a good rest that night. On the second day, he turned on the television to watch the news, and sure enough, Adrian's death was breaking news. The police and FBI are involved as well. A taxi driver sent a tip and mentioned that the criminal could potentially be a Xuanhuan man. According to the taxi driver's description, the FBI came up with a rough sketch of the criminal's facial composition. Looking at the bloated face in the picture, Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he wasn't berating the FBI's skills, but because he had used the disguise technique to change his appearance before he entered the taxi the previous night. The next morning, the hotel staff delivered a nutritious breakfast to him. After finishing his meal, Xiao Luo walked to the balcony and looked toward the direction of the White House. Adrian was just his first target, the other being the Mei Nation's federal government. Ri Nation was just one of their obedient running dogs. Of course, he was not trying to overthrow the government, but he wanted to send them a strong message. Xiao Luo looked at a nearby billboard and saw something deep and meaningful written on it. He translated the line to Chinese and read it out: God's gift, manifest destiny, the light of hope, shine on me, steel like perseverance, move forward bravely, and the start will be guided by fate. He nothing but praise for the verse and muttered, pretty interesting. A message was spreading across the internet quickly. It was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, and it caused a stir among the Mei Nation news stations. The content of the message read, on the 6th of July, the White House will experience a destructive explosion. If you cherish your life, do not remain there on that day. The White House was where the Mei Nation president lived, and also where his office was situated. Many Mei nationals recognized it as a symbol of their sovereignty, and though they joked about many things, they would never joke about bombing the White House. The founder of Al-Qaeda, bin Laden, had once tried to blow up the White House back in the day, and even he failed to pull it off. And now, someone else was threatening to plant a bomb in the White House again. Was it possible that another terrorist attack was about to occur? Some people have nothing better to do. This is nothing more than a prank. To think that they'd have the nerve to post something like this. Are they not afraid of the FBI? Let's see if the FBI will take this seriously. But there does not seem to be any unrest going on at the moment, so the FBI will most probably ignore this. They are undoubtedly busy investigating the death of Professor Adrian, Washington University's professor. Which piece of sh*t sent this message? Are they trying to meet their maker? 5 more days. I am looking forward to finding out if this is real. If a bomb goes off in the White House, then this is going to be quite interesting, haha, haha. I think this is just a prank, but it's bordering on terrorism and has crossed the line. I think the federal government should take it seriously. Drag this person out from the virtual realm and punish him. The American netizens had varying opinions regarding this matter. Most of them thought the perpetrator was just a keyboard warrior with nothing better to do and was doing this for the thrill. Many wondered what would happen on the 6th of July, which was just 5 days away. For others, life was a little uneventful, and despite the threat to the May nation, the bomb threat only added some excitement to their lives. White House. The White House complex was constructed in a neoclassical style of light-colored sandstone buildings, comprising the main building, the east, and the west wing. There was a May nation flag right at the top of the main building, fluttering in the wind. In the Grand Presidential Office, President Bama was beaming as he spoke on the phone with a leader from another country. An aide entered and waited respectfully by his side. The aide did not utter a single thing, so as not to disturb the president's phone call. President Bama was initially having a cheerful conversation when his expression suddenly became stern, and he asked, "Abdullah, I heard Saudi Arabia is secretly developing nuclear weapons, is that the case?" When the king of Saudi Arabia heard those words, he was so shaken that he almost wet his pants. The 2 past wars that the May nation launched in the region was due to the development of weapons of mass destruction. It was nothing more than an excuse, as no nuclear weapons at all. No weapons of mass destruction were ever found, despite their troops searching the entire land. Mr. Bama, that's not true at all. Saudi Arabia's main focus is exporting oil, nothing more. There's no reason for us to develop those weapons of mass destruction at all, Abdullah gabbled. Calm down, haha. I was just joking, that's all. The somber look on President Bama's face vanished as quickly as it appeared. He laughed and said, "You should know that I just received the Nobel Peace Prize, so maintaining world peace is at the top of my agenda. I have to prevent the world from going into another war. Terrifying things such as nuclear weapons that can destroy our entire Earth is something we must get rid of, no matter what." Abdullah couldn't help seeing the irony in what the president had just said, and thought, since you know that nuclear weapons can destroy Earth, then why doesn't the May nation destroy its nuclear weapons? The king nodded his head in agreement as he spoke over the phone. Yes, undoubtedly, Mr. Bama is doing his best to maintain world peace. Given this, I promise that the price of our oil exports to the May nation will be reduced to a lower tier. After hearing that, the smile on the president's face looked even brighter than before. He thought, the man is on the right track. Haha, sure, I had a really good chat with you. I'll call you again when I have the time. All right. The moment King Abdullah put down the phone, his face darkened, and he lost control of his emotions. He spat on the floor and scowled, bandit, robber. Sitting in the White House, President Bama was elated. He thought hard, wondering who else he could intimidate and squeeze for preferred terms that would benefit his country. His aide quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Mr. President, all you had to do was open your mouth, and you've already saved trillions of dollars for our country. It's May nation's honor to have a president like you, his aide gushed. President Bama laughed and said, "I've always hated bootlickers, but I'm very pleased with what you just said since you know the right way to bootlick. That's why you're my aide, and not anyone else's." Saving an enormous sum of money for the country over a brief conversation was incredible, and this achievement made him feel pretty complacent. Many people doubted him in the past, even saying he was the one who had planned and initiated the two wars. Yet, the Nobel Peace Prize had been awarded to him. Even in the face of these doubts, he had no qualms accepting the prize without a hint of guilt. President Bama picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Right, are you looking for me? What's the matter?" he asked. His aide smiled and reported, "Well, this is what's going on, Mr. Bama. A message was posted on the internet yesterday, saying that on the 6th, which is 4 days from now, the White House will be blown up." There was a slight pause as the president drank his tea, then he gestured with his hand and said, "Continue." "The FBI has deployed their best programming experts to trace the IP address of the one who posted it, but they just can't seem to figure out who is behind it. The other party's programming skills are far superior to ours," the aide said. After hearing that, President Bama furrowed his eyebrows and remarked, "They can't trace it?" Of course, he knew that the people at the FBI were among the best, but if even they couldn't trace the IP address, then the threat would have to be taken seriously. And this meant that the warning they received about the bomb threat was in all likelihood not just a hoax. The aide nodded his head and said, "Yes, the FBI suspects that it could be the super hacker Mia, who destroyed us in the cyber war we organized last year. Both use the same technique in setting up their firewalls." "Continue," President Bama said, looking somewhat forlorn. On the night of 30th, a biochemistry professor at Washington University, Adrian, was killed in his residence. On the 1st of this month, this message of the White House bombing was then posted on the internet. The FBI thinks that these two cases are related to one another. They suspect that it's the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, who has been wreaking havoc in the Nation recently. "What you're saying is that this thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, is the same person as the super hacker, Mia?" President Bama said. The secretary nodded his head and replied, "Yes." "How is that possible?" "There's no way the Nation can produce an expert of such ability. From what I see, they should be protecting him. Why would they let him operate by himself? Are they not afraid that they'd end up losing a genius that only appears once every 100 years? President Bama stood up, walked back and forth, and couldn't seem to put a finger on it. The aide thought briefly and said, "Is it possible that Mia is operating independently and that this is not a mission sanctioned from the Nation's higher-ups?" "That could very well be the case." President Bama had a grave look on his face. "Convey my words to the FBI. I want them to identify if the person who created that bloody mess in Nation, the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, has entered our country. Do it quick, and if he's already in Nation, then kill him no matter what it takes. I don't want him to cause the same mess here," he said. The secretary nodded his head and replied, "Understood. If Xuanhuan is Mia, then this will be pretty interesting. After killing him, I will have to visit the Nation. I look forward to seeing what kind of expression they will have on their faces," President Bama said slyly. He then remembered that there was another small country he meant to call. He picked up the hotline used to contact leaders from around the world directly and dialed a number. He waited for a moment before he spoke. "Hello, is this Moss? I heard your country is developing some nuclear weapons, is that true?" Repeating the same old trick, he got ready to extort some other nation for more money again. The Nation released news regarding the thousand-faced killer and notified their entire populace. But here in the Nation, the authorities did not circulate any information to avoid causing panic among their citizens. The FBI deployed countless officers in plain clothes to search through every street, making them look just like any other ordinary American citizen. Xiao Luo had been avoiding the FBI for the past couple of days. There was no need for him to confront them as yet. He was the one who posted the message about blowing up the White House, and this was just the beginning. He wanted to make all the Mei Nation politicians experience some fear and anxiety. It was part of his vengeance for Xuanhuan and his family. Xiao Luo chose the 6th of July as the date for the bombing to allow the authorities more time to better prepare for it. He didn't want to harm the innocent, and his only aim was to blow up the White House. As one of the 4 leading families in Mei Nation, the Michel family was aware of what the FBI was doing. When Sarah Michel found out that Mia, the one who saved her, might be in Washington, she prepared several news articles. Leveraging on the influence of her family, she managed to get her articles on the headlines of most newspapers. "See you in flamenco at noon on the 4th. That sentence was right at the top of the article, and it meant that she'd see him in flamenco restaurant at noon on the 4th, and she would not leave until she met him. She felt that as a member of Hua Nation's NSA, Xiao Luo would spot it and come as scheduled. On that day, Sarah wore a pink short-sleeved shirt and paired it with a pair of light blue shorts. She looked just like an innocent and beautiful 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her long blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face was pale, but as rosy as the color of cherry. Her eyelashes were long, her eyes sparkling blue, her nose well-formed, and her lips were a luscious red. She looked just like a Barbie doll. She was a famous journalist in the newsgathering industry, but the public barely paid much attention to reporters, which made the chances of her being recognized very slim. She sat casually in the restaurant without her sunglasses, with no fear of being recognized. She had specially dressed up today because she knew that Hua Nation man was fond of such a young and trendy look, making her look cute. On the internet, she picked up on the word girly, so she tried to look a little more petite. And her curvy figure was a perfect fit for this outfit. It was already 12:30 p.m., yet she still could not spot Xiao Luo. Was it possible that he didn't even spot the clue she published in the papers? Or was it because he never even set foot in the Mei Nation? But according to the report the FBI provided, the 1,000-faced killer, who perpetrated the carnage in the Mei Nation, was Xiao Luo. All sorts of thoughts crossed Sarah Michel's mind, and she was beginning to feel disappointed. Just as her patience was about to reach its lowest point, a cool breeze blew lightly, and suddenly a man was sitting right opposite to her. He had neat black hair, knife-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of deep and penetrating black eyes. It couldn't be anyone else other than that man, Mia, who saved her back in Libya. Sarah was elated to see Xiao Luo. "Mr. Mia, you're here," she said, then quickly lowered her voice to a whisper. "I thought you failed to catch the coded message that I posted in the news article." "How is that coded message?" Xiao Luo rolled his eyes and said, "Anyone would be able to see it just by reading through the articles, and if this was the era of ancient Hua Nation secret agents, you would already have died several times over by now." Sarah didn't seem to mind being reprimanded at all. She was extremely happy to once again meet the man who had saved her life countless times. She called for the waiter and ordered some food. "Mr. Mia, you've become a lot more handsome," Sarah praised. Xiao Luo ignored her comment and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you looking for me?" Sarah smiled girlishly and shook her head. "Nothing much, I just wanted to meet you," she replied. "Don't you know that I'm currently on the FBI's wanted list?" Xiao Luo asked, wondering if she wasn't afraid of getting into trouble by meeting him. Sarah nodded her head and said, "I know. My brother is a senior investigator in the FBI. I also know all the things that you've done in Mei Nation, especially the fact that you guided one of their missiles and bombed the Yasukuni shrine. Now, all my hatred is sated." "It's not like they invaded your country, why do you hate them so?" Xiao Luo said brusquely. "Though Mei Nation might not have invaded our country, they used to be fascist, and I'm sure many of us have a deep hatred for the fascists," Sarah responded. Xiao Luo smiled mockingly and said, "Times are changing. Those fascists back in the days have, in one way or another, have become Mei Nation's dog. Your people are the ones providing support and technology for the genetic engineering facility in Re Nation. Does that mean you're trying to create havoc in my country now? Sarah asked, looking slightly aghast. Be it an individual or a country, they have to pay for what they've done, Xiao Luo replied. Mr. Mia, I strongly advise you not to do that. Although I know that you're a super warrior from Hua Nation, that your powers are unparalleled and you have incredible skills, but I have to remind you of this. Since Mei Nation can provide Re Nation with the technology and support, when it comes to the genetically engineered warriors, what we have right now is nothing like what you saw in Re Nation. Besides, I've heard that the technology that we provided to Re Nation was a little flawed. The real genetic warriors have already been developed successfully here. If the authorities release them, they can even lock onto your breathing. No matter how you change your appearance, you won't be able to escape from them, Sarah Michelle said. She didn't want to see Xiao Luo becoming an enemy of the Mei Nation federal government. Xiao Luo snorted and replied, if the technology has already been successfully developed, then why didn't they deploy the warriors to save you in Libya? Though my Michelle family might have a great influence in the Mei Nation, my life alone isn't enough to justify the government deploying this top-secret destructive weapon, Sarah said. Alright, let's stop talking about this matter. The steak is here, let's eat. I'm hungry, Xiao Luo said, tucking the napkin into his collar, and getting ready to dig in. Sarah knew that she wouldn't be able to persuade him and wasn't too bothered about it. She poured Xiao Luo a glass of red wine and lifted her glass. Mr. Mia, no matter what you do here in Mei Nation, we'll always be friends. That I can see you again makes me thrilled. Xiao Luo returned the gesture and said, your outfit and makeup today makes you look really pretty. Thank you, Sarah said with a smile. They were leisurely enjoying their lunch. Sarah Michelle knew what topics to touch on with Xiao Luo and what not to bring up. They chatted about the places of attraction and buildings in the Mei Nation, such as the Pentagon, Statue of Liberty, Golden Gate Bridge, and the Seattle Space Needle Tower. Mr. Mia, I wish that I could bring you around all the places of attraction in Mei Nation. I think you will fall in love with this country, Sarah said with a smile. There was a look of expectation in her eyes. Xiao Luo laughed and said, if someone likes a country, then I am sure it is because of the people in that country, not the places of attraction. How one sees the people living in that country would be a significant factor in determining the impression one has of a country. So, you think that the Mei Nationals are not friendly enough? Sarah said, curling her lips. I would not say that they are not friendly. It is just that when I first set foot here, one custom officer tried to make life difficult for our Hua Nationals. It seems like they were born to hate and discriminate against the Hua Nationals. That was my first impression of the Mei Nation, Xiao Luo said. Sarah looked surprised and asked, If such things are still happening, then it looks like I have some work to do. Aren't you a war correspondent? Why are you looking into such matters? Xiao Luo said as he picked up a fork and knife, and sliced the steak neatly before putting one small slice into his mouth. Hey, come on. War correspondents chase not only war-related news. We're now in a peaceful era, and there are fewer wars these days. In the future, I believe there will no longer be any wars. If I only collect war-related news, then I will eventually be out of a job. Sarah said, shaking her head. Xiao Luo smiled playfully and said, you are the pearl of the Michelle family. How would you lose your job? Of course, I will lose my job. The competition in the Mei Nation is fierce. If I do not work hard, I cannot afford to feed myself. Suddenly, they heard a hoarse voice coming from the entrance of the restaurant. Xiao Luo turned his head to look. He saw a middle-aged man in an immaculate suit. He strode toward them jauntily with steely eyes. The man had a dignified bearing, and even though he was wearing a suit, one could see that he had an imposing body. As he walked in, 2 rows of FBI members, fully armed, hurried in as well. Suddenly, an ear-piercing siren blared through the restaurant. Brother? Sarah Michelle's eyes widened, for she had no idea why her brother had appeared out of nowhere. He is your brother? Xiao Luo asked, looking back at Sarah, and his eyes turned cold. Sarah waved her hands in a gesture to show that she had done nothing to hurt him. She quickly explained, Mr. Mia, I swear that I have not betrayed you. I have no idea how my brother knows you are here. Xiao Luo thought for a moment and immediately knew what had happened. He said, what did I say earlier? That secret code of yours. If you were in the Huan nation, heaven knows how many times we could have assassinated you. He had initially thought that nothing too serious would happen. But looking at that situation, he had underestimated the FBI. These agents were no slouches at all. The muscular man in the smart suit sat down. He looked at Sarah and Xiao Luo, and said, my younger sister, do you not think your taste is a little terrible? A Huan nation chap like him. He looks like a sick monkey. He cannot give you any sense of security. Exactly what do you see in him? He took another look at Xiao Luo and continued, what a skinny man. I am sure that thing below is not strong either. If you guys are together, can he satisfy your sex life? When Sarah heard his crude remarks, her face turned red. She reacted angrily and shouted, Scott, what nonsense are you spouting? He and I are just good friends. He is the man who saved me and got me out of Libya. All lovers start as friends, don't they? Scott raised one eyebrow as he picked up a wineglass to pour some red wine for himself. He swirled the wine gently around the glass and took a sip. I know he is the one who saved you. If not, my men would have shot him and turned him into minced meat, he said, then looked at Xiao Luo and continued, thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, and super hacker, Mia. I am sure both those identities belong to one man, you. Right? Seems to me you guys already have the answer, so what ask? Xiao Luo asked, calmly lifting his wineglass, and took a sip. How interesting that you can remain this calm even in such a situation. No wonder my younger sister likes you. If you were not a wanted criminal, I might even have played matchmaker for the two of you and give you guys my blessing. But what a pity. When you killed the members of the SEAL team back in Libya, you already put yourself on the opposite side of the main nation, as an enemy, Scott said. Sarah Michelle felt her cheeks burning. Scott had let the cat out of the bag about how she felt about Xiao Luo. Even though she had a deep affection for him, she had buried that inside her heart. Scott had now put her in such an awkward position by saying it out loud. She wanted to crawl into a hole to hide. She did not dare to look at Xiao Luo as she felt embarrassed. Xiao Luo answered Scott and said, the people from the SEAL team tried to kill me. I defended myself and ended up killing them instead. It would be better if you May nationals just deal with this bitterness and frustration. Are you not even a little embarrassed to bring this up? The corner of Scott's lips twitched, but he laughed and said, you brat. Still, I admire you. Xuanhuan, if you were not Mia or the thousand-faced killer, I would have locked you and my younger sister in a presidential suite tonight to play tic-tac-toe. As one would say in the Huan nation, it would be for both of you to do something that cannot be undone. Haha, haha. Scott, you be *starred. Are you on drugs? Why are you spouting all this nonsense? Sarah Michelle could not hold it in anymore. Her face was flushed with anger, and she shouted at Scott. Sarah, I am your brother. Did you think that I do not understand you at all? Look at you. All dressed up like a celebrity. You look so pretty that I almost did not recognize you. Do not tell me that you didn't go through all the trouble for this Huan nation chap. If I cannot even see all the effort that you have put in, then I would have wasted the past 30 years of my life as an agent, Scott snarled. You, Sarah hissed. Her face reddened with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. She would have walked out immediately if the situation had not been so critical. Scott looked at Xiao Luo once again and tossed a pair of handcuffs on the table. "Brat, you decide if you would prefer to do it yourself or let us do it for you. You have lost this time around. There are more than 100 FBI agents out there and over 200 police officers. They have covered the entire area so tightly that not even a trickle of water can get through. Unless you can fly, you can forget about escaping. Brother, let him go. He is my savior." "You cannot do this to him," Sarah begged. "The only reason he is still alive now is that he saved you. Do you know the order we received from the president? It was to kill him on sight. The minute we see the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, we are not to show any mercy. We are to kill him on the spot," Scott said before he tossed his head back to finish the red wine. "But he has done nothing bad to the May Nation. Those members from the SEAL team paid the price for Captain Powell's foolishness and died because of that. It is not fair for you to push all of that blame to Xuanhuan," Sarah said. Scott shook his head and said, "My silly younger sister, this world has never been fair. He is the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan. He is also the super hacker, Mia, and that means he cannot live." Xiao Luo couldn't help laughing when he heard what Scott had to say. "If you know about the things I've done in Nation and Libya, then what makes you so sure I fell into your trap here?" he responded. "Were you not?" Scott laughed wryly and scoffed, "Let me tell you this, the Michelle family has always been friendly towards Nation. But you're not in the same category, you're a target. One that the president himself has specifically ordered us to eliminate. You made a big mistake coming here, and I'd encourage you to just kill yourself now. If you end up in prison, looking at that soft skin and handsome look of yours, those crazy, burly men in there will treat you like a girl, haha, haha." Sarah stared at Scott. She couldn't believe that it was her brother talking. Since when had her brother become so vulgar and capable of saying such vile things? He had not stopped spewing such filth since he walked in. Was her brother so obsessed with capturing Mr. Mia that he had lost his mind now that Xuanhuan was trapped? Crash! Like a clap of thunder, a plate broke over Scott's head, sending ceramic fragments flying in all directions, along with the uneaten steak and spaghetti. The floor was strewn with food and broken pieces of the plate. It stunned Sarah Michelle, who shook in silence. Xiao Luo grabbed a clean napkin and wiped the grease off his hands. "Scott, are you awake now?" Xiao Luo said with a smile on his face, "If you continue this **tea, then I'll be happy to reward you with another plate. What do you think about that?" He threw the crumpled, grease-stained napkin onto the table. Sarah was still in shock and had her mouth wide open. Although she already knew what Xiao Luo was capable of, she had not expected this. Here he was, surrounded by FBI and police, yet he still had the audacity to smash a plate over the head of the person in charge of the operation. Did he have a death wish? Swoosh! 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 As one would expect, as soon as the FBI agents saw what Xiao Luo had done, they instantly trained their guns on him. 20 to 30 muzzles were now pointing in his direction, and an air of foreboding filled the restaurant. However, Scott was unperturbed. He wiped off the broken porcelain pieces and spaghetti from his head with his hand and glared at Xiao Luo with furious eyes. "You damn brat. I'll hand it to you, at least you have guts. But the way I see it, you're a fool because now, you have successfully set me off," he scowled. Just as he finished his sentence, Xiao Luo immediately struck like a waiting viper. Holding his steak knife, Xiao Luo got behind Scott in a flash and held it against his neck. Due to the internal force used, even a light touch from the blade cut into Scott's skin as Xiao Luo pressed the edge across his throat. Fresh blood started oozing from the wound. Xiao Luo emanated an ominous aura as he kept Scott in front of him as a human shield. Now that Xiao Luo turned the tables on them, the FBI agents were suddenly unsure what to do, and they wavered. Sarah Michelle was so frightened that she let out a scream. Everything happened so quickly. Xiao Luo's movements were as fast as lightning, and no one had the time to react to it. So, what if I made you angry? Xiao Luo mocked as he looked at Scott. Do you think the bullets of your men or the knife in my hand will be faster? Do you want to reconsider what you said and get your men to retreat instead? He taunted. Scott didn't appear angry or surprised. On the contrary, there was a glint of admiration in his eyes. He raised his hand and gave his order, all of you, back off. Captain. Hell, what are you dumb sh*ts still doing here? Do you want me to die? Can't you see that this guy's speed? His knife will slice through my throat before you can do anything. Damn it, I'm talking to you, Sartre. I know you've been eyeing my spot for a long time. If I die, then everything will go according to your wishes, ain't I right? Scott shouted at the vice captain, who looked lost and confused. The way Scott spoke caused a stir, and it made Sartre panic. He turned around, shaken, as he retreated along with the rest of his team. But the encirclement was still in place, and the police and FBI agents outside were keeping a close watch on the restaurant. Several snipers had taken the high ground and had their sights locked onto Xiao Luo. Hey, brat, if you do not want to be taken out by the snipers, you better not take the knife away from my neck, Scott said. After hearing that, Sarah turned blank. She wondered what the hell was her brother trying to do. Scott, as if aware of what she was thinking, explained, my foolish younger sister, did you know that you almost brought the entire Michelle family down with you? In this sensitive situation, what made you decide to meet him? You even chose that brainless message to set up your meeting. Are you trying to tell the entire world that the Michelle family is in cahoots with this guy? Sarah Michelle wanted to explain, but quickly realized that her explanation meant nothing now. She suddenly realized the severity of the situation they were in. The Michelle family might be influential in the May Nation, but it was only so because of the support of the federal government. Mia was now the enemy of the federal government, and even the president had given the order for him to be eliminated. Yet she still foolishly maintained her close relationship with the man. Whether she realized it or not, she had become a burden to her entire family. For my failure to finish the job today, I'll be the joke of the FBI. But I've already shown my determination to eliminate the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan. I've fulfilled my responsibility to the federal government on behalf of the Michelle family. No one can point fingers at me. Scott looked at Xiao Luo. Brat, you are quite different from others. You instantly read the look in my eyes earlier on. Did you give me a special look earlier on? Xiao Luo said that on purpose and acted dumb. I didn't notice it at all. Stop pretending to be stupid here. Seeing that you saved my sister's life, I'll let you go this time around. But if I ever see you again, seriously, I won't sit here like a fool and wait for you to put that knife against my neck, Scott said. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows in acknowledgement and nodded his head. Right, so have you thought about how you're going to escape from the cordon? Scott asked. Xiao Luo replied, I've already thought about it the moment I arrived here. F***ck, why you didn't even say so? If you had already thought about it, we didn't have to waste so much precious time here, Scott scowled. Huh? Xiao Luo was stumped. Xiao Luo held on to Scott and Sarah as they took the elevator to the rooftop. Brat, are you planning to parachute down? The idea might be good, except you didn't even bring a parachute with you. How are you going to jump? Even if you did bring one along, do you think you're going to escape the helicopter's pursuit by gliding away at low speed? Scott looked incredulous, and he couldn't believe that Xiao Luo could have come up with such a dumb idea. Was he trying to commit suicide by coming up here to the roof? But before they knew it, Scott and Sarah Michelle were shocked. They dropped their jaws as Xiao Luo rushed to the edge and leaped off the parapet. He looked like the Marvel hero, Spider-Man, leaping from the rooftops of tall buildings. "Oh, my God, this guy can fly." Scott couldn't believe his eyes. What Xiao Luo did made him question everything he had learned. Is he a superhero? Sarah was equally stunned as well. She couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had such an ability. It was completely beyond the law and physics. Darn it, I'll never forget the shame of getting a plate smashed over my head by that bast *RD. The next time I see him, I'm going to shoot him dead. Scott cursed as he suddenly recalled what had happened earlier, and he was furious. Scott, he's not someone that the FBI can deal with, so you had better avoid him. Sarah warned. Yeah, you're right there. That guy is like a superhero from Marvel. What he does is beyond scientific understanding. Scott smiled bitterly and said, but I'm sure the genetic warriors our military has developed can match him. At that moment, his vice captain, Tsundere, came up with an anxious group of FBI agents. Seeing that Xiao Luo had disappeared from the rooftop, he asked, Captain Scott, where's the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan? Isn't he there? Can't you see him? Scott pointed at Xiao Luo, who had landed on top of a building several thousand meters away. Gulp. The FBI agents gawked at Xiao Luo leaping across the building rooftops from at a distance and turned pale with shock. It was incredible, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed such a thing. Granted, it wasn't flying, but how could a person leap across the rooftops with no external aid? How could we let him escape? How could we King let him escape? After regaining his senses, Vice Captain Tsundere lost control of his emotions. He yelled at Scott, who was well within earshot. Scott glared at Tsundere, and with no warning, he stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. Don't you ever dare talk to me like that, Tsundere. Who do you think you're talking to? Darn it, I know you've been eyeing my post for a long time. Come on, let's see what you've got, then. I never had such thoughts, Captain. Tsundere quickly got up from the floor and straightened his body, responding to his captain's accusations respectfully. Son of B*TCH, you were just hollering even louder than me, and you expect me to believe you? Scott was so furious that he punched and kicked Tsundere again. Tell me the truth now, haven't you ever thought about it? It didn't matter how Tsundere answered, the result would be the same, he would get a good beating. Xiao Luo was using the Peerless Qinggong without equal technique. It allowed him to move around 100 meters in the air and leap across countless building rooftops as if running over a pavement. The wind whistled past his ears as he covered a distance of tens of meters in a single leap, giving onlookers the impression that he was flying with the wind. On the rooftop of a large shopping mall, a cleaner was at work. Xiao Luo suddenly descended from the sky and silently stood 2 to 3 meters away from her, scaring the cleaner so much that she even dropped the bucket in her hand. Xiao Luo coughed dryly and asked, "May I ask you how I can get downstairs?" The lady cleaner was so shocked that she could not even speak. When she heard Xiao Luo asking for directions, she could only point to the staircase's direction. Thank you. Xiao Luo nodded in thanks and walked toward the direction she pointed. Not long after, Xiao Luo walked out from the main entrance of the large shopping mall and quickly blended in with the passing crowd. Just as he took a step toward the road, a yellow convertible screeched to a halt, almost knocking him down. Xiao Luo immediately recognized it as the Lykan Hypersport, a world-class car. Then he looked up at the driver's and passengers' seats, and 2 familiar faces came into view. One of them was a good-looking, Caucasian man with a somewhat sinister aura. It was Ian, the man he'd confronted at Washington University, and in the passenger seat was a girl. The girl had a head of short hair and was well-dressed. Unlike other girls who put on makeup, she looked natural and fresh, with long, elegant eyebrows, a pair of charming eyes, and a delicate nose. It turned out Huang Ruoren. Well, well, well. Isn't this your friend, dear? What a coincidence to meet you here again. Ian sneered, chuckling wryly. Xiao Luo looked at Huang Ruoren, who looked at him awkwardly in the passenger seat. Yes, what a coincidence. Xiao Luo. Huang Ruoren lowered her head in shame. Then, she mustered her courage and turned to her companion. Ian, I've to talk to him alone. I'll call you when we're done. Okay, honey. As if showing off in front of Xiao Luo, Ian leaned over and planted a kiss on Huang Ruoren's cheek. He even glanced provocatively at Xiao Luo from the corner of his eyes. Huang Ruoren didn't avoid his kiss, but looked a little bashful as she got off the car. They went to an elegant cafe, and classical music was playing when they stepped in. Xiao Luo and Huang Ruoren sat facing each other at a table by the window. Xiao Luo did not touch the glass of water in front of him, while Huang Ruoren was staring into her cup of coffee. After a long silence, Huang Ruoren said, Xiao Luo, I'm in love. I can feel that, Xiao Luo said. But why him? Why can't it be him? Huang Ruoren replied with a question, then added, he might look like an unruly person, but he seems to care about me. Then she glanced ruefully at Xiao Luo and whispered, unlike someone. Xiao Luo ignored her last sentence and calmly looked at what she was wearing. Chanel's sling bag, Chanel's watch, Tiffany's necklace, Ray's perfume, and this cup of fruit leopard coffee in front of you, whose selling price is per pound, he remarked. Huang Ruoren was stunned, as she did not expect that Xiao Luo could recognize all the branded items Ian had given her. And what he insinuated was clear enough, which made her feel like she was being mocked. She immediately reacted and said, I swear to God, I'm not after his money. I only like him because he's really nice to me. There's no need for you to explain anything to me. We're only friends, and I am truly happy that you found someone to love. But as a person with more experience than you, I have to give you some advice. Don't regard your youth for granted, or it'll cause you a lifetime of regret. Also, Ian is a man with a hidden side, so I advise you to stay away from him, Xiao Luo said. I won't leave him. Huang Ruoren was adamant. It wasn't easy for me to meet a guy I like, and he likes me too. Xiao Luo, you are supposed to give me your blessings instead of persuading me to break up with him, she said. Xiao Luo frowned. Why do I get the feeling that you chose him because of me? Huang Ruoren was taken aback and resented what Xiao Luo had said. Yes, you're right. The first time I agreed to go out with him was because of your rejection. I felt depressed, and it was Ian who lifted me from the doldrums. So, I want to thank you, Xiao Luo. If it weren't for you, I would never have met Ian. He cares for me and dotes on me. Xiao Luo moved his lips, but said nothing. That Caucasian man, Ian, gave him an uncomfortable vibe. He had this feeling that there was a latent danger lurking within this man, just waiting to strike like a viper. If Huang Ruoren dated someone else, he would not have bothered to stop her, for everyone had the right to date whoever they chose. But he could not read her mind and could never understand her true feelings. Maybe he was overthinking, and Ian could turn out to be the man that Huang Ruoren had described. Though he looked like a playboy, he might genuinely have feelings for Huang Ruoren. Xiao Luo changed the topic to avoid further conflict and said, putting everything else aside, would it not be difficult to maintain this long-distance relationship with him? Why would it be? As long as we are genuinely in love, the distance between us would only make us grow fonder. We are in the internet era, and I can see him every day, Huang Ruoren retorted as she took a sip of coffee. All right, you have my best wishes then, he replied. Xiao Luo did not have any romantic feelings toward Huang Ruoren, and it was only because they were friends that he felt compelled to look out for her. Xiao Luo did not wish to see her hurt at such a young age. Anyway, he chose not to pry into her affairs. If it turned out that Huang Ruoren and Ian ended up in marriage, then he would be accused of playing the role of Fahai, the villainous monk in the legend of the White Snake. Thank you, Huang Ruoren said and nodded with a smile. It was complicated, knowing that she had suddenly shifted her affection from Xiao Luo to Ian. It all began when Ian saved her by getting her away from that oncoming car in the nick of time. And it happened on that night when Xiao Luo broke her heart. Ian was a handsome, proud, and romantic man who was extremely caring toward her, and it made her fall in love with him. Xiao Luo soon put the matter of Ian and Huang Ruoren behind him. It was already late in the night, and he was staying in a villa near the western suburbs. The owner of that villa was none other than the leader of the lame gang of the Mei Nation. Xiao Luo had defeated him convincingly in a fight, and since then, he treated Xiao Luo as if he was a divine being. He was full of respect for Xiao Luo and had been running errands for him. Xiao Luo was well aware of what the curse he carried, and whoever became close to him would invariably find themselves in danger. However, he had no qualms about bringing trouble to the lame gang. These were gangsters who dealt in drug trafficking, robbery, homicide, blackmailing, and theft. Drawing danger to them would only satisfy him. "Sir, do you need a woman for the night?" The leader of the lame gang clapped his hands, and a bevy of beautiful ladies walked in. There were Asian, Caucasian, African beauties of every description, slim ones, sexy ones, large ones. The leader laughed and said, "Sir, you may choose anyone that pleases you. You can use these bitches however you like. They will meet your every need and give you fond memories of the Mei Nation." His underlings nodded repeatedly, like woodpeckers. F***ck off. Xiao Luo sat at the office desk and was busy typing on the keyboard. He did not even bother to even look at them. "All of you, F***ck off." "Yes." "Okay." Xiao Luo had flatly rejected their offer, and the entire lame gang stood in the room feeling rather awkward. They did not dare to oppose Xiao Luo, so they retreated with the ladies and closed the door quietly. "Boss, we are a bunch of dogs to him. I feel like we have lost our dignity as members of a gang," complained one underling. "Shut up. You know nothing," snapped the leader of the lame gang. "As long as we can keep that master here with us, he'll guarantee our safety. His presence will help us defeat the other gangs, and the lame gang will land up as the top gang in the land. You blockheads are so short-sighted. None of you can see what I have foreseen. Let me tell you all this, we have an extremely bright future." His underlings all nodded in agreement, as they knew that Xiao Luo could even dodge a bullet. He was a monster, and if the lame gang had such a beast in their fold, no other gang could match up to them. The leader of the lame gang frowned and looked at the shut door. "But this master is so difficult to please. He has ignored all these women and the large amounts of money we have offered to him. He has zero interest in two of men's greatest desires. It will be difficult to keep him with us." "Boss, do you think he could be gay?" said another underling in speculation. That is possible. "Get yourself douched later, then dress sexily and go to the master's room," ordered the leader of the lame gang, who felt excited with the idea. "Huh? What are you questioning? It is for the future of the gang. What's so hard in making a little sacrifice for the greater good? If you can make him stay, I will make you the second in command here," said the leader as he patted the underling's shoulder. That underling felt nothing but despair, and it showed on his face. The room was well lit. The incessant clicking of the keyboard filled the quiet room. Suddenly, a tremendous thumping sound came from outside the window. Xiao Luo sensed a powerful aura nearby, and he turned to look outside. He saw a gigantic tree trunk flying toward him from outside the window. It was so thick that its circumference would have measured the arm spans of two men encircling the tree. Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed. He jumped away from his seat in a flash. He thrust his fingers into the advancing tree trunk, piercing it like daggers, and stopped it in its trajectory. But the oncoming force was immense, and the window and part of the wall had been destroyed. Xiao Luo's fingers had left 5 deep marks in the tree trunk. "Who is there?" Xiao Luo scowled. "You are good. Hua Nation's kung fu is impressive." A mocking voice with a Mei Nation accent filled the room. Someone had entered the room as the tree trunk created an opening. He was none other than the handsome and dangerous Ian. However, he looked a little unusual at that moment. His eyes had a strange green glow that looked like those of a hungry wolf roving in the dark. "How did you know where to find me?" Xiao Luo asked. "That is none of your business. I have my means." Ian smiled, and then his face darkened. "I am genuinely in love with Huang Ruren. You have tried to convince her to break up with me. Do you know that she cried after meeting up with you? That hurt me badly, and I am here to warn you. Never see Huang Ruren again. Do not ever question our relationship again. If not, I will chase you down and kill you, no matter where you go. I hate being threatened." Xiao Luo stared at Ian coldly, and his eyes glowered with a crimson light. The atmosphere in the room changed as the demon had awakened within him. Ian was taken aback by what he saw. "So, you're a monster too," he exclaimed. "Did he just say that I was a monster, too?" Xiao Luo immediately sensed the hidden message behind Ian's words. And, judging from Ian's display of raw power, Xiao Luo already knew his identity. He was likely one of the genetic warriors that Sarah Michelle had mentioned. That would explain how Ian could locate Xiao Luo so effortlessly. It seemed unusual that Ian was allowed to move freely in public if he was a secret weapon. It appeared to Xiao Luo that Ian did not get permission from the military to seek him out. "Sir, sir." Suddenly, a knock came from the door and someone was calling Xiao Luo from outside the room. But Ian wasn't done yet. He glared at Xiao Luo and snarled, "Remember, stop bothering my woman. If she sheds another drop of tear for you again, I will turn you into a pile of dead meat." After his parting shot, Ian jumped out of the window and faded into the pitch-black night like a phantom. Xiao Luo watched Ian leave but did not go after him. Instead, he turned to the door and shouted, "Come in." The door opened slowly and a member of the Lane gang was smiling coyly as he walked in. He had cleaned himself up and was wearing only his briefs and a tight, transparent white t-shirt, and his nipples were quite visible. Before the man could speak, he noticed the broken tree trunk sticking through the window, and it shocked him. When he saw the web-like cracks along the wall, and he shivered and unconsciously tightened his butt cheeks. The sight of the tree trunk sticking into the badly damaged window projected a lewd image of an act his leader had sent him to perform. "You are?" Xiao Luo asked as turned around to stare at the man coldly. Gulp. The man nervously swallowed his saliva as he looked into Xiao Luo's eyes. He felt like a sacrificial lamb being offered to a hungry wolf. At that moment, he regretted opening his big mouth to suggest that Xiao Luo was gay. Unexpectedly, the leader selected him to prostitute himself for the sake of the gang. "Sir, the boss sent me here to give you a good rub," he answered in a slightly shaky voice. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes and asked, "In this outfit?" "Do you like it, sir?" asked the man. Bracing himself, this member of the Lane gang approached Xiao Luo. Since the leader had thrown him to the wolf, he had little choice but to endure it through the night. He had already mentally prepared himself to forego his dignity as a man, so he moved provocatively around Xiao Luo and showed off his body, just like how a prostitute would do. Xiao Luo was rather annoyed and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" The man thought that he had been acting conspicuous enough, so he was a little confused with Xiao Luo's response. Could he not see it? Could it be that he had to be even more straightforward with his proposition? He coughed uncomfortably and replied, "Sir, tonight. I can warm your bed, and you can do whatever you want to me. He walked to the bed and laid face down with his posterior sticking up in the air. Come, you can be as rough as you want, he said. But in his mind, he was thinking otherwise, and he kept reminding himself that he was doing this for the sake of the gang. Besides, he would land up as the second-in-command and command thousands of people soon enough. The pain and suffering he would experience was a small price to pay compared to the reward he would receive once he completed the task. Gross. Xiao Luo was disgusted and frowned deeply. He cringed as he looked at the ridiculous man on his bed and suddenly realized what the man was offering. The leader of the lame gang and the other members were eavesdropping on the action, and they could hear the man trying his best to pedal his body. The leader grinned with glee and gave him a big thumbs up. Then he looked at the rest of the gang and said, "Look at him. Look, this is Saddam. He is selling his body for the sake of the gang. He is a genuine hero. He volunteered to sacrifice for the entire gang. All of you better learn from him." "Yes, boss. We'll learn to sacrifice like Saddam." Every gang member nodded and agreed that Saddam had paid an enormous price for the gang. They could not help but shiver at the thought of being penetrated, and each of them showed genuine concern for him. Arg! At that moment, a scream of anguish came from within the room. Everyone immediately assumed that it must have been Saddam enduring the pain of being sodomized. However, in the very next minute, a human-shaped object came flying out of the room. It was Saddam, and he was still in his skimpy clothing. He landed hard on the corridor floor, clad in his Hello Kitty printed briefs. No one knew if he was still alive as he laid motionless on the floor. Gasp! Everyone standing outside the room gasped in astonishment. The lame gang members could not understand why it turned out this way. For what reason did Xiao Luo kick Saddam out? Boom! Suddenly, a foot stomped on the collapsed door and smashed it to smithereens. The leader of the lame gang and his gang members jumped in shock and cowered in horror when they saw Xiao Luo staring at them with cold, furious eyes. "Are you guys tired of living? How dare you find someone to annoy me with such a disgusting proposition?" Xiao Luo glared at them as he spoke, and his voice echoed like a warning from hell. Everyone stood frozen as a chill ran down their spines. His warning caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat, and they trembled in fear. No, sir. We made a big mistake. I just thought that you might be," the leader stammered. "I might be gay?" Xiao Luo snapped as he completed the unfinished sentence. The leader of the lame gang unconsciously nodded in response, and then hurriedly shook his head repeatedly. He wisely chose not to admit that he had thought Xiao Luo was gay, and risked provoking him further. Xiao Luo was furious. Without any warning, he flashed his hand and smacked the leader's head. "Sir, please spare me. It was a genuine mistake. I won't do it anymore." The leader of the lame gang feared for his life and cried out for mercy. He had witnessed Xiao Luo squashing a handgun into a heap of scrap with his bare hands. There was no way he would survive a blow from Xiao Luo. Whoosh! Xiao Luo's palm stopped millimeters before striking his head, but the force of the palm strike was still sufficient to stun the leader. "I've said that I am staying here temporarily. You are not to bother me other than serving me daily meals and refreshments. Can't you understand such simple instructions?" Xiao Luo said coldly. Yes. Understood. Nobody in the lame gang dared to oppose Xiao Luo as they were all intimidated by his strength. Good. I plan to sleep in the room on the top floor. Also, I need you to get me a high-end computer. As Xiao Luo turned around and walked upstairs, he continued speaking without turning his head. "I also need a wireless network adapter attached to it." "Yes, sir." The leader of the lame gang responded promptly and was relieved that he escaped with his life. He could not stop thanking God after that. It was the second day, and that was the date that Xiao Luo had indicated when the bomb would go off at the White House. Scott Michel was the senior FBI investigator assigned to track and capture the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan. The FBI had investigated the online post thoroughly, and they felt the need to raise the threat to level tier A. The White House was now on full, Class 1 alert status. There were countless fully armed police officers, FBI agents, and SEALs deployed to protect the White House. In the security zone within 500 meters from the perimeter, not even a fly could get in, let alone a man. The White House was the symbol of the May nation. To have a bomb go off, there would be a great insult to their nation on the world stage, and they would never allow such a thing to happen.